Chapter 4572 Friendly Suggestion. After Long Chen vanished, the scarred man could only vent toward the elder. He roared furiously, death chi swirling around him. I satisfied your desire. I sent you to the nether god race's inheritance land, replied the elder indifferently. Then why did you bring me back? Are you toying with me? Shouted the scarred man. Because I had to satisfy that little fellow's desire, answered the elder just as indifferently as before. What does that mean? Demanded the scarred man gloomily. His desire was to bring you back, and I had to fulfill it. You. The scarred man's face darkened with rage, and he roared with fury, by fulfilling his desire, you ruined mine. You ridiculous old man, is there something wrong with your brain? This scarred man had clearly gone crazy with fury to actually dare to curse this unfathomable elder. Clearly consumed by rage, the scarred man had lost all restraint. I fulfilled your desire. You asked me to send you to the inheritance land of the nether god race, and I did. As for how long you would stay or if someone else would call you back, you never said anything about it, said the elder calmly. You. The scarred man quivered with rage. I want a new desire. Bring that fellow back. Sorry, your desire has been fulfilled. You cannot make a new one. The elder shook his head. He's now first, and I'm second. Didn't you say that the first two get to have their desire fulfilled? In reality, he really is first and you are second. But in theory, you are still first, declared the elder. What the fuck does theory have to do with it? This is real life, roared the scarred man. Sorry, but whether it is in theory or reality, rules are rules. Two desires have been fulfilled, and there will not be a third. The elder shook his head as he looked at the scarred man with a hint of sympathy. Other than that, this old man will give you a friendly suggestion. During the time you have been shouting at me, 8 waves of experts have entered the gate. Adding in Long Chen, it's 9 waves. If you don't go in now, you won't even be in the top 10. The scarred man was startled. Raising his head, he saw that countless figures were charging into the gate, and they didn't even seem to see him shouting. You really piss me off. The scarred man roared and jumped onto his chariot. With a shout, the bone horse charged toward the gate. If he couldn't be in the top 10, he would likely be transported to somewhere outside the core region. If he was too far away, the others would have taken all the treasures before he got to them. You shitty old man, you actually colluded with that brat against me. Just wait for when I return, roared the scarred man from the chariot. Suddenly, 3-colored divine radiance erupted, forming a barrier in front of the gate, catching the scarred man off guard. The horse and chariot then collided with the barrier, surprising the scarred man as he hadn't anticipated anyone daring to plot against him in this place. The barrier shook under the force, and both horse and chariot bounced off from the impact. 3-color divine shield, the 3-headed heaven-devouring beast's divine ability. The fellow from the underworld race, you are courting death. The scarred man quickly realized the origin of this barrier. It was one of the abilities of the 3-headed heaven-devouring beast race. It was said that this divine ability could connect the heavens, the earth, and the power of all 3 worlds, so there was nothing that could break through it. It was only because this barrier was so powerful that it possessed the ability to block the bone horse and bronze chariot. Sorry, but there is no mercy on the path of cultivation. This is simply part of the competition between us as cultivators. I hope it won't harm the friendship between the underworld race and the nether god race. A powerful voice rang out. Following that, a bald man appeared, leading countless experts of the underworld race charging through the gate. It was Wu Hun. Wu Hun had led his army in a wild charge, but he was startled to find many experts here. There were actually 8 factions faster than him, aside from the mixed beast race. They barely managed to secure a spot in the top 10 until the scarred man suddenly emerged. Moreover, the bald man was slightly faster than them. If he got by, Wu Hun and his army wouldn't be in the top 10 any longer. The top 10 was an extremely important dividing line, so Wu Hun was determined to fight for it. He would rather offend the scarred man than let him through. Incensed by Long Chen's scheming, the scarred man seethed with anger. His arrogance blinded him, and he never anticipated anyone daring to stand in his way, making him excessively overconfident. Friendship my ass. The scarred man cursed furiously, charging back. However, he had already lost the initiative and could only watch as Wu Hun's group entered. Just before entering the gate, Wu Hun asked, "You have a horse and chariot. Once you're in the fantasy spirit world, you can go wherever you want, no? Why be so petty? What about the style of an expert? Fuck your style. cursed the scarred man furiously. Wu Hun had schemed against him and then told him that he had lost the style of an expert. That was far too shameless, wasn't it? The bone horse charged into the gate, but it was half a breath slower than the others. At this time, dozens of factions were also charging into the gate, so no one knew who was in what place. Seeing the horse vanish, the elder in front of the gate smiled rather oddly. This generation's youngsters really are lively. It must be nice to be young. After saying that, the elder slowly grew translucent and faded away, as if he had never existed in the first place. The void quivered, revealing Feng Yu and the rest of the mixed beast races experts atop a large mountain. Long Chen, where is Long Chen? Feng Yu shouted. The rest of the mixed beast race also looked around hastily. The transportation was complete, but Long Chen was gone. Big brother Long Chen must have been sent somewhere else. After all, he's from the human race, said one of them. Everyone else nodded as that was the only possible explanation. Being among the first ones to enter this place, they were probably assigned to locations that suited them the most. However, they had only entered thanks to Long Chen. Now that he was gone, it seemed as though they had lost a vital support pillar for their mental stability, leaving them with a profound sense of emptiness. Quick, look, what's that? A startled cry pierced the air. Not far from their location, a big spatial crack had materialized, catching their attention. Heavens, this is the entrance to the esoteric spirit world. We're right here. The esoteric spirit world is the origin of our mixed beast race's inheritance. It's standing here right before us. All the mixed beast race's experts were excited. While they knew that the esoteric spirit world's entrance was somewhere in the fantasy spirit world, finding the entrance in this enormous world was like searching for a needle in an ocean. However, they were now right in front of it. Their luck was truly heaven-defying. Feng Yu took a deep breath. After suppressing her concern for Long Chen, she said, "Let's go. We'll find our mixed beast race's inheritance within the esoteric spirit world." All the mixed beast race's experts charged into the spatial gate, vanishing. Chapter 4573 White Dragon Race. The space around Long Chen twisted, transporting him into a desolate world. Endless stony crags stretched as far as the eye could see, devoid of the slightest sign of life, not even a single blade of grass. What's going on? Aren't the first batch of people supposed to be taken to the best place here? Long Chen had been expecting to be brought somewhere filled with treasures. He had anticipated being able to lay his hands on priceless treasures the moment he arrived. Rare ores, extinct medicinal ingredients, powerful divine weapons, everything was supposed to be within reach. Yet, all he found was barren rock. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a stirring within him. His dragon blood started to accelerate, heating up. Startled, Long Chen turned around. Damn, despite his usual calmness, he was shaken to the core at this moment. He even forgot to breathe as he gazed upon the sight before him. Once again, Long Chen encountered 10,000 dragon nests, but this time, it wasn't just one. Several of them stacked on top of each other, reaching towering heights that seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. Long Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he were to suck them all into the primal chaos space, he'd be filthy rich. With his kunpang wings unfurled, Long Chen transformed into a streak of light, resembling a shooting star. However, the 10,000 dragon nests were colossal, and despite appearing near, they were actually quite far away. Long Chen flew tirelessly for a full hour before finally nearing his destination. Yet, as he drew closer, he was met with an even more astonishing sight. He had only spotted a few of them from afar, but now that he was closer, he saw an endless expanse of 10,000 dragon nests. It resembled a vast cemetery, with no discernible end in sight. He estimated that there were tens of thousands of them, and that was only the ones visible to him. Perhaps there were even more beyond the horizon. This revelation left Long Chen flabbergasted. However, when he got close to the first one and pressed his hand against it, his delight dissolved into disappointment. Fuck, I knew my luck wouldn't be so good. Its life energy has been completely exhausted. Just by pressing lightly, Long Chen ripped a hole out of the 10,000 dragon nests wall. It was useless to him. No, wait, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. Like a streak of light, he shot toward one part of the 10,000 dragon nest and stopped here. No way, am I not the first one here? How could someone get here first? Long Chen squatted on the ground and looked closely at the marks on the ground. It truly did look like someone had just arrived minutes ago. Furthermore, it wasn't just one person. I'll go in and take a look. Long Chen concealed himself. As soon as he entered the channel here, he was immediately greeted by loud sounds emanating from outside. Turning back, he saw a horde of experts rushing toward the area. Each of them exuded powerful blood qi, indicating their formidable strength. People from the dragon race. When Long Chen sensed their auras, his heart shook. Prior to this encounter, there had been experts who concealed their auras during the march, yet Long Chen had still managed to sense that they were people from the dragon race. Now, another group of experts from the dragon race had arrived. Long Chen couldn't shake the feeling that this place held a shocking secret. Unwilling to get involved with these individuals, he hastily descended the channel. This 10,000 dragon nest was on the verge of collapse, bearing the weight of its ancient age. Long Chen observed numerous runes etched into the walls, but none were familiar to him. They were not immortal characters. He speculated that they were likely specific to the dragon race. As for their content, it seemed to be nothing more than mundane inscriptions such as, Zhang San was here, or, Li Shi was here, lacking any significant meaning. Every 10,000 dragon nest had a main channel that led straight to the core. That was where the Dragon King resided, the most important region of the nest. Long Chen quickly arrived at the core where he saw a bright ceiling with giant crystals hanging from it. Those crystals were the precious dragon cores, left behind by deceased dragons for the 10,000 dragon nest. However, upon closer inspection, Long Chen saw countless notches on the ceiling, indicating that someone had taken the cores. Only a few small, dark, and cracked remnants remained, depleted of their energy and no longer holding any value. The presence of cracks around the notches suggested that someone had damaged the cores before their extraction. The irresponsible bastard likely utilized them as ornaments or claimed them as battle spoils. In any case, these dragon cores held no functional value. Furthermore, looking at the marks left all around, Long Chen knew someone had taken them a long time ago, not recently. Long Chen followed the channel and quickly exited this test. After that, he entered another one, following the tracks. Long Chen didn't know what had happened, but the tracks left behind by the people in front of him showed that they were in a rush. He knew that following them couldn't be wrong. He quickly started to hear sounds up ahead. Having finally caught up, he slowed down his pace. The Dragon Domain's gate has fully opened. However, there are too many experts entering the fantasy spirit world. People who can't find their own inheritances will quickly start to target us. Long Chen heard a man's voice fraught with worry. We have no other choice. Dark undercurrents are at play, and our white dragon race cannot survive as the only good existence in a world full of malevolence. If they only want to borrow our white dragon race's bloodline for the purification of their own, we need not intervene. It is simply an act of goodness. We shall adhere to the guidance of the white dragon, replied a woman. To Long Chen's surprise, her voice was like a breath of fresh air. It was gentle and kind, making him instinctively feel friendly toward her. The white dragon race. Long Chen didn't expect to encounter the white dragon race's people here. After all, they all rarely participated in mortal affairs. In fact, in the outside world, they didn't have much of a reputation at all. Long Chen had only heard of them due to how much he had read. But they aren't willing to stop with a bloodline purification. They also want our ancestral scale. At that moment, the man fell silent at this point. Our white dragon race may be kind, but we will not tolerate such a thing. Anyone who dares to lay hands on our race's priceless treasure will meet their end at our hands, answered the woman. While her tone remained gentle, it carried an undertone that could cut through iron. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The white dragon race is but the sheep of the dragon race. What are you going to fight with? A sneer rang out at this time, followed by startled cries from the white dragon race's experts. Netherdragon race. Hearing the mention of the Netherdragon race, Long Chen couldn't resist the urge to draw closer. Stealthily creeping over a wall to take a look, he was left stunned by what unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 4574 Cemetery of Dragons. From Long Chen's hidden location, he saw hundreds of thousands of experts within the core hall of this nest. Tens of thousands of them belonged to the white dragon race, distinguishable by the pristine white robes and the powerful yet serene blood qi that surrounded them. If the blood qi of other branches of the dragon race were like explosive mountain floods, then the white dragon race's blood qi was like a calm lake. In contrast, the Netherdragon race stood opposite them, clad in all black, outnumbering the white dragon race by tenfold. Long Chen didn't recognize a single one of them. It seems that the Nether Dragon race still has many branches. Their leader this time has some ability. Long Chen's gaze instantly focused on the leader of the Nether Dragon race. This person's aura was on par with Feng Yu, but Long Chen sensed that he was slightly weaker than her. When Long Chen turned to the White Dragon race's side, he saw a beautiful woman with white ribbons on her dress, looking like a beautiful fairy. Her skin was as pure as snow, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back. The striking contrast of her black hair against the pristine white of her dress left Long Chen captivated by her beauty. With her eyebrows locked in a tight frown, she coldly said, "Even sheep have horns that can deal a deathblow to tigers and wolves." "Ha ha ha, a deathblow. That chance is far too low, isn't it? I've seen tigers eat sheep, but never sheep eating tigers. Your horns are only ornamental," sneered the lean man. This person was so lean that he didn't look like he had any flesh on his cheeks. This smile of his was like scrunching leather, and the folds on his skin were so tight they could crush a mosquito. It was a really bizarre sight. "How dare you be so rude to our highness?" Another expert beside the woman raised his sword at the lean man. "What, do you think that you can challenge me? Give up, your sheep horn can't harm me," sneered the lean man disdainfully. "You." Being looked down upon this much, that expert was enraged. After all, those who had reached this place were all experts amongst experts. Being insulted like this, the young expert was going to attack immediately. "Hold it." The white-robed woman raised her hand to stop him. She then turned toward the Nether Dragon race's leader. "Are you blocking us because you want to fight? If that's the case, I, xianxia, will be your opponent." She faced that man without the slightest fear, her aura calm but exuding an immeasurable depth. Hidden at the back, Long Chen couldn't gauge her power either. Despite his keen observation, her aura proved mysterious and difficult to discern. Nevertheless, drawing from his experience, Long Chen didn't think that the skinny little bastard would stand a chance against her. "Ha ha ha, you misunderstood. We're simply passing through. When I heard the White Dragon race boasting such grandiose claims, I couldn't resist correcting your misguided thought. Although I've never had the pleasure of meeting the White Dragon Princess, I've certainly heard your esteemed reputation. I couldn't bear the White Dragon race taking the wrong step in life," the lean man laughed. "Oh, what wrong step?" asked the woman. This time, the opening of the Dragon Domain's gate is on an unprecedented scale. Countless elites of the dragon race have entered the fantasy spirit world, and even monsters that sealed themselves away have awakened. For so many peak experts to flood the cemetery of dragons, not only will they sweep through all these treasures, but they'll also aim for the divine altar at the center. Your White Dragon race didn't have the power to claim your ancestral scale, so naturally someone else will take it. If you were to try to stop them, you would only be seeking death, replied the lean man indifferently. My White Dragon race doesn't need you to worry about the matter of our ancestral scale, said the white-robed woman. I'm just warning you out of the kindness in my heart. Your White Dragon race will definitely be at a disadvantage between the clash of the dragon races. However, I have a proposal. I can guarantee your race's safety and can even peacefully help you take your ancestral scale. Before the woman could even reply, the man beside her sneered, We don't believe the Nether Dragon race would be so kind. That's true, we don't do this out of kindness. If we are to help you, we must obtain something as well, chortled the lean man. And what is that? Demanded the man of the White Dragon race. Oh, it would be your princess, declared the lean man, his finger pointing at the white-robed woman. The moment these words left his lips, the air crackled with intense killing intent from the White Dragon race's side. This insolent man had dared to insult their princess. They all took out their weapons. At the same time, the Nether Dragon race's side also brandished their weapons. A battle seemed to be on the verge of erupting. Hey, what are you doing? Put away your weapons. Do you think you can offend the princess? Do you not want your lives anymore? The lean man shouted at his subordinates, baffling them. They didn't know what he was planning. The lean man turned back to the woman, a smile gracing his lips. You see, our family's young master is the future leader of the entire Nether Dragon race. He has long admired your beauty and intellect and wants to get closer to you. You see, scram. The woman finally lost her cool. The Nether Dragon race had clearly infuriated her. In general, the dragon race was very proud and would rather die standing than live kneeling, not to mention the White Dragon race. While they weren't the strongest out of all dragons, they cared the most about honor. Despite their kindness, they refused to tolerate bullying. Furthermore, Marriage alliances had never existed in the history of the White Dragon race. Hence, the proposition to marry off their princess in such a manner was an unacceptable insult. That was why the lean man's words were exceptionally enraging to them, bordering on blasphemy. Don't be like this. Let me tell you, our young master is the leader of the Netherdragon race's 872 branches. He will have the greatest authority in the Netherdragon race in the future. As for his power, it is simply unimaginable. The likes of us are nothing compared to him. Are you really not even going to consider it? Asked the lean man. The woman didn't reply and slowly reached for the sword at her waist. Seeing this scene, the lean man hastily retreated. Don't get emotional. There's no rush. You should consider it slowly. I should tell you, our young master is Netherdragon Tianzhao. If you do think it through, you can marry our young master at any time, ha ha ha. He laughed as he retreated, seemingly very pleased with the White Dragon race's fury. Just as he was about to lead his people away, a disdainful voice rang out. Who does Netherdragon Tianzhao think he is? Last time I knocked out all his teeth and he didn't learn his lesson yet. Chapter 4575. Wash your neck and wait. The lean man was originally very pleased to see the furious expressions of the White Dragon race's experts. But at that moment, a lazy voice that dumbfounded everyone echoed out. The lean man's smile vanished, replaced with an icy cold. He shouted, "Who's there? Get out here, youngster, don't be too arrogant, or you'll pay a frightening price for it." Following that, a black-robed man slowly walked out of the channel. All the experts from the Netherdragon race and the White Dragon race stared at him. Long Chen hadn't planned on showing himself. However, when this fellow mentioned Netherdragon Tianzhao, his interest was piqued. Last time, Netherdragon Tianzhao had offered himself to the Nether Emperor to escape from Long Chen. However, due to the karmic ties between Long Chen and the Nether Emperor, he had a feeling that Netherdragon Tianzhao would get in his way again. However, after so much time had passed, he had almost forgotten Netherdragon Tianzhao's name. For someone to suddenly bring the name up now, he had to investigate it. "Who are you?" shouted the lean man once more. Long Chen was hiding his aura even more deeply than the white-robed woman, so the lean man didn't dare to make any rash moves. "Do you think you're qualified to ask who I am? Go back and call out Netherdragon Tianzhao," declared Long Chen lightly, courting death. The lean man's blood chi surged, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. A black Netherdragon materialized behind him, and he vanished into thin air. Suddenly, an explosive noise ruptured the void. The onlookers barely had time to comprehend what had occurred before a figure hurtled through the air, crashing into the central throne of the vast hall like a shooting star. The tremendous force shattered the throne to pieces. As the dust settled, a wretched figure emerged from the wreckage, leaving both the Netherdragon and White Dragon race experts stunned by the sudden turn of events. The white-robed woman was filled with shock. The events had unfolded so rapidly that others couldn't comprehend what had happened, but she had witnessed it all. The lean man was extremely cunning. He had summoned his manifestation as a diversion. Just as it drew everyone's attention away, he utilized a secret art to appear in front of Long Chen. Meanwhile, Long Chen had initiated his attack even before the manifestation had fully formed. By the time his right arm was midway through its swing, the lean man suddenly materialized. As if entirely by coincidence, Long Chen's hand struck the lean man squarely in the face. It seemed as though the lean man was orchestrating with Long Chen to execute the perfect slap. Other than the white-robed woman, no one else saw it because the lean man's manifestation had drawn away all of their attention. In other words, this move would be effective against everyone here other than Long Chen and the white-robed woman. "Little trash, playing sneak attacks. Doesn't your face hurt?" asked Long Chen casually. In truth, Long Chen was a bit surprised by the outcome. While he hadn't coordinated with Lei Linger, this slap should have been enough to blast the lean man's face apart. However, he had underestimated this fellow's constitution. Instead of causing severe damage, the slap merely left a handprint, and the lean man's face only swelled slightly. His defenses were extremely tough. Still reeling from the impact, the lean man struggled to fully comprehend what had just happened. His vision had momentarily blurred, leaving him feeling disoriented as the world spun around him. Crawling out of the wreckage, he was met with the shocked gazes of the onlookers. Immediately, a burning sensation radiated from his face, and his head throbbed with pain. "You damn bastard, die!" He directly exploded with rage as he had never suffered such humiliation before. As the lean man's blood chi ignited, his aura grew explosively, causing the entire 10,000 dragon nest to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Within the lean man's manifestation, a colossal dragon head materialized, its jaws gaping wide as it spat out a black sword toward Long Chen. The lean man's face immediately turned pale after he had unleashed this move. The giant sword carried with it an apocalyptic aura. In his fury, the lean man had unleashed his strongest attack. In response, Long Chen's saber appeared in his hand, its blade layered with twinkling stars. With a decisive motion, he brought the saber down in a swift slash. A saber image directly tore through the 10,000 dragon nest and struck the black sword, blasting it apart before continuing toward the lean man. Thick terror gripped the lean man as he saw Long Chen easily cleave through his strongest attack. He had never envisioned that someone could overpower him in such a manner. Moreover, the attack continued its trajectory toward him, leaving him with no time to react. In an instant, the attack passed through him, rendering him motionless and still. The next moment, the 10,000 dragon nest quivered, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, it slowly split apart. He sliced the 10,000 dragon nest apart. The white dragon race's experts were taken aback. The lean man slowly followed the fate of the nest, splitting into two from top to bottom at the same time. Having long lost its energy and weakened over time, the 10,000 dragon nest couldn't withstand the force of Long Chen's attack. As Long Chen's strike tore through it, the entire nest crumbled, engulfing the surroundings in a cloud of dust. The experts of the Netherdragon race looked on in horror at the destruction unfolding before them. They wanted to run, yet their pride held them rooted in place. They wanted to fight, yet their instincts screamed at them that it was folly. Thus, they remained frozen in their original positions, too stunned to take any action. After the nest collapsed, the world became calm once again. All the Netherdragon race and the White Dragon race's experts stared at Long Chen. Slowly sheathing his saber, Long Chen looked at the lean man's corpse and said, "I wasn't planning on killing you. In fact, I disdained doing so. But you just had to have a dirty mouth. It's dislikable." Long Chen had only planned on teaching him a lesson in obtaining information from his mouth to see if their Netherdragon Tianzhao was the one he knew. Unfortunately, this fellow's mouth just had to be so filthy, his words brought about his own downfall. With Long Chen's astral energy infused into the blood-colored saber, there was virtually nothing it couldn't break. Although it was unable to contain his entire astral energy, even a fraction of it was enough to kill the lean man. After executing this slash, Long Chen felt pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected the saber to rapidly adapt to his astral energy, so the power of this blow exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Long Chen turned to look at the Netherdragon race's people and pointed to one of them. "Have you ever seen Netherdragon Tianzhao?" That unlucky guy quivered, but clenching his teeth, he forced himself to say, "I haven't had such fortune." Then scram, "If you see Netherdragon Tianzhao, tell him that Long Chen told him to scrub the filth off his neck and wait. I don't want his nasty shit staining my saber." Instantly, the experts of the Netherdragon race relaxed, their tension dissipating as they started to retreat. After all, Long Chen had no intention of pursuing them. Once they were sufficiently distant, they fled for their lives. As they departed, Long Chen also planned on leaving when the white-robed woman said, "Friend, please wait." Chapter 4576 Sovereign Clan, Sovereign Scale. "Miss, do you need something?" asked Long Chen as he turned back to look at the white-robed woman. When the white-robed woman's eyes met Long Chen's, a trace of astonishment appeared in her eyes. Long Chen's heart shook because he realized that his dragon blood was reacting to something. It was evident that she had noticed something. She seemed to be in disbelief, but she suppressed that feeling and asked, "Mister, you called yourself Long Chen just now, correct? Then can I be so bold as to call you Brother Long?" "Of course you can," said Long Chen. "Junior, sister is Bai Yingxie. Greetings, Brother Long." The white-robed woman cupped her fists toward Long Chen, and Long Chen hastily cupped his fists back. This could count as a proper greeting. Oddly enough, despite belonging to the dragon race, this woman's conduct and demeanor exuded qualities more commonly associated with the human race. Long Chen found this somewhat strange. "Brother Long, do you really know Netherdragon Tianzhao?" asked Bai Yingxie. "Yes, if their Netherdragon Tianzhao is the same one I am familiar with, then we really do have some grudges between us," replied Long Chen. Long Chen felt that they were definitely the same person, but it wouldn't be bad to not say it so confidently. "If Brother Long doesn't mind, why not travel with us for a while?" proposed Bai Yingxie. That would be convenient, said Long Chen, a smile gracing his lips. He naturally wouldn't refuse. It just so happened that he wanted to know more about this area. He had originally planned on doing a soul search to get more information. However, if he were to use it on someone strong, then their soul could have restrictions on them that prevented him from obtaining anything useful. On the other hand, if he were to find someone weak, they wouldn't even know the information that he needed. Hence, Bai Yingshui's invitation was a good thing for him. Long Chen walked shoulder to shoulder with Bai Yingxie. She was moving quite fast and seemed very familiar with the surroundings. Without hesitation, she took seemingly random twists and turns. Brother Long, I have a question. Your aura feels very strange to me. You are from the human race, but why do you possess such a pure sacred aura filled with sovereign qi? Asked Bai Yingxie. Of course, if this relates to one of your secrets, please don't feel the need to answer. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Bai Yingxie was extremely gentle and polite, to the point that it would be hard for someone to refuse to answer her question. It would feel like being rude to a nice person. It's not much of a secret. I had a fortuitous encounter and obtained an inheritance from a senior of the dragon race, answered Long Chen with a smile. Long Chen already knew the characteristics of the white dragon race. Since they were generally kind, he didn't need to be too wary of them. However, when it came to the dragon expert, he didn't want to disclose too much information. Brother Long, have you heard of our dragon race's sovereign clan? Asked Bai Yingxie as she looked at Long Chen. Sovereign clan, what's that? Long Chen was startled. He had never heard of such a thing. It's nothing important. I won't say too much to not bore you, but our white dragon race always acts according to our gut feeling. Our senses toward good and evil are very sharp, and that's how I knew Brother Long wasn't a bad person from the moment I saw you. Sensing the sovereign qi from you, I believe that someone who can obtain such a heaven-defying opportunity can't be a bad person, so I want us to stick together, replied Bai Yingxie. Sovereign clan, sovereign qi, is it the mysterious senior of the dragon race? Oh, that's right, Brother Long, whether or not that netherdragon Tianzhao you spoke of is really the netherdragon Tianzhao I know, you should still be careful. He is extremely frightening, you can't even describe him with words, warned Bai Yingxie suddenly, her expression becoming serious. Why, is he really so powerful? Asked Long Chen. Yes, extremely so. I have never seen him before, but his notoriety precedes him, a violent genius who soared to the peak almost overnight. Just a month ago, no one had ever heard of him. But in recent weeks, he has consecutively slain geniuses from various races, and amongst those at my level, none of them could withstand 3 blows from him. He is insufferably arrogant and tyrannical, seemingly intent on uniting the dragon race under his banner. With the opening of the dragon domain gate, he declared his intention to seize the sovereign scale located within the dragon cemetery altar. He even said that he would kill anyone who dared to get in his way, said Bai Yingxie. Bai Yingxie and the others all came from the dragon domain, a mysterious and ancient place not within the 9 heavens. It seemed that they got here half a day before Long Chen's side, so even though Long Chen was the first to come out of his side, he was still one step too late. He's that arrogant. Oh, and what's a sovereign scale? Asked Long Chen. The sovereign scale is a reverse scale from the sovereign clan that I mentioned. The dragon race has millions and millions of branches, but all those branches stemmed from the true dragon race, the main root of the dragon race. However, even within the true dragon race, they have many clans, possessing the same bloodline but different divine abilities. There is one exception to that rule though. Within the true dragon race, some dragons can control all the divine abilities of the dragon race, and they are from the sovereign clan. By obtaining the sovereign clan's essence blood, one gains the ability to command all the divine abilities and mystical arts of the dragon race. This transcends the constraints imposed by one's bloodline. For instance, Netherdragon Tianzhao hails from the Netherdragon race, and thus, his divine abilities are limited to those of his own race. However, should he acquire the sovereign scale and its sovereign blood, he would transcend these limitations and wield the divine abilities of the entire dragon race, including the unique abilities of our white dragon race, explained Bai Yingxie. Long Chen jumped in shock. It's that amazing. Before this, Long Chen had started to think that his dragon blood was this so-called sovereign clan's essence blood. However, when Bai Yingxie explained further, he grew doubtful. The mysterious dragon expert had never said anything about Long Chen being capable of cultivating the dragon race's other divine abilities. The practical divine abilities that Long Chen knew were Dragon Roars at the Nine Heavens, Divine Dragon Tail Pendulum, and Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw. He hadn't learned anything else. Moreover, Long Chen couldn't discern any particular attribute in his dragon blood. Due to being nearby xianxia, Long Chen could sense a powerful ice element energy from her, which meant that the white dragon race was predominantly of the ice element. However, there wasn't any trace of ice element in Long Chen's dragon blood, leaving him feeling skeptical about it. That's not the most remarkable aspect. Their strongest point lies in the fact that when the innate divine abilities of the sovereign clan are cultivated to their peak, it is rumored that they can attain immortality, the undying realm. In the past, every opening of the dragon domain's gate imposed restrictions based on a cultivator's bone age, soul age, and blood age. As a result, many cultivators were barred from entering, including those monsters who had sealed themselves for many years, which led to a mismatch between their bone age, soul age, and blood age. But now, as long as one's realm is within the requisite level, anyone can enter. This is why we are witnessing an unprecedented influx of monsters this time around, with nearly all of them vying for the sovereign scale. Yet, even in the face of such circumstances, Netherdragon Tianzhao dares to make such bold claims. You can tell just how confident he is, sighed Bai Yingxie. If that's the case, it'll be interesting. Are you interested in the sovereign scale? Probed Long Chen. Bai Yingxie shook her head and smiled bitterly. We might not even be able to claim our own ancestral scale. We won't be participating in that fight. Hehe, then that will make things easier. I've decided, after beating Netherdragon Tianzhao, I'll take the sovereign scale right in front of his eyes. Long Chen laughed, his mouth curling in a sinister arc. Chapter 4577 Poison Dragon Race. Long Chen followed the white dragon race forward. From them, he learned that this place was called the Dragon Cemetery because millions of 10,000 dragon nests were buried here. According to the white dragon race's records, an ancient and terrifying battle once erupted at this very location, resulting in the complete devastation of the old world. Aside from the Dragon Cemetery, there were also other burial grounds scattered throughout the area. However, because they were all from the dragon race, they immediately came here. All the dragon domain's experts had a detailed map of the Dragon Cemetery, which recorded the shortest route to their own inheritance lands. According to Bai Yingxie, the Dragon Cemetery had existed here for countless years. At first, these 10,000 dragon nests brimmed with vitality. However, without the support of more dragon experts, the 10,000 dragon nests started to degrade. As the ones in the outer regions were all comparatively weaker, they were the first to succumb to decay. Luckily, the sovereign scale continued to support the 10,000 dragon nests at the core region, supplying them with a powerful life force, including that of the white dragon race. Because of it, the 10,000 dragon nest of the white dragon race could preserve their ancestral dragon reverse scale very well. However, this also posed a significant problem. Because the scale was perfectly preserved, its power was absolutely terrifying, thwarting the white dragon race's attempt to reclaim it for countless years. In truth, the white dragon race wasn't alone in this struggle. The other dragon races were also in a similar position. After all, taking their ancestral reverse scale not only required facing the reverse scale's sacred energy but also the power of the entire 10,000 dragon nest. These 10,000 dragon nests couldn't be compared to the one Long Chen had taken before, as each of them contained their ancestral dragon's reverse scale. An ancestral dragon was the progenitor of a whole new branch within the dragon race. In human terms, they could be likened to the founders of a first-rate sect. The dragon race relied heavily on their bloodline inheritance, but the ancestral dragon had the ability to create a new branch on top of the foundation of their original bloodline and divine abilities. Such an extraordinary being might emerge only once in a million years within the dragon race. Their power, talent, and bloodline were beyond comprehension. Even after countless years had passed, and their reverse scales had weakened to less than a tenth of their original power, attempting to control the reverse scale of such a being was as difficult as ascending the heavens. This mission indeed discouraged countless young members of the dragon race. Theoretically, due to their shared lineage and the diminished energy of the dragon scale, the scale's resistance was at its lowest. They should be able to subdue the dragon scale if they passed the basic test. Despite that, it remained an insurmountable challenge even after countless years, so even Bai Yingxie doubted the likelihood of them getting their ancestral dragon's reverse scale. However, since the Dragon Cemetery had opened, she naturally had to give it a shot. According to Bai Yingxie, the White Dragon race's ancestral dragon reverse scale possessed a sacred energy capable of purifying a dragon's bloodline. Hence, even if she couldn't subdue the dragon scale, she could undergo bloodline purification with it. While this process wouldn't result in a complete transformation of the body, it could significantly enhance a person's strength. It might even awaken the user's dormant ancient divine abilities. However, even after undergoing the purification process, the task of subduing the dragon scale and returning it to their branch remained nearly impossible. If they could bring that reverse scale back to their branch, everyone there regardless of age or cultivation base would be able to receive the baptism of its dragon blood, which could boost their entire race's bloodline purity. If that happened, the future generations would be able to awaken stronger bloodlines, forming a positive feedback loop. Something like this could revive an entire race. This was why all the dragon races were going all out to obtain their ancestral dragon reverse scale. After all, it was related to the rise and fall of their entire branch. Brother Long, you are a human, but I can sense a powerful sovereign chi in your bloodline. If you trust me, you can follow us to the White Dragon race's dragon nest. After undergoing our ancestral dragon's sacred energy baptism, perhaps you can awaken your slumbering sovereign chi, said Bai Yingxue. Looking at Bai Yingshue's pure eyes, Long Chen couldn't help sighing inside. He hadn't expected a branch of the dragon race to be as kind as the spirit race. Of course I trust you. I'm indebted to you for looking after me, so I'll thicken my face and follow along. Thank you. Long Chen cupped his fists. Bai Yingxue smiled at his response. Brother Long is too courteous. You must be a major figure in the human race, or you wouldn't have such sovereign chi. Traveling with Brother Long also makes us feel much safer, so I should be the one thanking you for accompanying us. Ha ha ha, well said, Long Chen laughed. This Bai Yingxue seemed gentle and refined at the first glance, but surprisingly, she was also straightforward and heroic. Perhaps the dragon race's bloodline made Bai Yingxue disdain lying. She invited Long Chen partially because she wanted to see if the White Dragon race's ancestral dragon reverse scale could help Long Chen get stronger. The moment Long Chen arrived, all the experts of the White Dragon race detected a faint trace of sovereign chi, seemingly present yet elusive. As they possessed the keenest senses among all dragon races, not a single one of them doubted Long Chen, nor did they harbor any suspicion toward him. This point was quite similar to Long Chen. Long Chen also relied on feeling when dealing with people. In all these years, his senses had never deceived him. For Long Chen, accompanying them was a mutually beneficial relationship. Just as they were rapidly progressing, a group of experts brushed past them inside the channel. The moment they came into contact with each other, Long Chen detected a fishy smell in the air. Poison dragon race. Long Chen was startled to see these experts exuding an extremely toxic substance. As an alchemist, he was extremely sensitive to such a thing. Although these people didn't intentionally expose their identity, Long Chen's nose was just out of this world. These experts stared at Long Chen oddly after seeing him together with the White Dragon race. However, they didn't provoke him. No one knew if it was because of the White Dragon race's reputation or if they were simply in a rush, but despite recognizing Long Chen's identity as a human, they didn't do anything drastic. Eventually, everyone reached the core of another 10,000 dragon nest. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed, and a figure burst forth like a lightning bolt, heading straight toward the White Dragon race. This figure moved with incredible speed, catching everyone off guard. By the time they reacted, it was already standing in front of Bai Yingxue. Just as she prepared to react, a hand swiftly intercepted the figure, causing it to spew out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 4578 Ancestral Scale Resonance. Brother, are you alright? It was Long Chen who had stepped forward and caught that person, an imposing member of the dragon race. Despite his muscular build, his face was now pallid with rage, and a hint of bitterness was evident in his eyes. Why, I am my race's most outstanding genius. Why can I not form a resonance with the ancestral scale? If I can't even do that, how can I subdue it? Roared that person. It seemed that he had entered a berserk state. At this moment, other members of his race rushed over, but the muscular dragon expert roared and unleashed a mighty punch, sending astral winds raging and blowing away his kin. All of a sudden, a slender finger tapped his forehead, causing him to tremble as his fury dissipated. He stared in shock at Bai Yingxue, who stood before him. Quickly, he bowed in deference. Greetings, respected White Dragon Princess. Obtaining the approval of the ancestral scale isn't an easy feat. Anger solves nothing and only complicates matters. To resonate with the ancestral scale, you must first understand how to establish a connection with it. Only then will you discern your shortcomings. If you know how to get the ancestral scale's approval, even if you fail to subdue it now, your efforts will still benefit your race. An inheritance always has an heir, and every person has their own destiny. When the main character isn't you, you must consider your role and actions instead of giving into anger, reminded by xianxia. In an instant, that dragon expert looked ashamed and respectfully said, "Many thanks for your reminder, princess." "I understand." Bai Yingxie nodded and continued onward, while Long Chen examined this hall curiously. As expected, there was a 10-foot-tall scale floating in the air. There were runes floating around it, and it contained a terrifying dragon might. This scale's aura was identical to that of this dragon expert. As this was Long Chen's first time seeing a true ancestral scale in the dragon cemetery, he couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. The dragon might emanating from this ancestral scale was absolutely terrifying, even instilling a sense of fear in him. Based on his estimation, if he were to try and subdue this dragon scale, his odds of success would be extremely slim, and forcing it would put his life in danger. The dragon expert from before was far weaker than Long Chen. Hence, it was a heaven-defying task for him to subdue the dragon scale, and he could easily lose his life in the process. It was no wonder he was so angry and resentful. That kind of powerless feeling was something that outsiders couldn't fully comprehend. Seeing Long Chen lost in thought, Bai Yingxie asked, "Brother Long, what are you thinking?" "I'm thinking that it's almost impossible for that person to subdue this dragon scale. I don't understand. Why did the ancestral dragon leave behind a reverse scale as an inheritance but make it so difficult to gain? Isn't that just making it hard on its descendants?" said Long Chen. Hearing his question, Bai Yingxie nodded. "Right, as someone not from the dragon race, you may not be familiar with it. Every dragon expert is a prideful existence, and an ancestral dragon, as a pioneer, holds even greater pride. We can't compare to them. An ancestral dragon's inheritance is split in two. One portion is their bloodline inheritance, which is shared freely among all their descendants, and another portion is sealed in their reverse scale, serving to safeguard the bloodline from extinction. When a branch begins striving to awaken its ancestral scale, it signifies a perilous state for the race. The majority of their divine abilities can no longer be awakened, so they have no choice but to rely on the ancestral scale to revive the branch's bloodline. According to our customs, only a genius whose talent, aptitude, willpower, comprehension, and other attributes align perfectly with the ancestral dragon can inherit its reverse scale. Only such a genius can earn the ancestral dragon's favor, becoming the beacon of hope for the branch's revival. Thus, wanting to obtain an ancestral dragon's approval is as difficult as ascending the heavens. I could give him some comforting words, but in truth, I don't know how I'm supposed to comfort myself, Bai Yingxie concluded with a bitter smile. In the end, she gave him some advice, but what advice was she supposed to give herself? Like that expert, she bore her own mission. They all hoped to obtain the recognition of their ancestral scale and bring it back to their race, allowing their race to rise to their former glory. The bigger the goal, the bigger the pressure. As they approached the core of the dragon cemetery, drawing nearer to the white dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest, Bai Yingxie found herself unable to share in the excitement. Instead, a mounting tension gripped her, almost suffocating her. However, she could only tell this to Long Chen, not the rest of her people. Looking at their excited gazes, she only got more nervous. She almost wished that they would never arrive. Then she wouldn't have to face such powerless despair. "Don't worry, I'll comfort you." Long Chen smiled and patted Bai Yingxue's shoulder. This was one of his habitual actions. However, after patting her shoulder, he realized that this act was a bit too intimate considering that they didn't know each other that well. Looking at the shocked expressions of the other white dragon race's experts, he instantly felt embarrassed. Bai Yingxie also felt strange because no one had ever acted so intimately with her. However, for some reason, she felt even closer to Long Chen after it. Infected by his fearless optimism, she felt the weight of her burden lightening. Bai Yingxie remained silent and just smiled slightly. Such a warm smile instantly made Long Chen feel better. After entering another 10,000 dragon nest, Long Chen and the others saw hundreds of thousands of dragon experts sitting within its core hall with a black-robed woman in the center. They were watching the surroundings vigilantly. Seated beneath an immense scale, the black-robed woman basked in the cascading divine light, which enveloped her in its ethereal glow. Witnessing this, Bai Yingxie couldn't contain her astonishment. She's formed a resonance with her ancestral scale. That's amazing. Bai Yingxie was full of envy. Just now, they had passed through several 10,000 dragon nests with ancestral scales, and so many geniuses were in a mess, not even qualified to get close to the ancestral scale. However, the fact that someone had managed to form a resonance with their ancestral scale here couldn't be attributed solely to luck. It was a clear indication of the individual's genuine power. Aside from members of the White Dragon race, numerous other dragon experts surrounded the area. Some gazed on with envy, others with jealousy, and a few even displayed a hard light in their eyes. The dragon experts of this 10,000 dragon nest were clearly uneasy, watching the surroundings vigilantly. After all, they didn't want anyone to disturb their top expert. Luckily, all the people around were just passing by. After staring for a bit, they left, including the White Dragon race. Perhaps seeing that black-robed woman ignited a newfound sense of hope in Bai Yingxie, as her footsteps quickened with determination. They passed through hundreds of 10,000 dragon nests, each occupied by their own race. Other than the black-robed woman, only one person had managed to form a resonance with their ancestral scale, which showed just how difficult it was to form a resonance with an ancestral scale. The further they went, the stronger the auras of the 10,000 dragon nests. Some of the ancestral scales in this region were so powerful that an outsider would feel a stinging pain in their soul just from passing by. Suddenly, white light appeared ahead of them, suffusing the air with a holy aura that felt akin to sunlight on their bodies. Immediately, the experts of the White Dragon race erupted into cheers. They had finally arrived at the White Dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest. Chapter 4579 Awakening. When Long Chen arrived at the White Dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest, he was shocked to find so many people in this enormous place. A giant dragon scale hovered in the air, radiating a sparkling white light that illuminated every corner of the nest. As this light washed over Long Chen, he immediately felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. The dragon blood energy within him seemed to respond to a silent call, stirring awake and starting to circulate automatically. Was this not the White Dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest? Why were there dragon experts from so many different races here? The enormous hall was packed with people to the extent that Long Chen and his companions found it impossible to navigate through the crowd. Don't worry, they're here to receive the ancestral scale's sacred light baptism. Although they're not from the White Dragon race, the sacred light is extremely beneficial to anyone from the dragon race. Quite a few of them seemed injured from trying to commune with their own ancestral scale. The sacred light can also help them recover faster, explained Bai Yingxie. Bai Yingxie and the others didn't seem surprised at all. The White Dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest had always been revered as a sacred site for recovery within the dragon cemetery. Please make a path. When the White Dragon race's experts arrived, some people respectfully made way for them. But a lot of experts just remained where they were as if they didn't see Bai Yingxie and the others. The White Dragon race's experts felt irritation bubbling within them. This territory belonged to the White Dragon race, so they couldn't fathom why some idiots failed to recognize the distinction between the hosts and the guests. Why should we clear a path? Your White Dragon race hasn't produced anyone capable of forming a resonance with this ancestral scale. Stop making a fuss. You should leave this space for people who need to heal and undergo baptism, retorted one arrogant expert darkly. The experts of the White Dragon race seethed with anger. They had waited countless years to enter this place, all in pursuit of obtaining that ancestral scale. And this person dared to say that they would definitely fail. That was practically a bloody curse. Even the good-tempered individuals from the esteemed White Dragon race found it difficult to swallow such words. Long Chen himself couldn't be bothered to waste more words, so he reached out a hand. You dare, you must be courting death. The arrogant expert snorted and launched a fist toward Long Chen. Although he found it odd that the White Dragon race would have a strange human in their ranks, upon sensing Long Chen's feeble aura, he placed him in no regard. As the fist neared Long Chen's face, Long Chen's hand swiftly moved. Despite reacting second, Long Chen's hand flawlessly intercepted the expert's wrist. The moment Long Chen caught his wrist, this arrogant expert's expression completely changed. Long Chen's fingers were like an iron vice that would crush his wrist. Just as he was about to struggle, he suddenly found himself floating in the air. Countless startled cries rang out as Long Chen suddenly smashed him into the ground. With his immense power, Long Chen directly flattened the other party. After spitting out blood, the arrogant expert lost consciousness. Long Chen's immense strength played a significant role, but the hardness of the 10,000 dragon nest also contributed to the outcome, as it was comparable to that of a saint item. Long Chen waved his hand, sending the arrogant expert flying like a kite in a powerful gust. Hurtling into the distance, the expert collided with the wall and remained stuck there, akin to a humanoid painting. Countless people jumped in fright because the person fighting just now was not weak. However, he couldn't withstand a single attack from Long Chen. At this moment, there was no need for the white dragon race to say anything. The people in front of them instantly opened a path for them, and no one dared to be the slightest bit rude. Seeing this scene, the white dragon race's experts felt a deep sense of satisfaction. What had their kindness earned them? Would others behave similarly if the situation were reversed within the 10,000 dragon nests of others? They had long since wanted to teach a lesson to these ungrateful people, but they were restrained by the ancestral teachings of the white dragon race. Who are you? A powerful member of the dragon race approached as Long Chen led the way. His aura resembled the vast sea, indicating that he was at least a 6-star heavenly doyen. Without hesitation, Long Chen swiftly responded with a slap to the face as soon as the question was asked. Caught off guard at such close range, the individual was sent flying. As he tumbled away, chaos erupted among the countless experts who scrambled to get out of the way. Am I your daddy? Why do I need to answer your questions? This place is the white dragon race's territory. If you could come here, then I can too. Anyone who disagrees, please step forward. I'll teach you how to act as dragons, declared Long Chen disdainfully. Ever since arriving here, Long Chen had been feeling the white dragon race's ancestral scale calling out to him. As the white dragon race's experts were too kind, he decided to save some time by using violence. The slapped dragon expert clearly possessed some prestige, as tens of thousands of dragon experts stepped forward simultaneously. If you want to die, I don't mind starting a slaughter in front of the white dragon race. Long Chen snorted, and in front of their furious gazes, he went straight for the white dragon race's ancestral scale. Stop, shouted the slapped expert, halting the impending attack. The experts who had been prepared to attack Long Chen paused, bewildered. Why would their young master want them to stop? Unbeknownst to them, Long Chen had revealed his power with that slap. The dragon expert's soul trembled under the impact. As he had experienced true bloody battles, his sense of danger was sharp. His senses warned him not to provoke this seemingly weak black-robed man, so he howled at his subordinates to stop. It was fortunate that he did so, otherwise, they would all die today. Long Chen's patience had worn thin, so anyone who dared to obstruct him would meet their maker. Observing the expert's apparent submission to Long Chen, the others were taken aback. Hastily, they cleared a wide path for Long Chen to proceed. Bai Yingxie followed, Long Chen forward, sighing inwardly. If the white dragon race wasn't renowned for their benevolence, would they face such challenges from others? Long Chen continued straight toward the white dragon scale. Eventually, they reached a boundary point, and all the various dragon experts were unable to get closer to it. They could sense the gentle divine light of baptism in this area. However, one step forward would transform it from a baptism into a trial. It served as a warning line. Crossing it would unleash the gentle divine light's latent power, turning it into an overwhelming divine pressure. For those not of the white dragon race, this pressure would be exponentially greater. Furthermore, even if they could endure it, it was meaningless as they would never be able to reach the spot right below the dragon scale. Even if they did, it would be in vain, as no one not even from the white dragon race had ever succeeded in forming a resonance with this ancestral scale. When Long Chen stepped over this line, the sacred white light quivered, and the white ancestral scale started to stay. After that, in front of countless shocked gazes, one rune after another appeared on its surface. The ancestral scale has been awakened, Bai Yingxie exclaimed, her heart filled with both delight and disbelief. She covered her mouth, trembling with emotion. Chapter 4580 Dragon Sovereign. Awakening the ancestral scale marked the first crucial step toward success. It signaled the possibility of forming a resonance with it. However, for the majority, trying to awaken the ancestral scale was incredibly difficult. Most races were unable to do even that, let alone form a resonance. In order to just awaken the ancestral scale, Bai Yingxie and the others had prepared over 10 grand sacrificial ceremonies. However, as they approached the ancestral scale, it automatically awakened on its own accord, rendering their preparations unnecessary. Bai Yingshe couldn't help but glance at Long Chen, sensing a vague connection between his presence and the unexpected awakening. When she first saw Long Chen, Bai Yingshe had a strange intuition that his presence would bring them good fortune. However, she hadn't expected this fortune to come so quickly. For many, awakening their ancestral scale would deplete all their power, so by the time they wanted to form a resonance with the ancestral scale, they didn't have the energy to maintain it, resulting in failure. After all, whether it was awakening the ancestral scale or forming a resonance with it, it burned away one's essence blood. It was how the ancestral scale could accurately judge the strength of the test taker. If the test taker's power ran out during the resonance, then trying to subdue the dragon scale would be a dream. Now that the ancestral scale had awoken on its own, Bai Yingshe saved a significant amount of energy, which bolstered her confidence in subduing it. As they got closer to the ancestral scale, its sacred light grew more intense, like raging waves trying to push them back. This force wasn't frantic, but it was forceful. As a result, some of the White Dragon race's experts quickly lost the ability to keep going. They felt like there was a boulder pressing against their chests, causing them to be unable to advance a single step. "Princess, I can only accompany you until this point," they admitted defeat shamefully. Here, within the domain of the ancestral scale, they keenly felt the constraints of their bloodline talent. They could progress no further. Beyond this point, not only would their bodies be unable to endure, but their souls would also be at risk of injury. "You've done well. Your progress already surpasses any historical records. Remain here and receive the baptism." Bai Yingshe nodded, approvingly to them. She truly did feel gratified as they stood many miles further than what their elders had predicted would be their limit. This result would be enough to completely change their lives. What a good start for the White Dragon race. More importantly, thousands of them could go even further with her. The further they got to the ancestral scale, the more they would benefit. The White Dragon race's experts gritted their teeth and persevered, walking forward. Long Chen and Bai Yingshe were at the front. Bai Yingshe was like a fish in water within this sacred light. This bit of resistance was nothing to her. When Bai Yingshe looked at Long Chen, she was astonished to see that his footsteps were even lighter than hers. It was as if he didn't feel the slightest resistance at all. A few miles from the ancestral scale, only Long Chen and Bai Yingshe remained, and the others stood behind at different spots, having reached their limits in resisting the pressure. Even Bai Yingshe started to find it challenging to move. The powerful force compelled her to circulate her dragon blood power to resist it. However, Long Chen's footsteps were as easy as they ever were. Bai Yingshe couldn't help asking, "Brother Long, don't speak." Just then, an ancient and powerful voice rang out in Bai Yingshui's mind, causing her to involuntarily quiver. The distraction almost blew her back. Long Chen turned to her, looking at her curiously upon seeing her expression. Never mind," answered Bai Yingshe. Even though she tried her best to contain her shock, she couldn't hold back the disbelief in her eyes. She was quivering, but no one knew whether it was from excitement or nervousness. Long Chen was smart and could tell that she was hiding something from him, but he was tactful enough not to ask. He just continued onward with her. When they arrived right beneath the White Dragon scale, all the White Dragon race's experts tensed up. This was the critical juncture, the moment for Bai Yingshe to carry out the ceremony to form a resonance with the ancestral scale. Bai Yingshe would need to ignite her essence blood to do this, forming a bridge that would allow her to commune with the will of the ancestral scale from another era. What they hadn't expected was that Long Chen, an outsider, would manage to walk right to the bottom of the ancestral scale. Nevertheless, they harbored no concerns about it. They held unwavering confidence in their instincts and refused to believe that Long Chen would pose any threat to the White Dragon race. On the contrary, they believed that Long Chen would offer assistance during a critical moment. Suddenly, a strange scene occurred. Two rays of divine light fell from the ancestral scale, illuminating both Long Chen and Bai Yingshe. At that instant, whether it was the White Dragon race or the experts of the other races, they were all taken aback. "What's going on?" They all stared in disbelief. As seasoned experts of the dragon race, they understood the necessity of igniting their essence blood to form a bridge to commune with the ancestral scale. However, this time, it was the ancestral scale itself that formed the bridge to them, toppling their understanding of the world. Within those pillars of light, the figures of Long Chen and Bai Yingshe faded, quickly vanishing from sight. The resonance is over. They've entered the ancestral scale for the trial. Cries of disbelief echoed, reverberating even among the experts of the white dragon race. They had imagined numerous obstacles on their journey to this point, but they had never anticipated it would be so effortless. The heavens are looking after the white dragon race. We are finally going to soar, exclaimed one of the white dragon race's experts, his voice quivering with emotion. His fellow white dragons also started to shout, and some even wept, kowtowing toward the ancestral scale. Within the pillar of light, Long Chen couldn't see what was happening in the outside world, he couldn't even see by xianxia. The scene before him was constantly changing as if he had been drawn into a spacetime channel where space was constantly twisting. When the world finally became still, he saw an endless lake around him, and the surface of the lake was as flat as the surface of a mirror. Reflected on the surface of the lake was an immense figure that left Long Chen gaping in astonishment. It was an enormous white dragon, its size seemingly boundless, spanning the entire expanse of the sky, yet its complete form remained elusive. This dragon was covered in glistening white scales with beautiful marks on them, akin to jade with images of mountains and rivers, birds and flowers, as well as the sun, moon, and stars on them. As the giant dragon slowly turned, a giant dragon head emerged, fixing its gaze upon Long Chen. Long Chen returned its gaze, his astonishment evident. Suddenly, the dragon spoke, its voice resounding, "Welcome, great heir to the Dragon Sovereign." Dragon Sovereign, heir. Long Chen was left dumbfounded at the mention of these titles. Chapter 4581 Primal Bloodline. Senior, did you mistake me for someone else? Asked Long Chen. I cannot be wrong. While the dragon blood coursing in your tendons may elude the detection of others, it cannot escape the senses of my white dragon race. Within your tendons, I see the most primal divine ability runes of the dragon race. Although they are in an embryonic form, the noble sovereign chi courses deep within them. That's why I am sure you are the heir of the Dragon Sovereign, declared the enormous white dragon. Seeing the enormous white dragon so sure, Long Chen was shaken. Was the mysterious dragon expert really from the dragon race's sovereign clan? After all, it was too mysterious, only imparting the dragon's soul body forging art. Dragon roars at the nine heavens, divine dragon pendulum tail, and the cloud dragon immolation claw to Long Chen. In the past, Long Chen had felt these moves to be absolutely peerless, but as his power gradually rose, they could no longer keep up with his requirements. That was especially true in his battle with the golden fur heaven-merging monkey race. He found that his dragon blood started to wane in combat, and he had to rely more on his astral energy in the future. This realization left him extremely dejected. According to the monkey, Long Chen had lost to it because the power of his dragon blood was unable to defeat it. While Long Chen struggled to accept this reality, he also recognized the necessity of doing so. Now, hope reignited in his heart. Having seen through his thoughts, the white dragon said, "Do not worry. Your inheritance stems from the esteemed sovereign clan of the true dragon race. Moreover, the one bestowing this legacy upon you is none other than the Dragon Sovereign himself. The potency of the dragon race's divine abilities lies not in the technique, but in the power of the dragon blood itself. While your dragon blood may be pure, it is also significantly diluted, and its potency is below the king level. Engaging in combat against a pure-blooded entity at the world king level using dragon blood from the immortal king realm naturally places you in a disadvantageous position. This isn't your fault." Its voice resonated with weight and authority, yet it also carried a profound sense of reverence. Long Chen finally realized that it was right. The disparity in realms and quantity naturally placed him at a disadvantage. A few drops of dragon blood in the immortal king realm against a pure-blooded world king ancient demonic beast. There was a vast disparity between them. Thinking of that, Long Chen instantly felt full of confidence, so he cupped his fists toward the white dragon. "Many thanks for the reminder. I have another question for you, senior. Princess Xianxia says that there is a dragon scale of the sovereign clan in the core of the dragon cemetery. Is that true?" "It is true, but that is not your ultimate goal," responded the white dragon, its tone filled with a special meaning. "What do you mean?" asked Long Chen hastily. "Countless dragon nests are buried here, so don't you think this place has a special meaning behind it? There is an immense secret hidden here. Many people think that the ultimate treasure of this place is the sovereign clan's ancestral scale, but that is not true. Everyone's attention is drawn to it, but my white dragon race can sense the power behind the sovereign clan's ancestral scale. Heir of the Dragon Sovereign, that is your true target. Please permit me to activate the dragon race's primal bloodline within you." That is the only way for you to commune with the sovereign clan's ancestral scale. Please do so, Senior. Although Long Chen didn't know what activating the primal bloodline would do, he trusted that this white dragon wouldn't harm him. After all, this white dragon was many times stronger than him, able to wipe him out of existence with a single thought. There was no need for it to scheme against Long Chen. Then I'll offend you. A large claw slowly reached out, its size so immense that it seemed to encompass the entire world, rendering Long Chen minuscule in comparison. The tip of one of those claws pointed at Long Chen. Despite being just a tip, it was bigger than a mountain. With uncanny precision, it touched Long Chen on the forehead. He felt a slight pain as a small hole formed. Following that, sacred energy poured into him, causing his tendons to tighten and his dragon blood's power to suddenly erupt. As a majestic dragon cry resounded, Long Chen found himself enveloped in golden scales. The Dragon King battle armor activated automatically, and his own dragon might surged forth. Following that, Long Chen saw countless runes appear on his dragon tendons. Those were his dragon blood runes, resembling tiny dragons twisting. When this sacred energy poured into them, those dragon-shaped runes lit up. Following that, Long Chen witnessed something he found difficult to believe. Chains actually appeared on those runes, tightly binding each one of them. Long Chen was startled. How could his dragon blood have a seal on it, and how had he never sensed it before? Was this left behind by the mysterious dragon expert? But it wouldn't do such a thing, right? It is not a seal but the restriction of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth have applied a curse on my dragon race, limiting our power. Endure it. I will help you undo this restriction, and then your dragon blood will be able to flow freely without the limitations of heaven and earth's laws. All of a sudden, one of the chains on the dragon runes exploded, and an immense pain instantly spread throughout Long Chen, causing his tendons to spasm. Long Chen gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. He had already experienced pain on this level many times, so he knew he could endure it. As more sacred light flowed into his dragon tendons, the chains binding the dragon runes started to shatter one by one. The liberated dragon runes then surged forth like untamed steeds shaking off their restraints, racing wildly through Long Chen's veins and meridians. Very quickly, millions of those runes were set free, and dragon blood flowed through Long Chen's veins wildly. Long Chen couldn't help but raise his head and let out a resounding roar. As if finally experiencing true freedom. Breaking these chains didn't directly elevate his dragon blood power. However, the speed at which he could circulate it was now 100 times greater. Now, it finally felt like his own blood, following his will. Whenever he used his dragon blood divine abilities in the future, he would no longer take so much time to accumulate energy. After all, instantaneous powerful moves were the most effective moves there were. Long Chen was incredibly excited now. Many thanks for your aid, Senior. Long Chen respectfully bowed to the white dragon. This debt weighed heavily on him. You're too courteous. The white dragon race is the sovereign clan's most loyal servant, so this is simply what we should do. Now that your bloodline has been freed from its chains, every rune has transformed from a mere creek to a great sea. It can limitlessly absorb dragon blood energy. You can now go to the core and commune with the sovereign clan's ancestral scale. Heir of the dragon sovereign, I can only help you this much. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest of your journey. I wish you good luck, replied the white dragon. Your help is of incalculable value to me. I will remember this favor forever, exclaimed Long Chen as he bowed to express his gratitude again. After that, the white light around him quivered, and the scenery before him vanished. He now stood under the giant white dragon scale again. Long Chen looked at Bai Yingxie. Her eyes were closed, her expression serious. She seemed to be in the midst of some trial. Not daring to disturb her, he walked out of the white light and passed through the crowd. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a group of people, so he immediately rushed over and slapped one of them to the ground. Speak, where is the Netherdragon race's 10,000 dragon nest? Chapter 4582 Wake up. Stop sleeping. After leaving the white dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest, Long Chen didn't head in the direction of the sovereign clan's ancestral scale. Instead, he went to the left, toward another dragon nest. Through questioning a group of the Netherdragon race's experts, he learned that their dragon nest was 17 nests away from the white dragon race's nest. At the same time, he also gained a general understanding of the dragon cemetery's setup. This dragon cemetery was originally a supreme 10,000 dragon nest made of tens of thousands of 10,000 dragon nests. The Dragon Cemetery, a sacred burial ground for dragons, bore witness to the passage of time. The outer regions that were once vibrant with life now lay barren, their nests depleted of core energy and became dead nests. However, the nests in the core region remained intact and brimming with vitality. Here lay 99 nests made by the main pillars of the dragon race, and they were all extremely powerful. Among these 99 dragon races were the White Dragon race and the Nether Dragon race. They encircled one giant 10,000 dragon nest, the domain of the sovereign clan. Throughout the ages, only a very few people had ever managed to enter the sovereign clan's 10,000 dragon nest. Legend had it that it was futile to subdue their ancestral scale, and those who tried to force their way through would be annihilated by the 10,000 dragon nest's laws. That was why there was no one in the sovereign clan's 10,000 dragon nest, and everyone was working on communing with their own race's ancestral scale. Hence, Long Chen was in no rush to go there. Every 10,000 dragon nest led to the sovereign clan's nest in the end, so Long Chen simply treated this as taking a detour. Long Chen passed one nest after another. Some of the ancestral scales had awoken, but some were still in slumber. Long Chen also faced a great deal of vigilance on his way as he passed through the nests. Some dragon experts refused to allow him through, only to be sent flying with a slap. As their peak experts were working on awakening their ancestral scales, no one could stop Long Chen. The weaker ones couldn't possibly beat him, so they could only let him through. Long Chen quickly reached another 10,000 dragon nest with black chi swirling around it. The aura of the netherworld filled this place. Without hesitation, Long Chen swaggered in brazenly. This dragon nest was different from the others. It was shrouded in a thick mist that obscured his vision. When Long Chen reached the core, he was startled to find that this place was packed to the brim with experts of the Nether Dragon race. At the very least, there were several million of them here. They sat on the ground, their blood chi swirling around them. He could see specks of divine light rising out of them and flowing toward the core. When Long Chen arrived, these people didn't even look at him as they all focused on this ceremony. Long Chen walked over and saw a giant black dragon scale floating at the core. Its formidable presence sent shivers down the spines of those present, resonating with an ancient ferocity that seemed to transcend time and space. As it was absorbing the blood chi of all the Nether Dragon experts here, the black dragon scale radiated with countless shining runes, while specks of mist emanated from its surface. This mist then coalesced into a viscous black liquid, slowly dripping down the scale before landing upon a black-haired man seated beneath it. Upon contact, the liquid caused ripples and runes to appear around him. At that moment, a distinct dragon head mark materialized on his forehead, while 9 stars flickered in the space behind him. Nether Dragon Tianzhao. Long Chen was startled to see this man, the same Nether Dragon Tianzhao whom Long Chen had almost slain before. However, his aura had completely transformed, and there were 9 stars behind his head. Is he trying to become a 9-star heavenly doyen? Long Chen jumped in shock upon seeing those stars. Now, Nether Dragon Tianzhao possessed a supreme divine pressure around him and overflowing blood chi. His aura had transcended all others. This is the Nether Emperor's aura. Long Chen suddenly realized what he was sensing. Back then, this fellow had sacrificed himself to the Nether Emperor, and now, he had managed to obtain the power of the Nether Emperor. Seeing the drops of liquid from the black dragon scale landing on Nether Dragon Tianzhao, Long Chen knew that he had only managed to reach this step thanks to the Nether Emperor's power. Nether Dragon Tianzhao had started the process of subduing the ancestral scale, perhaps already on the verge of succeeding. I have to stop him. Long Chen's heart pounded because Nether Dragon Tianzhao had the power of the Nether Emperor. If he were to also obtain the power of this ancestral scale, who in the world could stop him? Long Chen didn't conceal his aura and just walked right over to the ancestral scale. All these experts had their eyes closed and didn't pay any attention to him. Once he got closer to the dragon scale, the ancestral scale quivered as it sensed his killing intent. If he were to proceed any further, the ancestral scale would give off a warning. As this ancestral scale was merging with Nether Dragon Tianzhao, they were on the same side. Long Chen couldn't find a way to sneak attack him. Long Chen gritted his teeth and gave up any thought of killing Nether Dragon Tianzhao. He then started walking toward Nether Dragon Tianzhao, and this time, the ancestral scale didn't react. Long Chen realized that with the help of the ancestral white dragon, his primal bloodline had been activated, allowing him to resonate with the Nether Dragon race's ancestral scale without encountering any rejection. However, This ancestral scale didn't condone his killing intent toward Nether Dragon Tianzhao. It naturally wouldn't let Long Chen kill its predecessor. If Long Chen had continued to harbor that killing intent, it might have even attacked him or alerted Nether Dragon Tianzhao. After giving up on killing Nether Dragon Tianzhao, Long Chen could brazenly walk right over. There were fewer people near Nether Dragon Tianzhao, but they were all incredibly strong. To Long Chen's surprise, the outer ring around Nether Dragon Tianzhao had dozens of 7-star heavenly doyens. With so many experts protecting him, no wonder he dared to so brazenly absorb the power of the ancestral scale. When Long Chen passed by one of those experts, the latter's eyes suddenly flew open. His senses were so sharp that even in a meditative state, he still sensed Long Chen. When he saw Long Chen, he was both shocked and enraged. He reached for his weapon, and a chilling aura of killing intent surrounded Long Chen. However, Long Chen remained calm and composed in the face of this hostility. He gestured to the enraged individual, indicating that he harbored no ill intentions. With a silent gesture, he motioned for the person to remain quiet and not disturb Nether Dragon Tianzhao. That expert furrowed his brow, maintaining his defensive stance but refraining from making any rash moves. After all, Nether Dragon Tianzhao was in a critical moment. If he was disturbed, it might stop this merger. Long Chen stayed still and then gestured a few times to the expert to indicate that he was here to help. After that, Long Chen walked toward Nether Dragon Tianzhao once more. While that expert was startled, he didn't dare to attack or make a sound, only gesturing for Long Chen to step back. Otherwise, he would kill him. However, Long Chen ignored him and walked right up to Nether Dragon Tianzhao. He then raised his hand, and in front of that expert's horrified gaze, he slapped Nether Dragon Tianzhao in the face. "Hey, wake up, stop sleeping." An explosive sound resounded throughout the 10,000 dragon nest. Chapter 4583 The Terrifying Nether Dragon Tianzhao. When Long Chen swung his hand, that Nether Dragon expert roared and shot at Long Chen like a bolt of lightning. His reactions weren't slow, he just didn't think that anyone would dare to attack Nether Dragon Tianzhao in this place. After all, there were millions of experts of the Nether Dragon race here, and they would tear apart such a person. In his mind, no one would be so foolish as to do so. Other than that, Long Chen possessed no killing intent and had repeatedly gestured that he had no malice toward Nether Dragon Tianzhao. To not disturb Nether Dragon Tianzhao, that expert had only repeatedly warned Long Chen. He hadn't expected Long Chen to really dare to attack. The moment he pounced, Long Chen had slapped Nether Dragon Tianzhao's face. After that, an immense explosive sound rang out, and the entire 10,000 dragon nest quivered. To Long Chen's surprise, the moment that his hand was about to come into contact with Nether Dragon Tianzhao's face, the latter's black dragon scales flashed, and a protective layer of divine light appeared on top of him. Long Chen's hand then struck the divine light and bounced back. However, the impact of his blow still transmitted through, sending Nether Dragon Tianzhao flying. Nether Dragon Tianzhao spat out a mouthful of blood. This slap might not cause any substantial wounds on him, but he was in the midst of communing with his ancestral scale. Being interrupted now caused his blood chi to run rampant inside him, almost blowing him apart. When Nether Dragon Tianzhao stabilized himself and saw Long Chen standing there, his eyes instantly turned scarlet, and his killing intent exploded to the peak. Long Chen swayed, dodging the first Nether Dragon expert's attack and shrugging at Nether Dragon Tianzhao innocently. "Why are you clenching your teeth like that? I was worried that falling asleep would affect your ability to absorb the ancestral scale's energy." At this moment, the surrounding experts of the Nether Dragon race were startled awake from their meditative state. Seeing that Long Chen had interrupted Nether Dragon Tianzhao's merger, they were enraged and took out millions of weapons. "Seal the exits, I will tear him apart today," Nether Dragon Tianzhao roared. The Nether Dragon race's experts directly flooded toward 4 exits, leaving this hall to just the 2 of them. Long Chen. Nether Dragon Tianzhao clenched his teeth furiously like he wanted to tear Long Chen apart with his teeth. "I'll return the humiliation you gave me in our last battle 1,000 times." Nether Dragon Tianzhao's words startled the experts of the Nether Dragon race. After all, Nether Dragon Tianzhao was like a god in their hearts, and no one in the Nether Dragon race could compete with him. However, from his words, it seemed that he had lost to Long Chen. They almost couldn't believe their ears. In truth, the faction of the Nether Dragon race that Long Chen had confronted when he first met the White Dragon race was present. However, they had not dared to pass Long Chen's words. They merely reported that an individual named Long Chen had slain their leader but did not disseminate this information widely. Only Nether Dragon Tianzhao knew of this. Additionally, they chose not to relay Long Chen's provocative message to wash his filthy neck and weight, out of fear that it would further enrage Nether Dragon Tianzhao and lead to their own demise. Thus, only a few people knew Long Chen's name, and none of them knew of Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao's enmity until now. How can I take back what I've given you? That's not my style. You can keep the humiliation, said Long Chen as if he were a generous guest. Nether Dragon Tianzhao glared at him gloomily. Ignoring Long Chen's teasing, he said, "Do you know what kind of pain I went through after sacrificing myself to the Nether Emperor? I almost gave up when I was pushed to the brink. But every time I thought about you, I gritted my teeth and persevered." "Sorry, but I'm not into men," answered Long Chen in a solemn tone. "I wasn't willing to die like that. I am the Nether Emperor's son, the heir to the Nether Dragon race. How could I lose to someone like you who's half human and half dragon? I have to personally kill you. I will make you endure the worst pain of your life to show the world who the real king is." Nether Dragon Tianzhao's voice intensified until it was like raging thunder throughout the dragon nest, shaking everyone's ears. "The Nether Emperor's blessing ensured that I encountered you before someone else could kill you. Today is the day of my vengeance," declared Nether Dragon Tianzhao, brandishing a black dragon spear. A mighty dragon roar reverberated through the dragon nest, and Long Chen sensed the aura of an ancient nether dragon fixating its gaze upon him. "Take out your cauldron. Let me see just how strong that so-called heaven-earth cauldron really is," shouted Nether Dragon Tianzhao. Long Chen's heart trembled at the sight of the spear. This fellow had previously suffered at the hands of the earth cauldron, and this time, he wanted Long Chen to take it outright at the start. He seemed fearless toward it, which made Long Chen cautious. The heaven-earth cauldron was one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items. What weapon could possibly beat it? Yet this fellow dared to challenge it directly, a move that defied logic. "Against you? Nah, I don't need to dirty the heaven-earth cauldron with your filth." Long Chen extended his hand, summoning a blood-colored saber into his grip. He aimed the blade at Nether Dragon Tianzhao, and a wild hurricane of energy surged around him. "The confidence of a fool will only hasten your defeat," Nether Dragon Tianzhao retorted. Nether Dragon Tianzhao roared and lunged forward, his black dragon spear booming as it thrust toward Long Chen. Dragon scales materialized atop the spear, and a formidable power erupted from it. "Careful, that's the tooth of an ancestral dragon." The earth cauldron's warning rang out in Long Chen's mind. Indeed, the black dragon spear emanated an intense aura of death, leaving Long Chen with no room for hesitation. He swiftly summoned the 7-star battle armor, enveloping himself in its protective embrace. Meanwhile, his saber began to glow with the radiance of stars. A wild chi wave erupted, accompanied by the resonating cry of a dragon. Long Chen felt the overwhelming force blast him backward, causing his arms to tremble as he was forced to retreat 7 steps. Each step left a deep imprint in the ground, and cracks spidered out from the impact. "How can you possess such terrifying power?" exclaimed Long Chen, a mixture of shock and anger evident in his voice. "Fool, do you think that I'm the same Nether Dragon Tianzhao? Face your death," shouted Nether Dragon Tianzhao, his manifestation appearing behind him. Within it, a colossal black dragon emerged. With a shake of the spear, Nether Dragon Tianzhao's manifestation went into the weapon. After that, he launched another attack, the aura of his spear 10 times more formidable than before. Chapter 4584 Emperor Power. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was startled. With swift movements, he slashed his saber 5 times in succession. As he executed the 5th slash, the power of all 5 strikes converged into a single devastating blow. A deafening explosion reverberated as Long Chen's saber collided fiercely with Nether Dragon Tianzhao's spear. The clash of these 2 formidable divine weapons unleashed a blinding explosion of divine light. The 10,000 dragon nest trembled violently as wild power surged through it, causing cracks like spiderwebs to spread across its structure. The explosive impact blew both Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao back this time. Long Chen staggered, nearly coughing up blood, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Nether Dragon Tianzhao declared, "Do you feel my power? I've long since transformed. I am the son of the heavens, and once I absorb the ancestral scale's power, my power will multiply 100-fold. The only pity is that you won't live to see that day." Nether Dragon Tianzhao attacked again, his spear rumbling. Every black scale on the spear was like an erupting volcano that unleashed apocalyptic power. Facing the relentless assault of Nether Dragon Tianzhao, Long Chen let out a thunderous roar and launched another fierce attack with his saber. The weapon shimmered with starlight as the two of them exchanged 3 consecutive blows, each strike more ferocious than the last. The walls made of dragon bones couldn't withstand the relentless exchanges and continued to shatter with every impact. Hiding in the channels, the Nether Dragon experts endured the residual power from the intense clashes. The weaker ones among them suffered from bleeding eyes, ears, and noses, overwhelmed by the heavy pressure. With a resounding boom, one of the walls in the hall collapsed, smashing toward Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao. Reacting swiftly, the two dodged the incoming debris, which crashed to the ground and formed a gaping hole. The walls and ground here were tougher than immortal metal. When the onlookers looked at the fallen fragment, they were shocked to find that it was actually a complete dragon head. Despite being forced back by the falling dragon head, Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao roared at the same time and clashed in the air. A huge spear image and saber image collided with tremendous force, their clash echoing through the surroundings. The dragon head exploded upon impact, causing a giant crystal core to burst through the walls, leaving a large hole. This was a rarely seen dragon core, a condensation of the dragon's power. Its value was second only to a reverse scale. Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao moved at the same time, reaching out with giant dragon claws toward the hole. While the dragon core held immense value to both of them, it was particularly precious to Nether Dragon Tianzhao. When 2 dragon claws grabbed the dragon core, 2 deafening roars echoed through the air. The colossal dragon core could not withstand the immense power exerted by both Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao. It exploded with a tremendous force, shattering half of the 10,000 dragon nest into pieces. Facing the shockwave, the experts of the Nether Dragon race vomited blood, unable to endure it. Die, shouted Nether Dragon Tianzhao. When Long Chen destroyed the dragon core that should have been his, it fueled Nether Dragon Tianzhao's anger even further. His dragon spear then surged forward in a barrage of countless spear images that filled the air. You destroyed my treasure. How dare you? Long Chen roared. If he had obtained that dragon core and tossed it into the black soil, he could have gotten so much life energy. But it was wasted just like this. Hearing Long Chen's retort, Nether Dragon Tianzhao almost coughed up blood. Everything here was his, so how did it become Long Chen's? The dragon spear danced, meeting the swift strikes of the blood-colored saber. Black chi raged as stars spun around them. As this was their second clash, there was no need for any probing blows, they directly started at full power. They exchanged hundreds of blows at once. Suddenly, Long Chen quivered and was sent flying backward. Long Chen's expression changed as he inspected his blood-colored saber. To his dismay, he found a peanut-sized nick in it. The dragon spear had managed to damage his saber. Long Chen felt a surge of aggrievement. This was the only divine weapon that could barely endure his astral energy. Now that it was damaged, it was essentially worthless. Even though it was just a small nick, it signified that it couldn't endure his astral energy anymore. An ordinary weapon dares to challenge an ancestral dragon's tooth. How laughable. Had I subdued the ancestral scale and activated its divine runes, do you think this broken saber would be able to withstand a single blow from me? Sneered Nether Dragon Tianzhao upon seeing the nick on Long Chen's saber. Nether Dragon Tianzhao grinned at Long Chen's infuriated expression. Are you angry? Afraid? No, this is just the beginning. Now, I'll show you the vast difference between us. I'll return everything you've owed me 1,000-fold. Ha ha ha. Nether Dragon Tianzhao raised his head and laughed, consumed by hatred. His previous defeat at Long Chen's hands had driven him to sacrifice himself to the Nether Emperor. Although he had survived, the excruciating pain he had endured was beyond imagination. It was his burning desire for revenge that fueled his perseverance. Take out your heaven-earth cauldron. I'll show you how I'll personally smash it. Nether Dragon Tianzhao pointed his dragon spear at Long Chen arrogantly. Long Chen then dragged his gaze away from his saber. Eyeing Nether Dragon Tianzhao, he disdainfully said, "Someone as stupid as you shouldn't play such childish games with me. If that bronze cauldron I had really was the heaven-earth cauldron, that broken spear of yours would be nothing. You've repeatedly taunted me into taking out my cauldron simply because you have a trap set up and want to take it." The fact that Nether Dragon Tianzhao had taunted him twice to take out the heaven-earth cauldron immediately made Long Chen suspicious. His goal was obvious. Nether Dragon Tianzhao's smile vanished, replaced with ferocity. "Great Nether Emperor, hear your son's call. Bestow me my Emperor power." Nether Dragon Tianzhao pressed his hands together, praying to the void. The entire 10,000 dragon nest trembled violently as an eerie power enveloped it. In an instant, Nether Dragon Tianzhao's aura underwent a profound transformation, as if he had been possessed by the soul of a divine emperor. Long Chen's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints as he saw another person's figure overlaid upon Nether Dragon Tianzhao. The sight sent his astral energy into a frenzy, spiraling out of control. Chapter 4585 No Need to Give Me Face. When black chi swirled around Nether Dragon Tianzhao, an emperor's pressure crashed down as if the Nether Emperor had descended. It was as if the entire world could crumble in front of that pressure. You little ant, do you finally comprehend the power disparity between us? Nether Dragon Tianzhao's voice thundered with an ancient and weighty aura, resonating through the 10,000 dragon nest with overwhelming power. Pointing his spear at Long Chen, Nether Dragon Tianzhao emitted a sharp killing intent that instantly locked him down. This is your final chance. If you still don't take out the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, you won't have another chance. Long Chen felt his soul shuddering in front of this killing intent. Due to his powerful soul and will, not many people could lock him down, especially someone in the same realm. However, this time, he sensed the Nether Emperor's will in this lock, along with something strange. Have you lost your mind in the face of imminent death? Sneered Nether Dragon Tianzhao. Long Chen chuckled in response. If I were to die, how would you explain yourself to the Nether Emperor? What are you talking about? Long Chen replied, if my guess is correct, when you sacrificed yourself to the Nether Emperor, you should have perished. Those trials you supposedly passed were likely just the bare minimum. So, what really moved the Nether Emperor wasn't your talent or your willpower but the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Did you pledge to surrender the Heaven-Earth Cauldron to him in exchange for your life? Is that why the Nether Emperor is supporting you? No wonder you're so eager for me to reveal the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. It seems that if you can't obtain it, the consequences will be severe. Long Chen had gotten suspicious when Nether Dragon Tianzhao repeatedly urged him to take out the Earth Cauldron. As he spoke, he observed Nether Dragon Tianzhao's expression change several times. Even if his guess wasn't entirely accurate, it probably wasn't that far off. What a bunch of nonsense. I am the Nether Emperor's son. If I want to use the Nether Emperor's power, I must give him something in return. If you're going to be so stupid, don't blame me when I don't give you a chance to use the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Roared Nether Dragon Tianzhao. When the Nether Emperor's power flowed into his spear, the 10,000 dragon nest stopped quivering, and the entire world became still. Long Chen put away his damaged saber. After all, it could no longer contain his astral energy, so he decided not to use it anymore. With his hands clasped behind his back, Long Chen seemed to give up on resisting, catching Nether Dragon Tianzhao by surprise. In his confusion, he actually retracted half the power of his spear, but even half could deal a grievous wound to Long Chen if he didn't wield any weapon. You really dared to say such big words. Before I take out the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, you don't have the guts to kill me, sneered Long Chen. Nether Dragon Tianzhao's actions now proved his guess. Die, Nether Dragon Tianzhao roared, thrusting his spear at Long Chen with unbridled fury. Long Chen's words had struck a nerve, they were all true. When he offered himself to the Nether Emperor, he had pleaded for a second chance, and the Nether Emperor had granted it. However, there was a condition attached. He had to retrieve the cauldron Long Chen had used, the very one that had broken his weapon. It was then that Nether Dragon Tianzhao realized that this cauldron was an item that could even sway the Nether Emperor. Perhaps it was indeed the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items. After passing the Nether Emperor's trials, he obtained supreme divine energy, propelling him from a 3-star doyen to a 9-star doyen. Additionally, he gained the power of the Nether Emperor, which elevated his strength to a level even he feared. He understood that this was all bestowed upon him by the Nether Emperor. If he couldn't fulfill the mission, the Nether Emperor would not just take it all back, he would ensure Nether Dragon Tianzhao suffered a life worse than death. This was a secret that no one else knew other than himself and the Nether Emperor. However, Long Chen had actually guessed it, causing Nether Dragon Tianzhao to feel both afraid and angry. When a person's secrets were figured out by others, they would naturally become nervous. Nether Dragon Tianzhao's face twisted with savagery as his spear pierced toward Long Chen. Suddenly, an explosive sound resonated through the air. Nether Dragon Tianzhao's arms shook, going numb as his spear flew out of his grasp. Feeling startled, he flew back to retrieve his weapon, only to find Long Chen shielded by a giant lightning shield. Millions of lightning runes formed defensive layers on top of the shield, and behind it stood a beautiful maiden. "Inferior human, do you only rely on external power to survive?" shouted Netherdragon Tianzhao, shocked by this lightning spirit. He knew that Long Chen had won, but he had not expected it to have grown to this level. According to reason, as a lightning spirit made of the world's wild lightning, Lei Linger should be unwilling to submit to anyone. So, as her master, Long Chen shouldn't have allowed her to grow stronger than himself, as the risks of a backlash were far too high. However, Lei Linger now had a saint's aura around her, and her thunder force was so intense that it almost made Netherdragon Tianzhao spit out blood. How could he not be shocked? External power, what a joke. Does your dragon spear not count as one? Does the Nether Emperor's power not count as one? Oh, let's not talk about your heavenly Doyan power. Do you not know where it comes from? Can you please use your brain before speaking? Sneered Long Chen. HMPH, even if you use external power, it's useless. A little lightning spirit isn't worth anything in front of me, roared Netherdragon Tianzhao, and he attacked once more. Really? Taunted Long Chen. He then smiled and looked at Lei Linger. Remember how you always complained that I wouldn't let you go all out? Now's your chance. Don't give me face, and just go all out. In that case, big brother Long Chen, you should get back and protect yourself. Lei Linger smiled, but there was a harsh light in her eyes. Her violet hair started to flutter without a breeze, mirroring the sway of her dress. Within her gaze, a lightning rune materialized, but it was not alone, chains tightly bound its power. Long Chen's breath caught in his throat at the sight. A seal. Long Chen hadn't expected Lei Linger to seal her own power like this. When he realized this, he immediately shot back. Just then, Netherdragon Tianzhao's dragon spear pierced toward her with supreme divine energy, only for Lei Linger to catch it in her small hand. Yet, Netherdragon Tianzhao's power was unyielding, pushing Lei Linger further and further back. Her feet left a long ditch in the ground. Saint Lightning Seal, release. She bellowed, and the chains binding the rune within her eyes rattled ominously. In a burst of raw energy, untamed lightning erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. Chapter 4586 Lei Linger vs. Netherdragon Tianzhao. As wild energy exploded out of the lightning runes around Lei Linger, Long Chen felt a burst of power crash into him. Helpless against its onslaught, he was hurled through the air, crashing violently into the walls of the 10,000 dragon nest. Long Chen's heart shook. When he cast a glance back at Lei Linger, she appeared like a goddess of lightning. The magnitude of her full power was simply beyond his expectations. While Lei Linger had engaged in battles prior to this, she had always wielded power within her complete control. This unbridled display of her true might was utterly terrifying. When Long Chen told her to go all out, she directly undid her seal, causing her power to burst like an unrestrained horse. That was why she had told Long Chen to distance himself, as she could not fully control this power. When this wild power surged forth, Netherdragon Tianzhao was its first victim. A torrent of lightning sent him flying. To his surprise, he was unable to resist this torrent of lightning. Now, he felt like he was lost in heavenly tribulation, and his fate was no longer in his own hands. Netherdragon Tianzhao tried to use his spear to resist the lightning, but his efforts were futile as his spear was enveloped by crackling lightning that paralyzed half of his body. The sensation was akin to millions of needles mercilessly piercing his hands. Despite the dire predicament, it was undeniable that Netherdragon Tianzhao was a terrifying existence. Any other expert would have succumbed to Lei Linger's power. Lei Linger was unleashing the purest Saint Lightning, something that eternal experts had to go through during tribulation. The Eternal Realm had 3 levels: Eternal, Saint, and Sage King. Each transition between these 3 realms called forth Saint Lightning, albeit with different thunderforce. In the primal chaos space, Long Chen had tossed in a lot of corpses. As they sank into the black soil, the thunderforce locked inside their bodies was unleashed. Although each individual corpse didn't contain much thunderforce, the remaining thunderforce in their bodies was always the purest kind of thunderforce that was also the easiest to absorb. Immersed in the relentless torrent of Saint Lightning day after day, Lei Linger gradually learned how to use it. However, she couldn't use it for a prolonged time. It was like a beggar sitting on a mountain of gold, possessing wealth but lacking the knowledge to use it. Hence, she had to invent this kind of seal. By sealing it within her, the Saint Lightning could not leave and gradually merged with her. In her previous battles, she hadn't dared to undo this seal because her control wasn't strong enough yet. After all, Saint Lightning would run rampant once unleashed. However, through this period, Lei Linger had managed to control at least a portion of the Saint Lightning's power. While it was only a fraction of its full potential, it instilled her with newfound confidence. A little lightning spirit dares to be arrogant. Scram! Nether Dragon Tianzhao roared. As the black chi around him ignited, a supreme divine might erupted. It was the Nether Emperor's power. Both Nether Dragon Tianzhao and Lei Linger were sent flying backward by the impact. Lei Linger had lost an arm in the clash. Meanwhile, Nether Dragon Tianzhao spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision swimming in stars. He had never expected a lightning spirit to be able to block the power of the Nether Emperor, a supreme existence. Even if he could only control a trace of it, it was a power that could destroy heaven and earth. However, this supreme power couldn't defeat a single lightning spirit. A turbulent mix of shock and fury surged within Nether Dragon Tianzhao at this realization. Little did Nether Dragon Tianzhao know that Lei Linger's thunder force derived from heavenly tribulation, imbuing it with a resistance against the Nether Emperor's might, which primarily targeted mortal lifeforms and wasn't that effective against the law of the heavens. With a light sway, lightning runes condensed into a new arm for Lei Linger. At the same time, she also materialized a lightning spear in her hand. Its pitch black hue shimmered with the radiance of dragon scales, and it had an uncanny resemblance with Nether Dragon Tianzhao's dragon spear. This was a divine weapon condensed from lightning runes. However, these were black lightning runes that represented divine punishment, death, and annihilation. When Long Chen underwent tribulation, traces of this black lightning would appear, increasing in intensity as he got stronger. This black lightning symbolized more than mere power, it embodied the relentless force of annihilation dictated by the laws of the heavenly Taos. Previously, Lei Linger had not reached a level where she could harness this annihilation will. However, as she absorbed the Saint Lightning's essence, she gradually attained mastery over this formidable power. In truth, Lei Linger may have possessed the ability to wield this power for quite some time, perhaps unknowingly. In front of Nether Dragon Tianzhao, she felt like she needed a divine weapon crafted from something stronger. To her surprise, she had summoned Annihilation Lightning. Lei Linger didn't retreat in front of Nether Dragon Tianzhao's attack and stepped forward, thrusting her lightning spear at him. As two identical divine weapons crashed together, an explosion of apocalyptic power ensued. The 10,000 dragon nest erupted in chaos, with countless dragon corpses hurtling through the air. The Nether Dragon experts within were sent flying, while the weaker ones directly died. In a single devastating attack, they destroyed the 10,000 dragon nest. Long Chen just stood in stunned silence. While he had anticipated that Lei Linger's power might surpass his own, he hadn't imagined her to wield such overwhelming strength. The great power of the Nether Emperor isn't something a brainless fellow like you can resist. Roared Nether Dragon Tianzhao, his hair flying wretchedly. He seemed to have gone insane. Despite unleashing his full power in that last attack, he still almost spat out blood. He never thought that there would be someone in this world who could resist the power of the Nether Emperor. Like a madman, Nether Dragon Tianzhao repeatedly attacked with his dragon spear, causing dragon cries to reverberate throughout the heavens and earth. Lei Linger faced him head-on. Although she seemed small and frail, her power was limitless. In front of his barrage of attacks, she continued to advance and attack. Another powerful explosion erupted and blew both of them back. Lei Linger then pointed her black spear at Nether Dragon Tianzhao, her gaze sharp. Nether Dragon Tianzhao looked very disheveled, his scarlet eyes showing a sense of frustration. Despite his relentless onslaught, he failed to gain any advantage over a lightning spirit, a realization that nearly drove him to madness. Suddenly, Nether Dragon Tianzhao turned to Long Chen, his gaze bearing a lethal intensity. Sitting far away, Long Chen nonchalantly indulged in refreshments and wine on a table, observing the chaos with leisure. Nether Dragon Tianzhao finally snapped. A crown-like rune appeared on his forehead, ablaze with dark energy. His aura instantly grew sinister and terrifying, as if he had been possessed by something malevolent. Chapter 4587 I'm beating up the Nether Emperor. Nether Dragon Tianzhao roared and charged at Long Chen. Seeing this scene, Lei Linger blocked his way, only to be sent flying by his spear. The sudden surge of Nether Dragon Tianzhao's power left her stunned. She found that she couldn't inflict effective damage on him any longer. You are possessed by the Nether Emperor's will. Well, so what? The person I'm gonna beat up is precisely the Nether Emperor. Long Chen flipped the table, sending the refreshments and snacks flying at Nether Dragon Tianzhao. Regrettably, The astral winds surrounding Netherdragon Tianzhao had crushed the table before it could get close to him. Sorry. Long Chen took out his saber once more. Against Netherdragon Tianzhao, he had no choice but to use the blood-colored saber again. Long Chen swung his saber, and as expected, upon colliding with the dragon spear, it exploded, unable to bear Long Chen's astral energy any longer. However, it had accomplished its final mission, diverting the dragon spear and propelling Netherdragon Tianzhao past Long Chen. His twisted face nearly grazed Long Chen's as he soared past. Long Chen instinctively swung his hand, and with a resounding explosion, Netherdragon Tianzhao tumbled back. However, Long Chen's hand was left bloodied from the impact. The Nether Emperor's power. Long Chen's hand throbbed with pain, yet in that instant, he had touched the essence of the Nether Emperor's power. The power was incomparable, exceeding all laws. It was an irresistible force, inducing a sense of despair in those who faced it. The Nether Emperor's will had possessed Netherdragon Tianzhao, rendering him invulnerable. I refused to believe it. Triggered by the pain in his hand, Long Chen actually took the initiative to charge toward Netherdragon Tianzhao. Netherdragon Tianzhao roared in response, swinging his spear through the air. However, due to their close proximity, Netherdragon Tianzhao's long spear couldn't effectively strike Long Chen. Long Chen swiftly swung his left hand, delivering another resounding slap to Netherdragon Tianzhao's face, causing him to stagger backward. Given how powerful Long Chen was, he could even blow a mountain apart with his slap. However, Netherdragon Tianzhao seemed to be protected by some kind of power, as he only bore a bloody handprint on his face. Surprisingly, it was Long Chen's hand that suffered injury from the force of the slap. With a furious roar, Netherdragon Tianzhao tried to counterattack. Long Chen once more slapped him, interrupting his counterattack. Is the Nether Emperor so amazing? Wasn't he still killed in the end? What's so amazing about being his puppet? I'll still slap you to death. Long Chen exhibited an astonishing level of ambidexterity as he delivered slaps to Netherdragon Tianzhao from every angle. Despite Netherdragon Tianzhao's attempts to evade or defend himself, he couldn't escape the inevitable fate of being slapped. He repeatedly roared with fury. At this time, the huge disturbance drew countless experts to watch the spectacle. The first thing they saw when they arrived was Long Chen crazily slapping Netherdragon Tianzhao's face. Netherdragon Tianzhao was wielding his dragon spear, dodging left and right, but every slap solidly landed on his face. He looked like a son who had committed a grave sin and was solemnly receiving punishment from his father without retaliation. Heavens, what am I seeing? Has this world gone crazy? Netherdragon Tianzhao had caused a huge storm in the dragon domain and had personally said that he would unify the entire dragon domain, becoming the dragon domain's #1 expert of this era. In just a few days, he had defeated the peak geniuses of the various dragon races. Not a single one of them could withstand more than 10 exchanges against him. Netherdragon Tianzhao's arrival in the dragon domain was rather strange. The amount of time he had been there was extremely short, but his power had shaken the entire dragon domain. The top 10 junior experts of the dragon domain had been undefeated for many years, but when Netherdragon Tianzhao appeared, the dragon experts felt that the ranking would change soon. Unfortunately, all 10 of them were in seclusion, so he had no chance to challenge them. Yet, he did defeat the expert ranked 13th in the dragon domain. Despite unleashing all his power, that expert could only endure 9 exchanges against Netherdragon Tianzhao. Furthermore, Netherdragon Tianzhao appeared completely at ease and seemed to be holding back, leading people to believe he would undoubtedly enter the top 10, perhaps even the top 5. Now, the 10,000 dragon nest of the Netherdragon race lay in ruins, causing a ripple effect that drew out numerous experts from the surrounding nests to investigate. Seeing the person classified as the top 10 of the dragon domain being slapped repeatedly in the face, they wondered whether they were hallucinating or something. Long Chen's bizarre movements were mesmerizing, showcasing his proficiency in close-range combat. On the other hand, Netherdragon Tianzhao's power was primarily concentrated in his weapon. By fighting so closely, Long Chen rendered his weapon ineffective, turning it into a hindrance that weighed him down. Long Chen was like glue stuck to Netherdragon Tianzhao. No matter what the latter did, Long Chen's hand would accurately strike his face. Despite having the protection of the Nether Emperor, every slap left him dazed and confused. Long Chen's face slaps inflicted no physical harm, but the damage they inflicted on the psyche was excruciatingly painful. Netherdragon Tianzhao suddenly covered his head with both his arms. As a result, Long Chen stopped slapping his face. Instead, He grabbed Nether Dragon Tianzhao's hair and slammed his knee into Nether Dragon Tianzhao's nose. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was clear, but toward the end, the following cracking sound sent shivers down the experts' spines, and even their own noses twitched. It was like they could feel the same pain as Nether Dragon Tianzhao with every impact. All the spectators were dumbfounded. Just what had happened to Nether Dragon Tianzhao? Why did he seem like a cripple? Why was he not fighting back? From what they saw, Long Chen's movements lacked any technique to speak of, so it should be easy to throw him off. Hence, they didn't know why Nether Dragon Tianzhao wasn't fighting back. Actually, Nether Dragon Tianzhao also wanted to retaliate, but he was helpless. He felt like he was in an unwakeable nightmare. At such a close range, he couldn't retaliate against Long Chen. He seethed with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, these attacks couldn't inflict real damage on him, so he wouldn't die any time soon, at least not physically. Now, he could only hope for his smart subordinates to rescue him. As long as they attacked Long Chen, he would grasp that chance to create some distance between them and attack Long Chen with all his power. However, even after all this time, his dumb subordinates just stood there like lifeless statues. Did their mothers drop them when they were babies? Why wouldn't they take the initiative to help? After all, Nether Dragon Tianzhao couldn't just shout, "Help me," as that was the same as admitting defeat. Finally, the stupid Nether Dragon lizards snapped out of their stupor. They just realized that their undefeatable battle god wasn't feigning weakness but was really helpless against the barrage of Long Chen's divine slaying slaps. Then, all of them charged forward together. Lei Linger had long since been prepared, and her technique crashed through them. Chapter 4588 Netherdragon Blood Massacre. At some unknown point, the sky above them became covered in lightning clouds. When the Netherdragon race's experts wanted to assist Netherdragon Tianzhao, a torrent of lightning swords descended upon them. Their expressions shifted abruptly as they realized they had overlooked Lei Linger's presence. In an instant, they found themselves ensnared by lightning swords. Blood flowed as the lightning swords slew the weaker ones. The swords easily tore through their ranks, leaving behind a gruesome sight. However, the Netherdragon race indeed had plenty of powerful experts. More than 10 7-star heavenly doyens surged forward, their dragon spears converging on Lei Linger simultaneously. Unexpectedly, their movements were identical, and their energies mixed in a similar form to a formation. A lightning spear swept through the air, sending them all flying and hacking up blood. In front of Lei Linger, their combined power was just a stinky fart. Netherdragon Essence Blood Heaven Earth Lock. All of a sudden, the 7-star doyens shouted at the same time, and the blood they had vomited out transformed into runes that linked into chains, which then weaved into a giant net. Lei Linger hadn't expected these experts to have such a combination technique. The runic net covered her before she could react. Unable to dodge, Lei Linger just snorted and extended a hand toward the net. Lei Linger's thunderforce erupted, rumbling the chain net, causing countless cracks to cover it. However, to her surprise, this strange net didn't break apart. Even while using the power of Saint Lightning, she couldn't break this net. She suddenly had a bad feeling and summoned a lightning spear in her right hand, tearing at the net. The net was tough, but now that it was damaged, she was confident that she could break it. At this moment, every survivor of the Netherdragon race unleashed a combined roar. A blood-colored chain surged forth from their ranks, entwining itself around the perimeter of the chain net. When Lei Linger's attack landed, the net trembled, and all of those Netherdragon experts grunted together. Her expression then changed as she realized that the net had not only blocked her attack but also transmitted the damage to all of those experts. Her power was rendered ineffective, unable to cause any substantial damage. Who would have expected the Netherdragon race to possess such a defensive technique? Just as she tried to think of a way to escape, the ground burst open, and another chain net appeared beneath her. After that, the two nets merged, completely trapping her. With nowhere to go, she struggled with all her power, but she couldn't do anything as millions of Netherdragon experts jointly withstood her attacks. Seeing Lei Linger trapped, the top experts of the Netherdragon race shot after Long Chen. They knew they couldn't kill Lei Linger, so they just hoped to trap her for a while. Their goal was solely to save Netherdragon Tianzhao. The first one, to reach Long Chen, thrust his spear at Long Chen's back. This powerful 7-star doyen unleashed his full power without hesitation, abandoning all defenses. His sole intent was to sacrifice himself if it meant killing Long Chen. Just as the spear was about to make contact with Long Chen moved in a strange way, causing the spear to veer off course and thrust directly toward Nether Dragon Tianzhao's chest. What? That expert was startled but was in no position to withdraw his attack. Nether Dragon Tianzhao was indeed pierced in the chest, but at that moment, his protective divine light flared up, deflecting the spear with a burst of power. The expert spat out blood as a result. His attack couldn't damage Nether Dragon Tianzhao's defense, which was bolstered by the power of the Nether Emperor, and he faced the backlash because of it. Just as he spat out blood, Long Chen's foot crashed into his chest. Utilizing a twisting force, Long Chen's hand sliced through the air with precision. This expert's attack disturbed Long Chen's tempo, prompting Nether Dragon Tianzhao to use the chance to retreat. However, how could Long Chen give him the chance? If Nether Dragon Tianzhao managed to create distance again, Long Chen's advantage would vanish. The next moment, Long Chen's hand struck the fleeing Nether Dragon Tianzhao right in the face, eliciting startled cries from the onlookers. Long Chen was practically twisting horizontally in the air, his foot and hand swinging and striking almost simultaneously. The onlookers were mesmerized by this unprecedented and bizarre movement. Just when Nether Dragon Tianzhao thought he had escaped, Long Chen resumed his slapping gig again, unleashing a barrage of slaps with both hands. Nether Dragon Tianzhao was caught by the slapping maestro again, powerless to stop this madness. The spectators were astounded by the spectacle unfolding before them. It was both comedic and awe-inspiring, leaving them deeply shocked by Long Chen's incredible power. In the eyes of the spectators, Long Chen wasn't even trying to kill Nether Dragon Tianzhao, he was just toying with him, intentionally humiliating him. It was as if Long Chen had Nether Dragon Tianzhao in the palm of his hand, or rather, with the palm of his hand. Little did they know that Long Chen did try to kill Nether Dragon Tianzhao, but the lucky bastard was protected by the power of the Nether Emperor, so Long Chen was unable to kill him. Unable to really injure Nether Dragon Tianzhao, Long Chen sought comfort in humiliating his soul. Long Chen's phantom-like movement art enabled him to slap Nether Dragon Tianzhao's face from all angles. Like before, Nether Dragon Tianzhao folded his arms around his head to prevent Long Chen from slapping him. As a result, Long Chen grabbed his hair and slammed his knee into Nether Dragon Tianzhao's nose again. A familiar sound that made people wince echoed in the air once more. Seeing that familiar sight, everyone stood in silence. Were they back to the start? The only difference this time was that the Nether Dragon race's experts were coming to assist Nether Dragon Tianzhao. However, Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao were spinning all around the place. If they were to attack recklessly, they might hit Nether Dragon Tianzhao. They tried to unleash probing blows to stop their spinning but couldn't find a good opportunity. After a while, panic started to set in their dumb lizard heads. You idiots, what are these attacks? Use the Nether Dragon Blood Massacre. Nether Dragon Tianzhao roared, only for Long Chen's knee to smash his teeth apart and cut him off. But those experts hesitated. If they were to unleash that attack with their combined power, what if they killed Nether Dragon Tianzhao? Hurry up, roared Nether Dragon Tianzhao. Clenching their teeth, the 7-star Doyens suddenly raised their spears together. A chilling aura then enveloped Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao. Chapter 4589 Emperor Blood Silk Net. The 7-star Doyens' blood chi erupted like raging flames as they pointed their dragon spears at Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao. Runes lit up on the tips of their spears, sucking dry the murderous aura within heaven and earth. The spectators' expressions turned grave. This is the Nether Dragon race's killer move. After igniting their essence blood, they combine their power for an ultimate attack. Once their power fuses, they can't control it. This one attack will use up all their energy, but the impact is world-destroying. Is Nether Dragon Tianzhao trying to drag Long Chen down with him? But things haven't reached that point yet. Has he gone crazy? These spectators didn't know what Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao had experienced and also couldn't understand his actions. However, when the 7-star Doyens of the Nether Dragon race made their moves, these spectators hastily retreated. At first, the ignited essence blood could be considered flame seedlings, but the seedlings quickly grew out of control with raging flames exploding out of them, its terrifying heat twisting heaven and earth. Long Chen, you're an idiot. I have the Nether Emperor's power to protect me. I have an undying body. Let me see how you take this, roared Nether Dragon Tianzhao. Just then, rays of divine light shot out, merging into one column that headed straight for Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao. In that moment, a deathly silence descended upon heaven and earth, as if time itself had halted. The sheer power of this attack enveloped everyone, filling the air with the unmistakable scent of impending death. Long Chen suddenly kicked Nether Dragon Tianzhao in the butt, sending him flying straight toward that light. However, the width of that column was so immense that Nether Dragon Tianzhao alone wasn't enough to fully shield Long Chen. With an earth-shattering explosion, the divine light vanished in an instant. The space where Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao stood was torn asunder, revealing countless fragments of spacetime hurtling in all directions. Through the resulting cracks within the void, countless twisting seams came into view. Everyone was stunned by this sight. This attack had already surpassed the scope of their understanding. The void rapidly healed. Just then, a figure appeared from within the channel in the void, coughing up blood. It's Nether Dragon Tianzhao. He survived. He didn't die even after that. He's absolutely terrifying. Nether Dragon Tianzhao didn't die. Actually, if he wasn't coughing up blood, they wouldn't even know that he was injured. Not far from Nether Dragon Tianzhao, divine light shimmered as a bronze cauldron materialized above Long Chen's head, shielding him from harm. This is what I was waiting for. Nether Dragon Tianzhao spat out blood, yet a sinister smile hung on his face. He suddenly pointed a finger, unleashing a ray of divine light that exploded the void above Long Chen's head. As the divine light transformed into a black silk net, the earth cauldron's cry rang out in Long Chen's mind. That's a net made of Emperor blood silk. As expected, he came prepared. If I'm wrapped by that net, its curse power will invade my core, and I'll once more fall into a slumber. The Emperor blood silk originated from a species of silkworm that could be regarded as part of the same race as the Nether Emperor. It boasted an unparalleled toughness, rendering it virtually indestructible. Legends claimed that this silk possessed the remarkable ability to stretch limitlessly. Its length could match the vast expanse of heaven and earth itself. The Emperor blood silkworm was one of the most nefarious beasts within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. As it consumed the netherworld's rotting corpses and resentful spirits, the silk that it spat out not only contained poison but also terrifying curse energy. The Nether Emperor must know that I'm in a weakened state. This net is a perfect counter against me. Long Chen, think of something, urged the earth cauldron. Don't worry, since I dared to take you out, I'm naturally not afraid of his scheme, replied Long Chen. Seeing that net, Long Chen grabbed the earth cauldron and flew back down the channel. You can't get away. This Emperor blood silk net is a treasure bestowed upon me by the great Nether Emperor. Its sole purpose is just to capture your heaven-earth cauldron. Now that you've taken it out, the net will pursue you forever. There's nowhere for you to run, ha ha ha. Nether Dragon Tianzhao laughed, his arrogant appearance back. His ultimate goal was Long Chen's heaven-earth cauldron. He had persistently sought to provoke Long Chen into revealing it, but Long Chen had been reluctant to do so. In truth, his subordinate's combined attack was also part of his scheme. He would have perished under that attack had he not been shielded by the Nether Emperor's power. Therefore, he had wagered everything on this gamble. If Long Chen wished to survive, he would have no choice but to reveal the heaven-earth cauldron. Once Long Chen did so, Nether Dragon Tianzhao's mission would be accomplished. Within this channel, Nether Dragon Tianzhao was powerless to attack Long Chen, so he was trying to use his fading Nether Emperor's power to escape this channel. Otherwise, he would be trapped here. Long Chen was the same. He needed to use the power of the Earth Cauldron to resist the power of spacetime and escape, or he would die in this chaotic space. The minute Nether Dragon Tianzhao unleashed the Emperor Blood Silk Net, he started to flee. Now, the rest was up to the Emperor Blood Silk Net. The Earth Cauldron was rapidly evading the pursuit of the Emperor Blood Silk Net, which fortunately, seemed light and not particularly fast. It was trailing from a great distance. Despite its seemingly slow pace, Long Chen couldn't shake the feeling of being relentlessly watched by an unyielding gaze. It was as if no matter where he fled, he could not escape the net's inexorable pursuit. Just then, Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao made their escape from the channel just as it closed behind them. Had they been any slower, they would have been ensnared by the net. I knew that once I used it, there was no taking it back. Long Chen was unable to draw the Earth Cauldron back into the primal chaos space or his spiritual space. Although it hasn't reached me yet, its curse seal has locked onto me. As long as it's nearby, you won't be able to put me away, said the Earth Cauldron gravely. The Emperor Blood Silk Net started to get closer again. At the same time, the broken fragments of the 10,000 dragon nest started to decay. Ha ha ha, where will you run now? Taunted Nether Dragon Tianzhao. He finally had a chance to breathe. While the Nether Emperor's protective divine light was growing faint, he still felt excited. Run. Do I need to run from a shitty net? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen abruptly closed both of his eyes and then slowly opened one. A torrent of black divine light streamed into his eye, forming 3 flowers within. Purgatory 3-flower pupil, Long Chen shouted. The 3 flowers in his eyes spun, and a giant 3-flower diagram appeared in the air, enveloping the Emperor Blood Silk Net. Chapter 4590 Purgatory 3-flower pupil versus Emperor Blood Silk Net. The image of 3 flowers appeared in the void, and at the center of it was the Emperor Blood Silk Net. Do you not want your life any longer? The Earth Cauldron cried out in shock to see Long Chen use the 3-flower pupils. Sharp pain struck Long Chen's eye, and it felt like it was breaking. Blood then flowed down the corner of his eye. The Emperor Blood Silkworm is from the same race as the Nether Emperor, and everyone from his bloodline is capable of controlling the laws of the Netherworld. What are you trying to do? Exclaimed the Earth Cauldron. I'm going to drag it into the primal chaos space. I want this treasure, declared Long Chen through gritted teeth. Even as excruciating pain racked his eye and it felt like it would break apart, Long Chen persevered. The 3 flowers in his eyes continued to spin, synchronizing with the 3 flowers in the void that locked onto the Emperor Blood Silk Net, causing it to rotate with them. However, a quiver from the Emperor Blood Silk Net disrupted the synchronization, rendering the 3 flowers in the void unable to rotate it any further. You're crazy. This is impossible. You don't understand what kind of existence the Nether Emperor is. You are nothing more than an ant in front of him, shouted the Earth Cauldron. Perhaps Long Chen didn't understand how great the Nether Emperor was, but the Earth Cauldron did. The vast gulf between them was indescribable. The only trump card you have right now that can fight it is the Golden Lotus Seed. Try to summon it, suggested the Earth Cauldron with a hint of panic. No, I want to try this. The void cracked and creaked as 3 black flowers slowly spun in Long Chen's left eye. Seeing this scene, Nether Dragon Tianzhao was stunned. Perhaps others didn't understand what the Emperor Blood Silk Net represented, but Nether Dragon Tianzhao was profoundly aware of it. It was the divine artifact that the Nether Emperor had personally bestowed upon him, with strict instructions not to utilize it until the appearance of the Earth Cauldron. The Emperor Blood Silk Net harbored the blood and wool of the Nether Emperor himself. Even for Nether Dragon Tianzhao, merely carrying it around was enough to make his soul tremble. Yet now, Long Chen was forcefully subduing and binding it to his will. The 3 flowers in the void clashed intensely with the Emperor Blood Silk Net, their energies intertwining in a fierce confrontation. While the physical state of the net remained unchanged, the sheer power they unleashed caused the very fabric of heaven and earth to change color. The spectators in the distance didn't know what the Emperor Blood Silk Net was, but they could tell it was something extremely terrifying. Hence, their hearts trembled as they saw Long Chen use pupil art with his left eye to trap the Emperor Blood Silk Net in midair. When Long Chen activated his purgatory eye, dark energy seemed to stir and follow the movement of the 3 flowers in the void. The Earth Cauldron was shocked. This energy, could it be? Nether Dragon Tianzhao was also stunned speechless. Although he didn't understand pupil arts, seeing the Emperor Blood Silk Net start to spin with the 3 flowers, he had a bad feeling. The next moment, the dragon spear in his hand transformed into a streak of black light shooting toward Long Chen. He knew he had to interrupt Long Chen's pupil art. From within an explosion of flames, a red-robed maiden appeared and struck the dragon spear. Although she was unable to stop it, she diverted its direction, and it flew by Long Chen. Nether Dragon Tianzhao waved his hand, causing the dragon spear to fly in a strange arc and return to his hand. He once more shot at Long Chen. Don't even think about going over with me here. World Extermination Flame Lotus, Huo Linger cried out, forming hand seals. A multicolored flame lotus then shot toward Nether Dragon Tianzhao. With another explosive sound, Nether Dragon Tianzhao's spear pierced through the flame lotus. A resounding dragon cry reverberated, and flames erupted. Huo Linger was evidently unable to halt Nether Dragon Tianzhao's advance. Despite the waning brilliance of Nether Dragon Tianzhao's Nether Emperor light, it had yet to fully vanish. Huo Linger's power paled in comparison to Lei Linger's, so she couldn't resist the Nether Emperor's power. There was a large gulf between them. Seeing that her flame energy was ineffective against the Nether Emperor's power, Huo Linger hastily formed more hand seals and summoned huge pillars of flame, trapping Nether Dragon Tianzhao in a giant cage. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Nether Dragon Tianzhao roared, and his dragon spear smashed through the flame pillars one by one. These pillars of flame were formidable obstacles that others wouldn't dare to approach so recklessly. However, with the protection of the Nether Emperor's power, Nether Dragon Tianzhao could easily disregard their fiery threats. Whether it was the Ice Soul Divine Flame, the Moon Flame, or the Sun Flame, the Nether Emperor's power blocked them all, rendering them ineffective. Huo Linger found herself completely suppressed in the face of such overwhelming force. In a panic, Lei Linger wanted to go and support Huo Linger. With her Saint Lightning, she would have some ability to contend with the Nether Emperor's power. However, Lei Linger was tied up and couldn't afford to split her focus. Huo Linger could only hold Nether Dragon Tianzhao back as long as she could, but her power was ineffective against him. Hence, Nether Dragon Tianzhao was steadily closing in on Long Chen. Nether Dragon Tianzhao finally shook off Huo Linger's bindings and charged at Long Chen, his spear thrusting toward Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly moved and turned his purgatory eye to Nether Dragon Tianzhao. When Long Chen's eye locked onto him, Nether Dragon Tianzhao's hair stood on end, and his soul quivered. The space around him warped and twisted, causing the spear to veer past Long Chen's shoulder. At the same time, he was shocked to find himself instantly transported thousands of miles away. Meanwhile, the void rumbled with intensity. The three flowers in the void spun rapidly, exerting control over the Emperor Blood Silk Net, which now rotated in synchronization with them. Panicked, Nether Dragon Tianzhao let out a roar and charged through Huo Linger's blockade once more to attack Long Chen. Long Chen delivered a powerful slap to Nether Dragon Tianzhao's face while using the Purgatory Eyes. With an explosive sound, the slap sent Nether Dragon Tianzhao flying through the air. A gut-wrenching sound reverberated as the force of the slap shattered the protective divine light surrounding Nether Dragon Tianzhao, causing severe damage to half of his face. His Nether Emperor power had finally reached its limit. With Huo Linger's power exhausting it, this slap was the final nail in the coffin. If Long Chen pushed the attack, Nether Dragon Tianzhao would be in deep shit. However, Long Chen was in no mood to do so and focused all of his power on the Emperor Blood Silk Net. However, the slight moment of distraction caused it to cease spinning. When it halted, Long Chen's heart sank. This meant that all his previous efforts had been in vain. Furthermore, his purgatory eyes had been pushed to the limit already, so there was no way he could do this again. His eye was in immense pain, as if red-hot metal was pressing against it. Blood was covering half of his face. Fuck, as long as I'm still alive, there will be another chance in the future. You can scram now, Long Chen shouted. The rune on his left eye lit up, and the three flowers in the void exploded. Their explosion caused a giant vortex to form. Like a gaping maw, it devoured the Emperor Blood Silk Net, so when the vortex vanished, so was the Emperor Blood Silk Net. A sharp, searing pain shot through Long Chen's left eye as he lost half of his vision. Long Chen's fury finally exploded as he turned toward Nether Dragon Tianzhao, his voice coming through clenched teeth. You insolent brat, you've lost me my treasure. I'll skin you and rip out all your bones. Chapter 4591 Blood Sacrifice Dragon Tooth. Long Chen's Kunpeng wings spread as he shot at Nether Dragon Tianzhao, starlight covering his entire body. Startled, Nether Dragon Tianzhao raised his dragon spear against Long Chen's fist. With an explosive sound, the impact sent both of them reeling backward. Nether Dragon Tianzhao spat out blood, shocked to discover that Long Chen had more energy left than he did. At that moment, the Nether Dragon race's peak experts charged forward. Although they had used up all their energy in their last attack, within their 10,000 dragon nest, their recovery was rapid. Hence, they had recovered to around 60% of their full power. While still not at their peak, the same applied to Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao. After enduring a grueling battle, they were akin to arrows nearing the end of their flight. Suddenly, Huo Linger vanished, and Long Chen started to chant. A sacred scripture echoed across heaven and earth as flames surged in Long Chen's hand, coalescing into a flame lotus. He still has energy left. The spectators in the distance were shocked. While they hadn't seen the entirety of Long Chen and Nether Dragon Tianzhao's battle, just catching the end already left them speechless. In their view, neither Long Chen nor Nether Dragon Tianzhao could have that much energy left. However, when that flame lotus appeared in Long Chen's hand, the world changed color. His flame energy scoured the heavens, shaking people's souls. World extermination flame lotus, Long Chen roared, and the flames in his hand expanded crazily, devouring this entire space. This was the result of the merger between Huo Linger's flame energy and Long Chen's spiritual strength plus flame will. As the enormous flame lotus fell on the ground, a wave of fire spread in every direction, incinerating countless Netherdragon experts into nothing but ashes. Less than 100 of them survived. This attack even affected the other 10,000 dragon nests, melting some of them and exposing the ancestral scale at the core. The spectators had previously hidden within the caves, and after seeing that devastation, they all gasped. Long Chen was panting for breath as he had hit his limit. He felt like his soul would split open. Using the purgatory eyes really took its toll on him, especially on his soul. Long Chen spread his kunpeng wings and flew straight toward a lump of earth. That lump suddenly blew apart, revealing Netherdragon Tianzhao. He's not dead yet. The spectators were startled to see him. Long Chen's attack just now had been targeting Netherdragon Tianzhao, so theoretically, the latter had borne the brunt of its impact. Yet, he still survived, showcasing an astonishing resilience. Long Chen's fist smashed toward him. Unexpectedly, Netherdragon Tianzhao lifted someone with his hand and flung them toward Long Chen. Long Chen's fist then blew apart a 7-star Doyan, causing a rain of blood to fall. Using this chance, Netherdragon Tianzhao quickly shot back toward the ancestral scale. Lei Linger, stop him. Long Chen suddenly realized something and shouted at Lei Linger. He knew he wouldn't be able to catch up to Netherdragon Tianzhao in time. Lei Linger had regained her freedom. Thanks to Long Chen's world extermination flame lotus, Sashi immediately formed hand seals upon hearing Long Chen's command. A wall of lightning formed around the ancestral scale, blocking Netherdragon Tianzhao. Blood sacrifice dragon tooth. Netherdragon Tianzhao spat a mouthful of blood onto his spear, igniting it with vitality. At the same time, the ancestral scale seemed to receive a summons and unleashed a ray of divine light. The ray of divine light then pierced Lei Linger's lightning wall, intertwining with Netherdragon Tianzhao like an ethereal rope. Before Long Chen's follow-up attack could connect, Netherdragon Tianzhao had vanished without a trace. However, a furious roar still echoed out. Long Chen, just you wait. Once I subdue this reverse scale, I'll make you kneel and repent. Long Chen slapped his leg in frustration. He had been just a step too slow, allowing Netherdragon Tianzhao to slip into the dragon scale space. Senior, help me out. Shatter this dragon scale. I'm going to turn this fellow into stew, exclaimed Long Chen. The earth cauldron retorted, don't be foolish. I would be infected by its blood if I did that. My power is not even 1/10,000th of my peak, so I wouldn't be able to deal with the consequences. Furthermore, while you may have diverted the Emperor Blood Silk Net to another realm, it remains locked onto us. Who knows when it will reappear again? Furthermore, you should be mentally prepared. That net cannot be broken, and it will be like an unremovable maggot. Also, your eye is severely wounded. You should focus on what's important instead of wasting time on this worthless fellow. The net will still return. Long Chen was startled. He had been unable to draw the Emperor Blood Silk Net into the primal chaos space, so he had used the power of the Purgatory Eyes to send it into a crack in space. According to reason, it should be lost in the endless chaotic flow of space, never to appear again. The Emperor Blood Silk Net is more formidable than you realize. Sending it into the chaotic flow of space won't rid you of it. You're too optimistic. It will return, and it will be even stronger. Time is running short. You must strengthen yourself, or it will catch us off guard when we refine pills together, warned the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen's heart sank at the warning. He had just obtained the 8th star's pill formula and still needed to gather all the ingredients. Without the Earth Cauldron's help, he would be doomed. Then what am I supposed to be doing? Asked Long Chen, his thoughts a mess. Fool, what did you come here for in the first place? Snapped the Earth Cauldron irritably. Long Chen stared blankly. He didn't know if it was due to using the Purgatory Eyes, but his thoughts were muddled and unclear. You're after the Sovereign Scale. What are you wasting time for? Continued the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen slapped his leg again, realizing his purpose. He was indeed after the Sovereign Scale. As he was just about to set off, the Earth Cauldron interjected, but it would be futile to pursue the Sovereign Scale now. Seek out the White Dragon race and harness their sacred energy to heal yourself. Long Chen nodded in agreement. When his gaze swept through the battlefield, he noticed that Lei Linger and Huo Linger had returned, having decimated the remaining Netherdragon forces without waiting for his command. The corpses of the Netherdragon experts were everywhere, but the intact corpses were the elites among elites. Long Chen tossed them into the primal chaos space. Ignoring the astonished gazes of countless dragon experts, he departed. Chapter 4592. We can't last much longer. Big Brother Long Chen. When Long Chen walked into the channel, he staggered and almost fell. Lei, Linger and Huo Linger hastily supported him, their faces filled with worry. I'm fine, I just didn't expect to be so exhausted after using the purgatory eyes this time, said Long Chen. Long Chen found it curious. Unlike previous instances when he used the purgatory eyes, this time he hadn't been pressed as hard. In theory, using this technique shouldn't have incurred such a heavy toll, but it appeared that he had unintentionally overdrafted his own energy. Is it because of him? Long Chen connected this to his heart devil. Ever since its disappearance, he had always felt like something was a bit off. This time, when he used the purgatory eyes, he noticed a real drop in his power. Somehow, he started to miss his heart devil a bit. If his heart devil were here, perhaps he could have taken away the net. Suddenly, a splitting headache overwhelmed Long Chen, and stars danced in his vision. He hadn't felt anything before, but the minute he exited his combat state, weariness attacked him. He felt like he was about to collapse. Long Chen didn't dare to show any weakness though. Although he had left the Nether Dragon race's territory, he had to go past quite a few dragon nests to reach the White Dragon race's nest. If he were to seem too weak, someone might attack him. To get here, he had beaten up anyone who had dared to block his way. If they were to learn that he had lost his combat strength, it would be strange if they didn't attack him. Long Chen gritted his teeth and acted like he was fine. With Lei Linger and Huo Linger protecting his sides, he passed through one nest after another. On his way back, he found that all the experts in these nests were staring at him vigilantly. Some were even clenching their weapons with quivering hands. Long Chen hadn't expected them to be more nervous than him, but he suddenly understood. The spectators of his battle had likely transmitted the events of his clash with the Nether Dragon race through their bloodlines to their own kin. Just now, Long Chen had essentially wiped out the Nether Dragon race, and the only survivor was Nether Dragon Tianzhao, who had fled into the ancestral scale space. Such an event was rare in Dragon race's history, so how could they not feel apprehensive? After all, Nether Dragon Tianzhao was publicly accepted as someone on par with the Dragon Domain's top 10, possibly even among the top 5 heavenly geniuses. The whole Nether Dragon race had also been accumulating power for countless years. After gathering their elites, Nether Dragon Tianzhao even declared that he would subdue the sovereign clan's ancestral scale and unify the Dragon Domain. Sadly, the bold declaration aged like milk. Long Chen had single-handedly decimated Nether Dragon Tianzhao's faction, leaving them all in shock. Also, when these people looked at Long Chen, they could feel the ominous presence of the dragon's curse emanating from him. This curse was the accumulated resentment of dragon experts slain by his hand. Long Chen's air of resentment was frighteningly dense, especially for the dragon experts, which was why their reaction toward him was so intense. When they saw Long Chen, they couldn't help but get nervous. Those who had tried to block Long Chen before got far out of his way when he passed this time, quivering in fear. They were afraid of his revenge. Most importantly, their strongest experts were communing with their ancestral scales and could not be disturbed. If Long Chen were to cause trouble for them now, they would be powerless to resist. So, when Long Chen passed through their nests, they were terrified, and when he finally left, they all sighed with relief. After a while, some of them found that their backs were covered in sweat. Long Chen easily passed through this region and arrived at the White Dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest. This place was still peaceful, as the battle on that side didn't disturb this place. Also, given the characters of the White Dragon race, they probably wouldn't go watch even if they did sense something. Everyone was around the White Ancestral Scale, in the process of a sacred ceremony. When Long Chen arrived, he finally couldn't endure any longer. His vision turned black as he passed out. Darkness, endless darkness. Long Chen slowly floated down in what seemed like a black, bottomless abyss. There was no end to it, he was just falling. However, for some reason, he didn't feel any fear within this darkness. Instead, an unusual sense of tranquility washed over him. It almost felt like he had returned to being a fetus in the womb, being nourished by the world. Here, no one could harm him. Long Chen slowly descended, and a pair of eyes silently appeared above him. They were pitch black, one with the darkness. Merciless and cold, they resembled the eyes of a malevolent being peering down at Long Chen. However, Long Chen remained oblivious. He was as serene as a slumbering infant, unmoving, just like the eyes themselves. In this abyss, there was no hint of light or sound. Space and time seemed non-existent, as if everything the world once held had been consumed by darkness. Suddenly, those eyes staring at Long Chen moved. They gazed into the distance and then slowly vanished. Great 9-star heir, you can't keep sleeping. The ancient voice once more rang out. Within the darkness, Long Chen's eyelids twitched as if he was trying to pry open his eye but failed. He tried to open his mouth to speak but was powerless to do so. Great 9-star heir, I know you're tired, but you don't have time to rest. You are getting closer and closer to me. At the same time, your situation is growing more and more precarious. Hurry and activate the 8th star. Pass through the channel to the 9th heaven and save us. We can't hold on much longer. Long Chen suddenly sat up as the darkness vanished, and a gentle white light was enveloping him. There was a giant white dragon in the air looking at Long Chen. Long Chen knew that this was the white ancestral scale's inner space. Many thanks, Senior. Long Chen hastily rose and thanked the white dragon. Great dragon sovereign heir, being able to help you is my honor, responded the dragon humbly. Long Chen suddenly looked around and saw that Bai Yingxie was also here. He was delighted. Does this mean she has received your approval? Long Chen was happy for Bai Yingxie. She was gentle and kind, and he hoped for her to gain this ancestral scale's power. Originally, with her aptitude, she wouldn't be qualified to come here. But due to your arrival and the karma involved, I considered it and gave her this chance to enter this space. As for whether or not she can subdue the ancestral scale, it will be up to her, replied the white dragon. Suddenly, the white dragon solemnly said, Great dragon sovereign heir, I feel like it is time for you to leave. Chapter 4593 The Sovereign Clan's 10,000 Dragon Nest. That's right, I am all better now. I should leave. Long Chen found that he was healed. Even his left eye no longer hurt, and he could open it. But for now, he definitely shouldn't use the purgatory eyes. He was very thankful to the white dragon race. At the very least, he didn't need to wear that uncomfortable eye patch. When he wore it, he even looked like a bad person. Other than his left eye, he was fully recovered, which showed that the white dragon race's sacred energy was extremely effective. No, you misunderstand. I am not asking you to leave because you're healed. Your goal is to get the sovereign scale, but I can sense that the nether dragon race's ancestral scale is on the verge of accepting a master. I feel like you have something more important to do, explained the white dragon. On the verge of accepting a master. In other words, he's about to subdue the ancestral scale, asked Long Chen as he jumped in shock. That was too fast, wasn't it? It is a bit fast. Theoretically, it should have taken Netherdragon Tianzhao half a month, but he only needed 3 days. After all, he's cheating as he has another energy supporting him, replied the white dragon. Fuck, it's definitely the Nether Emperor's energy, said Long Chen, his tone tinged with hatred. The Nether Emperor's power was actually above the ancestral scales. With its help, Netherdragon Tianzhao could progress smoothly. Other than that, he also had the dragon tooth spear from the same ancestral dragon. With these two conditions added together, he naturally progressed quickly. You don't need to feel too much of a rush though. Subduing the ancestral scale is an entirely different concept from having it recognize you as its master. I won't explain too much about it. You will understand soon, said the white dragon. Long Chen nodded. After thanking it once more, he glanced at Bai Yingxie, who seemed to be in a deep slumber. He then turned and stepped out of the white domain. Long Chen reappeared in their 10,000 dragon nest. Its core was filled with white dragon experts sitting peacefully under the ancestral scale, bathing in its light. On the perimeter, there were countless other dragon experts present, absorbing this sacred light as well. Long Chen also saw many dragon experts with weaker cultivation bases here. It seemed that they lacked their own inheritances, so they came here to benefit off of the white dragon race. They were all rather obedient and were just quietly sitting there, not causing any ruckus. Long Chen then walked out and went in the opposite direction of the Netherdragon race's nest. As he passed through the area, he found that almost every ancestral scale here had started to react. Some successors had finished the initial step and were like Netherdragon Tianzhao and Bai Yingxie, having entered the ancestral scale space. Wherever Long Chen went, the atmosphere tensed as those who saw him became vigilant. After all, during the time Long Chen had slept, the news of him obliterating the Netherdragon race had spread to every corner of this area, so they all knew his face. Long Chen just ignored them as he was just passing by. After going through over 10 nests, the number of nests started to drop. The nests in this area were perfectly intact, but their ancestral scales were absent, leaving uncertainty as to whether they had been subdued and removed. As Long Chen moved through another nest, a low rumble echoed in his ears, akin to a dragon soaring through the skies. Simultaneously, a distant dragon cry resonated in his mind, carrying an ancient resonance filled with a sense of desolation. Long Chen's dragon blood surged within him in response. The Dragon King battle armor materialized around Long Chen, responding to a powerful summons. Sensing the powerful call, Long Chen hastened his steps. He quickly saw a passage of fire up ahead. When the raging flames struck him in the face, he felt his blood qi ignite and form similar flames. This burning, Long Chen was shocked to find that this ignition was completely different from the concept he knew of. This was a kind of energy transformation, not simply burning his blood qi away. Beads of blood appeared on his skin and ignited, causing red flames to appear all over him. It was like he was clad in flame armor as dragon blood energy filled his entire body. I really know too little about the power of dragon blood. Sadly, Senior isn't present. Otherwise, I could definitely learn more divine abilities from it. Looking at these flames and sensing the dragon power raging within him, Long Chen found that even as his dragon blood burned, the core energy of his dragon blood wasn't used up or damaged. This manifestation stemmed from the dragon blood coursing through his veins, responding to an external call beyond his control. Long Chen paused momentarily to sense its origin before pressing forward. The terrain ahead transformed into molten magma, and crimson flames engulfed the surroundings. Despite their intimidating presence, Long Chen felt an unusual affinity toward them. The scorching heat enveloped him like a comforting embrace, radiating a sense of warmth and familiarity. Stepping across the magma, Long Chen continued onward. This area seemed to influence his dragon blood, triggering it. As a result, the flames coming out of him grew stronger with time. Long Chen suddenly saw a giant dragon skeleton in front. Its flesh and blood had long since dissolved, leaving behind only charred bones ablaze with dragon runes. As he approached, the skeleton started to disintegrate, consumed by the molten magma until nothing remained but smoldering embers. It was at least a 7-star doyen. Although it was just a skeleton, Long Chen could sense its powerful aura. This 7-star doyen had come to test their luck, only to die in this passageway. Long Chen guessed that the skeleton originated from a powerful genius who lacked an inheritance in this land. Otherwise, they would have chosen to subdue their own race's ancestral scale before coming here. Due to not possessing an ancestral scale and being unable to resist the allure of the sovereign scale, they took the risk of coming here. However, they couldn't even see what the sovereign scale looked like before dying here. Looks like I'll also have to risk it all. Seeing that a powerful 7-star doyen had died here without even having a chance to escape, Long Chen knew just how terrifying this magma was. However, these flames weren't harming him but helping him instead. Long Chen had never enjoyed such an advantage in this lifetime. Long Chen continued onward and saw no one else. Most likely, the most formidable experts would refrain from venturing here without first subduing their own ancestral scales. As for those lacking an ancestral scale to inherit, they faced the grim fate of being consumed by the magma, with no opportunity for escape. Long Chen followed the magma path, walking for 2 hours. With each passing moment, the flames grew stronger. However, Long Chen still didn't feel any pressure and advanced smoothly through the flames. Suddenly, the wild flames vanished, revealing a peaceful world. Long Chen's heart nearly skipped a beat as he beheld this unexpected sight. Chapter 4594 Forcibly Switching Blood. At the heart of this 10,000 dragon nest was a sea of magma, but it was different from the magma in the passageway, as it was like a calm lake. Without terrifying heat and wild chi waves, it was a calm world of red. Above the calm magma was a red dragon scale. When Long Chen saw this red dragon scale, his heart started to pound wildly to the extent that he could no longer hear anything else. All he could hear was his heartbeat. His heartbeat quickened, sounding like a thunderous drum in his ears. Long Chen could feel the red dragon scales beating along with him. At first, Long Chen only felt his blood heating up. However, as his heartbeat quickened, Long Chen had a bad feeling. With every beat, Long Chen felt like a volcano was erupting inside of him, and his vision flickered. All of a sudden, Long Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, his shock intensifying as he noticed its rainbow hues. A tinge of fear crept into his eyes as a troubling realization dawned upon him. Following that, he spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, it was his violet blood. Long Chen realized with dread that the sovereign scale was forcibly expelling his core essence blood. In other words, this sovereign scale was so domineering that it wanted to forcibly switch out his blood until only dragon blood remained. "Senior, you can't do this," shouted Long Chen. In a sudden eruption, blood sprayed from Long Chen's mouth as his heart could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. As his heart shattered, blood-colored light rose out of the lake of magma. Countless beams of light converged on Long Chen, ensnaring him in their radiant grasp. Bound in this light, Long Chen felt blood energy pouring into him. His heart started to regenerate amidst this influx of power. Long Chen actually didn't have to use the primal chaos space's life energy to heal. But before he could rejoice, the new heart pounded, and Long Chen vomited blood once again. All of this blood was his 7-color supreme blood and violet blood. Long Chen howled, "Stop messing around. I'm from the human race, not the dragon race. I don't want to switch out my blood." However, no one replied to him. His heart kept tightening, squeezing out his 7-color supreme blood and violet blood. It was like a pump that extracted his bloodline. As Long Chen's essence blood fell, the rays of light sent drops of blood into him to replace his lost blood. Long Chen was livid. Although he could feel his body rapidly strengthening thanks to this influx of blood, he couldn't accept such a thing. "Release me, I don't want your inheritance. Let me go," Long Chen roared furiously, struggling with all his might. But the rays of divine light were like unbreakable ropes tying him. Lei Linger and Huo Linger appeared and attacked those threads at the same time. However, their power appeared minuscule this time, unable to shake his bindings. "Senior, save me." At this time, Long Chen could only beg for aid from the Earth Cauldron. However, the Earth Cauldron fell into a deathly silence and didn't reply. Long Chen's heart once more shattered and reformed, while more of his blood came flying out. 2 kinds of blood flew out and were devoured by the magma here, vanishing without a trace. Long Chen almost went crazy. He roared and struggled, but it was all useless. More dragon blood poured into him, changing his constitution. Now, Long Chen found that he could barely sense his 7-color supreme blood and violet blood's existence inside of him. "I told you to stop." Long Chen let out a heaven-shaking roar that contained a will to subdue heaven and earth, as well as a killing intent that encompassed all the 9 heavens. Long Chen's thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens and earth, each syllable dripping with chilling killing intent. With an explosive force, the threads binding him shattered into countless fragments. The surface of the magma lake erupted in response to his powerful roar. The entire 10,000 dragon nest quaked with the intensity of his furious bellow. His voice was like an imperial edict. After the echoes faded, the 10,000 dragon nest descended into silence once more. As for Long Chen himself, he lost consciousness and simply hovered in midair. "You shouldn't have tried to act smart. You just did something unnecessary." The Earth Cauldron's voice rang out. The Earth Cauldron was clearly speaking to the dragon scale. However, the scale didn't reply. After a moment of silence, a ray of divine light shot out of it and entered Long Chen. Then Long Chen vanished, and the magma sea once more moved, as if nothing had ever happened. Long Chen was immersed in a blood-colored sea and started to molt. Bone spurs grew out of his flesh and fell. The blood sea contained endless energy that was changing his constitution. Dragon scales appeared on him, each displaying a unique color and shape. As these scales emerged and receded repeatedly, Long Chen's once pale skin gradually transformed into a bronze hue, resembling the rugged texture of dragon hide. After a while, Long Chen woke up. With a resounding roar, he surged forth from the blood sea. Despite the immense power pulsating within him, he felt no elation. Instead, a seething rage consumed him. Killing intent exploded out of him. "For your size, you have a big temper." An icy snort rang out. Long Chen turned his gaze to see a muscular middle-aged man clad in blood-colored armor, his towering frame exuding a formidable presence akin to a metallic fortress. With his square face and electric eyes, he exuded an intimidating divine light. The sharp angles of his face made him look like an extremely unyielding person. Standing in front of him, Long Chen felt like he was looking up at a natural ruler. "Were you the one who took my 7-color supreme blood and violet blood?" roared Long Chen furiously. "Fool, you possess the dragon race's strongest bloodline. Why do you need those worthless bloodlines? Your human race is really insatiably greedy, snorted the middle-aged man. Shut up, return my blood, Long Chen roared and charged at the middle-aged man, swinging a fist at him. Chapter 4595. Unable to take a single blow. Long Chen's clenched fist emitted a piercing soundwave as boundless power surged within him, far surpassing his previous limits. However, consumed by fury, Long Chen didn't even notice this. He was only thinking about reclaiming his bloodlines. The middle-aged man's palm easily blocked Long Chen's indomitable power. Despite blocking Long Chen's full-powered attack, the man remained unshaken, and the impact forced Long Chen to spit out a mouthful of blood. Long Chen seethed with rage as he realized that the blood he had vomited out was no longer rainbow-colored. Moreover, he couldn't sense the familiar fluctuations of his violet blood. Because of the shock, his vision dimmed, and he nearly passed out. The seven-color supreme blood and the violet blood had vanished. While the middle-aged man had forcibly strengthened him, both his bloodlines were gone. I really don't understand why the great dragon sovereign would take a fancy to a fool like you, commented the middle-aged man as he waved his hand. Long Chen felt an irresistible force send him flying. Like a flat stone, he skipped across the magma and smashed into the wall of the 10,000 dragon nest. Long Chen felt like all his bones were about to break. That one attack almost shattered him. Long Chen let out a primal roar, and starlight enveloped his body. With a forceful slam of his hand against the wall, he propelled himself back toward the middle-aged man, not realizing that he was capable of fully becoming astral now. Before this, he could only materialize an astral fist or astral arm. However, now that his entire body had reached that level, it could be considered a divine weapon. An endless starry river coursed through him. The middle-aged man's palm intercepted Long Chen's fist again, triggering an explosive shockwave that caused the magma sea to churn. Waves surged outward from the point of impact between their fist and palm. Return my bloodlines, Long Chen bellowed, his astral energy pulsating with increasing intensity. His power surged higher and higher, causing the entire 10,000 dragon nest to tremble. For a fleeting moment, a hint of emotion flickered in the middle-aged man's icy gaze. However, it vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a disdainful snort. With a shove, he sent Long Chen flying back into the same spot with 10 times the power. This time, Long Chen smashed straight through the wall, creating a new channel in the 10,000 dragon nest. Blasting through multiple walls, he didn't even know how far he went before he stabilized. By then, he found himself in a different nest. As he came to a halt, Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his fury igniting like never before. It was his first time experiencing such humiliation. His bloodline was given to him by his father and mother, but it was tossed aside like trash. With a deafening roar, Long Chen prepared to charge back, determined to reclaim what was rightfully his. That's about enough. At this time, the Earth Cauldron's voice rang out. What do you mean, enough? Do you think that this is meaningless? My body is a gift from my parents and can't be harmed. If I couldn't even protect my own bloodline, how can I have the face to remain in this world? How am I supposed to face my parents? Roared Long Chen, his voice hoarse with rage. However, that middle-aged man was too strong. Long Chen was like an ant in front of a dragon, having no ability to resist. It was his first time feeling so powerless. He couldn't even protect what was most precious to him. Fool, who said that your bloodline is gone? Sighed the Earth Cauldron. Startled, Long Chen tried to sense his body closely, but he found himself unable to detect any fluctuations from his bloodlines, let alone access their divine abilities. Enraged, Long Chen was about to voice his frustration when he suddenly noticed two runes that had inexplicably appeared on the surface of his heart. One rune was 7 colors, and the other was violet. Long Chen was delighted to sense the fluctuations of his 7-color supreme blood and violet blood inside of them. That fellow was going to switch out your blood in the magma sea, erasing your 7-color supreme blood and violet blood, making you a pure-blooded member of the dragon race. However, he underestimated the human race's bloodlines. When your bloodline was unable to resist, they chose to enter hibernation. They are waiting for their chance to reawaken and take their rightful place. Even your bloodlines were capable of enduring and retreating when they encountered an undefeatable foe, but you are like a fool who only knows how to attack despite knowing that you can't win. It's the pinnacle of foolishness, sighed the Earth Cauldron. Hearing that, Long Chen calmed down a bit and tried to sense those two runes closely. After sensing their fluctuations, he finally relaxed. Senior's teachings are correct, I was a bit foolish this time. Even Long Chen felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. I should apologize to that senior. HMPH, he doesn't like you anyway. If it weren't for some special reasons, he would have killed you, said the Earth Cauldron. So, what does that mean for me? Am I still supposed to subdue the sovereign scale? Asked Long Chen. If that fellow really didn't favor him, there was nothing he could do. Long Chen sensed disdain and contempt from that fellow's eyes. It became clear that persuading him to hand over the sovereign scale would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Ignore him. You have finished the first step in subduing the sovereign scale. If you can defeat him, he'll have no choice but to surrender the scale, whether he wants to or not, advised the Earth Cauldron. Defeat him? Is that even possible? Asked Long Chen. He was a confident man, but he was profoundly aware of the difference between him and the middle-aged man. There was an uncrossable gulf between them. It wasn't as if I said to defeat him now, replied the Earth Cauldron. You mean to have me? Long Chen suddenly thought of something. Yes, undergo tribulation and then go beat him. That is the only way you can defeat him, answered the Earth Cauldron. But Netherdragon Tianzhao and the others. Don't worry, they also need to undergo tribulation first before subduing their ancestral scales. Other than that, challenging the sovereign scale requires gaining the qualifications to challenge it. You have obtained that qualification now, so before your challenge fails, no one else can get close to the sovereign scale, said the Earth Cauldron. Hearing that, Long Chen relaxed. If that was the case, then there was no rush. Let's go. Time is precious. We have more important things to do, said the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen nodded and set off. Chapter 4596 Getting to Work. Long Chen tried to summon the Kunpeng wings, only to find that they were gone. He even expelled my Kunpeng wings, Long Chen exclaimed, startled by this revelation. But then, considering the sovereign scale had almost eliminated his core blood, Long Chen knew that there was no way his Kunpeng wings could survive. Luckily, these wings were the result of him refining the runes from a Kunpeng's wings, and he had long since memorized those runes. With a bit of effort, Long Chen called forth his wings once more. This time, however, they manifested as wings of thunder force. No one knew whether Long Chen was trying to rub it in the nose of that middle-aged man, but these wings bore an identical appearance to his old ones. Long Chen then flew off, glad that these lightning wings weren't much slower than the old ones. After flying for a bit, he noticed that some of the dragon nests that were previously bustling with activity now lay empty, but their ancestral scales still hovered at the center of the nests. When he arrived at the white dragon race's nest, he found that their people were gone. However, several experts of other dragon races were still present, undergoing the baptism of the sacred light. Seeing him, a dragon expert immediately flew over to him and respectfully informed him. Mr. Long Chen, Princess Xianxia and the others have already finished the dragon blood marrow cleansing and just left. They told me to tell you if I saw you. Dragon blood marrow cleansing. Long Chen was baffled at first. However, when thought of how the sovereign clan's elder had violently switched out his blood, he supposed that counted as a marrow cleansing. According to the Earth Cauldron, after undergoing this process, they had to undergo heavenly tribulation and become divine venerates before they could challenge the ancestral scale. However, before they did that, they had to find a good place to undergo their tribulation and wait for the 10,000 Taos of the fantasy spirit world to awaken. That would be the optimal time to undergo tribulation. This so-called awakening of the 10,000 Taos occurred at the same time in the esoteric spirit world, the fantasy spirit world, and the void spirit world, as the three worlds were interconnected. The Earth Cauldron explained that it was part of the cycle of the ninth heaven's feng shui. They would choose the best time to undergo tribulation based on the world's chi flow. When that time came, a manifestation would descend from the heavens, and the laws of the ninth heaven would abruptly change. After that, an ancient aura would fill the world, and by borrowing the power of tribulation, the experts could absorb that ancient spiritual chi to undergo a similar transformation as the experts of ancient times. Everyone knew that as the times changed, the laws governing the heavenly Taos gradually became more incomplete. Across all races, whether human or otherwise, there were obvious signs of decline in their souls, talents, and bloodlines. Races reliant on bloodline inheritances, in particular, had countless of their bloodline runes in a state of hibernation. Some bloodlines had remained dormant for so long that they might never awaken. No one knew how many of those hibernating runes existed in them, or if they could ever manage to awaken the runes. Thus, everyone was waiting for the manifestation of the 10,000 Taos to descend, as that was their only chance of awakening their slumbering potential. The world was peaceful, devoid of any signs of manifestation. However, meticulous people like Bai Yingxie had long since found the most optimal locations for their tribulations. After all, they wouldn't dare to test their luck now. Before subduing their own ancestral scale, even thinking about going after the sovereign scale would be like suicide. After learning of Bai Yingxie and her companion's departure, Long Chen left as well and went toward the Netherdragon race's nest. The Netherdragon race's 10,000 dragon nest had been destroyed, but the ancestral scale still hovered in the air. When Long Chen arrived, he could no longer sense Netherdragon Tianzhao's aura, which showed that he had left. Long Chen furiously attacked the ancestral scale, only to find that he was unable to cause any damage to it. He could only angrily leave. At that moment, a wicked thought crossed Long Chen's mind: to use the earth cauldron to smash the ancestral scale apart. Imagining Netherdragon Tianzhao's return, brimming with confidence to subdue the ancestral scale, only to find it missing, brought a smirk to Long Chen's face. However, the earth cauldron adamantly refused. While breaking the scale apart was easy, the burden of the dragon's resentment curse was too much for it to bear. Having just woken up, it didn't want to descend into slumber again. Since Long Chen couldn't entice the earth cauldron, he could only kick the ancestral scale a few times before flying away. Long Chen flew for the majority of a day before he could fly out of the cemetery of dragons. He also saw quite a few dragon experts flying out on the way and preparing for their tribulations. "Senior, I want to take a look at the Void Spirit World," said Long Chen. The earth cauldron replied, "The Void Spirit World is enormous, and you won't find your brothers in that vast world. We should get to work instead." "What kind of work?" asked Long Chen. "Time is of the essence. Just go in the direction I indicate. To save time, you should use a supreme long-distance fixed-direction transportation formation," advised the earth cauldron, indirectly responding to Long Chen's question. Sha Chen had given hundreds of these kinds of formation discs to Long Chen, and the exact distance they could cover depended on the limitations of spatial laws in the region. According to Sha Chen's tests, a single transportation could save Long Chen a month's worth of travel, which was quite a great distance. Yet, this kind of supreme distance transportation formation had a major drawback: its precision was terrible. Furthermore, if the user were to accidentally strike a hidden wall of the world, the impact might just kill them. As a result, even though Long Chen had plenty of these formations on him, he didn't dare to use them lightly. Using it in unfamiliar territory could lead to huge deviations from his intended destinations, so it wasn't very practical. However, since the earth cauldron had recommended their use, Long Chen felt more confident now. He proceeded to set up the formation according to the orientation indicated by the earth cauldron. As millions of tiny runes lit up on a 10-meter formation disk, the mountain of spirit stones accumulated within its inner space instantly turned to dust. The space around Long Chen twisted and then settled into an eerie calm. Before he could even get a clear look at where he was, a disgusting smell assaulted his senses. The world around him also grew dark. Chapter 4597 Blood Rune Vermilion Fruit. Suddenly, a giant head exploded, and Long Chen came flying out of a rain of blood. An enormous headless python's corpse then tumbled down the ground. "How did I end up so unlucky?" Long Chen cursed as he gazed at the python's corpse before swiftly sending it into the primal chaos space. It really was a bit unlucky. Even the earth cauldron couldn't help sighing. Long Chen found himself transported to a location right in front of that python, as if he had sent himself right to its jaws. Instinctively, the python tried to swallow him, but it hadn't expected that this fat piece of meat wouldn't go down so easily. Just like that, a divine venerate realm devil beast lost its life. Long Chen found himself in a dense forest where the treetops completely blocked the sun. A mortal mist also swirled in the surroundings, limiting his vision and even affecting his divine sense. "I don't know either, but there is definitely something you need here," answered the earth cauldron. At this time, a heaven-shaking roar echoed out in the air, followed by a rumbling sound that rapidly grew closer. Long Chen instinctively suppressed his aura and hid on top of a tree. As soon as he hid himself, a humanoid figure shot past next to him like a bolt of lightning. This humanoid lifeform had wings and held a blood-red fruit in its hand. Long Chen was shocked when he spotted the fruit and the markings on it. Blood Rune Vermilion Fruit. It was a famous fruit capable of extending a person's longevity. Regardless of race or bloodline, it could greatly increase the user's lifespan. This was a heaven-defying treasure, especially for cultivators who were stuck in a bottleneck and were reaching the end of their longevity. Long Chen reacted so strongly to it wasn't due to its effects on longevity but because it was an important ingredient to refine the nirvanic charge pill. While not a core ingredient, Long Chen had been unable to gather any information on it despite extensive searching, which showed just how rare they were. He hadn't expected to run into an important ingredient here. Suddenly, a giant lizard jumped out of the forest and blasted countless trees apart. Its giant mouth closed on the winged lifeform. Just as it appeared, that lifeform's wings flashed with light, and it seemed to teleport, appearing miles away. The winged lifeform turned back with a mocking sneer, revealing a human-like face. "Fool, no matter how long you guard it, in the end, it isn't yours." Suddenly, his pupils contracted as he spotted Long Chen standing not too far from the lizard. Long Chen had hidden himself quite well and hadn't expected to be noticed. This person's senses were extremely sharp. The winged lifeform had a bad feeling. Just as he was about to use his divine ability once more, he realized that a rope-like tongue had somehow bound his legs. On the other hand, Long Chen had seen everything clearly. After the lizard missed its attack, it directly struck with its tongue, easily binding his legs while he was distracted by Long Chen. With his legs bound, his expression changed. He was horrified to find that the tongue was too tough for him to break free. The lifeform suddenly threw the blood rune vermilion fruit at Long Chen. Long Chen reached out and caught it with an odd smile. After that, he directly tossed it into the primal chaos space. Just then, the lizard's tail swept toward him, blasting the earth and trees apart with its power. However, Long Chen had easily escaped just before it landed. After that, a silent arrow appeared behind him like a viper striking from the shadows. Long Chen effortlessly caught the arrow, noting its metal construction. Its head was black and oozing with some liquid, unmistakably poison. "Although I know you only gave me the blood rune vermilion fruit to make me a target, I still owe you a favor. But then you attacked me, canceling out the favor. If you dare to attack me again, I won't show any mercy," declared Long Chen sternly. That lifeform had made a big show of tossing the blood rune vermilion fruit at Long Chen to divert the lizard's attention to him. Once the lifeform no longer had what it wanted, the lizard's grip on him weakened, and he escaped. He then attacked Long Chen once he regained his freedom. For this person to react and come up with this plan so quickly showed that he was quite experienced. However, Long Chen wasn't so easy to deal with. Long Chen chose to not attack the lifeform, so he could keep the blood rune vermilion fruit in good conscience. With his plot exposed, the winged lifeform gritted his teeth resentfully and shot away. Just as the winged lifeform fled, the lizard attacked Long Chen again, trying to devour him. Long Chen swiftly responded by stomping down on its upper jaw. Unexpectedly, this action actually destroyed its jaw, causing blood to flow. Long Chen himself jumped in shock. He knew that this lizard was strong, and its body was extremely robust. Hence, he had only been planning on slamming its mouth shut, not expecting the stomp to crush its jaw. "When did I get this strong?" Long Chen stared in disbelief. "You're only realizing it now. If the earth cauldron had eyes, it would have rolled them." Only now did Long Chen realize that he had undergone a complete transformation after visiting the sovereign clan's 10,000 dragon nest. Back then, the middle-aged man had wiped the floor with him, preventing Long Chen from grasping the growth of his power. However, after crushing the lizard with a single foot, Long Chen finally grasped the magnitude of his newfound power, a power that he even found terrifying. Just then, distant rumbling echoed through the air, accompanied by a wave of flying dust that caught his attention. Swiftly, Long Chen summoned his lightning wings and soared toward the source of the commotion. Chapter 4598 Crushed. Long Chen sped through the air and found that the further he went, the denser the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was. This particular type of spiritual qi differed from the kind absorbed by cultivators. It was a natural essence emanating from spiritually enriched lands, which often harbored natural treasures. Long Chen now grasped the earth cauldron's intent in bringing him here to gather medicinal ingredients. All of a sudden, Long Chen recalled that during this time, he had not refined anything, which halted the earth cauldron's recovery progress. It was probably in an even bigger rush than Long Chen to refine pills. Long Chen had obtained a priceless blood rune vermilion fruit upon his arrival. As he ventured deeper, the spiritual qi intensified, indicating the presence of even greater treasures ahead. Unable to contain his curiosity, Long Chen asked, "Senior, How did you know that there were treasures here? Isn't this question a bit naive? From birth, I've always been in the company of medicinal ingredients. How could I not develop a sense for them? Unfortunately, my current state is but a fraction of my peak, otherwise. Well, there's no use dwelling on it now. The Earth Cauldron's voice carried a hint of pride. However, toward the end, it grew excited and suddenly shut its mouth as if recalling something in the past. Senior, when it comes to treasure hunting, do you have some secret art you could impart to me? Probed Long Chen. The treasures of the heavens always conceal themselves, making them hard to find. Despite that, you can still find them by chance no matter how well they conceal themselves. Once they are found, they'll be absorbed. Thus, for these spiritual objects to grow to maturity is very difficult. Those that grow to that point will always search for powerful lifeforms to serve as their protectors, sharing some benefits with their protectors in order to gain their protection. Hence, precious natural treasures are typically safeguarded by formidable guardians. If you want to find natural treasures yourself, it's very difficult. But if you want to make it easy, just search for the nests of powerful lifeforms. If they're not living together and one of them guards the location alone, there is likely a treasure there, explained the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen was naturally aware of this, and it wasn't quite what he wanted. He clarified, I mean, do you have some special means to find them, such as a way to sense where they are? The Earth Cauldron answered, I lack the means to impart this skill to you. It's an ability I acquired over trillions of years spent refining pills. However, if you were to begin refining pills incessantly from this moment onward, given your talent and intellect, I believe you could also develop this ability after 30,000 years. 30,000 years. Well, just pretend I didn't say anything. Long Chen was speechless. If it was 3 years, he would still feel like it was an attainable goal. But 30,000 years, he directly gave up. Just then, he heard another explosive sound. As a furious roar resounded, devil chi filled the sky. Enemies do really meet often. It's actually the devil race's experts. Long Chen sped up when he saw this scene. As Long Chen approached, he saw a landscape marred by scars, where trees and boulders lay shattered. Interweaving ditches scarred the earth, bearing witness to the ferocity of a battle. Entering the battlefield, Long Chen saw tens of thousands of devil experts surrounding and attacking what seemed like a large lizard. When Long Chen got close though, he found that it wasn't a lizard but a mountain-sized armadillo. The armadillo curled up into a ball, withstanding the relentless attacks of the devil experts. Clearly outmatched, it could only defend, but it was protecting the mountain peak staunchly. Long Chen guessed that there was some treasure there, but the armadillo curled up too tightly for him to see what it was. Brothers, keep going, it's going to die soon, and then the treasure will be ours, shouted a devil expert with a broadsword on his back. He was likely their leader. He exuded an extremely powerful aura, which marked him as a peak existence amongst 7-star doyens. No, remember that treasures always belong to Boss Long San. Suddenly, a languid voice echoed through the air. Though not booming, it reached every ear present. The devil experts jerked in surprise and turned around, only to see a young man clad in black robes standing nearby. With his arms crossed in front of his chest and a stalk of grass hanging out of his mouth, he strolled over. I want to say that I'm your daddy, but something tells me that I shouldn't let you take advantage of me like that, Long Chen remarked, shaking his head as he gazed at the leader. You're courting death. The expert brandishing the broadsword bellowed and launched a direct slash toward Long Chen. Powerful chi waves exploded out of his broadsword. However, when the attack landed, an absurd scene stunned all the devil experts here. Long Chen simply held the broadsword with one hand, not budging in the slightest as he blocked that immense power. This powerful attack didn't even move a strand of his hair. An ant dares to challenge a dragon? He questioned calmly, tightening his grip. Veins pulsed visibly on his hand as he exerted his strength, and the broadsword shattered. The devil experts were horrified, to the point that they forgot to even look at the armadillo. As for their leader, when his weapon was destroyed, blood sprayed out of his mouth. After all, it was his personal divine weapon, one he had nourished with his own soul. Using the broken tip of the blade, Long Chen slashed this devil expert apart. In front of Long Chen, he didn't have the slightest power to resist. After Long Chen killed him, the rest of the devil experts were too terrified to even think about fighting, so they fled in every direction. A single blow from Long Chen scared away the devil race that was famous for their viciousness and brutality. If this news spread, it would definitely shock the world. This couldn't be blamed on them. After all, Long Chen's power was far too terrifying. Even a 7-star Doyen wasn't worth shit in front of him. They also sensed something from Long Chen that made their souls quiver, a deadly intimidation born from the countless drops of devil blood that stained his path. You think you can escape? Long Chen sneered. The devil race was his sworn enemy, so he wouldn't allow them to flee so easily. Even if they were just a group of rabble, he wouldn't let them off the hook. Just as Long Chen was about to attack, that giant armadillo quivered and loosened up a bit. When Long Chen laid eyes on what the armadillo had been guarding, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Chapter 4599 Scarlet Armor Armadillo. The armadillo was not only protecting the mountain peak but also 4 of its newborn pups. These pups, although already a few meters long and large compared to humans, still had translucent scales and couldn't open their eyes yet. It was evident that they were newborns. So it was fighting to the death not for some natural treasure but to protect its offspring. Long Chen's heart softened upon seeing this scene. A devil beast usually possessed a brutal nature, and they would even eat their own offspring if they didn't have enough food or energy. However, this armadillo refused to flee despite knowing that it would die, not abandoning its pups. This scene almost toppled Long Chen's understanding of devil beasts. Looking at the armadillo, Long Chen knew that its wounds were serious. Almost all of its scales were broken, and its blood soaked the mountain. When Long Chen walked up to it, it opened its eyes. There was neither brutality nor anger in its eyes, only a pleading expression. It looked from its 4 pups in its embrace and then the mountain top. After that, it nodded repeatedly to Long Chen. Long Chen understood. It was saying that he could take the treasure but not harm its children. Long Chen then walked to the peak and saw a flat region. The instant he stepped foot onto it, a refreshing fragrance enveloped him, causing every pore of his body to open in one go. The violet leaf orchid heart fruit. It really is a treasure, remarked Long Chen with a sigh as he saw the 3-foot-tall medicinal ingredient. Its leaves resembled upright swords, and the central stem held a fist-sized fruit, which exuded a captivating fragrance. This was indeed a saint medicine. Even without consumption, merely inhaling its fragrance every day would maintain a person's mind in an enlightened state. It would ensure a smooth flow of blood qi without impediments, offering tremendous benefits for healing, comprehension, and cultivation. When Long Chen plucked the fruit, the tree started to wither but didn't die. After losing its fruit, it entered a state of slumber. Just like grass in the winter waiting for the spring to come, it was persevering. It would once more bear fruit, but that would probably be hundreds of thousands of years from now or even longer. The armadillo quivered when Long Chen took the fruit. Having protected it for many years, it had formed a spiritual connection with it and seemed able to sense the tree's pain of having its fruit taken. Perhaps it was due to this spiritual connection that this devil beast's brutal nature was no more. "What are you doing?" asked the earth cauldron suddenly as it saw Long Chen pull open the armadillo's mouth. Long Chen didn't reply and directly tossed the fruit into the armadillo's mouth. The armadillo seemed shocked, its eyes full of disbelief. When the fruit entered its belly, its wounds rapidly healed, and new scales grew all over it. "This is a scarlet armor armadillo," reminded the earth cauldron. The scarlet armor armadillo has a sharp nose for natural treasures and relies on consuming those precious medicinal ingredients to grow. Its armor, blood, flesh, bones, and innards are all rarely seen alchemy ingredients. The stronger it is, the more valuable its parts are. This one has reached the saint realm, so many parts of its body can be used to refine saint pills, said Long Chen lightly. "Then why are you letting it go?" asked the earth cauldron. "I don't want to, but I have no choice. I can't beat my conscience," muttered Long Chen with a helpless shrug. He had no idea about this armadillo's origins, but seeing it fight to protect its own pups, he couldn't bring himself to harm it. If he did, those 4 wouldn't survive either. Despite his disdain for devil beasts, he couldn't bring himself to kill this particular armadillo. "Your race really is incomprehensible," sighed the earth cauldron. "You're right, human nature is impossible to understand. Right and wrong are subjective," Long Chen remarked with a wry smile. "Hee, I am who I am, and no one can change that. I have a temper that makes me want to set the heavens on fire and destroy everything, yet I also have a compassionate side that seeks to perform good deeds without seeking recognition. I simply follow what my heart says." He chuckled softly, almost self-mockingly. "Senior, do you find my actions foolish? Do you believe I am too soft-hearted?" Long Chen went to the violet leaf orchid heart fruit tree and took out a jade shovel. With care, he dug it out and then transported it into the primal chaos space. Upon being planted, the tree underwent an instant revitalization. Its withering leaves turned plump and green once more. No, your race's character is a source of both admiration and disdain among all experts. I have seen this world flourish due to the human race, but I have also witnessed your race bring ruin upon it with your own hands, replied the Earth Cauldron solemnly. Haha, that's fine. Perhaps you will see the human race's glory once more from me, laughed Long Chen. Don't you think you should declare something like this with a raised fist, like a solemn oath? Hee, no, what if I can't do it? Big words can't be taken back once they're spoken. It doesn't feel good to slap my own face, replied Long Chen with a laugh. He examined the violet leaf orchid heart fruit tree, and it had recovered to the state before he harvested its fruit. He then started to split up its roots, swiftly cutting hundreds of roots from a single tree. The hundreds of roots that had been separated from the mother tree quickly withered, but after being replanted, life thrummed through them, causing them to rapidly grow into soft shoots. After doing that, Long Chen turned his attention back to the armadillo. It went without saying that the violet leaf orchid heart fruit was a priceless treasure, given its transformative effect on the armadillo. The creature had transitioned from a half-dead state to near complete recovery. Its wounds had healed entirely, and there was a subtle glow in its eyes, suggesting a profound metamorphosis was taking place. Suddenly, the scarlet armor armadillo knelt on the ground and pressed its head down as if kowtowing to Long Chen, its eyes full of gratitude. Long Chen nodded. He jumped onto its head and pressed a hand on its forehead. When his spiritual strength entered its mind, the scarlet armor armadillo quivered slightly, but it didn't resist. Countless images quickly poured through Long Chen's mind, and he jumped up in excitement. There are actually so many treasures here. Chapter 4600 The Earth Cauldron's Intentions. Through the armadillo's memories, Long Chen found that the surrounding land was truly a land of treasures. Countless priceless medicinal ingredients were growing in the vicinity. Furthermore, Long Chen was only on the outer edge of that region. The depths of this region contained countless astounding treasures. However, taking them wouldn't be easy as even more terrifying beasts were guarding them. With the armadillo's power, it could only occupy a small area in the outer region. After Long Chen had given the violet leaf orchid heart fruit to it, healing its wounds, it was extremely grateful to Long Chen, to the point that it wouldn't even reject a slave seal if Long Chen willed it. However, Long Chen didn't do so and let it go. Due to its long contact with the violet leaf orchid heart fruit, its intelligence had risen, setting it apart from normal devil beasts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stayed to protect its offspring. After it left with its 4 pups, Long Chen tidied up his thoughts. He then took out a piece of paper and started to draw a rough map. Wait, senior, don't you know what treasures there are around here? Asked Long Chen while drawing. He suddenly felt dumb. The Earth Cauldron had said that it could sense natural treasures. If he just asked the Earth Cauldron to search for them, wouldn't that be enough? Why was he wasting his time like this? Food has to be eaten one bite at a time, and life must also be taken one step at a time. Sometimes, there are just no shortcuts, replied the Earth Cauldron, seemingly seeing through his thoughts. Long Chen cursed inside. Why did the seniors around him always spout incomprehensible principles to him? Hence, he stopped asking. However, he vaguely felt that the reason the Earth Cauldron had led him in this direction was probably not so simple. Long Chen quickly drew a simple map. It was crude and lacked any directional markers because the armadillo couldn't differentiate between north, east, south, and west. Instead, it only recognized its immediate surroundings and what lay further beyond. It also knew which area was peaceful or dangerous. That armadillo had once ventured deep into this land, but upon encountering some terrifying life form, it fled without even laying eyes on it, driven away by the creature's ominous aura. Subsequently, it ousted the previous guardian of the violet leaf orchid heart fruit and assumed the role itself. Later, another armadillo arrived, this one being the father of the pups. At first, the two of them fought over the violet leaf orchid heart fruit tree, but they soon started to work together. However, just a few hundred years back, another formidable life form arrived to claim the tree, resulting in the death of the father armadillo. When those devil experts arrived, the mother armadillo had just given birth and depleted its energy, so it couldn't put up a fight. Now, however, the armadillo was in peak condition, and any attempt by the devil experts to subdue it would surely result in a painful outcome. Although this armadillo had lived here for a long time, It hadn't roamed very far. But thanks to it, Long Chen knew hundreds of places with powerful lifeforms in the surroundings. They had to be guarding some kind of treasure. Luckily, Long Chen only needed a general direction, so he directly spread his lightning wings and flew off. After a while, a furious roar came from ahead, accompanied by a divine light that pierced through the sky, obliterating a figure in its path. Long Chen found himself in the territory of a wild wolf. One expert had relied on his stealth abilities to sneak up on the wolf, intending to seize the treasure. However, the wolf detected him and swiftly dispatched him with a single blow. Enraged by the unlucky bastard's audacity, the wolf spotted Long Chen in the distance and, without hesitation, prepared to attack, paying no heed to whether or not Long Chen was affiliated with the fallen intruder. Opening its mouth, it prepared to strike. Like a heavenly blade, a wind slash sliced through the void toward Long Chen. In response, Long Chen slammed his palm forward, dispersing the wind blade's energy in every direction, destroying the surrounding land. Taking a single step forward, Long Chen directly appeared above the wolf and stamped his foot down. The wolf's head slammed into the ground, causing the earth to erupt into a massive crater. In an instant, the wolf was quivering with fear, devoid of its arrogant demeanor. After all, Long Chen's blood chi had activated, imbuing him with the intimidating might of a dragon, which rendered the wolf paralyzed with fear. "If you weren't a wolf, you'd be a corpse right now," said Long Chen coldly, standing on its head. Long Chen walked off after saying that, but he was telling the truth. Any other devil beast would have been killed without mercy for attacking him, but seeing this wolf made him think of Little Snow. So, while it had attacked him first, he still didn't feel like killing it. The wolf was now quivering in terror and knelt there obediently. Long Chen proceeded to inspect the wolf's territory and discovered a peculiar tree standing 30 meters tall. Its long, narrow leaves resembled bent blades, and it bore over 10 fruits on its branches. These fruits were filled with powerful wind energy. However, they had yet to mature and couldn't be used for alchemy yet. Long Chen just cut off a branch of the tree and tossed it into the primal chaos space. Seeing it starting to take root very quickly, he directly left. This wolf had thought that it would definitely die, or at the very least, that Long Chen would take all the fruit for himself. However, to its surprise, Long Chen only took a single branch. It stared blankly as Long Chen left. Long Chen arrived at a treasure land according to the armadillo's memories. It was a mountain covered in blood, evidence of a recent fierce battle. Long Chen could vaguely see a few broken limbs around. However, based on their blood chi fluctuations, they weren't from the human race. The protector of this place was also gone, not slain but forcibly driven away judging by the battle scars. Arriving at the center of the mountain, Long Chen found a deep hole where the treasure had once lain. It was evident that the treasure had already been taken. However, the scars around this hole were messy, indicating that this battle had cost the other side as well. A group of experts had driven away the lifeform guarding this place, yet they suffered greatly as well. Afraid of others taking advantage of their injuries, they took the treasure and ran. Long Chen squatted by the hole and brushed his fingers across the ground to find a tiny root with the thickness of a single pinky. He smiled and tossed it into the primal chaos space where it quickly sprouted. Although Long Chen didn't obtain the complete treasure and didn't even know what it looked like, this tiny root was no different from the complete treasure to him. In this place, there was no need for him to discriminate. Wherever a lifeform stood guard, a rare treasure surely lay in wait. Damn human, hand over the treasure, and we'll consider leaving your corpse intact. Just as Long Chen was about to leave, a group of lifeforms with raging killing intent surrounded him. Chapter 4601 Medicine Slave. Three-Eye Race. To Long Chen's surprise, the experts surrounding him bore a striking resemblance to humans, save for their third eyes and teeth as jagged as a saw. Their limbs were long, and their nails were like sharp blades, gleaming with a metallic sheen that lent them a fearsome and savage appearance. These lifeforms appeared silently and without any warning. In an instant, they surrounded Long Chen, their gazes ferocious, as if they might attack at any moment. Long Chen frowned. He had never seen this race before. However, from their ferocious gazes, he knew that they weren't a kind bunch of bastards. What puzzled Long Chen the most was the potent medicinal energy emanating from them. Such a phenomenon was typically associated with spirit beasts that habitually ingested medicinal ingredients. Many spirit beasts consumed precious medicines as part of their diet, accumulating a large amount of medicinal essence in them. Take, For instance, the scarlet armor armadillo, whose body was so infused with medicinal energy that nearly every part of it held medicinal properties. On the other hand, these humanoid lifeforms had different fluctuations. Their medicinal energy wasn't acquired through natural absorption but rather through excessive consumption. Because they consumed medicinal ingredients above their limit, an overflow of medicinal fluctuations like this occurred. In other words, these lifeforms had to sustain themselves through prolonged consumption of medicinal elixirs or perhaps by ingesting an immense quantity of medicinal pills. That was the only way to produce such fluctuations. Although humans also consumed a lot of medicinal pills for cultivation, comprehension, healing, and breaking through, they had one natural advantage. As long as they avoided excessive consumption of low-grade pills, they could slowly expel any accumulated toxins, thus mitigating the potential side effects. However, these lifeforms were different. With one look, Long Chen could tell that most of them were brimming with pill toxins. They might explode at any moment. All of this made sense. What perplexed Long Chen was where these lifeforms could have gotten so many medicinal pills. They didn't seem like the type capable of refining their own pills. What are you looking at? Hand over the treasure of this place, or we'll make you regret being born. Shouted one of them. They had arrived just in time to see Long Chen squatting and digging something out of the ground. Thinking that they had arrived one step too late, they immediately surrounded him. Looking at them, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste any words. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the neck of the person who shouted. Long Chen then tightened his grip and crushed that life form to death, causing countless soul fragments to fly through the air. In truth, this life form was the strongest one in this group. However, he only had the power of a 3-star doyen. Even before his blood was switched out, Long Chen could have killed this guy with the wave of his hand. Now, he wasn't even sure of the extent of his newfound strength, so that life form was no more than an ant in his presence. Medicine slaves. The 3-eye race. Long Chen scanned those soul fragments and found that they were not normal. The individual's soul appeared to be in a state of half-madness, with numerous fragments blank, as if he were a puppet manipulated by someone. At the sight of their comrade's demise, the other lifeforms launched into a frenzied assault, rushing toward Long Chen like deranged bastards. In response, Long Chen raised his head and let out a dragon roar that reverberated through the world. A powerful ripple surged forth, reducing the 3-eye lifeforms to dust in an instant. With a single roar, he wiped out tens of thousands of 3-eye lifeforms. The power of Long Chen's dragon cry was far more terrifying than before. What a vile technique! Using medicine to control their wills, turning them into puppets, Long Chen remarked with disdain, his gaze turning icy as he sensed the air. Although he didn't gain any useful information from the soul fragments, as an alchemy master, Long Chen could tell that this group of lifeforms had no free will. Someone had fed them medicine to control their souls. Moreover, the one controlling them had to be an alchemy master. While Long Chen believed that employing alchemy for both healing and harm was acceptable, using medicine to subjugate others like this was utterly abhorrent. What a hateful technique! The Earth Cauldron's voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. It seemed that it also loathed this method. Wait, if they're medicine slaves, doesn't that mean that their master is nearby? Long Chen suddenly had a thought. If their master was in the vicinity, then these medicine slaves were probably gathering the medicinal ingredients in this land. I have to hurry up. Otherwise, someone else will get all the medicinal ingredients. Shouted Long Chen as he flew off. An hour later, Long Chen heard the resounding roars echoing from up ahead. Peering ahead, he witnessed a fierce battle unfolding between a beast and a group of lifeforms, a clash over treasure, once again. This group had 5 7-star doyens. Long Chen didn't recognize what race they came from, but he vaguely caught a hint of devil chi from them. Most likely, they had some affiliation with the devil race. Just as their fight reached the climax, Long Chen silently appeared with an exploding world extermination flame lotus, catching the beast and all the lifeforms off guard. After that attack, only the beast and the 5 7-star doyens survived. However, they were pretty much half dead. The 5 doyens cursed but didn't dare to stay around any longer. The beast also tried to flee, but due to its big ass, it wasn't agile at all. Long Chen just struck its head with his fist, and it fell to the ground, lifeless. After tossing its corpse into the primal chaos space, Long Chen dug out the small flower behind it. Without even checking the tier of the flower, he sent it into the primal chaos space and flew off. The entire process of ambushing, slaying the guardian, seizing the treasure, and departing unfolded with such ease that Long Chen started to feel that he was a genius bandit. Long Chen sped forward, abandoning his previous wide-ranging search strategy and just going for a straight and swift path. After all, the further he delved, the more valuable the treasures would become. Moreover, the appearance of the medicine slaves heightened Long Chen's sense of urgency. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford to waste it. Long Chen occasionally saw other experts fighting the guardian beasts. If he didn't like the group, he'd directly take what they were fighting for. Sometimes, the guardian beasts would be too much of a bother to deal with. If he couldn't kill the beasts in one blow, he aimed for their medicinal ingredients and took them. After that, the experts fighting the beasts would face a calamity. Thinking Long Chen was their comrade, the frenzied beasts would go after these experts after losing their treasures. Observing the chaos unfold as they scattered in panic, their curses echoing in his ears, Long Chen inexplicably felt a surge of satisfaction deep within. Suddenly, Long Chen halted mid-flight and changed directions. He turned to the left, a familiar sensation washing over him once more, the unmistakable aura of the medicine slaves. Chapter 4602 Life End Pill. A mountain shattered, sending dust and stones swirling through the air as a colossal beast collapsed. Tens of thousands of three-eye experts cheered, celebrating their collective effort in slaying the formidable creature. It had been extremely ferocious, and they had lost quite a few people to take it down. However, just as they were going to enter its nest and take the precious medicine inside, they saw a black-robed man walk out. Their fury exploded as they saw that the medicine inside was gone. "You little thief, hand over your life." Witnessing their hard-earned harvest snatched away by another, the three-eye experts blazed with fury. "TCH, is this stealing? Don't you think it's more like snatching?" said Long Chen disdainfully. A 7-star doyen was the first to charge at Long Chen, but with a swift slap to the face, Long Chen sent him hurtling through the air, crashing into the ground and leaving a sizable crater. The experts behind him were caught off guard and were also sent flying by the force of the impact. Before the other top experts could even reach Long Chen, he dispatched them with a powerful kick, sending them tumbling through the air. The three-eye experts stood stunned, not expecting Long Chen to be so powerful. Even though Long Chen had switched out his blood, he shouldn't be able to beat up 7-star doyens like beating children. However, these doyens simply didn't have the actual power that their doyen status should have. Though they possessed the aura of a 7-star doyen, they fell short in actual strength. When they attacked, their power was even a bit weaker than some 6-star doyens. Such strength posed no threat to Long Chen. "How dare you steal from us? If our master learns of this, he will definitely extract your soul and subject you to eternal torture," shouted one of them. "Master, who is your master?" asked Long Chen directly. In truth, this was the only reason he didn't directly kill them. "Do you think you're fit to hear our master's name? Die." One of the 7-star doyens suddenly took out a medicinal pill. Upon seeing it, Long Chen's eyes widened in recognition. "A life-end pill, is that real?" Long Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Before he could process the situation, the individual swiftly consumed the pill, crushing it with his teeth. "Master, thank you for your pity and mercy. You let me defy the heavens and change my fate. From the ranks of mediocrity, you allow me to rise to the ranks of experts. Today, I will sacrifice everything to repay your benevolence. Almighty Master, your servant is about to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Please hear my call and let me reincarnate as your most loyal servant in my next life." Long Chen stared in disbelief as this expert prayed devoutly. After that, flames appeared all over him as he ignited his essence, qi, and spirit. "Is he crazy?" asked Long Chen with disbelief. This person didn't hesitate to consume a life-end pill. It was a violent poison pill capable of letting a person unleash dozens of times their strength, an extremely heaven-defying pill. However, it was no ordinary poison. It was said that those who consumed it were defying the natural order to gain power, an act frowned upon by the heavens. Therefore, anyone who consumed it would not enter the cycle of reincarnation. The heavenly Taos would not permit their existence, and so they would be eradicated. Even Long Chen had never refined this kind of pill. This was a taboo, one that even the great pill sovereign did not touch. However, this person did not hesitate to consume it. Furthermore, he spoke of his next life, so he clearly didn't know what this pill signified. As the person's aura surged and he ignited in flames, he charged at Long Chen, his hands slashing through the air like claws. In a single devastating strike, He condensed all his power into this attack, his ferocious aura distorting the space around him. However, just as he thought that this attack would kill Long Chen, a hand covered in scales slammed forward, reducing the claw and him to a mist of blood. Powered-up weaklings are still weaklings. Even if you get 100 times stronger, what can you possibly achieve? Long Chen's voice dripped with cold disdain. They were fundamentally not experts. They relied solely on medicinal pills to elevate their realm, akin to paper tigers. With just a touch, they crumbled. Paper tigers, regardless of their strength, remained paper at the core. Their thickness did not change, rendering their newfound power futile. Despite witnessing the swift demise of their comrade at Long Chen's hands, the remaining 3i experts displayed no fear. With defiant roars, they charged forward once more. It seemed that not all of them possessed life-end pills. Despite knowing that they were sending themselves to their deaths, they continued to charge at Long Chen like madmen. In response, Long Chen showed no mercy. He killed their strongest experts with his palm, and none of them could stop him. It seemed that these people didn't even understand what death was. Even as their comrades fell, they didn't react and continued to charge. The crazy light in their eyes was rather frightening. Long Chen's gaze remained apathetic. These lifeforms were no more than killing machines, so he naturally wouldn't bestow them any of his pity or sympathy. However, he was in no rush to kill them all. He killed them one by one as they charged at him. When he had killed over 30 of their top experts, he finally sensed something. One of those 3i experts had their third eye open. After that, his manifestation burst open, revealing a white-robed figure. When this white-robed figure appeared, the temperature of the world soared, setting the air ablaze. The world was twisting from this heat, and everything became like a mirage. Seeing the figure, all the 3i experts instantly calmed down. They stopped attacking Long Chen and kowtowed toward that white-robed figure. "You're finally showing yourself." Long Chen gazed at that figure indifferently as he had expected this. "You're very brazen." The white-robed figure spoke with a man's voice, devoid of any hint of age but dripping with arrogance. "A little, but I can't compare to you. As an alchemist, you actually used medicinal pills to brainwash people. Are you not afraid of karmic retribution?" Long Chen's voice was cold and laced with accusation. "Ha ha ha." The white-robed man laughed derisively. "Karmic retribution? What a foolish question. The fact that you even mention it shows that we are simply not on the same level. You may as well meet your end here." With a flourish of hand seals, the world ignited in flames, and a sacred chanting filled the air. At the sound of that chanting, Long Chen's killing intent solidified. Chapter 4603 Brahma Divine Son. Long Chen was surprised to hear this person start chanting the Nirvana scripture. When he chanted, this world twisted and turned, and endless flames gathered around him. These flames engulfed everything, reducing all the 3i experts present to ash. Only the individual whose manifestation the white-robed man inhabited remained alive, shielded by intricate flame runes. Long Chen found himself trapped in a sea of flames, his eyes scarlet with rage. He clenched his fists so hard that they audibly creaked, a vein throbbing on his forehead. "Who is Lord Brahma to you?" Long Chen demanded through gritted teeth, his voice seething with anger. "Foolish ant, you dare to speak the name of divine venerate Brahma so casually?" sneered the white-robed man, refusing to answer Long Chen's question. As the flame gathered, it formed a raging sea of fire, its intense heat engulfing Long Chen and searing not just his body but also his soul. However, the flames of fury in his heart were even more frightening than these flames. He knew that the person before him was closely related to Lord Brahma. As for Lord Brahma, he was Long Chen's mortal enemy, a foe he had never seen before but hated to the core. This animosity ran deep, transcending time itself. "Bring your real body here. I don't feel like killing the clone of Lord Brahma's disciple," stated Long Chen coldly. In the end, Long Chen managed to resist his compulsion to beat this man up. After all, the latter was nothing more than a projection clone. Killing it was meaningless. Long Chen wanted to kill his real body. "Who do you think you are to act so ridiculously self-important?" sneered the white-robed man. "Foolish one, you don't know who I am. If you did, you wouldn't dare to speak to me with such a tone," responded Long Chen just as disdainfully. "Oh, you've managed to pique my interest. Who are you?" asked the white-robed man. "You don't know me, but Lord Brahma does," replied Long Chen solemnly. "What nonsense. How could my master know you? Unless... No, it's impossible. Your spiritual fluctuations aren't that of a reincarnator or a sealed expert, retorted the white-robed man. Fool, everyone knows Lord Brahma. But do you know who Lord Brahma's father is? Long Chen's voice dripped with scorn. The white-robed man was baffled. He was at a loss for an answer because he didn't know it himself. Then do you know? Counter-asked the white-robed man. Who is he? Long Chen swung his sleeve and patted his own chest. 'Tis I, Lord Brahma's father is me. Blasphemer, face your death. The white-robed man's hand seals changed, commanding flame dragons to roar within the sea of fire and point at Long Chen with their huge mouths. Long Chen's soul tightened as an intense sensation of death swelled within him. 8 dragon mouths locked onto him, but this lock wasn't imposed by the white-robed man or the flame dragons, it emanated from this world. Before Long Chen could react, the flame dragons unleashed spheres of fire toward him from all directions, front, back, left, right, above, and below, sealing off every possible escape route. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. All the spheres of fire exploded around Long Chen at the same time, and the intense impact shattered the void, blasting the laws of the world out of existence. This was a terrifying divine ability, and its most terrifying aspect was its short cast time. Even an experienced fighter like Long Chen had no time to dodge it. Amid the blazing flames and twisted space, a black figure came flying out and headed straight for the white-robed figure. This black figure was naturally Long Chen. He had blood all over him. Perhaps the last attack would have killed him if Huolinger had not helped him block the majority of its power. Long Chen realized he had underestimated this guy. What truly unsettled him was not just the man's power, but his remarkable ability to harness the world's latent energy. Moreover, he could unleash this power with alarming swiftness, catching Long Chen off guard and leaving him with little time to react. You're not dead. Seeing Long Chen come flying out, that white-robed man seemed shocked. It seemed that he hadn't expected this. Just then, Long Chen had arrived right in front of him. The white-robed man sneered, "You survived by the skin of your teeth, but instead of running, you actually came right at me. I really underestimated your stupidity. You can't harm me, but I can take your life at any time." With a snort, the white-robed man formed one-handed seals, and the chanting in the air suddenly changed. The flames that started to scatter condensed again, and this time, countless flame dragons were attacking Long Chen. In response, Long Chen ignored this. When he was in front of the white-robed man, his scale-covered hand reached for the white-robed man's throat. Idiot! The white-robed man sneered and ignored his hand because he didn't possess a physical body here. Long Chen couldn't touch him. Just as he was about to continue with his attack, Long Chen's hand firmly locked onto his throat. The white-robed man was taken aback. He then looked at Long Chen and saw that at some point, Long Chen's left eye had turned completely black, akin to a black hole that could suck in all the stars in the sky. Within this pitch-black eye, 3 flowers spun, forcing the white-robed man's clone to become solid. Long Chen's hand could then catch it. Soul refinement. Long Chen let out a howl like a god's roar. The next moment, the white-robed man quivered, and 3 flowers appeared in his eyes as well, mirroring the ones in Long Chen's gaze. Long Chen's gaze remained fixed on the white-robed man's eyes, the 3 flowers within his own eyes spinning in perfect synchronization with those in the white-robed man's. Suddenly, the white-robed man's clone exploded, turning into smoke. On a distant mountain peak, a white-robed man with a fair complexion and shoulder-length hair emitted a furious roar. With the roar, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes transforming into a fiery red hue. Black blood started to seep slowly from his eyes, staining his face with its dark hue. "That damn bastard! Don't let me find you, or I'll skin you and refine your soul." Divine Son, what happened? This roar drew the attention of countless experts in the surroundings. All of them were 7-star doyens, and there were thousands of them. "Convey my commands to everyone. Even if you have to flip the heavens, find that bastard for me." With a wave of his hand, the image of a black-robed man appeared in all their minds. A terrifying bloodlust filled the sky as they set out on their mission. Chapter 4604, the 7th volume of the Nirvana scripture. Damn bastard! Long Chen's furious roar reverberated through the air. The white-robed man had detonated right in his hands, leaving Long Chen in a bad state, his left eye still bleeding. "I was just a bit off." With a furious punch, he obliterated the last remaining expert of the 3-eye race. There was no longer any reason to keep him alive now that the white-robed man was no longer here. If it weren't for the injury in my purgatory eyes, I would have been able to draw out his real body, muttered Long Chen hatefully. In his battle with Netherdragon Tianzhao, Long Chen had used the purgatory eyes to send the Emperor Blood's silk net into the chaotic flow of space. This action had resulted in severe injuries to his purgatory eyes. Although he had partially recovered in the White Dragon ancestral scale space, the purgatory eyes were still in a state of healing. Theoretically, he shouldn't have used the purgatory eyes again until they were fully recovered. But in that situation, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with that. Regrettably, he couldn't fully unleash the full power of the purgatory eyes in their state, so, in the end, he failed to drag out the true body of the white-robed man. It was the first time Long Chen had been unable to retaliate against his enemy's attack, and it fueled his anger. He might be able to tolerate other bastards, but suffering because of Lord Brahma's disciple was simply intolerable. He had the audacity to dismiss the notion of karmic retribution as a foolish question. Just wait, I'll show him the true meaning of karma, and who the real fool is, Long Chen vowed with a deep breath, struggling to contain his anger. Your temper really is explosive, remarked the Earth Cauldron, its tone tinged with amusement, as if teasing Long Chen. Long Chen was startled, but then a realization dawned on him. Senior, did you bring me here for him? I can't say, replied the Earth Cauldron profoundly. Long Chen's anger vanished, replaced by a sense of clarity. The Earth Cauldron didn't say that it was leading him here for medicinal ingredients, its goal had to be beyond that. Then this white-robed man's appearance was definitely not a coincidence. However, if the Earth Cauldron refused to answer, Long Chen wouldn't keep asking. He then took out the eye patch that Bai Shala's mother had given him and put it on his left eye. Once again, he became a one-eyed dragon. Though it gave him a somewhat suspicious appearance, this eye patch was specially made to heal injuries caused by pupil arts. As he fastened it in place, the searing pain subsided, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Unlike medicinal pills, this eye patch possessed a unique healing effect that surpassed conventional methods. Long Chen knew he could only wear it temporarily until his injuries fully mended. Senior, do you know about the Nirvana scripture? Asked Long Chen. There is no one who doesn't know of the number 1 flame element scripture within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, remarked the Earth Cauldron. That fellow just now, was he chanting the 7th volume? Inquired Long Chen. Correct. This time, the Earth Cauldron answered him very directly. Long Chen nodded. He had only come into contact with the first 6 volumes of the Nirvana scripture. Furthermore, when it came to the 6th volume, he basically hadn't learned it. That was because he only knew the scripture of the 6th volume and not the hand seals. Although the High Firmament Academy's collection included the first 8 volumes of the Nirvana scripture, they didn't give the 6th to 8th volumes to just anyone to cultivate, even Long Chen was not an exception. The 6th volume's scripture was both challenging to pronounce and profoundly intricate, making it difficult to comprehend without a deep understanding of its meaning. When it came to the Nirvana scripture, every syllable had to be precise, otherwise, the flame energy drawn from the world would become unstable. Long Chen had tested using the 6th volume, only to be injured several times. He had come perilously close to killing himself in the process and had since refrained from further experimentation. Although Long Chen had yet to master the 6th volume himself, he could still mimic its usage if someone else were to recite it. However, the Nirvana scripture recited by the white-robed man was unfamiliar to Long Chen. This indicated that it was not the 6th volume, and that was why Long Chen had asked about it. Senior, could the complete Nirvana scripture be found here? Long Chen suddenly jumped up. Why don't you guess? This time, the Earth Cauldron didn't reply directly. Long Chen raised his head and laughed. Although the Earth Cauldron didn't reply, Long Chen already knew the answer. Long Chen was filled with excitement. If he could obtain the complete Nirvana scripture, then he would be able to control the world's flame energy just like the white-robed man. Long Chen's previous outburst had been fueled not only by anger but also by jealousy. The fact that Lord Brahma's disciple could wield a higher-tier Nirvana scripture than him was something he couldn't stomach. Thinking of how he could obtain the Nirvana scripture here, Long Chen felt a new sense of determination. The white-robed man's power allowed Long Chen to see the tip of the iceberg of the Nirvana scripture. You should heal for now. Your use of purgatory eyes also damaged that fellow's Yuan spirit. He's clearly a petty person and will likely seek revenge with even greater urgency than you. You need to be cautious, warned the Earth Cauldron. If we're all injured, then if he finds me, we can have a fair fight. Even without the Nirvana scripture, I still have the confidence to kill him, said Long Chen confidently. You're getting cocky. While you may have dragon blood strengthening you now, you don't know how powerful the Nirvana scripture is. If you were to encounter him now, you wouldn't be able to properly unleash any of your power. Moreover, aside from him, do you realize how many medicine slaves he commands? Asked the Earth Cauldron. Oh, Long Chen fell silent at the Earth Cauldron's question. While he held medicine slaves in contempt, he couldn't deny their terrifying capabilities. Medicine slaves were madmen fully loyal to their masters, and they could carry out any order, no matter how extreme. Long Chen didn't fear the white-robed man's power even after the Earth Cauldron had cautioned him about it. However, facing a horde of medicine slaves after an exhausting battle, such an encounter could prove fatal, even for him. Medicine slaves. Wait, Long Chen suddenly thought of something and hastily checked the primal chaos space. He found that there weren't that many new heavenly doyen fruits. He had just slain so many 7-star doyens, but not a single 7-star heavenly doyen fruit appeared on the tree. Long Chen quickly grasped the reason. It seemed that medicine slaves were only quasi-doyens created through medicinal pills. They were not truly recognized by the heavenly Daos. Thus, when they died, the heavenly Dao tree didn't generate new heavenly doyen fruits. Fuck, here I thought you were supposed to be so amazing, but you can only make a bunch of fake doyens. He, I can make real ones though, sneered Long Chen. He exited the primal chaos space and chose to listen to the Earth Cauldron's advice, finding a place to heal. While his normal injury could be instantly healed with the primal chaos space's life energy, the white-robed man's assaults were infused with the power of the Nirvana scripture, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth. Hence, the resulting injury transcended mere physical harm, as it involved the very laws and will of the world. Such a wound might last forever on someone else. But on Long Chen, it only took 6 hours to fully heal. It went without saying that his constitution was truly terrifying. After recovering, Long Chen didn't waste any time and headed in the direction that the Earth Cauldron indicated, charging deeper into this area. Chapter 4605 White Bone Desert. Long Chen didn't continue looking for medicinal ingredients. After all, there was something more important waiting for him here. Furthermore, he was also competing with Lord Brahma's disciple, so he didn't dare to tarry. Big brother Long Chen, I'm sorry. I reacted too slowly back then. I didn't come out to help immediately. Huo Linger's apologetic voice rang out. When the white-robed man attacked, she didn't come out immediately, resulting in Long Chen being injured. Hence, she felt guilty. If she had taken action earlier, even if only passively defending, Long Chen's injuries would have been less severe. Huo Linger and Lei Linger possessed unique powers that were intrinsic to them. After all, it was exceedingly rare for spiritual bodies to have control over their own power. This stemmed from the fact that no master would let their spiritual bodies do so, mainly due to the inherent risks involved. If a spiritual body had a slave seal on it, the scenario would be different. In that case, the master could unleash the spiritual body's power with a single thought, and the spiritual body would be compelled to comply even if it desired otherwise. However, Huo Linger and Lei Linger operated differently, and despite their connection to Long Chen's soul, they couldn't immediately react to a sudden attack. It was this slight delay that allowed the white-robed man's attack to land before Huo Linger could react, ultimately leading to Long Chen's injury. Foolish girl, it's not your mistake. Our cooperation is almost flawless, and I don't believe that you reacted too slowly. I believe that fellow's Nirvana scripture affected your reaction time, consoled Long Chen. Really? Huo Linger's eyes lit up. With their souls connected and their utmost trust in each other, they could fight freely and effortlessly. Thus, even without a slave seal, Long Chen was connected to their power. Long Chen never doubted his connection with Huo Linger. That was why his first suspicion was that this fellow's Nirvana scripture was capable of affecting Huo Linger. Considering that Huo Linger had been in the primal chaos space, the Nirvana scripture shouldn't have been able to influence her. However, the Nirvana scripture was the #1 flame scripture of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and even the Earth Cauldron acknowledged that it was a terrifying existence. Based on Long Chen's analysis, there were only 2 explanations for the situation. The first one was that this Nirvana scripture could penetrate the primal chaos space and affect Huo Linger from a different space. However, there was another possibility to consider. The Nirvana scripture could have limited Long Chen's senses toward flame energy, as well as his ability to circulate his own flame energy. As Long Chen served as Huolinger's link to the external world beyond the primal chaos space, any effects experienced by Long Chen would also impact Huolinger. Regardless, Long Chen couldn't shake the feeling that he had only glimpsed another aspect of the Nirvana scripture's power, and this glimpse filled him with a fervent desire to obtain it. Long Chen saw countless experts as he sped through this land. Some were attacking the beasts in the surroundings head-on, and others were launching sneak attacks. However, the further he went in this area, the stronger the beasts were. Long Chen personally witnessed an Earth Dragon variant unleash a wave of breath that annihilated tens of thousands of experts who had come for its treasure. Its breath even annihilated 7-star Doyens, not allowing them to flee. Moreover, these 7-star Doyens were real experts, not quasi-Doyens like the medicine slaves. Taking advantage of the distraction, Long Chen dove in and grabbed a fruit that looked like a jujube pit. Feeling something amiss, the Earth Dragon seethed with rage and attacked Long Chen, but Long Chen had fled rapidly. As the Earth Dragon didn't dare to leave its territory, after roaring a few times, it returned dejectedly. Long Chen saw many precious medicinal ingredients that he had never seen before. Whether he recognized them or not, he made sure to collect them all, preferring not to overlook any potential treasures. To maintain his momentum, Long Chen proceeded in a straight line, only deviating to collect items that were directly in his path. Regardless of any disturbances he heard in other areas. As Long Chen continued his advance, despite no longer encountering any members of the Three-Eye race, he suddenly detected an aura similar to that of medicine slaves. However, he ignored it and continued rushing forward. Several days later, he found that the surrounding world had gone silent. He could neither hear the roars of wild beasts nor find any other cultivators. This place was now frighteningly quiet, causing the air to be filled with a sense of danger. It was so suffocating that even Long Chen felt his soul quivering. It seems there are some fatally dangerous things here. Long Chen saw a misty cloud up ahead. Unable to see into it, he didn't know what was hidden inside. Moments ago, Long Chen could still discern the roars of other experts and beasts echoing in the distance. However, in an instant, it was as if all sounds were abruptly severed by an invisible blade, leaving behind an unsettling silence. But no matter how dangerous it was, for the Nirvana scripture, Long Chen had to advance. Thinking that the disciple of Lord Brahma might also be after the Nirvana scripture, Long Chen refused to retreat. When Long Chen stepped into this mist, his hair instantly stood on end. An intense sensation of danger welled up within him as he felt like he had entered a domain of death. Within the dense mist, Long Chen found his spiritual perception severely suppressed, along with his vision. His senses were constrained to a mere 100 miles. While this might seem considerable, it paled in comparison to the vast size of the beasts he encountered, some of which spanned thousands of miles. This bit of distance was unable to give him any sense of security. A light sound rang out beneath Long Chen's foot. Looking around, he realized that there was no longer any grass or stone in the surroundings, it was a desert. This desert was white. However, what scared him shitless was the realization that the sand beneath his feet was not sand at all, it was composed of countless bone fragments. Long Chen had stepped onto a white bone just now. Its surface was covered in densely packed runes, which showed that its master's power was formidable. However, the bone had deteriorated to such an extent that even the slightest touch caused it to crumble into dust. The bone's runes were a deep blood-red hue, indicating that its master had died not long ago, likely within 10 days. Yet, it looked like it had eroded for millions of years. It didn't make sense. Long Chen's vigilance intensified at this revelation. Clearly, others had already ventured into this area. Faced with the unknown dangers of this realm, only those with unwavering confidence would dare to press forward. As Long Chen advanced through the bone-laden desert, a python silently appeared out of the mist and leapt at Long Chen's neck. Chapter 4606 Great Sun Sunflower. This was not a python, rather, it was a vine. Riddled in holes like a honeycomb, the vine presented a terrifying sight as it crept up silently. When it got close to Long Chen, it synchronized with Long Chen's steps, skillfully keeping itself concealed within his blind spot. In theory, an expert's senses could cover every direction, but there were no absolutes. Even when their senses covered every direction, there were always stronger and weaker areas. A person's blind spot went straight back from the pit of their stomach through their spine in a straight line, with 2 additional blind spots leaning to the left and right. Typically, these 3 blind spots were the areas where assassins struck the most often. As for this vine, it was like a python, slowly creeping up from Long Chen's blind spot. The way it swayed as it perfectly followed Long Chen's footsteps allowed it to stay within Long Chen's blind spot. Big brother Long Chen, shush, I see it. Long Chen gestured for Huo Linger not to speak, as that would distract him. From the moment the vine appeared, Long Chen already sensed its existence. After all, not many things could deceive the senses of the 9-star hegemon body art. Long Chen didn't want to alarm it and just let it get closer. This was a powerful life form, but Long Chen couldn't sense its aura, which meant that this vine was nothing more than a probing blow. Its true body was somewhere else. Hee hee, so big brother Long Chen is up to something bad again, laughed Huo Linger. Long Chen carefully advanced, occasionally looking behind and around him. No matter how he turned, the vine in the mist remained in his blind spot. With the thickness of an arm, it remained less than 3 meters from Long Chen the entire time. Long Chen suddenly stopped advancing, and the vine followed. Long Chen seemed to sense something and started to look around anxiously. However, he was unable to see anything as the vine moved along with him. After a while, Long Chen seemed to relax and continued onward. Just as he took another step, that vine suddenly shot forward, instantly wrapping around Long Chen's neck. Long Chen let out a startled cry. When the vine wrapped around his neck, it fiercely pulled him underground. Long Chen struggled but was quickly dragged beneath the sand. Any marks of his struggle slowly faded away on the ground. Despite being covered by dragon scales, Long Chen still felt some pain as countless stingers came out of the vine, stabbing into him and producing creaking sounds. To his astonishment, these stingers actually left white marks on his dragon scales, indicating that they were tougher than eternal divine weapons. If Long Chen had not undergone the blood-switching process, therefore greatly increasing the power of his dragon armor, he wouldn't have been able to block these stingers. The stingers were dark red and produced some sticky fluid on them, which looked clearly poisonous. Long Chen knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand the poison if it got into him. As Long Chen, wildly, struggled, dozens of these vines appeared around him. Within the sand, they bound him tightly, dragging him deeper. The ground here was very soft as it consisted of white bone granules. No matter how Long Chen struggled, he was unable to escape his fate of being dragged underground. After a while of being dragged through the ground, Long Chen found himself in an underground space. Despite being deep underground, there was curiously an open space here. However, this place was filled with a giant root system that looked like pythons. They were what created the scaffolding for this underground space. This place was extremely clean, save for a blood pool at the center. Within the depths of this blood pool lay an object emitting a radiant glow akin to that of the sun. The great sun sunflower, a rare immemorial species. Seeing the sunflower, Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He recognized this legendary divine medicine. The great sun sunflower existed only in the realm of legend, originating in the immemorial era and fading into extinction thereafter. Since that time, it had never graced the world with its presence again. The great sun sunflower was a divine medicine of unparalleled yang essence, possessing potent medicinal properties. It stood as the epitome among yang element divine medicines and held the prestigious title of the most potent ingredient for crafting yang element pills. The great sun sunflower looked no different from an ordinary sunflower, but it radiated the light of a sun. Every single one of its seeds was a peerless treasure. Any male, regardless of their race, would experience a significant surge in power and endurance upon consuming a single seed of the great sun sunflower. Additionally, it would activate and enhance their innate bloodline abilities. Other than that, it also had one heaven-defying use: it could treat male infertility. It was a well-known fact that as cultivators grew stronger, their likelihood of conceiving diminished, with male infertility being a primary concern. This was one of the laws of the heavenly Taoes. Without it, the potential consequences could be catastrophic. Imagine if a sage king engaged in prolific mating with ordinary individuals, spawning numerous exceptionally talented descendants each year. Such a scenario had the potential to plunge the world into utter chaos. Since this was the case, some eternal experts might find themselves unable to conceive a single child despite decades, or even centuries, of fervent attempts. However, the great sun sunflower's heaven-defying ability was to greatly increase the chance of conception. This one point made the great sun sunflower a priceless treasure that countless experts dreamed of obtaining. At this moment, countless tentacles were dragging Long Chen toward that blood pool. Long Chen was still, struggling with all his might, to escape. However, he couldn't. Just then, a giant head stuck out of the blood pool. Before Long Chen could even see its face clearly, its huge mouth opened up. Long Chen couldn't control himself anymore. The moment he was inside its mouth, his power erupted. Lightning flame world extermination. Long Chen roared. With lightning flashing in his left hand and flames raging in his right, the two energies erupted at the same time. Chapter 4607 Ghost Camphor Tree Demon. Just as Long Chen detonated these two powers, the huge mouth spat him out. This lifeform's reaction speed was extremely fast. However, the mix of lightning and flames still blasted its mouth, causing a furious roar to shake the surroundings. As the giant head withdrew into the blood lake, the great sunflower also started to sink. However, before it could submerge, Long Chen grabbed it and pulled, ripping the great sunflower out by the roots. As soon as Long Chen extracted the great sunflower, the blood pool erupted violently, unleashing a frenzied aura. A colossal head materialized once more, unleashing a torrent of blood-colored energy directly toward Long Chen. Swiftly evading the attack, Long Chen watched as the blood-colored beam tore through the ceiling. In response, he swiftly tossed the great sunflower into the primal chaos space. Amidst the chaos, Long Chen found himself confronted by a grotesque entity bearing the likeness of a fish-headed monstrosity, accompanied by a mass of writhing tentacles. Though resembling a tree demon, Long Chen was unable to tell what exactly it was. The tree demon went crazy, its tentacles surrounding this area like a heaven-encompassing net. Now that I've obtained the great sunflower, do you think I'm afraid of you? Long Chen sneered. As his own blood chi erupted, a dragon cry rang out, accompanied by a surging wild aura that blew the underground space apart. The aura directly shattered countless tentacles. Long Chen then shouted, and a giant dragon claw reached out of his manifestation. The dragon claw struck that tree demon in the head, directly crushing it. The tree demon emitted an eerie wail as its head burst apart, yet its tentacles, akin to serpents, swiftly burrowed into the earth. Long Chen was taken aback by the creature's resilience. Even without its head, it continued to slither away into the depths. Just as Long Chen thought that he had dealt such a serious wound to the tree demon that it was fleeing, the ground erupted in a violent upheaval. A colossal head, dwarfing mountains, emerged from below, shocking Long Chen to his core. So, the mother tree had been lurking underground all along, and the thing Long Chen had injured earlier was likely its offspring. A giant head broke out of the earth, and then an enormous golden vine whipped through the air at Long Chen. Long Chen swung his fist toward the golden vine, followed by a powerful explosion that shook this space. The vine exploded, but Long Chen grunted and fell back, his blood flipping inside of him. The mother tree seethed with anger, summoning countless golden vines from above and below, threatening to destroy this space. Isn't this an existence on the level of a sage king? Long Chen's expression changed. He hadn't expected such a terrifying existence to be hidden underground. Attack together! Long Chen shouted. Lei Linger and Huo Linger then joined in the fray, attacking the endless golden vines. Lightning crackled and flames roared as Long Chen, Lei Linger, and Huo Linger burst forth from the golden vines. The damaged golden vines released golden droplets that scorched the earth upon contact, leaving smoldering craters in their wake. The tree demon's blood proved to be exceedingly toxic. At this moment, the earth exploded, revealing a horde of surging blood-colored tree demons. They resembled the one that had ambushed Long Chen earlier. Don't get entangled. Charge out. As Long Chen saw this scene, his heart shook. He had thought that it was just a single mother and son, but unexpectedly, the mother tree had millions of children. If they were bogged down by them, even with Long Chen's big energy reserve, he would eventually run out of energy. The three of them unleashed all their power, spamming their ultimate moves like they were cabbages. After an hour of blasting their way through the blockades, they finally escaped the encirclement. After fleeing the desert and diving into a forest, they could finally take a breather. Long Chen didn't dare to go any deeper. The desert was that tree demon's territory, so who knew what kind of terrifying existence was guarding this forest? Perhaps it would be even more terrifying than the tree demon. Long Chen refrained from provoking whatever formidable entity lurked within the forest, taking the opportunity to swiftly replenish his energy. Similarly, Huo Linger and Lei Linger also required a moment to regain their strength. The golden tree demon had been absolutely terrifying, its seemingly endless golden tentacles posing a real threat. Despite Long Chen's effort to dismantle them all, new ones emerged without pause. Fortunately, Lei Linger and Huo Linger's powers could counter the tree demon, and their blades were able to slice through those tentacles. Even so, the two had used up a great deal of energy. If the tree demon had managed to tie them up for another 2 hours, the three of them would have used up all their energy and dropped dead. "Senior, what kind of monster was that? How was it so tough?" asked Long Chen. "It was a ghost camphor tree demon, an undying life form with a tough life force and great craftiness. The mother trees usually hide deep underground and only send their sun spirits to fight for them. The sun spirits are like the ones that targeted you at the start. In truth, the sun spirits are puppets that the mother trees raised. When it spotted you and you acted weak, I thought that you already knew about its nature. I had assumed that you had a plan when you let it draw you into its den," replied the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen smiled bitterly. "How could I know what this ghost camphor tree demon was? I thought that if it was sneaking up on me so furtively, it shouldn't be that strong in direct combat, so I wanted to trap it. However, its true body was absolutely terrifying. If I didn't have help from these two, I would have faced a true disaster today. If it's from the undying race, I can understand why it's so strong. I just wonder what relationship it has with the undying willow race. Amongst the undying race, there are high-tier lifeforms and low-tier lifeforms. The ghost camphor tree demons are low-tier lifeforms, and they have no relationship with the undying willow race," answered the Earth Cauldron. "How can a low-tier lifeform be so terrifying?" exclaimed Long Chen. "You've misunderstood," the Earth Cauldron interjected. "The tiers are not indicative of power but rather intelligence. Take the ghost camphor tree demon, for instance. Despite its strength, you would still possess a means to kill it, correct?" "Yes, I was just caught off guard by it. If you gave me some time, I could come up with many ways to deal with it," said Long Chen. Now, he understood what the Earth Cauldron was saying about high and low tier lifeforms. "Then Senior, what level was that tree demon? To use your human race's rankings, it would be considered to be in the Divine Venerate realm." "What?" Long Chen's jaw dropped. Chapter 4608 Mysterious Temple. "It's only one realm higher than me." Long Chen almost couldn't believe it. According to his senses, that tree demon's power was essentially on par with a sage king. "That's why I said you shouldn't underestimate low-tier lifeforms. They also have their terrifying points. The ghost camphor tree demon's bloodline is extremely ancient, so its power cannot be underestimated," explained the Earth Cauldron. Hearing this, Long Chen was taken aback. It seemed that he had to be more careful now. He had just entered this region but already encountered such a terrifying existence. Who knew how many more terrifying existences would be inside? He couldn't just barge in like this. This was not a place to play around. However, at the same time as he was shocked, he also felt a profound sense of defeat. Previously, he had easily fought across 2 realms. But now against a single Divine Venerate tree demon, he had to flee miserably. In truth, you don't need to be depressed about this. This is due to the different eras. The Primal Chaos era was the peak era of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and everything started going downhill from then on. Although there was a resurgence at the end of every era afterward, it was nothing more than a tiny bump in the process of decline. The 9 heavens and 10 lands have been declining all this time. If we were to compare it to a ladder, then your generation would be at the bottom of the ladder. You simply weren't born in the right era. Having someone like you from the end of this declining era fight across realms against a lifeform with an immemorial bloodline is fundamentally unfair, consoled the Earth Cauldron, who had seen through his thoughts. Although I can understand the principle, I'm still not happy about it. Actually, it's not that I couldn't beat it. I just don't have a good weapon. Long Chen shook his head. At this time, Dragonbone Evilmoon's figure reappeared in his mind. Back then, with Evilmoon in his hand, he had felt heroic and domineering. But that was all meaningless now that he didn't have a usable weapon. After recovering, Long Chen thought of returning to face the ghost camphor tree demon again. He had been caught off guard back then and forgotten that he had another terrifying trump card to use against it, the Primal Chaos Space's black soil. As long as he could set up a trap, with its low intelligence, he had a high chance of killing it. However, the Earth Cauldron told him that the ghost camphor tree demon was crafty and cautious. After expending a significant amount of its energy and sustaining injuries during their previous encounter, it would undoubtedly be in hiding once more. Even in its peak state, it rarely fought people head-on, let alone now that it was injured. Other than that, Long Chen had taken the Great Sun Sunflower, so there was no longer any point in him going back there. According to the Earth Cauldron, after recovering, it would probably sneak attack other lifeforms to take over whatever precious treasure they were guarding. To use the Earth Cauldron's words, you already took their treasure, so what were you so bitter about? Thinking about it, Long Chen had to agree. Although the ghost camphor tree demon had attacked him first, he had also taken its great sun sunflower. It had paid its debt. Speaking of the great sun sunflower, Long Chen hastily checked the primal chaos space. He saw that the great sun sunflower was shining brightly, brimming with vitality. Long Chen saw that the seeds had turned yellow and were rapidly maturing. He took one and examined it closely. The seed looked like it was made of gold, covered in beautiful lines like it was an intricately carved ornament. As soon as he took off the shell, a fragrant smell filled the air. Without hesitation, he tossed the seed into his mouth. The moment he sank his teeth into it, a burst of exquisite flavor flooded his palate, making him drool, and the fragrance flowed through him, going into his mind and his dantian. At the same time, he felt his blood chi instantly reach a peak. He was now akin to a lively dragon filled with energy. This really is a natural divine pill. Fuck, if I had known that this thing was so miraculous, I would have eaten a few back then and crushed the ghost camphor tree demon. Long Chen slapped his leg in regret. Long Chen found that sometimes he was really foolish. He had to use his brain more. If he had managed to kill the ghost camphor tree demon, he would have been able to take its corpse. What a loss of a priceless treasure. Long Chen checked and found a total of 999 seeds. He took them all, and the flower immediately withered. That was fine as he directly planted 500 of the seeds. However, they didn't immediately start germinating like Long Chen had expected. After thinking about it, Long Chen found that this was normal. After all, this was a legendary treasure, the Great Sun Sunflower. It only made sense for its growth to be extremely slow. As long as he could obtain enough corpses, its seeds would rapidly grow in the primal chaos space. Crack. Long Chen tossed another seed into his mouth. It really is delicious. It's addicting. Just one seed was enough to reinvigorate Long Chen and make him feel like he was in his peak condition. Realizing the danger, he hastily put the rest away, refusing to let himself eat another one. If he were to just eat them all like this, it would be a complete waste. The Great Sun Sunflower really is valuable. Your luck isn't bad. With it, you can refine even higher tier medicinal pills, praised the Earth Cauldron. Clearly, even the Earth Cauldron viewed the Great Sun Sunflower as a treasure. As Long Chen could grow them like a farmer, he'd have a sunflower field soon. Eating just 2 seeds already made Long Chen feel like he was in his peak state and full of energy. He immediately set off once more. However, he was more careful now. He had encountered a terrifying tree demon from the beginning, so there had to be even more terrifying existences in the way. As Long Chen pressed forward, his heart suddenly tightened. He could sense a pair of eyes watching him from within the mist. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Within this mist, he couldn't see the appearance of the master of those eyes, but the other side could see him clearly. While this didn't mean that this life form was necessarily stronger than Long Chen, this was its territory, and it had already noticed Long Chen. If they were to fight, it would be hard for Long Chen to get an upper hand against it. Unlike the tree demon, this mysterious monster refrained from launching an attack on Long Chen. It seemed to think that Long Chen was not to be trifled with. Such a strong perception showed that its power was definitely above the tree demon's. Long Chen walked along the border of its territory, and as expected, it didn't attack him. Long Chen continued beyond it and started to encounter many terrifying lifeforms. Their auras were all much stronger than the tree demons. In fact, Long Chen had the urge to retreat after sensing them. Although Long Chen couldn't see the lurking lifeforms within the mist, their terrifying auras were palpable to his senses. Navigating cautiously, he traveled through the borders of their territories. Those lifeforms also detected Long Chen's presence, but they only gazed at him vigilantly or occasionally let out a low growl. However, none of them attacked him. Long Chen walked through this dangerous land for 3 days. The further he went, the more chills he got. Every single one of them gave him a sense of mortal danger. If Long Chen were to fight them together, he realized that even 100 lives would not suffice for him to escape the perilous situation. However, for the Nirvana scripture, Long Chen braved this danger. On the 7th day, the mist gradually faded away, revealing a clear world. When Long Chen gazed into the distance, he was shocked to see a hidden temple in this land. Chapter 4609, Blood Book. This was an incredibly vast temple. However, the majority of it was in ruins. The roof had collapsed, and there were broken walls all around. However, even those fallen bricks, broken walls, and shattered tiles were unable to cover up this temple's sacred air. Though now in a state of collapse, the structure retained an aura of divinity and sanctity that instinctively inspired reverence in anyone who saw it. Long Chen couldn't explain it, but a sense of melancholy washed over him as he looked at the fallen temple. Within Long Chen's mind, a vivid image appeared, towering palaces standing majestically amidst a bustling scene of activity. Countless figures streamed in and out of the temple, their voices raised in chanting. Long Chen could almost discern the harsh chiding of teachers and the private gossip of the disciples. It was as if he had been transported through time, witnessing the vibrant past of the temple. Yet, as swiftly as it had appeared, the image started to fade, replaced by the stark reality of its current state, one of desolation and decay. "Have I been here before?" murmured Long Chen as he looked at these ruins. Long Chen experienced a sensation akin to that of a traveler returning to their hometown after many years, only to find the familiar blue sea transformed into mulberry fields. Everything seemed unchanged yet distinctly different. It was such an indescribable feeling. He carefully crept through the forest. When he neared the temple, the temperature of the air abruptly spiked, enveloping Long Chen in an oppressive heat reminiscent of a blazing pill furnace. Startled, Long Chen instinctively took a step back, and as he did so, the intense heat dissipated instantaneously, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. An invisible barrier seemed to divide the space here. It was such a stark contrast. One step forward led him into a searing furnace, while one step back brought him to a peaceful world. Long Chen once more stepped into the domain of the temple. Despite the waves of heat assaulting him, Long Chen found the sensation oddly comforting. Pressing onward, Long Chen marveled at the temple's vastness, which dwarfed even an entire prefecture in size. As he traversed the maze of broken rocks, he felt incredibly minuscule. Carefully navigating his way, Long Chen spent the majority of the day before finally reaching the temple's entrance. Standing before a collapsed wall, he observed the remnants of what used to be an imposing gate, now mostly in ruins. Without hesitation, he made his way through a crack in the wall to enter the temple grounds. Once he stepped through the wall, he instantly sensed the heat soar once more. The flame energy within the temple grounds seemed more vibrant and lively than ever before, enveloping him in its intense heat. "Refining pills here would be very convenient," murmured Long Chen as he sensed the thrumming flame fluctuations. The flame energy here was so lively, yet it wasn't violent, leading Long Chen to think that refining pills would be easier in this location. Regretfully, he didn't have time to do so right now. Setting aside this thought, he carefully resumed his exploration until he saw a collapsed palace ahead. The once majestic structure now lay in ruins, its roof resting on the ground like a fallen giant calmly sinking into the swamp of time. Long Chen surveyed the surroundings for a while and only saw the broken brick pillars of the temple around the area. Not sensing any danger, he proceeded cautiously. "What's going on? Even if the treasures are already taken, there should be marks left behind, no?" Long Chen immediately sensed something off. There was nothing here, as if someone had emptied it before it collapsed. Long Chen examined one of the pillars. With the slightest bit of force, he directly crushed it. Its divine energy has long since vanished along with the protection runes, but it's still able to resist the erosion of time. Just what kind of energy protects them? Looking at the powder in his hand, Long Chen found this hard to believe. Although he didn't know the origin of this temple, its aura conveyed an unimaginable history. Long Chen didn't dare to walk around rashly, so he just circled around the outer region, hoping to find any minuscule clues that might shed light on the temple's past. Regretfully, the majority of these buildings had already collapsed, and based on their appearance, their collapse seemed like a natural process rather than the result of violence. Despite his thorough search within and around the structures, Long Chen found no valuable discoveries to speak of. However, Long Chen found quite a few signs of people who had gone through this place. Clearly, he was not the first to arrive here, but it didn't seem like they had found anything of value. Long Chen was in no rush to go to the core region as he felt a mysterious call from the surroundings. As Long Chen flipped through hundreds of collapsed buildings, his heart suddenly jolted with anticipation. Arriving at the front of a building, he started to dig out the broken tiles with his hands. Like a mole digging a hole, Long Chen dug deep underground. After dozens of miles, he suddenly ran into a thick underground wall that prevented him from going any deeper. This wall had divine runes flowing across its surface, indicating its formidable nature. Determined to breach it, Long Chen retrieved an eternal divine weapon and thrust it into the wall with all his might. However, to his dismay, the weapon snapped upon impact, failing to make a dent in the impenetrable structure. "Senior, help me out." Long Chen took out the earth cauldron. This time, the earth cauldron agreed to aid him and lightly struck the wall. With a light sound, the runes on the wall dimmed, and spider web-like cracks emerged, covering the once formidable barrier. A gentle push from Long Chen reduced the wall to powder, revealing a secret chamber beyond. The wall, as it turned out, wasn't thick, only a foot wide. Once he was through the wall, he arrived in an underground room, very likely a secret chamber. It wasn't too large, only a few meters in width. Nestled in one corner was a skeleton, likely that of a woman, cradling a book in her bony hands. Despite the woman having long since turned into a skeleton, the book remained perfectly intact. Was she the one calling me? Long Chen went to the skeleton, filled with suspicions. Once he arrived here, that feeling of being summoned faded. Long Chen slowly reached out for the book in her hand, but the earth cauldron stopped him and said, "This book can only stay in her hand. The moment it leaves her hand, it will instantly turn to dust." Hearing this, Long Chen hastily stopped. Instead, he slowly turned the book to the first page. A powerful surge of blood qi instantly struck Long Chen, shaking him. This aura unmistakably emanated from the essence blood of a sage king. To his surprise, the skeleton before him had once been a sage king herself. Furthermore, when Long Chen saw the characters on the page, his heart tightened. They were blood-colored immortal characters. "I never thought that my most respected, most revered Lord Brahma would one day betray the Pill Sovereign. My world has collapsed. This is about Lord Brahma. Does this place have the Pill Sovereign's legacy?" wondered Long Chen in shock. The moment he read those characters, they started to fade, as if some energy was erasing them. Long Chen hastily flipped to the second page, expecting to find more characters, but instead, he was greeted by a blood-colored portrait. It was a portrait of a flower. When Long Chen saw that flower, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Jewel Blood Jade Orchid." Chapter 4610, Gan Luo. The picture appeared to be intricately drawn with blood, yet despite the passage of countless years, it remained bright and vivid. Long Chen instantly recognized it as the Jewel Blood Jade Orchid. This wasn't the first time Long Chen had encountered an image of the Jewel Blood Jade Orchid. Back at the High Firmament Academy, within the Pill Institute's Divine Palace, he had also come across it. In the mortal world, following Yu Qingshan's sacrifice to shield Long Chen from an attack, the Jewel Blood Jade Orchid materialized and seemed to whisk her away. Now, with the reappearance of the Jewel Blood Jade Orchid, Long Chen suspected that he had stumbled upon a profound secret. When Long Chen flipped to the next page, he found that there were only 2 pages in this book. Moreover, the image of the Jewel Blood Jade Orchid didn't fade away like the words on the first page. Suddenly, Long Chen had a thought. Pressing on his forehead, he extracted a single drop of his essence blood and placed it on the Jewel Blood Jade Orchid's picture. When his essence blood touched the picture, it seemed to come to life. All of a sudden, flower petals appeared in the air, and the world around Long Chen instantly became a majestic palace. Before Long Chen could get a good look at his surroundings, a sharp blade cut through the palace, accompanied by a rain of blood. Long Chen also saw a white-robed man being stabbed through the chest. He was right beside Long Chen, his gaze fixed ahead, brimming with hatred and resentment. He let out a hysterical howl. "Gan Luo, you dared to betray the Pill Sovereign." Following the white-robed man's line of sight, Long Chen saw a middle-aged man in golden robes staring back at the white-robed man. To Long Chen's surprise, this person's aura was incomparably powerful, resembling that of a flame god. Merely gazing upon him caused Long Chen's soul to ache as if it were scorched by flames. This middle-aged man was incomparably terrifying. With a sneer, he retorted, "The Pill Sovereign does not have the ability to unite the people. If even Lord Brahma has revolted, as his disciple, how could I not follow him? I don't believe it. Why would Brahma betray the Pill Sovereign?" roared the white-robed man. "Pitiful child, I can't be bothered to explain it to you. Go in peace." With a swift movement of his blade, the middle-aged man unleashed an explosive burst of power, reducing his opponent into fragments. As the dust settled, Long Chen saw a figure appear with a flash. "Lifehunter race," Long Chen exclaimed. Although he barely saw an image, he was familiar with their aura, as it was identical to Ying Tian's. The only difference was that this person's aura was even more reserved and frightening than that of Ying Tian. "Kill everyone who isn't from Lord Brahma and Fallen Day Knight's side," shouted the middle-aged man. The entire palace quivered. Furious roars, curses, and cries mixed together but drowned out by the sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh. It was a one-sided slaughter. Some people were talking with their friends when others suddenly stabbed them. A lot of them died without even knowing what was happening. Long Chen gritted his teeth furiously, an inexplicable sensation coursing through him as he witnessed the carnage unfold. It was as though the blades slicing through the bodies of the fallen were also piercing his own flesh. The fury and resentment of those people as they died crashed into him like a tsunami. Long Chen couldn't help but let out a heaven-shaking roar. "You traitors!" Long Chen's eyes blazed scarlet, perhaps due to the awakening of the Pill Sovereign's memories. Consumed by madness, he stepped through the air and sent a fist at the middle-aged man. Regretfully, Long Chen's fist passed right through the man as the latter was just a projection. They were separated by the river of time and space. However, the middle-aged man seemed to sense something after this attack. Frantically scanning his surroundings, he detected nothing amiss but swiftly ordered everyone to regroup. As the chaos subsided, Long Chen observed that, aside from the spilled blood, the structures remained unscathed, unaffected by the fierce battle that had transpired. Under the command of the middle-aged man called Gan Luo, the group gathered in a specific hall. It was the highest and loftiest part of this palace. With a wave of his hand, Gan Luo activated 4 pillars of light at the corners of the hall, sending them soaring into the heavens. He then started to form some hand seals and chant. The 6th volume of the Nirvana scripture. Long Chen hastily suppressed his fury and focused on memorizing every syllable in hand seal. So that's the case. The 6th volume's syllables must change with the hand seals. No wonder I could never get it to work. Seeing the hand seals, Long Chen instantly understood and memorized the part of the Nirvana scripture that Gan Luo was using. Long Chen had already spent a great deal of effort studying the Nirvana scripture and trying to get the 6th volume to work for him, missing a single step. After comprehending this one step, everything became easy. After Gan Luo was done chanting, his hand seals changed once more, and the 4 pillars of light weaved together, forming a giant net that bound this place. Following Gan Luo's actions, a giant immortal character emerged and descended from the heavens, landing upon the gate of the hall with resounding force. Glowing with radiant intensity, the character took the form of a giant Brahma symbol. As the Brahma symbol illuminated the surroundings, an array of countless chains materialized, sealing this entire hall. It's Lord Brahma's seal. Long Chen instantly saw through Gan Luo's intentions. With the formation of this seal, it instantly sucked the world's power dry. The image then vanished, and Long Chen reappeared in front of the skeleton. Suddenly, the ancient book quivered, and to Long Chen's astonishment, the jewel blood jade orchid's image rose out of the page and merged into Long Chen's palm. With the jewel blood jade orchid imprinted onto Long Chen's palm, the ancient book disintegrated into dust, and the skeleton followed suit. Before Long Chen now lay a pile of dust. Could it be that what was calling to me was the jewel blood jade orchid? Long Chen looked at the image on his palm, unable to shake the feeling that every event leading up to this moment had been meticulously orchestrated, with the jewel blood jade orchid serving as the key to unraveling the truth behind the temple's destruction. Regretfully, no one answered Long Chen. The only one who could have provided answers was now naught but dust. Other than a short record and this brief memory, the owner of the book left nothing else behind. Perhaps what she had left behind was the hatred, resentment, and disbelief of the people who had perished. With a heavy heart, Long Chen bowed to the remnants of the experts and then walked out of this secret room, his determination unwavering as he set his sights on the core region of the temple. He quickly saw a sacred and majestic hall. However, when he saw a group of people in front of it, his killing intent instantly exploded. Chapter 4611, Familiar Divine Statue. In front of the temple, hundreds of 7-star doyens from the 3-eye race stood guard, fully locking down the entrance. Amidst them, a woman encased in chains of flame caught Long Chen's attention. This woman was none other than Yu Qingshan. Her heavenly rainbow flame was blazing around her, forming multiple layers of shields that were blocking the flame chains. In response, the 3-eye experts were forming hand seals and chanting the Nirvana scripture. As the group chanted, the temple started to tremble ominously. Their flames surged higher, and ancient runes danced around the chains. With each passing moment, the chains tightened, exerting relentless pressure on Yu Qingxian's barriers. Foolish human, give up now and submit to the slave mark. That's your only chance of getting out alive. We'll give you to the divine sun. As for whether you live or die, it'll be up to your luck. The three-eye experts shouted their demands as they saw that Yu Qingxian was about to be captured. However, their chanting slowed slightly as they wanted to capture her alive. Yu Qingxian seethed with anger. Never had she anticipated that this temple would turn out to be a trap. The instant she approached it, countless chains sprang forth. She would have been able to dodge all the chains, but then these three-eye experts thwarted her effort. They had conjured a flame net that seamlessly merged with the flame chains of the temple, instantly trapping her and leaving her with no chance to escape. Foolish woman, if you're going to be so stubborn, don't blame us for being merciless. Just as that three-eye expert spoke, before they could even do anything, a resounding dragon cry echoed through the air. In a blur of movement, a dragon tail lashed out, instantly turning them into blood mist. Long Chen, Yu Qingxian exclaimed in relief as she caught sight of his figure emerging from the dissipating mist. However, her joy quickly turned to concern as she cried out, "Don't come any closer. This temple is a trap." Ignoring her warning, Long Chen rushed forward and seized the chains in front of her. With a deafening roar, an explosion ensued, and Long Chen was forcefully propelled backward, crashing into a nearby building with devastating force. Dazed and battered, Long Chen almost spat out blood. "Long Chen, you have to run while you can. There are definitely more people." Yu Qingxian's urgent plea was cut short as her focus wavered, causing one of her protective barriers to shatter under the relentless assault. With only 2 shields remaining, she found herself struggling to even summon the strength to speak as the flame chains constricted around her. Enraged by this sight, Long Chen roared with determination, a cascade of stars enveloping him as he prepared to charge forward once more. "Fool, use your right hand," scolded the earth cauldron. Startled, he suddenly thought of the jewel blood jade orchid image in his right palm. When Long Chen placed his right hand on top of the flame chains, his hand only felt warm, and the jewel blood jade orchid image lit up. The chains ensnaring Yu Qingxian abruptly exploded, eliciting expressions of relief from both her and Long Chen. Without hesitation, he directly grabbed her and pulled her away from this trap. Before Long Chen could go far, the surrounding space collapsed around them, engulfing them in a swirling vortex. The next moment, Long Chen and Yu Qingxian appeared in a large hall. Ignoring their surroundings, he immediately turned to Yu Qingxian, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Are you all right? Are you injured somewhere?" Seeing how concerned Long Chen was, Yu Qingxian hugged him tightly. Long Chen was startled by this response but immediately held onto her tightly. In his mind, everything was all right as long as she was fine. "Long Chen, when are you going to get smarter? Don't be so reckless. I was scared to death just now." Holding Long Chen tightly, Yu Qingxian finally started crying. She had shouted at Long Chen to leave. While she knew that he wouldn't leave, at the very least, he should have known that this place was a trap. At that time, Long Chen seemed to have gone crazy and didn't care about anything, charging forward regardless of anything. While Yu Qingxian was moved, she was also worried for him. "I am usually very cool-headed about these things, but when I see you in danger, my head just stops working." Long Chen scratched his head with embarrassment. In truth, it was just as he said. The instant he witnessed Yu Qingxian in peril, rational thought fled from his mind. At that moment, nothing else mattered to him but ensuring her safety. If it hadn't been for the earth cauldron's reminder, he would still be struggling with the chains. Thinking back to it, he really was a fool. Yu Qingxian bit her lip, her eyes full of warmth as she looked at Long Chen. After all, he was her whole world. This place is. Only now did Long Chen and Yu Qingxian pause to survey their surroundings, taking in the grandeur of the temple hall that enveloped them. Suddenly, the entire hall lit up. Runes on the bricks, pillars, and roof lit up like stars, casting the hall in a holy light. Long Chen's gaze turned to the front where they saw a divine statue. However, a tremor coursed through Long Chen as he laid eyes upon it. It's her. Before them stood a statue of a woman, seated gracefully upon a lotus throne with her hands delicately positioned in front of her chest, palms upturned as if cradling something within. Her slender fingers resembled the petals of a lotus in full bloom, and it seemed that she was holding something. Although her eyes were closed, it did not change her peerless beauty. She was like a goddess who stood at the peak of the world, and everyone who saw her could only look up and revere her. Long Chen had never seen this statue before, but he had encountered this woman in person. He recalled the profound love, gentleness, and warmth that radiated from her presence when he had spoken to her in person. Looking at this statue, Long Chen was overcome with a bitter sense of longing. He ached to see her in the flesh, rather than as an immutable sculpture frozen in time. Yet, alongside this yearning, a harsh reality shattered his heart. He knew that she was gone forever, never to return. To his astonishment, the jewel-blood jade orchid suddenly left his palm and slowly floated toward her hands. In a sudden turn of events, the hands of the statue started to tremble, and a vivid jewel-blood jade orchid materialized within its grasp. Unlike the imprinted image on Long Chen's palm, this orchid seemed imbued with vibrant life, exuding an aura of vitality. As the living jewel-blood jade orchid ignited, golden flames erupted, enveloping every corner of the hall in a divine glow. The air also resonated with sacred chants, filling the space with an ethereal melody that echoed throughout the hallowed chamber. "It's the Nirvana scripture," Long Chen and Yu Qingxian exclaimed at the same time. Chapter 4612, 7th volume of the Nirvana scripture. The resonant chanting permeated the air, carrying a blend of gentleness, solemnity, and warmth from the woman's voice, yet beneath it lay an undercurrent of power, pride, and unwavering determination. "This is the first volume of the Nirvana scripture. But why is it different from the one we learned?" wondered Yu Qingxian. Just like Long Chen, Yu Qingxian had also learned the Nirvana scripture. Despite their different paths in obtaining it, they had found their scriptures to be identical. However, as they stood in the presence of the scripture before them, they were astounded to discover that it bore stark differences from what they had previously learned. The familiar verses had undergone countless changes and transformations, transcending mere solemnity and holiness. The scripture now exhibited a myriad of tones, sometimes resonant and powerful, at other times deep and weighty, occasionally majestic and imbued with strength, and yet other times gentle and warm. A single line of the scripture could go through 100 changes, and sometimes, a single word would have unfathomable transformations. Long Chen was puzzled at first, but he and Yu Qingxian quickly focused on fully memorizing what they were hearing. Suddenly, amidst the ethereal chanting and the transformative presence of the scripture, another figure appeared in the hall. It was Huo Linger. Hearing the chanting, she flew out of the primal chaos space to join Long Chen and Yu Qingxian. Huo Linger, as a flame spirit, the literal scripture may not be necessary for you. Instead, focus on discerning the changes in tone and the fluctuations in its flame energy. We can compare each other's understanding later, Long Chen transmitted to her, recognizing her unique affinity with fire. Hearing the resounding verses of the scripture, Long Chen suddenly had a profound realization. What they had learned so far was merely an introduction to the Nirvana scripture. It had been a monotonous rendition, unchanging from start to finish. Now, Long Chen knew that every syllable of the Nirvana scripture had countless transformations. The slightest change in tone and inflection could bring forth a different effect. Though he couldn't fully comprehend the profound principles behind these changes, he had to do his best to memorize them. He could just study them later when he had time. Yu Qingxian was thinking the same thing. The two of them were memorizing as much as they could, and they would verify their versions afterward. With Huo Linger by their side, Long Chen's confidence soared. While Huo Linger might not be able to comprehend the scripture itself, being a flame spirit endowed her with unparalleled sensitivity to the fluctuations of the flame energy of the world. Thanks to that, she could detect the fluctuations accompanying the shifts in the chanting tone. This was definitely an area Long Chen and Yu Qingxian couldn't match her in. As the chanting resonated through the hall, it went through the first volume, second volume, third volume. Long Chen was like a parched land soaking in fresh rainwater, doing his best to absorb as much as he could. Every syllable struck his mind like lightning, imprinting one mysterious rune after another. Following that, he saw an unprecedented world before him. He had been a frog at the bottom of a well before, but when he heard this chanting, he saw a vast sky. Every word and syllable seemed to embody the essence of the world's flame element. At this moment, Long Chen fully understood how the white-robed man had delivered such a devastating blow with a mere projection clone. Just as the Earth Cauldron said, the Nirvana scripture Long Chen understood so far was only the tip of the iceberg. Long Chen was finally seeing it in its entirety. When the fifth volume unfolded, Long Chen, Yu Qingxian, and Huo Linger started to form hand seals in unison, spurred by the sound of the chanting. Remarkably, their hand seals were completely different. Yu Qingxian's motions were extremely graceful and beautiful, resembling a blooming lotus. Flame runes danced elegantly in her palm, casting a radiant glow on her face. Her aura bore a resemblance to that of the divine statue. Huo Linger, on the other hand, executed her seals with deliberate slowness, as if she was clumsy in being careful. However, every time she completed a seal, a strange rune would appear in her palm, imbued with the essence of flowing lava. Each of these runes emanated a profound, majestic power capable of unleashing destruction upon the world. Yu Qingshan effortlessly completed 7 or 8 runes within a single breath, her movements fluid and precise. In contrast, Huo Linger crafted only 1 rune during the same interval. However, Long Chen's hands moved with unparalleled speed, akin to lightning. His wrists contorted, fingers flickering like bolts of electricity as he formed over 1,000 seals within the span of a breath. He relinquished control over his own fingers as they danced. Countless runes quivered between his hands, forming a twisting space. Within this vortex, flame runes arranged themselves into orderly chains of different colors, and each chain represented a different kind of flame. As Long Chen's hands continued their dance, these chains shattered and fused in a perpetual cycle of creation and dissolution. Long Chen seemed to have entered an enlightened state, forgetting himself and the rest of the world. He couldn't even focus on memorizing the scripture anymore. As the scripture continued, Long Chen's hand seals accelerated, the gap between his hands widening. Within this expanding space, an endless array of chains formed and shattered in an unceasing rhythm. Annihilation, rebirth, annihilation, rebirth. Order is made to be broken. From its shattered remnants, order is reconstructed. Thus, the cycle begins anew. Can the course of this cycle really be changed by a single person? The Earth Cauldron observed silently, emitting a sigh that resonated with a sense of helplessness yet tinged with a hint of anticipation. Suddenly, the twisted gap between Long Chen's hands exploded, and the sacred chanting resounding in the hall came to a stop. Long Chen, what happened? Yu Qingshan suddenly cried out and grabbed Long Chen, whose hands were a bloody pulp now. His eyes brimmed with chilling, primal killing intent, as if a fiend from the depths of hell had awoken within him. His violent will to destroy everything filled Yu Qingshan with terror. After Yu Qingshan cried out, the violent will faded. Long Chen, in disbelief, gazed at his hands, only to realize that he could no longer recall what had just happened. What volume of the Nirvana scripture did we get to? Asked Long Chen. The 7th, answered Yu Qingshan. Damn, I can't remember anything after the 5th volume. Teach me later. Long Chen smiled bitterly. He couldn't understand how he had lost focus just now, his head blank. Startled, Long Chen and Yu Qingshan jerked their heads toward the statue, only to find cracks across its surface. The next moment, the entire hall shook ominously. This place is going to collapse, exclaimed Yu Qingshan. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated above the collapsing hall. You damn bastards, how dare you destroy the temple? Get out here and face your death. Chapter 4613 Three Priceless Treasures. Who is that? Asked Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan was startled. Just from that voice, she could sense explosive flame energy, as well as the tone of the Nirvana scripture. It's Lord Brahma's disciple, Long Chen answered, his voice laced with a simmering fury. If my suspicions are right, he must be after this place. The temple was sealed by Lord Brahma himself, serving as bait to lure unsuspecting outsiders. With his seal in place, anyone who touched it would be like a fish caught in a net. Now he knew why he had felt something calling to him here. Had he not found the skeleton and obtained the jewel blood jade orchid, he wouldn't have been able to break Lord Brahma's seal. Although Long Chen didn't know the exact details, he knew there was some powerful karma at play, guiding him right to this place. The outer barrier bore Lord Brahma's seal, imbued with his will. Long Chen had first-hand experience of its overwhelming power when he rescued Yu Qingshan. Its force was insurmountable. At his current level, breaking through it was impossible. As Lord Brahma's disciple, this white-robed man was very likely here to undergo some trial, but he was in no rush to get here, knowing that no one else could break the seal. That was why he only had medicine slaves guarding this place, patiently awaiting unsuspecting prey to fall into his trap. Meanwhile, he busied himself hunting the surrounding beasts for their medicinal ingredients, all while contemplating how to track down Long Chen. However, he had never dreamed that Long Chen would come to the temple and even manage to break into the hall. What should we do? Asked Yu Qingshan. The hall was collapsing, and it wouldn't be long before it completely caved in. With Lord Brahma's barrier in place and the white-robed man outside, both of them were essentially trapped here. Just then, the statue disintegrated, along with the golden lotus throne. Just as the throne collapsed, a golden sacred light illuminated the hall. Long Chen stared in disbelief at a golden lotus seed. At the same time, the golden lotus seed in the primal chaos space quivered and flew out on its own accord. The two golden lotus seeds merged, their union giving rise to a new seed that flickered between solid and illusory. Around this enigmatic seed, countless scripture characters materialized, intertwining to form intricate chains. The chains seemed to be made of the Nirvana scriptures characters. Suddenly, the golden lotus seed vanished and reappeared in the primal chaos space, shining like a blazing sun inside. In an instant, the entire primal chaos space brimmed with life, and Long Chen even sensed the air of laws appearing in the primal chaos space. It seemed to have its own laws now. As Long Chen's golden lotus seed absorbed the golden lotus seed within the lotus throne, the entire hall disintegrated and collapsed instantaneously. At this time, space itself contorted and twisted, revealing the white-robed man, whose face twisted with fury. He lunged at Long Chen with such animosity that it seemed as if Long Chen had desecrated his ancestral tomb. "I'll smash your dog head today." Long Chen's own fury ignited upon seeing the white-robed man. Scales covered him as he summoned his divine ring. His starry sea quivered, resounding with the roar of a dragon that shook the heavens. With all his might, he unleashed a devastating punch. Both Long Chen and the white-haired man grunted and fell back. "How dare you destroy my trial? You even stole my treasures. You shameless thieves. Go to hell." The white-robed man's face twisted even further when he saw that the statue in the lotus throne had vanished. Swiftly, he formed hand seals and started to chant. The next moment, the entire hall vanished, and Long Chen found himself back in the outside world, encased within a translucent barrier bound by innumerable flame chains. He was trapped, akin to a bird in a cage. Through the cracks, Long Chen could see that even the ruins of the temple had disintegrated into dust. It seemed that once he took the golden lotus seed, this world was no longer able to stop the onslaught of time and finally broke down. Suddenly, the space within the barrier twisted, condensing into flame arrows. Long Chen's soul quivered. Without hesitation, he summoned lightning wings upon his back and lunged toward the white-robed man. As a dragon cry resonated through the air, a giant dragon claw stretched out of Long Chen's divine ring. When the dragon claw was about to reach the white-robed man, a pair of giant hands appeared in front of the white-robed man, blocking Long Chen's attack. These two translucent hands radiated with swirling runes. A sacred and majestic aura then filled the air, as if a god had descended. "It's Lord Brahma's power. You damn little ant, my master left me 3 priceless treasures in this trial. The first one was his Brahma divine power, the second one was the original Nirvana scripture, and the last one was that golden lotus seed." The white-robed man spat out his words through the gap between his teeth. "So that's the case. I already took 2 of the priceless treasures. Brahma's power is worthless to me, so I'm happy with what I have." Long Chen snickered. Seeing the white-robed man's furious expression, he felt unspeakably refreshed. At the same time, he was probing the outer barrier. If he couldn't break it, he and xianxia would truly be in danger. The jewel-blood jade orchid had vanished after sending him in. If he wanted to leave, he would have to rely on himself. This barrier consisted of Lord Brahma's power, so only the white-robed man, as Lord Brahma's disciple, was capable of freely coming and going. If Long Chen wanted to leave, he would have to think of something. Hand over the golden lotus seed, otherwise. The white-robed man suddenly turned to xianxia, a lecherous smile appearing on his face. Long Chen's killing intent surged uncontrollably before the white-robed man could utter another word. Swift as lightning, Long Chen materialized in front of him and delivered a vicious slap across his face. The white-robed man never anticipated that Long Chen's attack would surpass the speed of his protective divine light. Long Chen's slap shattered half of his face, sending blood splattering through the air. "Today, I'll show you the true meaning of death." Long Chen bellowed, his voice resonating with raw fury as he launched himself at the white-robed man like a madman. Chapter 4614, Brahma's Wrath, Flame Dragons Burn the Heavens. Following Long Chen's furious roar, flames exploded within the barrier as his killing intent burned hotter than any flame. The force of Long Chen's slap was akin to being struck by a hammer, leaving the white-robed man dazed and disoriented for a moment. However, as a peak expert, he swiftly regained his composure. Seeing Long Chen charging toward him, the white-robed man was enraged. As a figure of high status, no one had ever thought of slapping him in the face. This humiliation instantly drove him crazy. Die! The white-robed man swiftly formed hand seals as flames surged around him, condensing into a fiery red sword in his grasp. With a swift motion, he slashed at Long Chen. The blade, ablaze with fiery energy, cleaved through the fabric of reality itself, slicing apart the very laws of the world as it advanced toward Long Chen, leaving destruction in its wake. Unflinching, Long Chen stood his ground. With starlight shimmering atop his arms and his dragon scales protecting them, he raised his arms to intercept the incoming strike. Long Chen's arms shuddered, and bloody scales scattered through the air as he endured the brunt of the attack with his physical body, sustaining injuries in the process. However, Long Chen didn't care. His scarlet eyes blazed with fury, his teeth clenched in a display of unbridled rage. It was as if his killing intent had stripped away his rationality. For Long Chen, Yu Qingshan was his reverse scale, a sacred treasure no one could touch. Hence, the white-robed man's act had pushed Long Chen over the edge. Startled, the white-robed man hadn't expected Long Chen to block his attack with just his arms. Just then, Long Chen's hand snapped onto his sword like 5 hooks. Despite the white-robed man's attempts to retract the weapon, it seemed to have melded with Long Chen's hand, and he couldn't pull it back. With a cold shout, the white-robed man formed seals with his left hand and pressed the left hand onto the back of his right hand, causing flame runes to flow from his palm into the sword. As the flame runes fused with the sword, it transformed into a dark red hue, starting from the hilt, emanating a majestic divine aura. Long Chen's hand emitted smoke, overwhelmed by the intense heat that even he struggled to endure. The scorching sensation seared his skin, but he refused to release his grip. The white-robed man anticipated that Long Chen would immediately let go, leaving him vulnerable to a killing blow. However, to his surprise, Long Chen persisted, his palm igniting with countless stars that clashed fiercely with the white-robed man's sword. On one side of the sword surged flame energy, while astral energy coursed through the other. These two energies merged into the sword at the same time, causing it to rumble. The clash of these two powers inside of it was too much for it to bear. Without warning, the sword exploded, unable to withstand the intense competition between Long Chen and the white-robed man's powers. Reacting swiftly, the white-robed man retreated to evade the flying fragments. Long Chen, however, paid them no heed, allowing the shrapnel to strike him. He pressed forward, wielding the broken tip of the sword in his hand as he aimed it directly at the white-robed man's throat. Once again, the white-robed man was startled by Long Chen's ferocity. He didn't even have time to react. The sharp tip of the sword sliced through the air, grazing the white-robed man's throat and drawing blood. Long Chen's attack was quick as lightning. He had willingly endured injury to ensure his strike landed while the white-robed man was distracted by the fragments of the sword. However, the white-robed man was also a powerful expert, relying on his combat instincts to twist his head in time, and the flame runes around him instantly converged in front of his neck to form a shield. This shield mitigated some of the sword's force, resulting in a clean cut but devoid of any explosive power. At this moment, the white-robed man's expression changed. Had he reacted the slightest bit slower, Long Chen would have severed his entire neck. Although that wouldn't kill him, Long Chen would definitely exploit that opening, leaving him with no opportunity to recover. As a peak expert, the white-robed man had defeated plenty of experts in this lifetime. However, none had come as close to nearly killing him in just a few moves as Long Chen. The flame runes surrounding the white-robed man erupted into a fiery explosion, causing space to contort and twist before he vanished into thin air. Just as he disappeared, the broken tip of the sword became covered in stars and flew through the air. Piercing through the void, the tip of the sword found its target and forced the white-robed man to appear. A splatter of blood marked his appearance, along with a bloody hole in his chest. The white-robed man finally felt fear toward Long Chen, realizing that the person in front of him was not as weak as he had imagined. Now, he knew that Long Chen had the power to kill him. Desperate to create distance between them, the white-robed man had invoked a secret art to flee. However, despite his efforts, he remained ensnared within Long Chen's mental lock, unable to escape the inevitable strike. Like a life-reaping devil, Long Chen shot after his opponent, not giving the white-robed man any chance to recover. Long Chen wanted to kill him as quickly as possible. Brahma's wrath, flame dragons burn the heavens. The white-robed man didn't even have time to treat his injuries. With quick hand seals, he summoned flame dragons from every direction in attack that he had used to grievously wound Long Chen, nearly claiming his life. As the flame dragons materialized, Long Chen suddenly appeared before the white-robed man. With a swift motion, his foot swept out, accompanied by a resounding dragon cry echoing in the air. A dragon tail lashed through the air, its unmatched killing intent causing even the heavens to tremble. What? There's no lock. The white-robed man was horrified to find that the flame dragons he had summoned couldn't lock onto Long Chen. The last time that he had used this move, Long Chen had been firmly locked down. However, this time, it failed to have any effect whatsoever. He couldn't believe his eyes or understand what the problem was. Yet, reality offered no opportunity for questioning. Witnessing the dragon tail hurtling toward him, he hastily changed his hand seals. The flame dragons gave up on attacking Long Chen, instead gathering into a shield in front of the white-robed man. 10,000 dragon shield, the white-robed man roared, using the flame dragon shield to block Long Chen's attack. His switch was very fast. Even though he had been forced to switch from offense to defense, his technique was not shoddy in the slightest. The dragon tail collided with the flame dragon shield, shattering it into pieces with a resounding explosion. The white-robed man grunted in pain as the force of the impact sent him hurtling through the air, crashing into the barrier with a sickening thud. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he struggled to regain his footing. Die! Long Chen's voice thundered with unrestrained fury as he stamped on the void, propelling himself forward with lightning wings ablaze. You want to kill me? Keep dreaming. The white-robed man's face twisted with ferocity. With a roar, he conjured a picture scroll before Long Chen. As Long Chen caught sight of the scroll, his expression shifted, and he swiftly dodged to the side. A beam of divine light burst forth from the scroll, narrowly missing Long Chen as it tore through the void, leaving behind a gaping hole in its wake. Chapter 4615, A Venerate Amongst Gods. Brahma Divine Diagram. Long Chen recognized this scroll. In the mortal world, he had been enemies with Pill Valley and had fought against this divine item several times. Now, he saw it again in the immortal world. The Brahma Divine Diagram was filled with flames, seemingly encompassing an entire world ablaze within its sacred confines. Its divine aura exuded such immense power that it enshrouded the very heavenly Taos themselves. In its presence, souls quivered as if being pricked by needles. It was an existence so overwhelming that it reduced all other lifeforms to mere ants in its presence. The ray of divine light emitted from the Brahma Divine Diagram had torn through the fabric of reality, creating a black hole right beside Long Chen. Had he been struck by it, the consequences could have been fatal. The white-robed man unleashed a roar and a series of hand seals, causing the Brahma Divine Diagram to tremble and expand rapidly. Its fiery expanse now enveloped the entire barrier, forming another cage that entrapped them within its confines. He is merging the Brahma Divine Diagram with the Brahma barrier. Don't fight him, and just get out while you can, advised the Earth Cauldron. It suddenly appeared above Long Chen's head. Upon realizing the purpose of the Brahma Divine Diagram, Long Chen understood the gravity of the situation. The Brahma Divine Diagram was used specifically to take this barrier's power. Indeed, Lord Brahma had left his disciple many treasures, having arranged everything beforehand. However, no one had expected Long Chen's interference. If Long Chen were to fight the white-robed man here, he would have to fight Lord Brahma's divine power as well. While Long Chen might not be afraid of the white-robed man, he knew killing someone backed by Lord Brahma's power was almost impossible. Hence, Long Chen simply used the Earth Cauldron and smashed the barrier and the Brahma Divine Diagram together. The Earth Cauldron blew through the Brahma barrier and the Brahma Divine Diagram's confine. What? The white-robed man was stunned. At this time, Long Chen was already charging out with xianxia. As they made their escape, Long Chen suddenly disappeared, prompting a cry of alarm from the Earth Cauldron. What are you doing? Long Chen had actually returned to the interior of the barrier, charging at the white-robed man. The white-robed man was still stunned by what he was seeing. Following that, Long Chen delivered a powerful blow, causing half of the white-robed man's face to explode in a burst of blood and gore. He then smashed into the barrier like a shooting star. You shameless thing, if you didn't have Lord Brahma's power backing you, I'd beat you into a pancake today. After slapping him, Long Chen used the recoil force to charge out before the barrier and diagram closed. His timing was perfect. With the Earth Cauldron above him, Long Chen grabbed xianxia, and they vanished without a trace. Ah! The white-robed man let out a bestial roar. Simultaneously, the Brahma divine diagram and Brahma barrier seamlessly merged, causing the entire world to tremble as the divine might of the Brahma divine diagram soared to unprecedented heights. Regretfully, their merger was still one step too late. Long Chen had already fled. Long Chen, the white-robed man gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. He had never encountered such a bully before. Even after managing to escape, Long Chen had returned just to deliver a humiliating slap to his face, showing him the epitome of humiliation. The Brahma divine diagram spread rapidly, covering the sky. However, Long Chen had fled so far that it was unable to track him. The white-robed man could only scream, overwhelmed by the humiliation and defeat he had suffered at Long Chen's hands. "You fool, when are you going to grow up?" raged the earth cauldron, cursing Long Chen out furiously. "Just now, if you were the slightest bit slower, the Brahma divine diagram would have merged with the barrier's Brahma energy, grinding you to dust. Even I wouldn't be able to save you. Hee, don't worry, I had already calculated everything in advance and knew I had the time," Long Chen chuckled mischievously. "And besides, just think about that fellow's irritating face. With that expression, with that posture, wouldn't I be letting him down if I didn't slap him?" The earth cauldron was speechless. "I can't beat your logic. But was there a point in slapping him?" "Of course there was. If I can't kill someone, I have to crush their spirit. If I can't beat someone, I have to at least wipe some snot on them. I clearly could beat him but couldn't kill him. If I didn't slap him to vent a bit, how am I supposed to live in the future?" replied Long Chen. Long Chen was not happy, so he naturally wouldn't let the white-robed man off. He suddenly said, "Senior, would you really be helpless against the Brahma divine diagram after it merges with the barrier's energy?" "I don't believe it. I am in a weakened state and have only recovered a trace of my core energy. That trace is incomparably precious. Do you think I am going to waste that energy on some little fish?" raged the earth cauldron. "That's not a small fish. That's Lord Brahma's disciple," argued Long Chen. "Disciple?" the earth cauldron scoffed. "Lord Brahma's disciples are spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His titular disciples are as common as grains of sand. What's the point of killing them?" "Titular disciple? No way, a titular disciple is already that strong." Long Chen jumped in shock. "No, the person you killed back then, Jia Luo, would be considered a titular disciple. This white-robed man has the Brahma divine diagram and was even guided to the treasures here, so he must be a formal disciple. However, even when it comes to formal disciples, there are over 3,000 of them. If he isn't a little fish, what is he?" explained the earth cauldron. 3,000. Long Chen was in disbelief. Lord Brahma had 3,000 disciples on this level. Even if he has lived for countless years and accumulated faith energy all this time, he's still only a divine venerate. How can he accumulate so much power? asked Long Chen. A divine venerate was now in existence that could be killed with a wave of his hand. Long Chen had originally thought that once he reached the divine venerate realm, no matter how much faith energy Lord Brahma had gathered, he would still be able to go against Lord Brahma. However, after experiencing the power of the Brahma barrier, he was struck by the stark realization that the disparity between him and Lord Brahma was akin to the contrast between heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. "You have been misled by his title. Others call him Divine Venerate Brahma, but did you really think that was because he was in the Divine Venerate realm?" asked the earth cauldron. "Is it not?" asked Long Chen. "Of course not. He is called a Divine Venerate because he is a supreme existence amongst gods, a venerate among them." The earth cauldron's words were like hammers striking Long Chen's heart. Chapter 4616. The earth cauldron accepts a master. A venerate amongst gods. Long Chen sucked in a cold breath of air. Now, he understood what this title meant. It meant that Lord Brahma was a supreme existence amongst gods, the only one worthy of reverence as a venerate. He reigned as the most formidable god cultivator, otherwise, he wouldn't bear such a title. The cultivation world of the human race was divided into 2 major lines, god cultivators and immortal cultivators. Both factions had engaged in constant squabbles throughout history. Immortal cultivators refused to acknowledge god cultivators, saying that the latter relied on their ancestors and subordinates to gain an unfair advantage. For a normal person, going down this path was basically a dead end. After all, a person needed to accumulate faith energy for many generations to advance and pursue this path. Even a minor accomplishment along this path might require millions of years of dedication. Furthermore, during this long period, they had to constantly gather more and more believers, never ceasing in their endeavors. Although the cultivation world teemed with countless god cultivators, inheriting the legacy of a god cultivator was exceedingly difficult due to the extensive time required to amass sufficient faith energy. Conversely, while immortal cultivators also somewhat relied on the accomplishments of their ancestors, at the very least, they needed to work hard for their future. Although these two factions coexisted in the human race's cultivation world, the proportions were lopsided. Immortal cultivators constituted 90% of all cultivators, while god cultivators comprised only 10%. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the god cultivators faction consistently rivaled, and oftentimes surpassed, the strength of the immortal cultivators. This was because god cultivators could leverage the cumulative efforts of past generations. Some god inheritances could even be traced all the way back to the primal chaos era. Given that they had begun accumulating faith energy since the primal chaos era, the extent of their amassed power was simply unimaginable. While immortal cultivators consistently produced countless geniuses who soared like shooting stars, those stars inevitably faded over time. Sometimes, they were nothing more than fleeting fireworks. A powerful immortal cultivator might cause one family, one faction, or one sect to rise to glory for a moment. But once that genius fell, their faction would rapidly decline or vanish from history just like that. In comparison, god cultivators were able to sustain themselves for longer. Thus, throughout history, there had been many cases of powerful immortal cultivators turning into god cultivators. On the contrary, some god cultivators experienced decline and lost their inheritance. With no other recourse, they had to transition into immortal cultivators. In the human race, the immortal cultivators looked down on god cultivators, saying that the latter solely relied on their ancestors' legacies and hadn't achieved anything through their own efforts. They labeled it as cheating. However, oftentimes those criticisms carried a hint of jealousy. Due to the powerful foundation that god cultivators possessed, others harbored feelings of envy and resentment toward them. In reality, immortal cultivators were truly at a disadvantage against god cultivators. This was an incontestable fact. A god cultivator's inheritance grew in power as time passed, leading to the existence of many hidden factions that instilled wariness among others. Perhaps some hidden faction would one day emerge with a god legacy dating back from the primal chaos era. Many ancient factions amongst god cultivators were extremely low-key. However, even within all of that, Lord Brahma was called a divine venerate, an existence all gods had to revere. He was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, the title of divine venerate Brahma had existed for countless years already. In other words, no one had been able to shake his position all this time. Otherwise, someone would have challenged him and taken that title for themselves. After thinking through all of this, Long Chen felt cold sweat on his back. Now, he finally understood just how terrifying of an existence Lord Brahma was. Back when he first came to the immortal world, he thought that as long as he could reach the divine venerate realm, he would be able to get his revenge. How unbelievably naive was he then? Simultaneously, Long Chen seethed with rage at the vast disparity. This huge difference enraged him. He wished he could refine some peerless divine pill that could let him challenge Lord Brahma after consuming it. Don't get angry. This is what it means for a journey of 1,000 miles to start with a single step. You cannot just skip to the end. The more you try to rush, the slower you go, said the earth cauldron. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Thank you for your teachings. I know those principles. However, I am just a normal person after all. Unlike Senior, I am unable to keep a calm heart like water without the slightest ripple. This has nothing to do with being a normal person or not. It's just that you haven't experienced enough, sighed the earth cauldron. I haven't experienced enough, Long Chen asked, shaking his head bitterly. Although he was young, he had experienced countless dangers and adventures. He believed he had experienced more than those ancient beings who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Of course you haven't experienced enough. All you know is fighting and killing. You've only experienced a single season of this world, the season of rain and snow. When you have experienced the passing of eras, the changing of the times, and the rise and fall of heaven and earth, you will find that everything you have experienced is nothing more than a single section in the thick book of history. It doesn't even count as a chapter on its own, said the earth cauldron with a sigh, lost in distant memories. Of course this little one's experiences count for nothing in comparison to you. Long Chen nodded. He really couldn't compare with the earth cauldron. The earth cauldron grew solemn. I have witnessed this world's most glorious era, only to see it decline step by step, and all I could do was watch. I have seen countless races become this world's master and then get knocked off their throne. Some were wiped out of existence and drowned in the river of history. I have also witnessed peerless geniuses rise like shooting stars, their brilliance illuminating the entire world before fading into darkness. No matter how formidable the cultivator, they were unable to escape the control of fate. To be honest, aside from my first-generation master, I have been with several fated companions, and amongst all of them, you are the most. The most talented? Asked Long Chen excitedly. The most stupid? Fuck. This is the truth. I also don't know how you became my companion. When you woke me up, to tell the truth, I was very disappointed, said the Earth Cauldron. Senior, don't you think you're being a bit too mean? Asked Long Chen bitterly. The Earth Cauldron sounded like it was turning its back on him. That was a huge blow to Long Chen. The Earth Cauldron continued, in truth, there were many times I thought that something went wrong somewhere. How did I end up with a companion like you? But as I witnessed you become stupider with time, I finally understood something. I've made a decision. What decision? Long Chen was worried. The Earth Cauldron wouldn't be leaving him, right? I've decided to formally accept you as master. The Earth Cauldron's declaration was like thunder shaking Long Chen. Chapter 4617, Life Gamble. Senior, did I mishear you? Asked Long Chen, his voice quivering. The Earth Cauldron seemed extremely dissatisfied with him, but now it said that it wanted to formally accept him as its master. Long Chen was dumbfounded. What a sudden turn of events. Although the Earth Cauldron had been by Long Chen's side all this time, Long Chen had never thought of becoming its true master. As it was one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, the kind of individual who could be its master must be of an extraordinary caliber. A mere bandit like himself certainly couldn't bear the weight of such immense responsibility and karma. To tell the truth, you really are stupid. But you have a special quality about you that makes people blindly trust you. Furthermore, no matter what terrible situation you are in, you never give up. It's like you don't know what fear is. When others feel fear, you only feel anger. When you're angry, you always do some foolish things. At first, I suspected that the old monster of the dragon race had gone crazy to actually associate with you and even share its untransmittable secrets, remarked the Earth Cauldron. Are you talking about that senior of the dragon race? Do you know it? Asked Long Chen, his heart pounding hard in his chest. From the Earth Cauldron's tone, it seemed they were acquainted. The Earth Cauldron didn't answer him and instead continued, my past companions were glorious, overflowing with talent and intelligence. Yet, none of them had a good end. As for you, you are different. After thinking about it over and over again, I've decided to make a gamble. So, are you willing to take this gamble with me? What are we exactly gambling? Asked Long Chen. We are gambling lives, both mine and yours. We are gambling with the fate of all life within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Why do we have to gamble? Long Chen couldn't help asking. Because the 9 heavens and 10 lands are on the verge of destruction. I must choose a master and support them with my full power in order to race against time. In truth, you aren't my top choice, but circumstances leave me with no other option but to choose you, the Earth Cauldron explained solemnly. Fully support me. Long Chen was delighted to hear that. Don't get too happy. Your power is too weak. After the master acknowledgement, the karma you face will be absolutely terrifying, and your heavenly tribulation will become even more difficult. You might not be able to endure your next tribulation. I have to make this danger clear. A person's gain depends on how big their guts are. Guts or profit. There's nothing to fear. I will accept this gamble, replied Long Chen directly. Think this through, the Earth Cauldron urged solemnly. There's nothing to think about. You already said that I am stupid, so how could I think of a better idea? Long Chen responded with a grin. Don't joke about it. This is a path of no return. Once this decision is made, neither you nor myself can go back on it, warned the Earth Cauldron gravely. You are one of the 10 supreme divine items. If even you're willing to gamble your life, how can I not be willing to do so? Said Long Chen. Fine. If that's the case, prepare yourself. I will carry out the ceremony, remarked the Earth Cauldron. Even though it told Long Chen to prepare himself, in truth, it didn't give Long Chen any time to do so. The Earth Cauldron hovered above Long Chen's head, shaking intensely. Long Chen then felt his soul come out and brand itself onto the Earth Cauldron. At the same time, the image of a bronze cauldron appeared on Long Chen's forehead, and he sensed a temporary exchange of souls with the earth cauldron. During this soul exchange, Long Chen felt a profound sense of weakness, as if his entire cultivation base had been crippled. It reminded him of the time in the Phoenix Cry Empire when he lay in bed after being beaten unconscious. Dejection, humiliation, anger, resentment, countless negative emotions filled his heart. The feeling of weakness drove him to the brink of madness. Long Chen knew that these were the feelings of the earth cauldron. As one of the 10 supreme divine items, it was practically at death's door. Hence, the resentment and humiliation it felt could not be described with words. Heaven and earth quivered as the cosmos itself shook, halting the movements of the stars. Every expert within the 9 heavens and 10 lands stared in shock at the sky. Amongst the stars, the image of an enormous cauldron appeared, and there was a vague figure beneath the cauldron. "What is that?" Screams of terror filled the world as people thought that this was a manifestation of some devil god. They had no idea what it was. Could it be that the legends are true? Are the 9 heavens and 10 lands about to be destroyed? Heaven and earth will flip, and the 10,000 Taos will be destroyed. Can anyone escape this tribulation? Asked an elderly expert, his voice quivering with fear. Throughout every corner of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, panic and chaos ensued when this scene appeared. In the High Firmament Academy, an old man who had been tirelessly sweeping the ground for what seemed like an eternity finally set down his broom. Lifting his gaze to the starry sky above, his once clouded eyes cleared instantly, becoming as clear as spring water. It was as though his gaze could penetrate through the very fabric of time and space. A slow smile crept over his face. The manifestation of the heavens. A primal chaos divine item has accepted a master. Long Chen, hee, you really aren't a normal little fellow. Long Chen was unaware that this process had caused a huge disturbance within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, he was slowly merging his soul with the earth cauldron's. The earth cauldron's soul was simply too vast, akin to an ocean, while Long Chen's soul was like a tiny boat. Long Chen could only resonate with a portion of the earth cauldron's spiritual strength. Suddenly, Long Chen shook, and his soul returned to his body. He didn't feel any change in himself. However, the earth cauldron now felt like a part of him. The earth cauldron said, "Master." "Ah, Senior, please don't call me that. You can just call me little fellow like usual." Long Chen jumped at the mention of that word. "I've already accepted you as my master." "Calling you master is very normal," said the earth cauldron. No, it's not normal. It feels very weird. Why don't you just call me by name?" Long Chen hastily waved his hand. Being called master was not something he could get accustomed to. "All right, then I'll just call you by name. Long Chen, I have formally recognized you as my master. A manifestation will shake the 9 heavens and 10 lands. When the time comes, the monsters of the various races will come to hunt you down like madmen," warned the earth cauldron. "Why, are they jealous of my looks?" asked Long Chen. Ignoring Long Chen's jest, the earth cauldron continued, "Since I have accepted a master, as long as someone can kill you, I will become a masterless item. But in this state, all they will have to do is place a spiritual seal on me to become my new master." No way, Long Chen was horrified. Didn't this make him a live target? Furthermore, I would be unable to resist at that time. That's why I said that it was a gamble. There's no turning back anymore. I will bring you to a certain place now. Where? A place you dream of going. Chapter 4618, 9-Star Trial. The void twisted, and Long Chen found himself in a desolate land alongside the earth cauldron. When Long Chen set foot onto this desolate land, his heart tightened. A profound sense of sorrow welled up within him. The entire area bathed in blood hues, including the walls, ground, and rocks all tinted in shades of crimson. As soon as Long Chen arrived here, the smell of blood struck him, causing his own blood to boil. Rage erupted, coursing through his veins like a torrential flood. His fists clenched with fury, and an overwhelming urge to kill surged through him uncontrollably. Fresh blood dyed this world red. Even after countless years, even after so much wind and rain, the color has not faded at all. Do you feel it? They are your kin, disciples of the 9-star line. Against an endless tide of enemies, they held their ground here for 3 millennia, without reinforcements. Not a single one of the 100,000 9-star disciples surrendered. They fought to the bitter end, dragging down countless enemies with them. Once, the corpses piled so high they reached the heavens. Though time has turned those remains to dust, the blood of the 9-star disciples still stains this land, an enduring testament to their valor. They are the most honorable warriors this world has ever known, declared the Earth Cauldron, its voice resonating with solemnity and weight, as if it could transport Long Chen back to the ancient era. Who killed them? Demanded Long Chen furiously. He wanted revenge. Although Long Chen had never met these 9-star disciples, he could feel their blood calling to him. It was just like watching the Dragonblood warriors sacrificing themselves. Many were responsible for their deaths: the Devil race, Demon race, Netherworld race, Blood race, Feather race, Shadow race, Titan race, Wild Slaughter race, Desolate Beast race, Goblin race. The Earth Cauldron listed off hundreds of races, and the majority of them were ones that Long Chen had never heard of. Of course, there was also the human race, added the Earth Cauldron at the very end. Those damn bastards, it'll make them pay this blood debt, vowed Long Chen through clenched teeth. These are all things of the past. Come, we have important work to do here. Follow me, instructed the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen followed the Earth Cauldron's direction. Walking into this blood-colored world, he saw that someone had destroyed everything here, as if they wanted to erase everything here. Everything here was in ruins. The Earth Cauldron directed Long Chen to clear a path through the wreckage, revealing a remarkably preserved underground passage. Originally, there were murals carved on the two sides. However, they had been destroyed by someone. However, Long Chen then saw a complete mural depicting a devil expert with 2 wings. It tore at the void, and within the void, a figure was torn apart. Long Chen couldn't see the figure's face, but he could tell that it was a 9-star disciple based on the starry manifestation behind them. Courting death, Long Chen couldn't help roaring furiously. He then punched the mural and destroyed the devil expert's image. The winged devil race dares to humiliate my 9-star line. Don't let me encounter them, or I'll kill every single one of them that I see, swore Long Chen. It went without saying that the winged devil race was amongst those that had attacked the 9-star line. Furthermore, they intentionally left behind this mural to humiliate the 9-star line and show off their accomplishments. After destroying it, Long Chen continued forward and didn't see complete murals anymore. Clearly, many people had charged into this place to destroy their enemies. Not everyone was as bored as the winged devil race and added graffiti. These people had entered this passageway and destroyed the murals. Though Long Chen didn't know their content, he suspected they contained the secrets of the 9-star line. 6 hours of walking and passing through 8 gates later, Long Chen arrived at the end of the passage. While the previous gates had been destroyed, the final gate remained intact, albeit damaged with numerous holes from heavy attacks. However, it appeared the assailants had failed to destroy it. This is the trial land for the 9-star disciples. Haven't you always wanted to know how strong you are amongst 9-star line's disciples? Now, you have your chance, informed the Earth Cauldron. Are you saying? Long Chen was shocked. He couldn't believe his own ears. This place is the highest level trial for the 9-star line's disciples. The first 8 gates could be opened and closed by others, but this final 9th gate cannot be. Once you enter the trial, you can't come back. Either you succeed in your challenge, or you die and the laws inside absorb all your power. Having absorbed the energy of so many 9-star disciples, the gate couldn't be destroyed by the invaders, so they could only leave it as is. That's why everything else here was destroyed, but this place remains intact, explained the Earth Cauldron. Are you telling me to enter the strongest trial? Asked Long Chen. Yes. Inside is a World King Realm 9-star heir. His realm is the same as yours, and he will also activate the 7-star battle armor. What sets him apart is that he's not a real person. He is a heavenly genius whose ranking was 97th back in the 9-star line's most glorious era. Back then, the 9-star line chose to copy his power and use him as a test standard, replied the Earth Cauldron. Only rank 97, Long Chen had originally thought that the expert would rank higher, perhaps even number 1. Only rank 97, the Earth Cauldron practically scoffed at him. Did you know that when the 9-star line was at its peak, it practically unified this world? It was a supreme faction throughout the world. At that time, the 9-star line had trillions of experts. You dare to say only rank 97. Whatever, I can't be bothered to explain it more. You can open the gate and find out just how strong rank 97 is. After Long Chen heard this warning, his guard instantly went up. This rank 97 fellow was definitely a monster. How do I open the gate? Asked Long Chen. Place your hands on it. Do you see the 2 crevices on the gate that are like handprints? Replied the Earth Cauldron. Looking carefully, Long Chen really did find those 2 crevices on the scarred gate. There was so much damage on it that if he didn't look closely, he wouldn't have noticed. Long Chen placed his hands on the gate, and he suddenly shook intensely. His divine ring appeared, as well as his 7-star battle armor. Following that, countless stars lit up on the gate, transforming the gate into a portal to a starry world. In a flash, the gate vanished, leaving Long Chen standing on an ancient martial stage. Across from him stood an apathetic, long-haired man in traditional white robes with a jade belt around his waist. He seemed like a statue with his closed eyes and lack of aura. Yet, as Long Chen looked at him, a sense of dread washed over him, signaling the man's formidable presence. Suddenly, the white-robed man's eyes snapped open, revealing 7 stars flowing within them. Long Chen's senses screamed at him that this was a terrifying existence, and he felt like a desolate beast had locked its gaze on him. Chapter 4619, Terrifying Power. His eyes were as clear as a blue starry sky, with 7 stars shining brightly within them. A 7-star divine ring materialized, its 7 sides forming a perfect ring distinct from Long Chen's 7-star diagram with 6 stars surrounding a central star. As those eyes fixed on Long Chen, a terrifying aura locked him down. At the same time, the dome covering the martial stage lit up. The dome was a starry sky with stars flowing within it. They seemed to be the only spectators of this battle. 7-star battle armor. The 9-star disciple's thunderous shout shook the entire martial stage, dimming the stars in the sky. The 7 stars behind him blazed like suns, their light growing increasingly intense until it resembled sharp blades. It was so domineering that Long Chen couldn't even open his eyes. Now, Long Chen could no longer see the 9-star disciple's face and could only perceive his figure. It was as if a god had descended, with the 10,000 Daos kowtowing beneath the 9-star disciple's feet. His aura was so intense that devils and gods alike had to worship him. So this is the true 7-star battle armor. Long Chen's voice quivered, tinged with excitement. Those 7 stars not only illuminated the martial stage but also lit up his future path. For a long time, Long Chen had been struggling to figure out the path forward with the 9-star hegemon body art. He often had nightmares where he failed to choose the right path, leading to a self-explosion. Despite its potential power, Long Chen had only scratched the surface of the 9-star hegemon body art. He felt like a blind man groping around the place, with disaster looming at every misstep. As the 9-star disciple's aura continuously climbed, wild chi waves battered Long Chen relentlessly. Despite his strength, he struggled to hold his ground and was gradually pushed back, his feet scraping against the martial stage. What terrifying power! Long Chen shouted excitedly. The stronger the 9-star disciple was, the happier Long Chen got. What are you so excited about? Hurry up and summon your battle armor. The trial has already started. Don't get killed in one blow. The Earth Cauldron practically cursed its new master upon seeing that he was still in the mood to shout excitedly instead of bracing for the impact. In an instant, the 9-star disciple sprang into action, causing the entire martial stage to quake. Space seemed to distort as his movements blurred. Before Long Chen could react, the disciple had already appeared in front of him, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. The fist solidly struck Long Chen, its power blowing straight through him and causing blood to spray from his mouth. What are you doing? The Earth Cauldron shouted in shock and worry. It had told Long Chen to brace himself, but Long Chen just foolishly stood there. The 9-star air was too fast, and Long Chen didn't put up any defenses. Like this, Long Chen would be dead in less than 10 moves. That wasn't what the Earth Cauldron had expected. Long Chen retreated, but just then, the 9-star disciple appeared behind him like a phantom. Swiftly spinning, his elbow smashed toward Long Chen's back. This 9-star disciple was too fast, his movements appearing as mere blurs. In the midst of falling back, Long Chen was caught off guard and collided with the 9-star disciple's elbow. The impact almost folded him in half. Long Chen flew like a sandbag and flipped across the martial stage, more blood coming out of his mouth. Just as he managed to steady himself, the 9-star disciple's foot aimed for his head, prompting Long Chen to hastily raise his arms in defense. The sickening crunch of bones echoed as the 9-star disciple's foot shattered Long Chen's arms. It's doomed. My calculations were off. Long Chen's going to die, exclaimed the Earth Cauldron, its voice tinged with despair. The Earth Cauldron suddenly flew out of the primal chaos space, unwilling to stand idly as Long Chen faced certain death. In front of it, the 9-star disciple reappeared, with his palm covered in stars. Before the earth cauldron could intercept the incoming attack, Long Chen inexplicably appeared in front of the earth cauldron, shielding it instead. Long Chen once more withstood the 9-star disciple's attack, this time with his chest. More blood sprayed out of his mouth as his body became covered in cracks. "What are you doing? You're going to die like this. We can't continue this trial. Let's get out of here," shouted the earth cauldron. "Senior, I won't die. Please just watch from the side." Long Chen panted, on the verge of collapse, yet his eyes were still as sharp as a blade. Hearing his response, the earth cauldron was startled. It suddenly understood something and flew to the side, no longer interfering in their battle. Once more, Long Chen was sent flying. In front of this 9-star disciple, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Disregarding the 9-star disciple's unstoppable astral energy, it was his ephemeral movement art that left Long Chen unable to track him. Long Chen couldn't even sense his opponent's whereabouts, let alone anticipate his next move. The 9-star disciple was wild and domineering, showing no mercy to Long Chen just because he was a fellow 9-star disciple. In just a bit, Long Chen was injured badly. Even after going through the sovereign clan's blood tempering, he was unable to endure these attacks. Every palm and fist from the 9-star disciple was devastating, breaking Long Chen's bones repeatedly. At this time, the primal chaos space's restorative abilities revealed itself. The Fusong trees and moon trees continuously quivered as their life energy poured into Long Chen. With their seemingly limitless life energy, Long Chen's wounds rapidly recovered. However, Long Chen was still at the mercy of the 9-star disciple. He tried to counterattack but was unable to do so. This 9-star disciple's attacks were sharp and powerful, flowing naturally one from another, leaving Long Chen with no room to counterattack. Most terrifying of all, the 9-star disciple was growing stronger. With time, his aura intensified, and his attacks grew heavier. The 9-star disciple's fist struck Long Chen again, but this time, Long Chen didn't go flying. His divine ring glowed behind him, radiating with countless stars swirling within. Long Chen then summoned his own 7-star battle armor. Chapter 4620, Stealing Techniques. Long Chen crossed his arms to forcibly block the 9-star disciple's punch. He then slowly lowered his arms, revealing his smiling face. Although his robes were in tatters and he was covered in blood, his eyes were full of excitement. "I see. So you were using his energy to awaken your astral energy." The earth cauldron now understood Long Chen's intentions. It sighed in amazement at Long Chen's craziness. Sometimes, he really did come up with some terrifying ideas. At the start, Long Chen intentionally let himself be wounded by the 9-star disciple, pushing himself to the verge of death. His goal was to awaken the self-protection instincts of his 9-star energy. This was a crazy gamble. If the 9-star disciple couldn't awaken Long Chen's power, Long Chen would have been beaten to death without a chance to retaliate. Fortunately, his gamble had paid off. The 9-star disciple's energy indeed triggered Long Chen's latent 9-star power. With his 9-star power awakened, Long Chen's strength didn't just increase, his 9-star energy started absorbing the opponent's energy to strengthen itself. That was Long Chen's ultimate goal. It was his first time fighting a 9-star disciple of this caliber, and this presented Long Chen with his best opportunity to delve into the secrets of the 9 stars. As Long Chen's understanding of the 9-star hegemon body art barely scratched the surface, it would be impossible for him to decipher the 9-star hegemon body art's secret arts simply by watching this 9-star disciple's moves. However, by using his 9-star energy to absorb the other side's energy, he could slowly uncover the mysteries of the 9-star hegemon body art. As the other side's energy flowed into Long Chen, his awakened 9-star energy absorbed it eagerly, causing Long Chen to almost shout in excitement. Feeling like he had transformed from a small creek into a vast sea, Long Chen saw a boundless world. Before him, uncovering mysteries he had never glimpsed before. As expected, I really did take many extra turns, but my direction was still correct. Although there was a bit of deviation, it's not too late to correct them now. Looking at his own arms, he sensed the astral energy that was constantly changing within him and felt an unprecedented confidence swell up within him. He felt like he could control the very heavens at this moment. When Long Chen blocked the 9-star disciple's attack, the disciple didn't immediately attack again. Instead, he slowly clasped his hands together. With his thumbs pressed against each other, he raised his forefingers and middle fingers. Hand seals. Long Chen was shocked. He had never used hand seals for his battle armor. The 7-star diagram behind the 9-star disciple trembled. Following that, another diagram appeared behind his hands. When Long Chen saw it, his hair stood on end. With a shout, he smashed his elbow to his side. At the start, the 9-star disciple was right in front of Long Chen. However, just as Long Chen's elbow moved, the 9-star disciple materialized right beside him and collided with Long Chen's elbow perfectly. This exchange shattered Long Chen's elbow. It seemed that the 9-star disciple's fist was even more terrifying than a saint weapon. To Long Chen's surprise, the aura of the 9-star disciple was continuously changing, altered by the 7-star diagram behind his hands. This time, the 9-star disciple didn't give Long Chen any chance to breathe. His hand shot for Long Chen's throat, his fingers resembling claws, suddenly just inches away from Long Chen's throat. Long Chen shot back with all his power, but the claw still tore through his shoulder, ripping a chunk of his flesh off. Long Chen gritted his teeth in pain. Seeing the 9-star disciple attacking again, Long Chen actually used his chest to withstand a palm strike. The 9-star disciple's palm pierced straight through Long Chen's chest. This time, he couldn't withstand the attack. Had it been anyone other than Long Chen, they would have been blown into a mist of blood. Long Chen flew back. This time, his injury was so severe that even the primal chaos space was unable to instantly heal him. Moreover, the 9-star disciple seemed to have no intention of sparing Long Chen. He appeared in front of Long Chen again and threw a punch on his head. In front of this killing blow, Long Chen clenched his teeth and unleashed his own punch, his arm instantly covered in stars. Long Chen had intentionally let the palm strike him, as he wanted his 9-star power to memorize that attack and carve it into him. However, after that attack, he instinctively summoned his astral arm. This was a technique he had learned from the starry river of the sky art, as he couldn't summon the 9-star disciple's technique yet. With a pained grunt, Long Chen's arm shattered, almost exploding from this blow. Just then, the 9-star disciple followed up with another attack. Calm down, calm down, remember that hand seal. Long Chen was on the brink of death. If he could not block this attack, he would very likely die. All of a sudden, time seemed to slow down. That 9-star disciple's fist was moving slowly, and all kinds of sounds faded away. The only thing that remained constant was the flickering of the stars in the sky. Long Chen closed his eyes, recalling the 9-star disciple's hand seal. It was a very simple hand seal with no profundities to speak of. This seal kept revolving in his mind. Long Chen suddenly recalled that the stars in the sky had flashed when the 9-star disciple made this seal. I understand, Long Chen cried out. When others used hand seals, they were drawing out the power of heaven and earth. However, the 9-star disciple's hand seal could draw out the astral energy of the stars. Long Chen's attention had all been on that simple seal, which caused him to neglect the change in the stars above. After thinking of that, Long Chen instantly understood. Although Long Chen hadn't tested that hand seal, he had cultivated the starry river of the sky art. Having learned how to draw the power of the stars into him, he knew the position and movements of the stars above him. However, at this time, it was too late for him to put that into practice. In a desperate bid to protect himself, Long Chen summoned Lei Linger, who materialized a lightning shield in front of him. The power behind this 9-star disciple's fist was unimaginable, blasting Lei Linger and her shield. However, Lei Linger's intervention bought Long Chen some precious time. As he rapidly retreated, with the healing power of the primal chaos space, his arm fully recovered and the hole in his chest started to rapidly heal. Long Chen formed a hand seal identical to that of the 9-star disciple. The next moment, countless stars in the starry sea of his manifestation started to light up according to a certain rhythm. A 7-star diagram also appeared around Long Chen's arms. Two fists covered in different 7-star diagrams crashed into each other. Chapter 4621, Stars Against Stars. The void exploded, revealing flying Grand Dao runes around the space. The impact knocked Long Chen back over 10 steps, causing his blood to flip inside of him. In this exchange, his power was still inferior to that of the 9-star disciple, but Long Chen was filled with delight. Success! I pulled it off. Long Chen himself couldn't believe it. He had actually managed to learn one of the secret arts of the 9-star lines. Having experienced this 9-star disciple's attacks personally, he knew just how terrifying this move was. However, Long Chen quickly learned and displayed this terrifying move. Although his power was still inferior to that of the 9-star disciple, he had just learned this move and could still perfect it. This result was more than satisfactory to him. In truth, the reason Long Chen could instantly learn this technique was thanks to the starry river of the sky art and the 9-star disciple he had encountered in his last tribulation. In his last tribulation, that 9-star disciple had displayed similar techniques. While Long Chen had tried to imitate him, he had failed back then. His imitated techniques only looked right, but he didn't have the right foundation. Later on, with the guidance of the starry river of the sky art, Long Chen learned to draw starlight into himself and turn his body into an astral form, laying a solid foundation for himself. After all, the starry river of the sky art was derived from the 9-star hegemon body art, so it could still help Long Chen in this regard. The only problem was that it was a simplified version. As a result, while Long Chen was able to easily learn the process of turning his body into an astral form, he struggled to replicate the exact moves of the 9-star disciple from his previous tribulation. They only looked right, but their actual power was worlds apart. Nevertheless, without the starry river of the sky art, without that 9-star disciple demonstrating him these moves, and without his perseverance in testing and failing numerous times, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to learn this technique in this crucial moment. Therefore, success often wasn't a matter of luck, but rather the culmination of countless past failures that paved the way for success in the present. Long Chen and the 9-star disciple clashed once again, and Long Chen was once more blown back. However, Long Chen was overjoyed. Although he was still at a disadvantage, at the very least, he now had the ability to fight his opponent. With a resounding roar, the stars in his divine ring revolved, revealing a surge of violet light. It had been a long time since Long Chen had awakened his manifestation, Starry Sea Birth's violet chi. However, this time, it was clearly different. This violet light caused Long Chen's stars to revolve according to a set path. His astral energy felt like a suppressed volcano that had finally found a release point, bursting out uncontrollably with power. This time, it was Long Chen who attacked first. His fists danced like meteorites smashing toward the 9-star disciple. Now, Long Chen was taking the initiative. Although he was still suppressed, he always managed to launch 3 attacks out of 10 exchanges. Watching from the sideline, the Earth Cauldron had been extremely worried at the start. Understanding Long Chen's character, it refrained from intervening as it knew that helping Long Chen might deal a serious blow to his confidence and potentially hinder his future growth. However, if it didn't intervene, it also feared the possibility of Long Chen being beaten to death. After all, the 9-star disciple was merely a copy created by a formation, devoid of mercy. Now watching Long Chen gradually turning the tides, it breathed a sigh of relief. This fellow may be foolish, but he has immense talent and comprehension when in cultivation. He always manages to find the most beneficial way for himself in cultivation. Although the Earth Cauldron always cursed Long Chen for being stupid, that only applied when Long Chen was overwhelmed by anger. When it came to Long Chen's cultivation talent, it actually greatly approved of him. Otherwise, it wouldn't gamble everything on him. Long Chen and the 9-star disciple exchanged punches and kicks. Even with Long Chen's new power, he was unable to get the upper hand. This was due to the 9-star disciple's ephemeral movement art. Furthermore, as they were both part of the 9-star line, Long Chen's sense of danger toward his opponent was clearly slightly slower compared to normal, causing Long Chen to be at a disadvantage. If it weren't for Long Chen's immense combat experience and skill in close-range combat, he would have long since been crushed. As Long Chen fought, he also paid attention to the 9-star disciple's movement art and the star diagram behind him. Long Chen quickly noticed a faint violet chi beneath the 9-star disciple's feet. With every step, a star in the sky would twinkle with a violet light. I understand, his steps have a certain pattern. Every step is a star position. The image of the martial stage appeared in Long Chen's mind. He then correlated the starry sky with the martial stage, noticing that the 9-star disciple's movements corresponded with the flashing of certain stars. It was as if the 9-star disciple had set up countless formation discs throughout the martial stage, enabling him to freely teleport between formation discs. This explained why his movement art was so difficult to track. The starry sea in the dome is the same as the starry sea in my divine ring. They all correspond to the stars above the 9 heavens. As he has spread the power of his manifestation throughout the ground to form an invisible star map, he can go wherever he wants within this domain. It's similar to Huo Linger and Lei Linger's domains. He can freely move around, and this star domain is even more terrifying because there are no spatial fluctuations every time he moves. There's no way to track him. All kinds of patterns were flashing in Long Chen's mind, as he rapidly decomposed the 9-star disciple's movement art, corroborating it with his own understanding. This movement art was far too unique, allowing the 9-star disciple to appear anywhere on the martial stage. It was like Long Chen was fighting 1,000 of him at once. For someone else, let alone fighting back, just trying to keep track of his figure would make them dizzy. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was an afterimage. If there are 108,000 stars, and every step is 1 star, am I supposed to memorize where every star goes? Once Long Chen managed to decipher this technique to this point, he felt a wave of hopelessness. However, he quickly found that the 9-star disciple's steps were also constrained. The flashing region of the star map was limited to a small portion of the starry sea. Long Chen looked closely. The 9-star disciple was navigating between only 3,600 star positions. This revelation sparked a realization in Long Chen's mind. Long Chen roared and unleashed a powerful fist toward the 9-star disciple. The latter staggered, providing Long Chen with an opening to rise and deliver a swift kick toward him. However, Long Chen's kick met only empty space. Anticipating this, he spun, harnessing the momentum from his kick to propel his fist toward a specific spot. With a massive explosive sound, the void collapsed, revealing a figure that came flying out of it. Chapter 4622, a 9-star disciple's trump cards. Success. Long Chen was delighted to have accurately predicted the position of the 9-star disciple. In other words, he had managed to grasp the laws of this movement art. As long as he could study and test it, he would also be able to use this ephemeral movement art. Thinking of this, Long Chen grew even more excited. As for the 9-star disciple who was now standing not too far from him, he stared at Long Chen expressionlessly. There was a clear fist print on the robes over his chest, the mark of Long Chen's last attack. No one knew what his clothes were made of, but Long Chen's full power attack only left behind this unremarkable fist print on it. In contrast, Long Chen's attire consisted solely of his underwear, the rest of his body drenched in his own blood. Amazing. To be able to see through the initial concept of the star cloud steps so quickly without any pointers and to even predict the next step, this fellow is definitely a monstrous genius of the cultivation world. At this time, the earth cauldron that was at the edge of the martial stage sighed to itself. Perhaps the heavenly Taos are compensating for his occasional foolishness by bestowing him with such extraordinary cultivation talent. The earth cauldron reached another conclusion. At this moment, peace descended upon the martial stage. Long Chen and the 9-star disciple just stared at each other, none of them moving. The only thing moving was the star diagram on the dome. As the stars shifted, an unusual ambiance enveloped the entire martial stage. Subsequently, the martial stage gradually dissipated. Long Chen found himself in a desolate world. The martial stage was gone, replaced by a rocky wasteland. Everything underwent a transformation, and only the stars continued to remain in the sky. It seems that our exchanges just now were a mere warm-up for this trial. Now, the real trial begins. Seeing this scene, Long Chen took a deep breath. His expression became serious. This trial resembled a heavenly tribulation. The ensuing stage would be a true battle of life and death, where destinies would be determined by bloodshed. Don't worry, fight to your heart's content. As long as I am here, you will not die. Just then, the earth cauldron's voice rang out. At some point, it had also entered this world. Before Long Chen could reply, the 9-star disciple drew Long Chen's attention. His white robes billowed in the wind, and his long hair danced around him. The 7-star diagram in his eyes rotated, while 7 sun-like stars blazed behind him, causing the world to tremble. Come, let me see how strong a heavenly genius from ancient times is. Long Chen exclaimed, staring fearlessly at the 9-star disciple. The starry sea in his divine ring also started to quiver. 7-star battle armor. They roared at the same time, causing 2 wild auras to erupt and a tempest to explode from beneath their feet. Their aura shook the dome of the heavens. One clad in white and the other in black, they collided like black and white meteorites with all their power. Their fists, brimming with their utmost strength, clashed together in a world-shaking blow, transforming the colorful surroundings into a monochrome realm. A sphere of light erupted from the point of impact between their fists and then expanded to devour this enormous space. It tore the world asunder and disintegrated the boulders in an instant, causing the 10,000 Daos to wail. Long Chen and the 9-star disciple were both sent flying backward. In this exchange, they were evenly matched, which bolstered Long Chen's confidence. 1 star, star fall. The 9-star disciple shouted. Forming seals with his right hand, he opened his hand toward the sky. A star rapidly dimmed above the 9 heavens. Following that, a fist-sized sphere of light materialized in his left palm. It traversed his arm, surged through his body, and burst forth from his right hand. Long Chen was dumbstruck to see the globe of light coming right at him. With a roar, he threw a fist in front of him. The globe of light shattered, but its terrifying power made Long Chen feel like a star had just struck him. Even with his star diagram protecting his hands, they still went numb. Long Chen smashed into the ground, leaving a long ditch in it. 2 stars, flying rainbow. Before Long Chen could even recover, the 9-star disciple already appeared behind him, with a sphere of light in each hand, and then hurled both at Long Chen. Long Chen had no time to dodge. He flicked his fingers, projecting 2 rays of divine light. The 2 spheres then detonated a few miles away from Long Chen. By using astral energy, Long Chen successfully detonated the 9-star disciple's divine ability. But despite that, the void still tore apart, and Long Chen let out a grunt even from this distance, almost coughing up blood. 3 stars, soul chaser. The 9-star disciple's icy voice echoed through the air, and 3 stars shot at Long Chen like cannonballs. Initially resembling globes of light, they transformed into star-like forms. Faced with the 9-star disciple's assault, Long Chen found himself unable to retaliate. It was too late for him to detonate these stars as well. Using one fist to deflect each of the first 2 stars, Long Chen managed to divert them. However, the 3rd star struck him squarely in the chest. Blood sprayed out of Long Chen's mouth as his bones once more shattered. He then tumbled back wretchedly. 4 stars, devil prison. 4 pillars of light soared into the sky, converging into a terrifying seal at the center. The combined power of the 4 pillars bore down on Long Chen, causing the ground beneath him to crumble. Even then, this was just the start. The full force of the 4 pillars had yet to be unleashed, and Long Chen already felt his body teetering on the brink of collapse. This 9-star disciple was capable of unleashing powerful techniques in rapid succession, giving Long Chen no chance to catch his breath. Break! Long Chen roared, summoning a hidden power from within. His starry sea quivered as countless stars formed in his hands, forming a starry blade. With the starry blade in his hands, he brought it down in a slashing motion. A ray of divine light shot out, cleaving through the dome of the sky like a heavenly blade. The 4 stars exploded in contact with his starry blade. Star World extermination. Long Chen let out a defiant roar, no longer holding back. As he extended his hand, stars gathered in his palm, taking the shape of a lotus. With a mighty thrust, he hurled it toward the 9-star disciple. Through this disciple, Long Chen had grasped the means to control the power of his starry sea. However, he didn't know the actual techniques, so he simply used the form of the world extermination flame lotus to channel this power. 5 stars, void break. The 9-star disciple formed hand seals with both hands, and a string of 5 beads smashed into Long Chen's starry lotus. Chapter 4623, 7 stars, moon slash. The string of 5 beads pierced through Long Chen's starry lotus. Long Chen's self-created move couldn't stand up against this 9-star disciple at all. The 5 stars collided with Long Chen, leaving him a bloody pulp. 6 stars, God Seal. The next moment, 6 stars surrounded Long Chen, leaving him horrified that he was unable to move. Some mysterious energy had sealed all his power, and even the flow of his astral energy was sluggish, no longer flowing freely. At the same time, a powerful twisting force gripped Long Chen, as if a pair of powerful hands were twisting him like wringing a towel. No longer able to remain still, the earth cauldron appeared above Long Chen. "Senior, don't!" Long Chen shouted with all his might, but blood spurted from his mouth as the twisting force shattered his insides. "Don't force it, he is a main descendant of the 9-star line, while you are just a dabbler without a complete core technique. It's fundamentally unfair for you to fight him. I am already surprised you were able to last this long. This trial ends here," declared the earth cauldron. In truth, Long Chen's display had completely surpassed its expectations. Long Chen was much stronger than it expected, especially his ability to adapt. However, he couldn't overcome this difference. After all, This 9-star disciple was a heavenly genius from the most flourishing era of the 9-star line and was even from an era where cultivators thrived. It was akin to the birth of a prince and a commoner. Though the children might be the same at birth, the contrasting circumstances would result in significant disparities. Regarding this trial, the Earth Cauldron just wanted Long Chen to know the difference between himself and the geniuses from ancient eras. This was meant to ignite his hunger for greater power and spur him to train more diligently. "No, I'll deal with him. Trust me," Long Chen exclaimed, spitting out blood that now included pieces of his internal organs. His condition was dire. "You idiot, not this again." The Earth Cauldron directly cursed him. Long Chen was being stubborn again. But if this was what he wanted, it couldn't stop him. In the past, it would have been possible for the Earth Cauldron to forcibly stop him. But not anymore. Having formally acknowledged Long Chen as master, it could not betray Long Chen's will. Even if Long Chen was dying, if he refused to permit it to save him, it could only watch. The Earth Cauldron was anxious but couldn't do anything. Now, it had started to regret its decision. Long Chen was twisted entirely out of shape. His body contorted so severely that his eyes seemed ready to pop out while staring at his own buttocks. "You're going to die like this. You aren't even from the same era as him, so there's no need to compare yourself like this," shouted the Earth Cauldron. "I am confident. I am starting to understand the true essence of the 9-star hegemon body art. Without absolute confidence, it is impossible to grasp the essence of the 9-star hegemon body art. Talent is something I have. Since I was chosen as a 9-star heir, then I will be the main character of this world. Nothing can stop me. I will become the king of this world." Long Chen's voice came through the cracks between his teeth. Even in his perilous state, his will was still firm, not shaking in the slightest. Long Chen's divine ring was twisting, and his starry sea was being compressed, quivering intensely. It was as if Long Chen would be twisted apart along with his manifestation. Once the divine ring was compressed to a certain limit, the starry sea suddenly surged forth like the tide. Finally, Long Chen's manifestation seemed to feel threatened and was fighting back, revealing a mighty aura. The next moment, ripples spread in every direction. This is the Earth Cauldron was stunned. Was I mistaken? Was this trial not orchestrated by me, but rather a deeper layer of karma? Long Chen's manifestation surged like a dragon awakening from a deep slumber, and a violet tide gushed out of his starry sea. The divine ring pulsed rhythmically like a beating heart pumping out blood with all its power. "Break!" Long Chen suddenly roared as if possessed by something. When he stood up, countless stars floated around him, like the entire starry sea swarming around. The 6 stars surrounding Long Chen shattered like a mirror, causing the entire desolate world to crumble. Even the 9-star disciple was shaken by this terrifying display of power. With the desolate world vanishing, Long Chen returned to the martial stage, facing the 9-star disciple with a cold glare. The starry sea manifestation within Long Chen's divine ring dimmed, and his entire body trembled, teetering on the brink of collapse. In the silence that followed, the sound of blood dripping echoed ominously, like the ticking of a timer, measuring someone's life. The 9-star disciple then raised his hand, summoning a broadsword with 7 stars flowing on top of it. "It's over." Seeing this scene, Long Chen felt a sense of defeat wash over him. Based on the previous pattern, this attack would be several times stronger than the last. On the other hand, Long Chen had already overdrafted his power, and even his starry sea manifestation was fading away. He couldn't think of any way to block this attack. "I've fought until I am exhausted. I refuse to believe that you're still in peak condition. Let's see just who is stronger." Long Chen's voice reverberated with determination as he summoned a radiant starlight that enveloped him. Summoning the last dregs of his astral energy, he knew he wouldn't be able to stand after this. However, Long Chen didn't hesitate to squeeze out this last bit of power, unwilling to let the Earth Cauldron intervene and halt the fight. He was driven by an unwavering desire to defeat this 9-star disciple, a fervent longing that pushed thoughts of death from his mind. This time, the Earth Cauldron remained silent and didn't intervene. It observed the 9-star heir, whose body was on the verge of collapse. "There's no cure for his stupidity. I think I am getting infected as well." The Earth Cauldron let out a long sigh, a mixture of helplessness and self-mockery tinged with gratification and fondness. "Kill!" Long Chen charged toward the 9-star disciple, unleashing a punch fueled by all his remaining power and determination. However, the force of this attack was at most half of his previous blow, as he was already well beyond the point of exhaustion. Despite knowing that he was risking his life, Long Chen continued to throw himself forward. In response, the 9-star disciple did not hesitate to raise his 7-star blade. 7 stars, Moon Slash. Chapter 4624, Passing the Trial. Long Chen tumbled backward, crashing into one of the pillars of the martial stage, no longer whole as he lay split in two. Meanwhile, the 9-star disciple remained standing in his original location, holding the 7-star blade in his hand. Deathly silence enveloped the world as the earth cauldron hovered on the edge of the martial stage, observing without intervening. Suddenly, cracks spider webbed across the surface of the 7-star blade, and the 9-star disciple started to tremble. He exploded, transforming into specks of starry light that slowly floated toward Long Chen. The starry light was like dust landing on his body, slowly absorbed by him. The earth cauldron sighed. That final attack was a display of will, not just power. Long Chen was born in a declining era, raised in the harshest and poorest conditions. Yet, even the heavenly geniuses of ancient times pale in comparison to his brilliance. It seems my gamble was indeed correct. He is a true expert, lacking only time and opportunity. Meanwhile, Long Chen found himself enveloped in darkness. Amidst this darkness, specks of starlight emerged and surrounded him, akin to a baby cradled in its mother's arms. The comforting embrace of the starlight brought him an unparalleled sense of ease and contentment. Simultaneously, the starlight nourished both his body and soul, imbuing him with a profound sense of fulfillment. He didn't know how much time had passed. When the darkness gradually faded away, the stars did as well. A burning light then forced Long Chen to open his eyes, and he raised his hand to block the light. Long Chen saw that he was once more in the blood-colored ruins, the ruins of the 9-star line. When he sat up, he found that he was fully recovered. If it weren't for his ruined clothes, he would suspect that he had just been in a nightmare. "Did I pass the trial?" asked Long Chen in delight. "You did. You passed beautifully. Do you sense anything different in you?" asked the earth cauldron with rare praise in its voice. Sensing his body, he found that there were star clusters in his skin, blood, tendons, bones, and even his bone marrow. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised as the star clusters were roving within him. He could sense their power but was unable to directly control them. This is a mark of a 9-star heir's astral constitution. "Congratulations. You have been promoted from a titular disciple to a formal one," said the earth cauldron. Astral constitution. Although Long Chen didn't know what this meant, he had a feeling that this kind of constitution was definitely something special. His power had gone through another qualitative transformation. "You absorbed the final astral essence in the trial. Your luck wasn't bad. Due to the rest of the trial being broken, by defeating the 9-star disciple, you managed to get all of their power as well. To tell the truth, I wasn't expecting you to defeat him, but you did it. You did really well," praised the earth cauldron. "Ha ha ha, believe in me. I promise that you didn't pick the wrong person." Even Long Chen was overjoyed by the earth cauldron's praise. Just who was the earth cauldron? It was a revered entity, representing the pinnacle of this world's power and authority. Just how picky was it with its praise? To be praised by it was a huge honor. However, the astral essence in you is still in an embryonic state. It has not been activated yet, so it won't bring you too much of an improvement. Once it has fully adapted to you, you will find that when you activate the 9-star hegemon body art, everything will flow smoothly, explained the earth cauldron. "Then can I be like that 9-star heir and control the astral energy of heaven and earth?" asked Long Chen excitedly. "In theory, yes, but in reality, it will depend on your own comprehension and talent. You have just experienced an immense battle, so it would be best for you to go into seclusion to digest the benefits of this battle. Although you have this astral essence, you don't have the true inheritance of the 9-star line, so you'll need to comprehend things on your own. Other than that, you also saw how despite having the 7-star battle armor, their star diagram is different from yours. His technique might not fully suit you. You've already stepped onto a different path, so you should find what suits you best, not just copy others. Perhaps you will need to create your own techniques," replied the earth cauldron. Long Chen nodded. The earth cauldron was correct. He could get inspiration from this 9-star disciple's terrifying moves and make his own. However, if he were to simply copy them, he would not be able to produce the same effect. "Senior, it's been days since we've separated from Xianxia. I'm worried about her. I have to find her and go into seclusion with her," said Long Chen. Back when they fled from the temple, In order to be safe, Long Chen had separated from Yu Qingshan and left behind marks for them to track him so that Yu Qingshan could go into seclusion somewhere safe. Yu Qingshan had memorized the Nirvana scripture in the temple, and she needed to quickly fully consolidate her understanding of it. While its voice was still echoing in her mind, she could absorb it faster. What Long Chen found weird was that even after all this time, no pursuers had come after him. Long Chen didn't know what Lord Brahma's disciples were thinking. The earth cauldron had led him here afterward. Despite knowing that Yu Qingshan's power would likely render Lord Brahma's disciples unable to locate her once hidden, Long Chen couldn't shake off his worry. Sensing his concern, the earth cauldron understood that Long Chen wouldn't be able to fully process the insights gained from this battle. Thanks to the earth cauldron's mark placed on Yu Qingshan beforehand, they managed to locate her within a secluded mountain stream in just 3 days. Yu Qingshan was very cautious. She had already set up layers of illusion and transportation formations. Hence, the moment Long Chen arrived, she detected his presence. Seeing that he was fine, she sighed with relief. She had been in seclusion for a few days and had almost mastered the Nirvana scripture that they had heard. If Long Chen hadn't told her that he would be the one to find her, she would have already left to search for him. "It's a good thing that you're out of seclusion. I'll trouble you to guard me then," said Long Chen as she smiled warmly at Yu Qingshan. Long Chen could see the divine light in Yu Qingshan's eyes and sense her transformed aura. She had definitely profited immensely from the Nirvana scripture. With the formations set up and Yu Qingshan guarding him, Long Chen immediately went into seclusion. The moment Long Chen closed his eyes, he found that he had returned to the martial stage. "Senior," asked Long Chen, "I recorded your entire battle. This way, it will be more beneficial to your comprehension." "Start," urged the earth cauldron. Long Chen was delighted to know that the earth cauldron had such an ability. He immediately started to carefully digest everything that he had learned from this battle. 10 days later, a powerful explosion blew apart this mountain range, accompanied by wild chi waves surging out of the center of it. Long Chen raised his head and let out a heroic roar, starlight billowing around him. "Ha ha ha, with the 9 stars in my hand, the heavens are mine. Anyone who tries to mess with me in the future, I'm going to beat the crap out of them." Chapter 4625, Can't Expose. "TCH, you fool, your status as a 9-star disciple cannot see the light of day," scolded the earth cauldron. "What?" Long Chen cocked his head. "You've just squeezed past the entry gate of the 9-star hegemon body art. Do you think that your current power is enough to beat Lord Brahma?" asked the earth cauldron. "Even if I can't defeat him now, what is there to fear?" declared Long Chen with determination. "I'm still young, with boundless potential. Just because I can't overcome him at this moment doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future." After all, Lord Brahma had lived for countless years, while Long Chen was still in the process of growing and evolving. Moreover, following this battle, he felt his comprehension of astral energy deepen even further, instilling him with unwavering confidence. "Fool, the moment you are exposed, Lord Brahma will very likely kill you personally. He won't give you a chance to live up to that potential of yours," said the earth cauldron gravely. "Personally kill me? He wouldn't do that, right?" Long Chen jumped in shock. Just what kind of existence was Lord Brahma? Why would someone called a venerate amongst gods personally hunt him down? Lord Brahma will not allow any 9-star heirs to exist. While you might have destroyed the 9 Underworld Hall and the star-peering heavenly mirror, remember that the 9 Underworld Hall is just one of his 7 subordinate powers tasked with hunting down 9-star heirs. The star-peering heavenly mirror also possesses 7 faces, and you've only shattered 1. Your thinking has been too simplistic. Therefore, you must conceal your status as a 9-star heir. The starry river of the sky art now serves as your best disguise. Without it, you likely would have been eradicated long ago. Your manifestation of the starry river is entirely unique among 9-star heirs, particularly your divine ring. It's this distinctiveness that prevents others from suspecting your true identity. So refrain from recklessly revealing your status, warned the earth cauldron sternly. "All right, I'll listen to you, senior." Long Chen nodded, retracting his arrogant words just now. "You can be arrogant and domineering now, but remember, do not expose your status as a 9-star heir," reprimanded the earth cauldron again. Long Chen nodded. He understood, but he was actually enraged to think that 9-star heirs would have to live in secret. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He might be able to beat Lord Brahma's disciples, but if Lord Brahma personally came, his survival chance would directly drop to zero. So, he could only endure for now. Nevertheless, Long Chen had made an oath to himself. If Lord Brahma was going to make him live this way, then he would make Lord Brahma's disciples live in a similar way or face his wrath. Didn't Lord Brahma still have 3,000 more formal disciples? Killing a few would be a good way to vent some of Long Chen's fury. Long Chen, you're out of seclusion? Asked Yu Qingshan, rushing out upon hearing him. I suppose I am. Long Chen smiled and held her hand. Looking at her smile, he found his anger vanishing. Speaking of which, Qingshan, how did you end up in the fantasy spirit world? Were you not in the void spirit world? Did you encounter the others? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen and Yu Qingshan finally found a moment to talk with each other, so Long Chen directly seized the opportunity to ask his questions. Yu Qingshan explained that she had ventured into the void spirit world alongside everyone else. According to her, the entrance to the void spirit world was identical to that of the fantasy spirit world. Upon arrival, they encountered numerous ancient factions, each possessing immense power. To vie for priority access to the void spirit world, these factions engaged in a frenzied battle at the entrance. The scene was chaotic, with rivers of blood flowing freely. Seeing this scene, Guo Ran ordered the Dragonblood Legion, the disciples of the Academy, Battle God Palace, and the Starry River sect to stay still. Meanwhile, Sha Chen secretly set up a transportation formation. Due to arriving early and having plenty of time, Long Chen had set it up so that they would appear right in front of the gate. When the gate opened, they all charged through the chaotic flow of space and appeared right at the entrance. Their sudden appearance provoked the ire of countless experts, drawing the attention of powerful factions toward them. In response, Yu Zifeng unleashed a single stroke of his sword, transforming numerous experts into a rain of blood. The gate of the void spirit world was also affected, nearly crumbling under the force of Yu Zifeng's attack. This one attack made everyone stop. Seeing how terrifying Yu Zifeng was, no one else tried to get in their way. Yu Zifeng then led everyone into the passageway. According to Yu Qingshan, due to the disturbance of the chaotic flow of space, Sha Chen's transportation formation had been slightly off, resulting in them being the third group to get in. However, contrary to the fantasy spirit world, there was no old elder standing there after they had reached the entrance. They were simply transported away. Yu Qingshan had found herself transported to a heavenly screen, which descended just as she arrived. Without thinking about it, just before it fully fell, she walked through, completely unaware that this screen was actually the barrier between the void spirit world and the fantasy spirit world. She then felt a powerful summons and traveled to the temple. Encountering numerous ferocious beasts surrounding it, she opted to sneak past rather than fight them. After passing by countless terrifying existences on the way and almost noticed by some experts, she managed to safely arrive at the temple. However, upon reaching the temple, she fell into a trap set by the medicine slaves of Lord Brahma's disciple. If Long Chen hadn't arrived then, she would have been in serious peril. A powerful summons. Long Chen was startled as he had only felt the summons of the jewel-blood jade orchid. If the earth cauldron had not guided him to the temple, he wouldn't have reached it. Moreover, without the jewel-blood jade orchid, he wouldn't have the key to open the temple. For this key to not fall into Yu Qingshan's hands but instead his own, he found it puzzling. Did you not see the others? This time, Long Chen was referring to Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Dong Mingyu, and the others. When he asked, his eyes were full of anticipation. However, Yu Qingshan just shook her head. She knew what kind of answer Long Chen was looking for from her, but from the start, she had not found a trace of them. As expected, Long Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After being separated from them for so long, he had dreamed of being reunited. However, reality proved to be harsh. I am sorry, Yu Qingshan murmured, sensing his disappointment but unsure of how to comfort him. Long Chen hastily scolded himself for making her feel guilty. How could he make her apologize for this? He remarked hastily, I have a feeling that they're definitely here as well, but their path might have been different from ours. You really think so? Asked Yu Qingshan. Of course. Tell me, did you see Lord Brahma's disciple outside the gate back then? Asked Long Chen. Oh, I don't think so. The dragon domain is also connected to this world. As for Lord Brahma's disciple and medicine slaves, who knows where they came from? There's definitely more than a few entrances, so we'll see them eventually. Comforted Long Chen. Long Chen added, oh, I also need to ask for your help for something. Is there a need for such formality between us? Just tell me, said Yu Qingxian with a smile. All right then, Fairy Qingxian, please bestow upon me the Nirvana scripture. If you did, this junior brother would be endlessly grateful, Long Chen said, bowing respectfully and eliciting a laugh from Yu Qingxian. Yu Qingxian instructed Long Chen to concentrate, and with one hand, she formed a seal and pressed it onto Long Chen's forehead. Once again, the sound of the Nirvana scripture echoed in his mind. Chapter 4626, Long Chen's Nirvana scripture. The Nirvana scripture rang out in Long Chen's mind. However, its tone was different this time. Other than imbued with a sacred, holy sound, the scripture now carried a gentle yet profound weight, a resonance capable of silently nurturing all existence. Back in the temple, Long Chen had only memorized up to the 5th volume. When the 6th volume appeared, Long Chen entered a state of forgetting himself and even the world. As a result, he couldn't remember the scripture from back then. Now that he once more heard the 6th volume, Long Chen started to chant along with Yu Qingxian. However, while Yu Qingxian's voice was gentle and warm, Long Chen's voice was hard and domineering. The same scripture was producing a different flavor when chanted by two different people. When Yu Qingxian chanted it, flame runes flowed around her like the tide, gentle but unfathomably deep. On the other hand, when Long Chen chanted it, the flame runes were like roaring dragons, their ferocious flame energy shaking the world. Long Chen's flame energy seemed to specialize in destruction. When he chanted the Nirvana scripture, its power of annihilation made the world uneasy. It was like the very world quivered because of Long Chen's voice. Following Yu Qingxian's transmission of the Nirvana scripture to Long Chen, Huo Linger manifested and, in turn, conveyed her recorded version of the scripture to him. As a flame spirit, Huo Linger's comprehension abilities were limited. While she could absorb and memorize the scripture quickly, her assimilation of the content was a more gradual process. Thus, she directly transmitted the memorized Nirvana scripture to Long Chen. Although Huo Linger's understanding of the Nirvana scripture was not that high, the Nirvana scripture she chanted also had a different flavor, feeling like a natural unending loop. After hearing Yu Qingxian and Huo Linger's Nirvana scriptures, Long Chen started to slowly take in this new knowledge. Atop a towering mountain, his hands moved with fluidity, weaving intricate seals as flames enveloped him, each flame containing the merged essence of all flames within this world. When a sacred chanting rang out like God's murmuring, chains started to appear in the air one by one, only to be sundered by the potent flame energy emanating from Long Chen. An air of annihilation permeated the surroundings, and amid this ethereal atmosphere, the earth cauldron appeared, looking at Long Chen quietly. After accepting Long Chen as master, it mostly stayed out of his spiritual space whenever he cultivated. Senior, is Long Chen all right? Yu Qingxian asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on the myriad chains materializing around Long Chen before shattering into fragments. Don't worry, he is branding himself with the Nirvana mark, the earth cauldron reassured her. What is the Nirvana mark? Asked Yu Qingxian hastily. The Nirvana scripture is the number 1 flame element scripture within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and it encompasses the way to control the energy of every flame within this world. Due to how large its scope is, every person must choose a single path for them to follow in the Nirvana scripture. A master cannot be a jack of all trades, so many times, you must abandon one thing to gain another. Countless people throughout the ages had tried to cultivate the Nirvana scripture, but none of them walked the same path. Even someone as powerful as Lord Brahma only specializes in one aspect of the Nirvana scripture. It is simply a law of the Nirvana scripture that no one can change, replied the earth cauldron. Yu Qingxian seemed to understand, but she also felt that she was missing something. What the earth cauldron was saying seemed simple to understand, but there was something more profound in its words that she didn't quite grasp. The earth cauldron continued, your path has long since been set, yet Long Chen must choose his own path. Your character is different from Long Chen's, so your cultivation of the Nirvana scripture will also definitely be different. Long Chen is searching for the path most suitable to him. More and more chains appeared in the sky. They were like a heaven-encompassing net now, seemingly binding Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Chen's hand seals changed, and a torrent of flames exploded out of Long Chen ferociously. This torrent of flames turned into a flame dragon and soared into the heavens, shattering all the chains. It roared as it pierced through the dome of the heavens. All right, his Nirvana scripture has taken an embryonic form, so his technique has its own unique mark now, said the earth cauldron. Raging flame dragon prison. Long Chen's roar reverberated like thunder, resonating with the authority of a sacred and formidable scripture. As he uttered those 4 words, they carried the weight of the divine resonance echoing behind them. A giant flame cage appeared around Long Chen, and he could vaguely see dragon runes within the flames. They were beautiful and brilliant, looking as if they were made of immortal metal, not flame energy. Yu Qingshan stood in astonishment, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. She was shocked not just by the cage's terrifying aura but by how it looked as if it were made of immortal metal. What left her truly astonished was Long Chen's ability to summon the cage effortlessly, devoid of any hand seals or other gestures. The mere invocation of its name seemed to command the manifestation of this awe-inspiring cage. This is the path he chose. He fights to live and destroys to survive. In the future, fighting and destroying will be the theme of his life, said the Earth Cauldron, its voice also excited. It seemed that it hadn't expected this choice. Long Chen slowly extended his hands toward the cage. As he clenched his hands, the flame prison instantly contracted and exploded. Seeing his flame energy blast a giant hole into the void, Long Chen smiled with satisfaction. He had finally found the core of the Nirvana scripture, a foundational technique upon which countless others could be erected. It was akin to opening a door to an entirely new realm of possibilities. It was just like how he had risen to a new level with the 9-star hegemon body art. Now, the world before him was completely different from the world he had known before. This metamorphosis could be likened to a sublimation beyond the reach of language. Only those who had undergone a similar journey could truly grasp its significance. For those who hadn't, no explanation could suffice. It was an experience that simply defied explanation. Senior, thank you very much. Long Chen turned to the Earth Cauldron excitedly. This time, upon entering this world, he had relied on the Earth Cauldron's guidance, which was the only reason he had gained so much. There's no need for words of courtesy between us as you have reached the initial realm of mastery. What do you plan on doing now? Asked the Earth Cauldron. I'd like to ask for Senior's guidance, replied Long Chen humbly. What kind of joke was that? If he had the Earth Cauldron guiding him, would he even need to think? The Earth Cauldron definitely knew where the good stuff was. Right now, we are just waiting for the heavenly manifestation to descend so that you can undergo your divine venerate tribulation. However, it seems that it will still take some time. You can choose to simply digest your gains, or you can walk around. I can't tell you what to do, said the Earth Cauldron. If that's the case, I want to go back to that temple, muttered Long Chen. For what? Asked Yu Qingshan. I want to see if I can kill that disciple of Lord Brahma's. A fierce light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. Chapter 4627, Setting a Trap. A giant beast let out a roar, but halfway through, a hand with a 7-star diagram around it slammed into its head. That giant beast quivered and then fell to the ground, raising a wave of dust. Wow, Long Chen, when did you get so strong? Yu Qingshan exclaimed in amazement when she saw Long Chen kill this terrifying beast in one attack. Hehe, this is nothing. When I have a chance, I'll show you some real skill, chortled Long Chen. Yu Qingshan was truly stunned by Long Chen's attack. This beast had a terrifying aura, and based on the marks in the surroundings, several experts had tried to attack it, but to no avail. However, Long Chen had easily crushed it, which proved that his power had qualitatively increased again. Well done. Even the Earth Cauldron gave him some praise as Long Chen's comprehension skill was truly monstrous. Through his battle with the 9-star disciple, not only did he grasp a hint of the mysteries of the 9 stars, allowing him to truly start controlling their power, but he could even control it freely after such a short amount of time. Such a level of skill was very rarely seen even in ancient times. If Long Chen had simply used his astral power to strike the beast, blasting its head apart, the Earth Cauldron wouldn't have been the slightest bit surprised. However, Long Chen's method involved only shattering its crystal core, leaving its physical body unharmed. This point left the Earth Cauldron truly amazed. After all, the fiercer the power, the harder it was to control. The ability to manipulate it down to such details was comparable to an ordinary person wielding a quarter-ton blade with the precision of a fingernail. However, Long Chen had done so with ease, which signified that he could channel even more power of the 9 stars. Long Chen sent the beast's corpse into the primal chaos space, replenishing the life energy inside. After all, the battle with the 9-star disciple had used up an astonishing amount of life energy. Despite the impressive amount of life energy stored within the moon trees and fusong trees, Long Chen had depleted a considerable portion during his previous usage, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. Although there were no signs of them wilting, they did seem a bit listless. The flames around them started to flicker. Long Chen had planted quite a few new medicinal ingredients in the primal chaos space. As he needed them to grow and multiply, he needed a huge number of corpses to provide them with the necessary life energy. Long Chen was so careful with the way he killed the beast because he didn't want to blast the beast apart. After all, it would be troublesome to gather the torn body and all the blood. After taking the natural treasure this beast was guarding, Long Chen didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sank into thought. Long Chen, what is it? Asked Yu Qingshan curiously. This place is huge. If I were to gather things like this, it would be too slow. Plus, there's no guarantee I'll even find that fellow. Isn't there a way to kill two birds with one stone? Wondered Long Chen, rubbing his chin. What kind of evil plot are you having now? Yu Qingshan smiled after seeing his expression. With her understanding of Long Chen, she knew he was thinking of something bad. Senior, can I discuss something with you? Long Chen's gaze suddenly turned to the earth cauldron. What are you thinking of? The earth cauldron also understood Long Chen. Seeing his sinister appearance, it got the gist of what he wanted. At the very same temple Long Chen had previously entered, there was an explosion of divine light. A divine diagram then appeared right above the temple. The divine diagram shone brightly, its divine light spreading far and wide, visible even from far away. The images on it depicted various precious medicinal ingredients, and they covered the diagram. Will this really work? Asked Yu Qingshan. In a hidden space, Long Chen and Yu Qingshan were watching everything occur. After a while, the earth cauldron's voice rang out in Long Chen's ear. Do you really think this is enough to bait him? It's not very dependable. Hee. Well, know the answer in a bit. Even if it doesn't work, it comes at no loss to us. If we can't con him, well, take it by force, replied Long Chen with a laugh. Just then, the disturbance drew people over from all directions, including a certain white-robed man. This is Lord Brahma's sacred land. Outsiders are strictly forbidden from approaching. Consider this your only warning. When Long Chen saw the white-robed man appear amongst them, his mouth twisted into a sinister smile. Countless experts had converged on this place. However, hearing that this place belonged to Lord Brahma, some of them hastily fell back. Who do you think you are? I saw the treasure first. It belongs to me. As expected, not everyone retreated. A large, muscular man completely ignored the warning and charged toward the divine diagram. Ignorant ant, die, the white-robed man snorted. Without forming any hand seals, he somehow conjured countless flame runes in the air, forming a net around the muscular man. You dare to take out such a worthless net? The muscular man sneered, summoning a giant hatchet in his hand. As he swung it down, the very void seemed to explode, which signified that it was a terrifying divine weapon. To everyone's surprise, the giant hatchet simply exploded on contact with the flame net. They were all taken aback. How could a net destroy a divine weapon of this caliber with just a touch? Not good. Seeing his divine weapon destroyed, the muscular man hastily turned to flee. However, he was clearly too slow. As the net enveloped him, he shuddered and remained still, lying there in silence. He managed to control Brahma's power quite quickly. Long Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing Brahma's will imbued within this net. No wonder it could shatter such a powerful divine weapon so easily. While Long Chen had been undergoing the 9-star trial, this bastard hadn't slacked either. He had absorbed the Brahma barrier, which led to a substantial rise in his power. As the net passed through the body of the muscular man just like that, the onlookers looked dumbfounded. However, their astonishment quickly turned to horror as the body started to break down, chunks of it falling to the ground. They hastily retreated, indicating that they had no intention of competing for this treasure. At the same time, more experts came rushing over from every direction. Sensing a dense medicinal fragrance around them, Long Chen knew that they were medicine slaves. They directly surrounded the divine diagram, preventing anyone else from getting close. The white-robed man then walked up to the divine diagram and stared at it for a long time, examining it. He suddenly exclaimed, "Could this be a hidden reward my master left for me? I am not your master. I am your ancestor." Long Chen cursed inside. The white-robed man stared at it for a long time before a light of comprehension appeared in his eyes. He then tossed out a 3-foot-tall, blood-colored daisy. When Long Chen saw it, his heartbeat quickened. Chapter 4628, Treacherous. However, Long Chen's heartbeat quickened not because the blood-colored daisy was precious or anything but because this fellow finally understood Long Chen's intentions. With a wave of his hand, the white-robed man sent the daisy flying gently toward the divine diagram, causing it to land on one of the images on the diagram. "Senior, don't leave any openings," urged Long Chen. As the daisy gently settled, the image on the diagram blurred momentarily, unveiling a small notch. With seamless precision, the daisy merged into that notch, causing that section of the diagram to brighten. Among tens of thousands of images on the divine diagram, the majority were all dim, except for the one with the daisy. "Good job, that was perfect," exclaimed Long Chen. He was so excited that he almost clapped. He really fell for this. Is he stupid? The Earth Cauldron found it hard to believe. The white-robed man was Lord Brahma's disciple, so he should be an idiot. How could he fall for this trick? He's not stupid. I suspect that Lord Brahma left different rewards in many trial regions. Didn't he just wonder if it was a hidden reward? 2 of his 3 rewards were already taken by me. He's definitely unhappy with that, so he's been wondering if there are other treasures he can get. He's quite greedy, chortled Long Chen. Little fellow, your race is really the most treacherous among all races. The Earth Cauldron was rather speechless. Long Chen had seen right through this white-robed man. At this moment, the white-robed man was taking out precious medicinal ingredients one after another and inserting them into the divine diagram like a child putting together a puzzle. As the image on the divine diagram illuminated, the corresponding medicinal ingredient would vanish as if depleted. However, in reality, they all seamlessly transferred into Long Chen's pocket. "This is no good. If he keeps this up, all the images will vanish soon," muttered the Earth Cauldron. The white-robed man swiftly threw in his medicinal ingredients in rapid succession. Once the diagram was filled, the Earth Cauldron had to send him through. In a short amount of time, the white-robed man managed to illuminate over 10,000 images, and the diagram only had 36,000 images. Once he filled them all, their lie would be laid bare. After all, they couldn't just conjure another divine diagram to mask the first one. There was no way this idiot would fall for that. It's fine. Just listen to me." Long Chen laughed and had the Earth Cauldron keep up the images as it did. After some time, Long Chen couldn't help but admire the depth of the white-robed man's pockets. He proved himself worthy of being Lord Brahma's disciple, as he seemingly produced precious medicinal ingredients endlessly, each one brightening a different image on the diagram. In less than half a day, he had lit up most of the diagram, leaving just over 2,000 spots remaining. Meanwhile, Long Chen had pocketed over 30,000 medicinal ingredients. All of those medicinal ingredients were incredibly valuable, and Long Chen had never seen them before. With his collection growing rapidly, his farm was expanding at an unprecedented pace. "Have you not thought of anything?" asked the Earth Cauldron. The diagram was almost open. If Long Chen didn't think of anything else, the con would be over soon. However, Long Chen remained confident. A while later, there were only 3 dark spots left on the diagram. The white-robed man was overjoyed at this moment, knowing that Lord Brahma's trials sometimes held hidden rewards. These rewards were determined by a person's luck, opportunity, and power. The white-robed man eagerly anticipated the grand prize, his gaze fixated on the last 3 spots on the diagram. However, those last 3 images were incredibly complex. He felt that none of the medicinal ingredients at his disposal was a match for them. Gritting his teeth, he inserted another medicinal ingredient into the diagram. Yet, despite the diagram quivering in response and the ingredient vanishing, none of the last 3 images illuminated. This result baffled him. What is going on? If it's not the right medicinal ingredient, it just vanishes. He had never encountered such a situation before, and he didn't know what he had done wrong. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Long Chen and Yu Qingshan burst into laughter. Yu Qingshan found the situation so amusing that she even shed a few tears from laughing so hard. "You really are sinister." "Now, I am convinced," remarked the Earth Cauldron, rendered speechless by Long Chen's shameless act of simply taking the medicinal ingredient without offering any explanation. It had not anticipated such audacity from Long Chen. The white-robed man gritted his teeth even harder, his frustration mounting as he continued to send medicinal ingredients into the divine diagram, only for them to vanish without any effect. What the hell is going on? He started to get anxious after thousands of precious medicinal ingredients simply vanished into thin air. "Senior, That's about enough, said Long Chen upon seeing that. As a result, the next medicinal ingredient the white-robed man inserted caused the corresponding image to quiver and light up. Overwhelmed with excitement, he shouted, "There are still 2 more. I am about to succeed. I can't wait to find out what kind of reward my master left me." He continued to send in more medicinal ingredients, his excitement very evident. However, 2 hours later, his expression of excitement had transformed into one of frustration and disappointment, resembling that of a donkey. This time, he lost count of the number of medicinal ingredients he had used. Nearly exhausting his entire supply, he was dismayed to find that the second image showed no reaction whatsoever. This fellow really is a fat piece of meat. Long Chen was amazed by how many medicinal ingredients this white-robed man had. Compared to him, Long Chen was like a beggar. "Master, we've just obtained 7 more ingredients." Just then, a group of medicine slaves came flying over. These were what they had just obtained from killing a beast, and the first one they sent into the divine diagram instantly illuminated the second image. When that happened, the white-robed man's donkey-like face immediately transformed into a bright smile. He believed only one image remained to be illuminated, or so he thought. With newfound hope, he sent the remaining 6 ingredients into the diagram, but to his dismay, it didn't react. Of course it didn't. Long Chen refused to light up the final image no matter what. The white-robed man suddenly shouted, "Friends, do you have any precious medicinal ingredients on hand? You can trade them with me for other ingredients or even pills. I am Divine Venerate Brahma's disciple, Yu Zihao. I swear under the name of my master that I won't let anyone suffer any loss." The white-robed man directly stated his name and status. Hearing that he was Divine Venerate Brahma's disciple, those experts were all moved. "Everyone, you've seen that this is a hidden reward my master left for me. I urgently need medicinal ingredients to activate the divine diagram. There's only one last image to light up, and I hope everyone can help me out. I, Yu Zihao, will be endlessly grateful." The fact that someone as haughty as Yu Zihao said that he would be endlessly grateful, he had to be really in a rush. As the experts stepped forward to offer their assistance, Yu Zihao smiled in gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, nearby, another individual wore a smile even wider than his own. Of course, this smile was rather sinister. The Earth Cauldron simply sighed. What a con man. Chapter 4629, Be happy with what you've got. Long Chen, you're brilliant. You have completely conned this poor fellow. Yu Qingshan laughed as she watched Yu Zihao happily trade medicinal ingredients and pills with these people. Hee, I can't take all the credit. He's just too gullible. To be honest, most cons don't require much skill. It's all about making a good first impression. I was just testing the waters, but I didn't expect him to take the bait so easily. Well, all my other preparations were for nothing, chuckled Long Chen. Long Chen had devised numerous other tricks to deceive Yu Zihao and ensure he didn't suspect anything. However, it seemed that those preparations had been in vain. Long Chen, let's discuss something, the Earth Cauldron interjected. Senior, please speak. This matter must be kept secret between us. I can't afford to lose face, stated the Earth Cauldron with a sigh. How could one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, the supreme existences of the world, possibly be known for conning others? If that news were to spread, how would it survive in this world? Indeed, this was a scheme I orchestrated and executed alone. It has nothing to do with Senior, right? Long Chen reassured with a smile, putting the Earth Cauldron at ease. It was evident that Long Chen wasn't concerned about any potential damage to his reputation. It seemed that the name of Lord Brahma was quite convincing, prompting the surrounding experts to quickly carry out trades with Yu Zihao. Some of these people directly gave him their medicinal ingredients as their main goal was to form a connection with Yu Zihao. After all, he was still a disciple of a venerate amongst gods. If they could make a connection with him, their family and sect would definitely soar. Furthermore, some experts amongst them were already followers of Lord Brahma, so they naturally rushed forward to help after hearing who Yu Zihao was. As a result, various precious medicinal ingredients flowed into the divine diagram, keeping Long Chen incredibly busy as he diligently planted them within the primal chaos space. With each addition, his farm expanded rapidly. However, to avoid drawing suspicions, Long Chen instructed the Earth Cauldron to intermittently enhance the brightness of the final image, giving Yu Zihao the impression of nearing success. 3 days later, not only had Yu Zihao depleted his own medicinal ingredients, but the surrounding experts had also exhausted theirs in their efforts to assist him. The divine diagram was shining brightly, looking as if it was on the verge of some transformation. Could this divine diagram actually require all the ingredients guarded by the beasts surrounding the temple? Someone speculated, prompting a change in Yu Zihao's expression. There were countless beasts in the surroundings, some of which even he hesitated to confront. If that were the case, this would be an insurmountable task. Long Chen was taken aback by that person's hypothesis, but he quickly nodded along. What a good idea. That way, they could deal with the beasts, and he simply pocketed all the rewards. Would there be anything better than that in this world? Be happy with what you have. Don't be too greedy. Many of these beasts possess immemorial bloodlines, and they also have numbers. Even if you were to give these people 1,000 years, they would likely not be able to gather them all. We also don't have that much time. Have you not noticed it? Said the Earth Cauldron. With this reminder, Long Chen finally noticed that the sky had started to darken as if clouds were covering the entire world. What is going on? Asked Long Chen. The laws of this world are starting to change, and the primal chaos chi is also growing denser, indicating that the optimal time for undergoing tribulation is approaching. At this moment, there's no point in drawing things out with them. You have to prepare yourself. Yu Zihao has also noticed this problem and is unwilling to waste more time. He clearly doesn't have any more fat for you to squeeze out, explained the Earth Cauldron. In the Earth Cauldron's view, Long Chen had already accomplished an almost impossible feat gathering so many ingredients without putting any effort. But the ones that I want still haven't appeared yet, complained Long Chen. Are you hoping to gather the full set for the Nirvanic charge pill from them? Asked the Earth Cauldron. Yes. Are you dreaming? You've gathered the majority of the ingredients from them, which was already a huge stroke of luck. There are many ingredients that you wouldn't be able to find even if you flipped through this entire land. You can't rush this, reasoned the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen had gathered an astronomical amount of medicinal ingredients, but he still wasn't happy. He was actually hoping to get every ingredient for the Nirvanic charge pill from Yu Zihao. Long Chen was truly ruthless. Having found such a fat pig, he was planning on bleeding Yu Zihao dry. Unfortunately, he wouldn't get what he wanted even if he did so. Is that so? Then fine. Although Long Chen was a bit unwilling, he could only accept this reality. When Long Chen looked at Yu Zihao again, he was taken aback. Yu Zihao's expression was exceedingly ugly, as if he had just received news of his parents' death and their burial in poop. With a heart-wrenching expression, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly tossed out the final dozen medicinal ingredients he possessed. In truth, he no longer harbored any hope. He had heard rumors of how difficult it was to obtain the hidden rewards left behind by Lord Brahma. Even as one of Lord Brahma's disciples, he would still have to pass the test to obtain the reward. When someone speculated that they might have to gather all the medicinal ingredients around the temple to activate this divine diagram, he instantly lost all hope. The most agonizing aspect was the tantalizing sight of the reward dangling right before him, yet remaining just out of reach. Just as Yu Zihao was about to give up, the divine diagram accepted the final medicinal ingredient and started to quiver. Yu Zihao and the other experts were startled, and his expression completely transformed into one of absolute joy. As the divine diagram rapidly shrank, Yu Zihao stared with rapt anticipation. Didn't this mean that the reward was about to appear before him? The divine diagram twisted and turned, shrinking as it did so. Finally, it transformed into a 3-meter sphere. The sphere of light slowly floated over to Yu Zihao. Seeing this, Yu Zihao reverently knelt with his hands pressed together. Thank you, Master. After he said this, the sphere of light quivered, and a bright hand emerged from it, stretching toward him. In response, Yu Zihao also extended his hand out. However, in a bizarre turn of events, that hand veered off course, flicking Yu Zihao's dirty hand away and delivering a resounding slap across his face. Pow! Crack! The sound of bones breaking reverberated through the air as Yu Zihao was sent hurtling through the air. The sight stunned all the surrounding experts. As the sphere of light slowly faded away, it unveiled a single figure that triggered startled cries from everyone present. Chapter 4630 Testing His Power. Long Chen's slap almost blew Yu Zihao's head off. Even though Yu Zihao hadn't reacted in time, his Brahma power had automatically parried the slap. Otherwise, the impact of that single slap would have killed him. When he saw Long Chen appear out of that sphere of light, Yu Zihao's head buzzed. A wave of realization surged through him. You dare to trick me? Yu Zihao roared furiously, each of his words dripping with bloody killing intent. He, a disciple of Lord Brahma, had actually been conned. This was a humiliation he would never be able to wash away. As his fury erupted, a menacing aura surged, transforming the very color of heaven and earth. Trick you? Are you an idiot? When did I trick you? I was just playing around with a puzzle, and you suddenly showed up and took over for me. What does that have to do with me? Asked Long Chen disdainfully, his expression definitely asking for a beating. You dare to quibble? You are going to die a painful death today. Yu Zihao was so enraged he wasn't even thinking about getting back his medicinal ingredients anymore. All he wanted was to take Long Chen's life. Runes appeared around Yu Zihao, and a sacred chant echoed through the air. It was the 7th volume of the Nirvana scripture. As the chanting reverberated, an enormous divine statue materialized behind Yu Zihao, radiating brilliant divine light that illuminated the surroundings. The sheer presence of this divine statue caused the entire world to tremble in awe. Seeing that divine statue, the surrounding experts were overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom, which compelled them to run as fast as possible. Die! Yu Zihao bellowed furiously, swiftly weaving hand seals to summon an enormous heavenly net. In the blink of an eye, the earth erupted, revealing another net that burst forth from the ground. Brahma power, heaven-earth nets. These two nets covered an enormous area. Fortunately, those people had run immediately, or they would have been caught between them. Yu Zihao had previously used this move to kill a muscular expert. However, the current situation differed vastly, as he now unleashed the technique with his manifestation activated, channeling his full power into the attack. This fellow's definitely dead. There's no way to counter this move, said one of the spectators. To their surprise, when those two nets slammed down, Long Chen was not cut into pieces. Layers of divine light had appeared around Long Chen, protecting him with their chains of fire. Seeing this scene, Yu Zihao was shocked and enraged. You bastard, you stole the 7th volume of the Nirvana scripture from here. Just who are you? Long Chen remained silent, swiftly forming hand seals of his own. The runic chains surrounding him surged forward, engaging in a fierce clash against the nets conjured by Yu Zihao. Despite their formidable appearance, the nets proved incapable of breaching Long Chen's defensive barrier. As expected, the Nirvana scripture can only be countered by the Nirvana scripture. Long Chen sighed inwardly, recalling his previous encounter with Yu Zihao. Back then, he had been forced into a humiliating retreat. Yu Zihao had appeared like the flame overlord of the world, rendering Long Chen's Nirvana scripture ineffective against him. In the past, when Long Chen summoned the flame energy of the world, it felt as though he was calling out to them. On the other hand, Yu Zihao wielded authority over them and could command them as he wished. Now, it was different because Long Chen had grasped the true essence of flames. In fact, even without using the Nirvana scripture, the world's flame energy still listened to his call. Despite Yu Zihao summoning his divine statue of Lord Brahma, Long Chen found that he could still control the flame energy of the world to fight Yu Zihao. I refuse to believe a dabbler like you could possibly compete with a direct disciple of Lord Brahma. Yu Zihao roared furiously, rapidly forming hand seals. The chanting in the air grew louder until it was like thunder. The two nets crashed together, trying to crush Long Chen. However, even when Long Chen's barrier creaked, his expression didn't change. I see, so the Nirvana scripture is a rich soil, and every person is a seed. Everyone can cultivate the Nirvana scripture, but because every seed is different, the flowers and fruits they produce are different. Looking at Yu Zihao, Long Chen said, your scripture contains a fretful tone, sinister and fierce, as well as filled with resentment. The sound of your scripture is the sound of your heart. It seems that you aren't particularly outstanding amongst Lord Brahma's disciples. Long Chen, Yu Qingshan, and Huo Linger had all cultivated the Nirvana scripture. However, despite studying the same scripture, each of them manifested a unique style in its expression. Long Chen's style exuded a sense of dominance and ferociousness. Yu Qingshan's style, on the other hand, was gentle and holy, while Huo Linger's emanated a burning intensity, devoid of any discernible emotion. Having sensed Yu Zihao's Nirvana scripture, Long Chen was sure that if 10,000 people cultivated the Nirvana scripture, there would be 10,000 different results. This was a particularity of the Nirvana scripture. Shut up, you don't know anything. Long Chen struck Yu Zihao right where it hurt. In response, Yu Zihao forcefully brought his nets crashing together, abandoning any attempt to crush Long Chen. Instead, he focused on trapping Long Chen. With an outstretched hand, Yu Zihao summoned a divine diagram, hurtling a sharp sword out of it and toward Long Chen. The barrier surrounding Long Chen shattered into fragments as the sword cut sliced through the void where Long Chen stood. Despite the formidable attack, Long Chen emerged unscathed. With his fist raised in front of him, flame runes encircled his hand, pulsating with fiery energy. He was still in his punching posture. "The Brahma divine diagram is only on this level," said Long Chen lightly. Previously, Long Chen had refrained from blocking a blow from the Brahma divine diagram due to its overwhelming power. However, now that he could effortlessly neutralize its attack with a single punch, he felt incredibly refreshed. "Frog at the bottom of a well," Yu Zihao shouted, swiftly forming more hand seals. Yet, before he could react, Long Chen materialized in front of him like a ghost, and his hand fell ruthlessly. A star appeared on Long Chen's palm. As it manifested, a foreboding sense of mortal peril gripped Yu Zihao's heart, causing his hair to stand on end. Chapter 4631 Brothers in Trouble. Long Chen's movements were so fast and sudden that there was no dodging it at such a close range. Yu Zihao had never seen such a monstrous speed before. This was the star cloud steps that Long Chen had learned from the 9-star disciple. After the fight, the Earth Cauldron had told him about its name. This movement art was based on the position of the stars in the sky, and when trained to the pinnacle, the user could step beyond the heavens through the starry sea. Although Long Chen only had a superficial understanding of this technique and couldn't move like that 9-star disciple, it was enough to catch Yu Zihao off guard. Seeing Long Chen's palm coming for him, Yu Zihao had no time to use the Brahma divine diagram. His hand seals suddenly changed, and the flame runes around him condensed into 17 layers of flame shields. To everyone's surprise, Long Chen's palm pierced through all 17 flame shields and viciously slapped Yu Zihao's face. Yu Zihao was smashed into the ground, leaving behind a giant hole in his wake. Horrifying fissures spread beyond the horizon, instilling terror in the spectators who hastily retreated. For them, Yu Zihao's aura in his strongest state was already formidable enough, but this black-robed man could still crush him. Moreover, how could divine venerate Brahma's disciple be repeatedly slapped in the face? It was extremely humiliating. When the Brahma divine diagram suddenly quivered, all the spectators looked into the gaping hole. However, to their bewilderment, Yu Zihao had suddenly materialized within the divine diagram, his body convulsing as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the Brahma divine diagram quivered, and an enormous hand emerged from within the diagram. It bore little resemblance to a human hand with all the feelers coming out of it. Its mere presence caused the surrounding void to collapse, marking it as a truly terrifying entity. Seeing this scene, Long Chen refused to retreat. Instead, he condensed 2 stars within his hands and charged over. 2 stars, flying rainbow. Long Chen was as tiny as an ant in front of that enormous hand, but the moment his palms collided with the hand, the latter shockingly exploded. The backlash of the explosion inflicted further injuries upon Yu Zihao, causing him to spit out more blood and cracks to appear on the Brahma divine diagram. Finally, a sense of fear gripped Yu Zihao as he realized the gravity of the situation. The Brahma divine diagram quivered, and just as it was about to break through space to flee, Long Chen grabbed it. "I'll tear apart your broken little diagram," Long Chen shouted, stars appearing on his arms. After all, Yu Zihao was still within the diagram. Long Chen wouldn't be able to directly attack him without destroying the diagram first. Just as Long Chen was about to crush the diagram, the divine statue behind Yu Zihao blazed with light. A ferocious force knocked aside Long Chen's hands and even sent him flying. He almost spat out blood. Long Chen furiously roared, "Even if you have Lord Brahma's power protecting you, I'll still shatter your tortoise shell." Long Chen was about to summon his 7-star battle armor, but the Brahma divine diagram wasted no time. It transformed into a streak of light and vanished across the horizon as soon as it knocked Long Chen's hands away. "Stop right there. If you're not a gutless coward, stay and fight till the end," shouted Long Chen. He had not expected this fellow to simply run like this. "Just you wait. Once I pass my tribulation and merge with the Brahma divine diagram, you'll definitely be dead." Yu Zihao's venomous howl rang out from the distance. Long Chen tried to chase him, but he was still a step too slow. The divine diagram had merged into heaven and earth, vanishing without a trace. Seeing this scene, the surrounding experts hastily fled. They had done business with Yu Zihao, so they were afraid of Long Chen taking his anger out on them. Wow, Long Chen, you really got stronger. When Yu Qingshan and the Earth Cauldron emerged from their hiding spot, Yu Qingshan stared at him worshipfully, causing Long Chen to blush a little. This time, Long Chen had been testing his newfound strength. His Nirvana scripture successfully countered Yu Zihao's oppressive aura, and with the addition of the power from the 9-star hegemon body art, he swiftly overwhelmed Yu Zihao. The ease with which he emerged victorious left Long Chen feeling truly invigorated. That's right, Senior, why did this fellow suddenly run? He should still have the power to fight, right? Asked Long Chen. He didn't feel that this fellow should be so weak, so why did he flee? The Earth Cauldron said, every Lord Brahma's disciple has a Brahma divine diagram, and it can grow with them. But once the diagrams grow to a certain extent, they need Brahma power to activate them. The Brahma barrier inside the temple is precisely what Yu Zihao used to activate the Brahma divine diagram. At first, the Brahma divine diagram is rather weak. While Yu Zihao managed to activate it, he was too careless. Your astral power managed to injure it, damaging its core energy. Yu Zihao didn't want to keep fighting you because of that. Although he has a powerful manifestation to rely on, he didn't want to risk further damage to the Brahma divine diagram. After all, repairing it will require him to use his core energy. The diagram is something Lord Brahma bestowed upon him. If it is destroyed, he will lose his access to Lord Brahma's faith energy, essentially losing his status as a disciple of Lord Brahma. That would be the worst-case scenario for him. There's such a thing. Long Chen was surprised. It was his first time hearing of such a thing. He is one of Lord Brahma's 3,000 disciples, and that number will never change. Countless of his believers are waiting for their chance. Some even sealed themselves until someone lost their Brahma divine diagram so that they could fight for this new opening. If Yu Zihao loses his divine diagram, countless heavenly geniuses will fight for his spot. Furthermore, if he loses his status, he will lose everything he cares about. That's why by damaging the divine diagram, you made him flee and hide until he repairs it, explained the Earth Cauldron. But he said that he's going to merge with it after undergoing his tribulation. It seems that he'll completely transform by that time, stated Yu Qingshan. That's not something to worry about. He'll undergo tribulation, but so will I. Next time, I definitely won't give him any chance to flee, said Long Chen confidently. He was full of confidence now, and it stemmed from the surging power coming out of him. Go where? Asked Yu Qingshan. To gather with our brothers. Several days later, there was an explosive sound as the Earth Cauldron blasted through the wall between worlds. Now, Long Chen and Yu Qingshan were in the Void Spirit world. However, the moment they arrived, their jade plates started to rapidly blink. Not good, they're in danger. Long Chen's expression completely changed. Chapter 4632 Celestial Race. Long Chen hadn't expected to receive Guo Ran's distress signal the moment he set foot into the Void Spirit world. They were clearly in crisis. Throughout their time in the Fantasy Spirit world, separated by a world wall, they had been unable to receive any messages. However, with the Earth Cauldron having created a breach in the wall, Long Chen and Yu Qingshan's tablets started to flash rapidly. Both of their expressions changed as the intensity of the flashing indicated that Guo Ran and the others were in utmost danger. Get on. Long Chen directly set up a supreme transportation formation disc and grabbed Yu Qingshan. When the jade plates flashed, Long Chen could accurately pinpoint where Guo Ran and the others were. After all, Guo Ran and Sha Chen had put in their blood, sweat, and tears to make these jade plates. This way, everyone could rapidly regroup whenever they were separated. Long Chen continued to execute multiple transportation maneuvers, causing the space to contort and warp around them. The powerful spatial pulling made Yu Qingshan slowly turn pale. This kind of supreme transportation imposed a heavy burden upon the user, especially considering Yu Qingshan's relatively weaker physical constitution. While 1 or 2 transportations were manageable for her, enduring over 10 consecutively pushed her beyond her limits. Long Chen couldn't bear seeing her like this, but they couldn't stop. Yu Qingshan didn't say anything and just held Long Chen's hand tightly. With their hearts and souls intertwined, there was no need to say anything. A single glance was all they needed to know what the other was thinking. They persevered through over 30 transportations, and the jade plates were flashing even more intensely, indicating that they were getting closer. As they traversed, the landscape around them grew increasingly desolate. Barren mountain ranges devoid of any vegetation stretched into the distance, while the air carried an aura of decay and death. This place seemed like hell on earth. After arriving in this place, Long Chen stopped using transportation formations. Instead, he summoned his lightning wings and, holding Yu Qingshan tightly, propelled himself forward with all his might. Long Chen's understanding of the star cloud steppes was still too superficial for him to traverse long distances with it. He could only rely on his lightning wings for this. As they journeyed onward, the mountains gradually gave way to flat lands. However, the sight that greeted them was grim. Giant holes pockmarked the landscape, interspersed with pools of blood and lifeless bodies. "They're fighting over there," shouted Yu Qingshan. Countless corpses littered the ground here. Some belonged to the human race, and others were from the devil race, beast race, and demon race. Suddenly, a giant ditch split the land before them, its depths shrouded in darkness. This mark of an attack contained a sharp killing intent, as well as fury. "It's Yu Zifeng." Long Chen recognized the distinct sword Dao of Yu Zifeng immediately. The fissure in the ground left by his sword was impeccably clean, while his lingering sword intent hung palpably in the air. Yu Zifeng was renowned for his unwavering composure, a trait Long Chen was intimately familiar with. His sword Dao typically exuded a cold and merciless precision, which was a quality essential to sword cultivators. However, at this moment, his sword Dao was filled with rage. It seemed that Yu Zifeng had lost his calm, consumed by an overwhelming fury that even compromised his mastery over his sword Dao, startling Long Chen. Just what had happened? "Long Chen, look!" Yu Qingshan suddenly pointed at the corpse of a woman on top of a pile of bodies. She wore emerald robes that were now soaked in blood, and a spear had nailed her body to that spot, killing her instantly. She was a slender and tall woman, with legs that were a bit longer than those of a normal human. "It's the spirit race." At the sight of this, Long Chen's killing intent instantly exploded. "This is a trap." Without looking at the other corpses, Long Chen directly grabbed Yu Qingshan and flew forward with all his might. "What is that?" Yu Qingshan once more cried out. A giant black gate had appeared far into the distance, filling the very sky. With the black chi swirling around it, it looked like the gaping maw of some heaven-swallowing beast or the gate to hell. Seeing this scene, Long Chen had a bad feeling. The land was littered with corpses and streaks of blood, the metallic scent thick in the air a telltale sign of recent carnage. There were countless intact corpses here, their demise marked by single, precise wounds. With a single glance, Long Chen instantly recognized it to be the handiwork of the Dragonblood warriors. With their experience in combat, they usually managed to slay their enemies in one move to preserve their energy. Long Chen and Yu Qingshan sped forward. As they got closer and closer to the strange gate, suddenly, they saw many figures ahead of them. A cold shout rang out, coming from a group of people who were combing through the remnants of the battle. Draped in a particular armor with a large, celestial character emblazoned on their chests, these individuals numbered in the thousands. When they saw Long Chen and Yu Qingshan, they immediately took out their weapons and surrounded both of them. "This is the celestial race's territory. Report your name," their leader barked, pointing his weapon at Long Chen. "Celestial race." Yu Qingshan was startled to hear this name. The celestial race was an ancient branch of the human race. Although they weren't as famous as the Julie race or the Violet Blood race, they were still an illustrious existence. The celestial race possessed a powerful bloodline talent, which earned them the moniker of Heavenly Dao's favored. The birth of their heavenly geniuses would cause a heavenly manifestation to appear, and with enough effort, they could all ascend to become heavenly doyens. However, in the current era, their name had become a legend, existing solely in tales and myths. No one had ever seen them before. Hearing this person say that they were from the celestial race, Yu Qingshan was naturally shocked. Yu Qingshan didn't understand why the celestial race would appear here. Were they the ones attacking the Dragonblood Legion? Long Chen had naturally heard of their name. If they really were from the celestial race, then Long Chen shouldn't provoke them. However, when Long Chen saw the broken blades in their hands, his killing intent raged. The broken blades still had Yu Zifeng's sword Dao will on them, which meant that all of them were enemies. When Long Chen's killing intent exploded, the opposing leader immediately shouted an order, "Kill." He then swung his broken weapon at Long Chen. This person was a 7-star heavenly doyen, and based on his aura, he was many times stronger than an ordinary 7-star doyen. Facing this blow, Long Chen simply raised his hand, and with an explosive sound, he crushed that broken saber with his astral hand. Long Chen pointed his finger right after, piercing that person's head with a bolt of lightning. Chapter 4633 Flame Evil Spirits. After piercing the celestial race's expert in the head, Long Chen channeled his spiritual strength and conducted a brutal soul search. As expected, the celestial expert's Yuan spirit couldn't handle it and exploded. Amidst the explosion, Long Chen's spiritual strength forcefully delved into his memories. Despite the soul's defensive barriers protecting his memories, Long Chen managed to see some images. This group of the celestial race had actually gathered countless experts to attack the Dragonblood Legion, ultimately forcing them into the fiendish gate. Once they had driven the Dragonblood Legion into the gate, the celestial race's main forces withdrew, leaving behind these few thousand individuals to clean up the battlefield. Die! Long Chen shouted furiously, his flame lotus growing in his hand. In the end, the celestial experts didn't even have the ability to flee, as the flame lotus had devoured and incinerated them out of existence. After comprehending the 7th volume of the Nirvana scripture, Long Chen could unleash his world extermination flame lotus almost instantaneously. After wiping out this squad of the celestial race, Long Chen pulled Yu Qingshan toward the terrifying spatial gate. Once they got close, a brutal suction force devoured the two of them. When they got inside, they felt a terrifying heat and a sinister aura that tightened Long Chen's soul. That's the aura of the Yanshu flame. Both Long Chen and Yu Qingshan cried out at the same time, sensing the Yanshu flame's aura. Just then, explosive sounds reverberated within the darkness, accompanied by bursts of flames. Through the light from the flames, Long Chen saw that this place was filled with criss-crossing passageways. "Senior, please help me out." Long Chen helplessly took out the earth cauldron. The earth cauldron blasted through the walls of this place, creating a straight path through this maze. Long Chen kept a hold of the earth cauldron and headed in the direction that the earth cauldron indicated. These tough walls were as weak as tofu in front of the earth cauldron, so they quickly made progress, blasting through the walls. Just as they broke through the last wall, they saw countless lifeforms with black flames around them charging down one passageway. When Long Chen appeared, Guo Ran cried out in relief from the other side of the passageway. Seeing this scene, Long Chen charged right over. The Dragonblood Legion had been forced down a dead end and were fighting off these lifeforms. These creatures had black bodies resembling apes, devoid of any eyes. Their heads only had a giant mouth filled with sharp teeth, which they fervently used to gnaw at Sha Chen's protective barrier. Their peculiar ability allowed them to inflict damage upon the barrier with each bite, causing it to darken with each assault. It seemed unlikely that the barrier could withstand their relentless assault for much longer. Before, whenever the barrier was on the verge of collapse, Sha Chen would hastily erect another one, turning this into a battle of attrition. World Extermination Flame Lotus. Long Chen's arrival immediately turned the tide. A giant flame lotus exploded amongst those strange lifeforms and sent them flying. However, Long Chen was startled to find that they weren't dead. "They're flame evil spirits. They can't be killed in this place," warned the earth cauldron. Heavenly Rainbow Shield. Yu Qingshan waved her hand upon seeing those lifeforms charging back, summoning a 7-colored shield to materialize between them. The flame evil spirits lunged at Yu Qingshan's shield, sinking their teeth into it. In response, Yu Qingshan used some hand seals and recited a scripture, causing the shield to tremble and hurl the creatures away. Despite being repelled, the creatures persisted in their assault, returning with undiminished ferocity. They charged at her barrier like a tsunami. However, with Yu Qingshan's Nirvana scripture, she could keep them at bay for the time being. "Boss, you came." Long Chen jumped forward and caught the collapsing Guo Ran. Blood coated his body, and his armor lay in tatters, nearly destroyed. Fortunately, he had no fatal wounds, and he only collapsed due to weariness. Long Chen looked at the others. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan were also drenched in blood, their energies depleted from overexertion. As for Yu Zifeng, he was incredibly pale and was already unconscious. Long Chen was shocked and hastily checked on Yu Zifeng. The latter's face was pale as paper, and his spiritual fluctuations were also extremely weak, a sign that he had severely overdrafted himself. That was extremely dangerous to a sword cultivator. Long Chen hastily fed Yu Zifeng a pill and used his own spiritual strength to slowly nourish Yu Zifeng's soul. He knew that if Yu Zifeng's soul became overly depleted, it could lead to the degeneration of his spirit root, an outcome Long Chen couldn't allow for his friend. "Boss, it was our own powerlessness. We implicated Yu Zifeng," said Ji Yuyong, ashamed. "If it weren't for Yu Zifeng, we would have been doomed. That damn celestial race, I'm definitely going to destroy them one day," swore Li Qi. With Yu Qingshan blocking the entrance, the flame evil spirits were temporarily unable to harm them. Long Chen wanted to know the root of the problem. "Sorry, we were the ones to implicate you." At this moment, a shy voice rang out, and hundreds of slender women emerged from the rear, wearing emerald dresses and holding wooden bows on their backs. "What are you talking about? We are your allies, and this was due to our own uselessness. We were unable to protect all of you. Over 1,000 of you." Ji Yuyong clenched his teeth, his words trailing off in pain and regret. "No, it was our fault. You only fell for the celestial race's trap because you saved us." That woman of the spirit race was quivering, sobbing occasionally. In this battle, she had personally witnessed her people die horribly. While the Dragonblood Legion had saved them, that also caused them their current crisis. Hence, she was full of sorrow and guilt. "Miss, don't blame yourself. The spirit race is our closest ally. Whether it is in the mortal world or the immortal world, the spirit race has helped us countless times. Protecting you in turn is naturally our duty. Tell me what happened from the start." Long Chen looked at Ji Yuyong. After that, the story that Ji Yuyong told Long Chen ignited his fury. Chapter 4634 Sublime Spirit Race. When the Dragonblood Legion approached the gate of the Void Spirit World, some groups of people tried to block them, among them the Celestial Race. Back then, countless elites stood in front of the gate, and the Dragonblood Legion couldn't maintain a low profile, especially given their affiliation with the prestigious High Firmament Academy, the #1 academy in the world. In Long Chen's absence, they exercised caution to avoid provoking anyone. To minimize attention, members of the Dragonblood Legion, along with those from the High Firmament Academy, Battle God Palace, and Starry River Sect, decided to split up. The High Firmament Academy's fame had soared not only due to its title as the world's #1 academy but also because of Long Chen's presence. Consequently, countless experts were actively seeking him out, and they wouldn't hesitate to target the Dragonblood Legion. Despite doing their best to maintain a low profile, they couldn't avoid others provoking them. Some factions that thought themselves powerful directly challenged the Dragonblood Legion upon seeing them. While the Dragonblood Legion was trying to remain low-key, they refused to be bullied. Quite a few scuffles occurred, some bigger than others, resulting in the Dragonblood Legion slaying many people who didn't know how high the heavens were. After they arrived in the Void Spirit World, they clashed with a branch of the Celestial Race, and a bloody battle occurred. The Dragonblood Legion was ruthless and directly crushed this small group of thousands of experts, provoking a calamity for themselves. After all, the Celestial Race was an enormous existence, and they had numerous powerful allies as well. Afterward, the Celestial Race started to look everywhere for the Dragonblood Legion. Fortunately, with a formation master like Sha Chen present, they could always break through the encirclement of their enemies. No one could make them stay behind. Even so, Guo Ran and the others became familiar with the Celestial Race's terrifying power. As for the very start of their enmity, it stemmed from this group of the Spirit Race. Guo Ran and the others happened to witness the Celestial Race taking advantage of the Spirit Race. Surrounded by a special immortal spiritual qi and possessing exceptional beauty, these women from the Spirit Race attracted the attention of a branch of the Celestial Race. These women had no experience in this world and didn't understand other people's sinister intentions. With just a few questions, the Celestial Race learned that these women numbered only just over 1,000 people. Furthermore, they didn't have any helpers. Seizing the opportunity, the Celestial Race exposed their cruel side and captured them. These women were actually quite powerful, each of them on par with a 5-star doyen. However, they were severely outnumbered. Over 10 of them were killed in the fight, and the rest were all captured alive. After that, this group of the Celestial Race started to brazenly humiliate them in front of everyone else, and the Dragonblood Legion happened to pass by. Seeing this scene, the Dragonblood warriors couldn't stand still, their killing intent exploded. They took out their weapons and slaughtered the disgusting Celestial Race's experts, not leaving a single one alive. At first, they thought the matter was settled because they left no survivors. Unbeknownst to them, one of the sneaky Celestial Race's experts had escaped without hesitation during the initial clash, unnoticed by any of the Dragonblood warriors. This person spread the word to the rest of the Celestial Race, solidifying the enmity between the Dragonblood Legion and the Celestial Race. To make matters worse, the Celestial Race spread slander, accusing the Dragonblood Legion of lusting after the spirit race's women and intentionally attacking the celestial race when they coincidentally encountered them. Under the banner of killing villains to save the spirit race's women, the celestial race gathered their people and allies and surrounded the Dragonblood Legion. As a result, the Dragonblood Legion had to flee like mice in the streets. At that moment, Guo Ran and the others almost exploded with fury, but there was nothing they could do. Naturally, the other side gave them no chance to argue. Fortunately, Long Chen had found them in time. If he were to arrive any later, all of his brothers would have been killed by these flame-evil spirits. Having just fought an immense battle, all the Dragonblood warriors were injured, and Yu Zifeng was unconscious. Bai Shaola and Bai Shishi were also exhausted and wounded, with Bai Shishi's core energy particularly damaged in the fight. The golden light in her eyes had dimmed. Celestial race, just you wait. Long Chen clenched his teeth. Regretfully, by the time he arrived, most of the celestial race had already left, leaving behind only a few stragglers. Long Chen, it was our fault. We implicated Guo Ran and the rest of you. I hope you won't blame them. Just blame us, said that woman of the spirit race. Long Chen smiled at her. Miss, you're too courteous. We have a very close relationship with the spirit race. Your affairs are our affairs. Hearing that, the woman was very moved. Long Chen also asked them a few questions, and she quickly explained that they were from the sublime spirit race. It was no wonder that they were so beautiful and had such bountiful immortal spiritual qi. The sublime spirit race was on average even more beautiful and graceful than the rest of the spirit race. For the celestial race's people to be so brutish toward these pure-hearted women, they were no better than animals. Although Long Chen had not encountered the celestial race before today, just based on their gesture toward these women of the sublime spirit race, Long Chen had come to a conclusion as to what kind of people they were. Are you all right? Long Chen came to Bai Shishi's side. He then took out a golden pill and fed it to her. It was a metal attribute saint pill that he had just asked the earth cauldron to refine. Bai Shishi consumed this pill and smiled sweetly, not saying anything. The way Long Chen looked at her filled her with so much warmth that it made her feel like all the bitterness she had experienced was worth it, no matter how bitter. After all, only one person in this world could look at her like that and love her from the depths of his soul and heart. Long Chen meticulously examined everyone's injuries. In the end, he was relieved to find that Guo Ran was really an outstanding commander. Despite the fierce battle they endured, not a single member of the Dragonblood Legion had fallen. Long Chen's arrival also filled them with confidence, and they could all focus on healing with him here. As long as Long Chen was present, even if the heavens collapsed, he would hold them up. While everyone was recovering, Long Chen came to Yu Qingxian's side. When he looked into the distance, his heart suddenly stopped beating for a bit. Chapter 4635 Yan Shu Divine Lotus. When Long Chen first stepped into this world, an unusual aura brushed against his senses. Yet, driven by the urgency to save his people, he chose to ignore it. However, as Long Chen focused on it now, he could sense an enormous black lotus in the distance, its presence as daunting as the black lake in front of it. Surrounding the black lotus were flickering black flames. When Long Chen saw it, the name, Yan Shu Flame, came to his mind. He had not expected to see the strongest flame within the 9 heavens and 10 lands here. When the channel to the 9th heaven first opened, a flame lotus formed of the Yan Shu flame had materialized, bearing a striking resemblance to this black lotus. The only difference was that the aura of the flame lotus from back then had shaken heaven and earth, while this black lotus was fully reserved as if it was in slumber. Huo Linger also came out as she detected the presence of the Yan Shu flame. Senior, where is this? Asked Long Chen. And what is up with this Yan Shu flame? Why is its core energy even purer than that of Yan Hong and the others? Yan Hong was Yan Shu's son, so according to reason, he embodied the purest Yan Shu flame. However, this black lotus gave Long Chen an even deeper and more terrifying feeling. In comparison to this black lotus's energy, Yan Hong's energy was like diluted ink. There was an immense difference between them. It is the Yan Shu Divine Lotus. In truth, the entire Yan Shu line descended from the Yan Shu Divine Lotus. This is their ancestor, answered the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen was stunned by this explanation. This black lotus was the origin of the Yan Shu flame. While the Yan Shu Divine Lotus is the ancestor of the Yan Shu line, it possesses no intelligence. It is a pure but sinister flame. Those flame evil spirits are its companions, and they attack anyone who enters this Yan Shu world, their power practically limitless here. As long as this Yanshu divine lotus does not die, they cannot be killed. However, within the Yanshu world, the Yanshu divine lotus is eternal. As long as this world exists, so will it. In other words, if you want to destroy the Yanshu divine lotus, you must destroy this world as well. Destroying a world that has lived for millions and millions of years and possesses its own unique laws is as difficult as ascending the heavens, explained the Earth Cauldron. Killing these flame evil spirits required destroying the Yanshu divine lotus. However, he had to crush this entire world first before he could do anything to it. The Yanshu divine lotus's aura was absolutely terrifying, many times more intense than that of a sage king. Long Chen felt tiny in front of it, and he had no idea how he could possibly destroy it. As for destroying this world, he might as well be dreaming. He might be able to do that in his dreams. Senior, are you saying that we won't be able to escape? Asked Long Chen worriedly. It's not that bad. As long as I am here, I can bring all of you out whenever. I'm only saying this to let you relax a bit, replied the Earth Cauldron. Relax a bit? Long Chen was baffled but quickly understood. It was telling him not to be so crazy. That was because he and Huo Linger had both thought of an extremely audacious idea just now. After acknowledging him as master, the Earth Cauldron was aware of all of Long Chen's thoughts. That was why it wanted Long Chen to be mentally prepared. Big brother, we don't have to force it. Huo Linger also knew now just how terrifying the Yanshu divine lotus was. She didn't want Long Chen to take the risk. Why not? That's the Yanshu flame, the strongest flame within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Even if we can't destroy it, we have to rip a chunk of its flesh out. Long Chen's principle was simple. As long as there was the slightest chance of obtaining a treasure, he would go for it no matter what. Even the Earth Cauldron's warning was unable to make him skip this opportunity. The Earth Cauldron only gave him this warning because he understood Long Chen's character. He would definitely want to devour this Yanshu divine lotus for himself, but it didn't want Long Chen to waste the effort. While the Dragonblood warriors were recovering, Long Chen came to Yu Qingxian's side and found her smiling serenely at him, which signaled her well-being. Having comprehended the Nirvana scripture, Yu Qingxian wielded a boundless source of flame energy. Even the endless flame evil spirits were unable to break through her defenses. After hearing the Nirvana scripture in the temple, Long Chen, Yu Qingxian, and Huo Linger had indeed grown much stronger. Yu Zifeng woke up, his gaze meeting Long Chen's with a tinge of embarrassment. I'm sorry, I was powerless. Without you here, I was unable to be the pillar holding up the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen couldn't help but smile and say, what are you talking about? When have I ever been the sole pillar of the Dragonblood Legion? Even if someone could do that, what would be the point? We're all brothers. If I had been by your side, such a situation would never have occurred. Long Chen gave Yu Zifeng a pat on his shoulder, knowing that this proud brother of his had faced a major setback. Boss, I lost. I lost in a 1-against-1, said Yu Zifeng, clenching his teeth. Who was your opponent? Asked Long Chen. The Celestial Race's junior leader, Luo Changsheng. TCH, are they stupid? Did they not know people named Changsheng won't never have long lives? Scoffed Long Chen. Amongst cultivators, anyone named Changsheng never had a good end. This name was taboo. Perhaps it wasn't a problem for normal people, but cultivators couldn't use this name. Drawing from his extensive experience, Long Chen had encountered and killed several heavenly geniuses bearing the ill-fated moniker Changsheng. However, people just kept using this unlucky name. Don't underestimate him because of his name. He really is powerful. The celestial race has a unique manifestation that allows them to reach the realm of becoming one with the heavens. When I fought him, he actually used the will of the heavenly Taos to suppress the will of my sword Tao. It's something that has never happened before in my life, warned Yu Zifeng. No, the issue lay in the change of your mental realm, which provided him with the opportunity. Otherwise, mark my words, no one in this world, and I mean no one, can suppress the will of your sword Tao. Tell me, did that person say a lot of hateful things before the fight? Asked Long Chen. Yu Zifeng was taken aback, but the realization dawned upon him swiftly. He practically prostrated himself before Long Chen. Now, he understood why the will of his sword Tao had been suppressed. Boss, you really live up to your title. I'm still too young and immature, sighed Yu Zifeng. At your age, acting like you are young and immature is disgraceful, you know. Reminded Long Chen. The two shared a meaningful glance before breaking into laughter. With this exchange, the knot in Yu Zifeng's heart melted away. Long Chen understood Yu Zifeng well. Within the entire Dragonblood Legion, the only person who could defeat him was Yu Zifeng. Some formidable figures might be able to overpower Yu Zifeng, but Long Chen adamantly refused to believe that anyone from their generation could suppress his sword Dao will. After all, he couldn't do so himself. Under Long Chen's pointer, Yu Zifeng found renewed vigor. In his battle against Luo Changsheng, the weight of the Dragonblood Legion's fate had burdened him. The disdainful behavior of the celestial race only added to the pressure, causing his mental state to falter, ultimately resulting in his defeat. With Long Chen by his side now, he could just toss all those concerns away and fight freely. He wished he could fight Luo Changsheng right now. 3 days later, with the Dragonblood Legion fully recovered, Long Chen urged everyone not to move from this region, as he and Huo Linger flew off alone. 1. Zhongsheng Changsheng means long life. Chapter 4636 Inside the Lotus. When Long Chen and Huo Linger flew out of Yu Qingshan's barrier, countless flame evil spirits immediately attacked them. With a white flame sword, Huo Linger sliced one flame evil spirit and turned it into frozen fragments. The Ice Soul Divine Flame's power was truly terrifying, it even affected these flame evil spirits. Huo Linger shook her head in disappointment. They're filled with a berserk flame will. When they die, their power instantly scatters. I didn't even get to absorb a tenth of its power. Furthermore, this bit of energy I absorbed is full of berserk will and flame poison. If I were to erase those parts, I basically got nothing. Wasting so much energy to purify this little bit is not worth it. The Earth Cauldron had said that these flame evil spirits would be worthless, but Huo Linger still wanted to give it a try. After all, she was a flame spirit and could absorb all kinds of flame energy. However, these flame evil spirits were beyond her understanding. When she killed them, this world directly reabsorbed most of their energy. Just as the Earth Cauldron said, in this place, no one could kill them. Even if someone did kill them, their energy would return to the world, and a new one would be born soon. Then we'll ignore them. Let's go to the Yanshu Divine Lotus. If there was nothing good to get from them, Long Chen's principle was to not waste time on them. Huo Linger blasted a way through with her Ice Soul Sword, leading the way for Long Chen. It took them several hours to reach the end of a flame passageway. Now, they could see an enormous flame lake before them and a black flame lotus floating high above it. With black flames swirling around it, it was filled with a sinister and destructive aura that shook both of their souls. Big brother Long Chen, it seems to be in some kind of special state. It's sleeping, stated Huo Linger. Long Chen also noticed that, indeed, the lotus didn't react at all as they approached. It didn't quite make sense. Moreover, when Long Chen and Huo Linger approached the flame lake, those wild flame evil spirits instantly became calm. They didn't dare to get closer to this lake and only bared their fangs at Long Chen. Long Chen and Huo Linger proceeded with caution, inching closer to the Yanshu Divine Lotus. With each step, its aura intensified, sending tremors through their hearts. When they stood atop its leaves, they felt like they were standing atop a volcano that might explode at any moment. The power within this leaf could destroy them at any moment. Huo Linger urgently pressed a hand against one of its veins and started to chant the Nirvana scripture. Runes appeared on her palm and spread down the leaf's veins. Big brother Long Chen, I can absorb its energy. Huo Linger was pleasantly surprised by this revelation. Be careful, we're like a mosquito sucking its blood. Don't wake it up, whispered Long Chen. Huo Linger obediently nodded. Black runes started to appear on top of her hand. That was the Yanshu Flame's core energy. Huo Linger had previously absorbed the Yanshu Flame. However, back then, it had been too little for her to use it in combat. Fortunately, that small trace of flame allowed her to absorb the power of the Yanshu Divine Lotus without experiencing any repulsion. Slowly absorb its energy. Don't rush, I'm going up to the flower, said Long Chen as he stealthily slipped closer to the black flower. The Yanshu Divine Lotus was so enormous that the flower alone was hundreds of thousands of miles wide. Long Chen was smaller than an ant compared to it. It was precisely due to its enormous size that it didn't react at all when Long Chen got close. Perhaps Long Chen's existence was wholly insignificant to it. Long Chen arrived at a petal. Sensing its apocalyptic power, he was shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying lifeform before. However, to his surprise, he sensed a familiar aura from it, and the devil eye water lily's image appeared in his mind. Are they connected? Murmured Long Chen. Long Chen walked through a crack in the petals as he wanted to get to the center. Once he was past the petals, he saw that there were countless chains connecting the petals. When Long Chen got to the chains, a wild force directly sent him flying, causing him to almost cough up blood. Stars spun in his eyes. It won't let me through. Long Chen was startled. There was actually a barrier here. Long Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He took out a seed of the devil eye water lily and threw it onto the barrier. Astonishingly, upon impact, the seed ignited, causing the barrier to weaken and loosen its hold. Long Chen was delighted. He actually slowly managed to get closer without being sent flying. They really are from the same source. Long Chen took out more seeds. At the price of letting them burn, he created a path for himself through the barrier. However, this barrier was extremely thick. It was fortunate that Long Chen had plenty of devil eye water lilies in the primal chaos space. Long Chen quickly managed to pass through the barrier between the two petals. Once he was inside, he felt that the Yanshu energy here was even purer, and he hastily called Huo Linger over to this place. When Huo Linger entered, Long Chen saw that her pure face now had black lines on top of it. It was a bit frightening. Long Chen knew that this was a normal reaction to absorbing Yanshu energy. Now, Huo Linger could absorb even purer Yanshu energy here. After that, Long Chen continued onward. When he saw another barrier up ahead, he used devil eye water lily seeds to open a path for himself again. Long Chen asked the earth cauldron, and it told him that the devil eye water lily could be considered a branch of the Yanshu divine lotus. That was why burning the seeds caused the Yanshu divine lotus's guard to go down. Long Chen passed through 9 barriers. As he breached the 9th barrier, a red world appeared before him. Within this scarlet expanse lay a mass of red flower stamens, amidst which rested a figure. At the sight of this figure, Long Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. Chapter 4637 Parasitic Art. Yan Hong. At the sight of this figure, Long Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. That person looked identical to Yan Hong, Yanshu's son whom he had killed in the past. What is going on? Asked Long Chen, unable to comprehend how Yan Hong could be here. It's nothing to be surprised about. The Yanshu line is one of the strongest flame spirits in existence. While they may not rival the indestructibility of the three-headed heaven-devouring beast race, they possess a formidable reincarnation ability. After Yan Hong died, his will entered the cycle of rebirth. It just so happened that he latched onto this Yanshu divine lotus as the foundation for his rebirth. If you wish to view it this way, you can say that he has already reincarnated, explained the earth cauldron. Long Chen was amazed. The Yanshu lineage truly stood as the pinnacle of flame entities in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now, Long Chen understood why Yan Hong possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Hehe, I killed you in your last life, and now that you've reincarnated, you still fall into my hands. Long Chen suddenly smiled sinisterly as he stared at Yan Hong. Don't mess around. The Yanshu divine lotus is rebuilding his body, so their souls are linked. If you kill him, it will definitely wake up this slumbering lotus, warned the earth cauldron. Are you saying that this Yanshu divine lotus will be Yan Hong's protector even in the future? Asked Long Chen. Indeed, one could say he has turned his demise into a boon. This lotus will become his new manifestation, and their powers will grow together, replied the earth cauldron. Damn, what kind of dogshit luck is this? Long Chen cursed. No, I can't let this continue. Long Chen stealthily got closer to Yan Hong and sensed that the latter's spiritual fluctuations were non-existent, as if he was dead. Long Chen knew that this was the result of his soul merging with the Yanshu divine lotus. Together, they were in slumber. Huo Linger, come over here. Don't absorb the leftover trash. Long Chen called Huo Linger over and pointed at Yan Hong. The Yanshu flame's essence is right there. See if you can take it from him without waking him up. When Huo Linger heard that proposal, her eyes lit up. A tiny black flame dragon the size of an earthworm then came out of her hand. This tiny dragon was condensed of the purest Yanshu energy she had refined, so its fluctuations were similar to Yan Hong's. It slowly crawled on top of Yan Hong's arm. The moment it came into contact with him, Yan Hong shook ever so slightly, causing Long Chen and Huo Linger to jump in horror. Fortunately, he only shook ever so slightly in his sleep. Perhaps he had a nightmare or something. After a moment of observation, Huo Linger directed the black flame dragon to envelop him. In the end, it settled like a tattoo on his arm. It's done, Huo Linger exclaimed with delight. Yan Hong's body consisted of the purest Yanshu flame, providing her with the optimal source to absorb Yanshu energy. Don't get too excited, keep sending out more of those flame dragons, the more the better. Once they've feasted enough on him, we'll take them all back, instructed Long Chen. All right, Huo Linger quickly acted as Long Chen said and sent a second black flame dragon out. This one had the exact same energy as Yan Hong, so when it landed on Yan Hong, he didn't react at all. Just like that, Huo Linger sent one black flame dragon after another until there were over 10,000 of them around Yan Hong. Among them, one was placed between Yan Hong's eyebrows, bearing her unique spiritual seal. It could be regarded as one of her clones. In this manner, as the flame dragons fed off Yan Hong's essence, Huo Linger would instantly detect when they were full, and she could retract their energy at will. As this parasitism didn't threaten Yan Hong's life, the lotus didn't react at all. With this, even if Yan Hong woke up, he wouldn't even know what had happened to him. After arranging this scheme, Long Chen and Huo Linger stealthily slipped out of the lotus and returned to the Dragonblood Legion. The Dragonblood warriors were now in their top condition. Having consumed the heavenly Doyan fruits from Long Chen, they had all become 7-star Doyans. With the Dragonblood warriors' power and comprehension abilities, giving them the heavenly Doyan fruits was like adding wings to tigers. The original owners of these 7-star heavenly Doyan fruits were not that powerful. However, the heavenly Doyan fruits produced after their deaths unleashed a terrifying effect when used on the Dragonblood Legion. The Dragonblood warriors experienced the surge of this formidable Doyan power coursing through them. Gritting their teeth, they lamented not possessing this power during their confrontation with the celestial race. With this power, they wouldn't have been forced into such a terrible state. Let's go. Long Chen waved his hand. The earth cauldron then appeared and smashed the void, forming a giant vortex. Stepping into it, they found themselves in front of a giant spatial gate. This gate was precisely the one they had been forced through to enter the Yanshu world. However, upon their return, they discovered that the battlefield surrounding the gate was deserted, unlike when Long Chen had entered. After learning of their squad's demise, the celestial race sent out some reinforcements. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, Long Chen had entered the Yanshu gate. It had already been several days since he had entered the Yanshu world. Those people had cleaned up the battlefield and simply left. Let's go find the celestial race. Our Dragonblood Legion will not stop until they are wiped out, declared Long Chen coldly. The celestial race had really gone too far this time, so Long Chen would not let this matter rest here. Boss, there's no rush. While we were evading their pursuit, I found a treasure land. We should go there first, urged Guo Ran hastily. What treasure land? Asked Long Chen in surprise. Long Chen arrived at the treasure land Guo Ran had indicated. It was an endless mountain range covered in immortal mist. Within this mist, Long Chen could hear loud explosive sounds, and it was vaguely possible to see some dust and smoke from a mountain exploding within the mist. Not good, someone's already starting to mine my immortal ores, exclaimed Guo Ran. Seeing this scene, Sha Chen and Guo Ran were enraged and hastily flew toward the mountain range. Trailing behind Sha Chen and Guo Ran, they soon caught sight of numerous figures ahead. As their gaze fell upon a huge flag planted atop a mountain peak, the Dragonblood warriors' eyes immediately went blood red. Chapter 4638 Once more encountering the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python. The enormous banner displayed a prominent black python, its tongue protruding and its head held aloft, exuding a strong demonic chi. The Black Rock 9 Underworld Python. When Long Chen saw that image, he immediately recognized it. After all, he had clashed against the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race during his journey alongside the Mixed Beast race. Boss, you know them. They were among those who aided the celestial race in attacking us, said Guo Ran and the others, surprised that Long Chen also knew them. Enemies really do meet often. I didn't think I'd run into them here, the Void Spirit world. Well, it's quite simple. Let's wipe them out. Long Chen waved his hand. There was no need for a battle plan or scouting. The Dragonblood Legion simply charged over. When the Dragonblood Legion appeared, the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race's experts shouted vigilantly. However, when they looked closer, their shouts became cries of terror. How can you still be alive? Those experts were terrified upon recognizing the Dragonblood Legion, as they had personally seen Guo Ran and the others being forced into the Yanshu Gate. Their return was like the appearance of the death gods from the depths of hell. The Dragonblood Legion's terrifying gazes caused their very souls to tremble. With haste, they released a warning signal before retreating to the rear. In truth, they possessed no bravery whatsoever. "Boss, let me show you my new move. Give me some pointers." At this moment, Yu Zifeng suddenly stepped forward. As he grasped the hilt of his sword, a sharp sword intent started to brew, causing heaven and earth to flicker and the stars to sway. Wavecutter. Yu Zifeng's sword soared through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword chi in a crescent moon pattern that cleaved the very fabric of reality in two. The endless mountain range shattered, revealing a bottomless ditch in the ground below. As the land split asunder, a plethora of shimmering ores was unearthed, while countless experts mining them met their demise in an instant. Yet, the most chilling sight was the colossal crack that tore through the void itself. Long Chen knew that this crack in the void wouldn't heal without the passage of eons. Truly, Yu Zifeng's prowess was nothing short of terrifying. "It's that sword cultivator. Run!" Countless experts came out and fled upon spotting Yu Zifeng. After all, many of their experts had died at Yu Zifeng's hands. Other than the Celestial Race's junior race leader, Luo Changsheng, no one else could block a single attack from him. Through that one battle, Yu Zifeng had terrified everyone. Without Luo Changsheng's intervention, they would have all been slaughtered. Hence, when the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race's experts saw Yu Zifeng again, they fled for their lives. Even if their own race's pinnacle expert were present, they would still stand no chance against Yu Zifeng. "Keep dreaming." Bai Shala clenched his teeth furiously. As he swiftly formed hand seals, his eyes blazed with divine light. In the sky above, a colossal eye with a six-petaled flower diagram materialized, radiating immense power. As it manifested, its colossal barrier enveloped the entire expanse of heaven and earth. Countless experts of the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race attempted to flee, only to be abruptly teleported back to the core just as they thought that they were about to escape. In the previous battle, Bai Shala had unleashed all of his formidable techniques, yet even then, he had been unable to alter the outcome. The sense of inadequacy gnawed at him deeply. Bai Shishi was the same. They were the top experts of the academy, but against these powerful foes, they could only rely on Yu Zifeng. The feeling of powerlessness infuriated them. Now seeing those enemies again, they were particularly vengeful. Bai Shala directly trapped all of them here. Meanwhile, Bai Shishi's golden sword danced, unleashing waves of golden light that slaughtered those experts. The Dragonblood warriors also started a slaughter. For them, there was no need for any direction or formation. Although the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python's experts outnumbered them 100 to 1, the Dragonblood warriors were just too strong. Fueled by their own wrath, the Dragonblood warriors fought with a singular focus, venting all their pent-up fury. The experts of the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race stood no chance, akin to sheep led to the slaughter in the face of their relentless attacks. These experts roared, howled, and even begged for mercy, but the Dragonblood warriors ignored all their pleas. Long Chen and Yu Qingshan simply watched. Yu Zifeng, too, refrained from further action after delivering a single devastating blow. Guo Ran, Sha Chen, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan joined the fray, launching a series of attacks that swiftly dispatched the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race's strongest experts before halting their assault, leaving the remaining enemies to the Dragonblood warriors. The Dragonblood warriors had just become 7-star doyens thanks to the heavenly Dao fruits. Fueled by their insatiable thirst for vengeance in battle, their fury erupted uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with many corpses. The Sublime Spirit race's women were also standing behind Long Chen. However, they weren't watching the battle and just looked in the other direction. It seemed that they were very uncomfortable with killing. Although they harbored deep resentment toward the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race for the loss of their comrades, their hatred wasn't so intense that they had to resort to killing. In this regard, they differed from the human race. According to human customs, a blood debt had to be repaid with blood. The human race would not forgive others so easily. "Boss, how was Zifeng's attack?" "When you weren't here, Yu Zifeng was our ultimate fighter," Guo Ran exclaimed, gazing at the devastated landscape with reverence. Yu Zifeng was truly like a monster. This time, in particular, his prowess on the battlefield had left everyone in awe. "Don't spout nonsense. I'm genuinely seeking your guidance, boss," Yu Zifeng protested, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Guo Ran felt equally sheepish. The way he said it, it was as if Yu Zifeng was trying to become the leader over Long Chen. Long Chen laughed and patted Yu Zifeng on the shoulder. Since we're all brothers, why can't we joke? However, since you've shown off your abilities, it's my turn now. Yu Zifeng and the others' eyes lit up with anticipation, each of them holding their breath in eager anticipation. Chapter 4639 Saint Line Immortal Gold. Long Chen raised a golden battle saber toward the heavens, its once mighty form now marred with damage, showing signs of being broken. This was Guo Ran's battle saber, which had once destroyed countless divine weapons during the battle against the celestial race. However, it was now too badly damaged to do anything. Yet, as Long Chen grasped it in his hand, countless stars materialized above it. The stars danced and swayed, forming a colossal image of a saber. Long Chen swung his saber downward, mirroring Yu Zifeng's movements. The blade then cleaved through the battlefield with unparalleled force. As the saber fell, everyone cried out in shock, including Yu Zifeng. This attack encompassed the Dragonblood warriors who were still engaged in combat. The saber struck the ground, creating another bottomless ditch in it and annihilating countless experts of the Black Rock 9 underworld python race. As the dust settled, a sense of bewilderment washed over the battlefield. Many Dragonblood warriors now hovered in the air in dumbfounded silence. Their enemies had vanished, yet they were completely unharmed, untouched by the devastating strike. With just one blow, everyone stood in stunned silence. A V-shaped pattern of ditches marred the ground now, stretching beyond the horizon. The destructive force it unleashed rivaled that of Yu Zifeng's attack, yet it selectively targeted enemies while leaving allies unharmed. The disparity in control between the two techniques was as vast as heaven and earth. Boss truly lives up to his title. Zifeng admits defeat, sighed Yu Zifeng. Long Chen laughed. If it weren't for my recent enlightenment, I wouldn't have been able to imitate your technique. Had the Earth Cauldron not brought him to the 9-star trial, allowing him to comprehend the secrets of the 9 stars, Long Chen would have not been able to execute this attack. Previously, to imitate Yu Zifeng's attack, he would have needed to inject his astral energy into a divine weapon capable of enduring his astral energy without shattering. However, following his enlightenment into the true essence of his astral energy, Long Chen no longer relied on brute force to control it. Instead, he could now channel it with utmost finesse. In other words, he had reached a level of mastery that balanced both strength and softness. That was why this attack did not harm Guo Ran's damaged saber, and why the Dragonblood warriors were not injured. Even Long Chen felt proud of himself for being able to achieve such a result. Zifeng, you have a recent misconception, stated Long Chen as he returned this saber to Guo Ran. Boss, please enlighten me, replied Yu Zifeng hastily. You lost to Luo Changsheng, and you're not willing to accept that loss. As far as I recall, you've never truly been defeated by someone in the same realm since you began your cultivation journey. Am I correct? Asked Long Chen. Yu Zifeng nodded. As the Dragonblood Legion's 4th captain, Yu Zifeng had fought alongside Long Chen for years. From the mortal world to the immortal world, he had never faced true defeat against someone from the same realm. This is your first defeat, so it's a huge setback for you. Your pride is urging you to quickly get a win back against him. You're like a gambler eager to recoup your losses, so much so that you're willing to stake everything on turning the tables. That was why your last attack was indomitable and mighty, full of destructive will. However, I am telling you that the true sword Dao is not a path of destruction, said Long Chen. Yu Zifeng nodded solemnly, acknowledging the truth in Long Chen's words. Long Chen's analogy served as a wake-up call for him. He realized that his pride was driving him to seek victory at any cost, to restore his sword heart. However, he was wrong. His sword heart had to be clear, without a speck of dust. He could understand Long Chen's underlying message. His recent full-power attack was, in essence, a form of defeat. It indicated the loss of confidence in his sword Dao, as if he required Long Chen's validation before facing Luo Changsheng again. Even Yu Zifeng couldn't prevent his mental state from changing after experiencing defeat. He hadn't even been aware of this subtle change until Long Chen's insightful words brought it to light. He immediately calmed himself down. As a sword cultivator, your conviction must remain unshaken. Don't get distracted by the chaos of the world, remarked Long Chen as he pointed at Yu Zifeng's sword. Yu Zifeng's heart shook, and he tightened his grip on his sword. A smile crossed his face. Many thanks for your pointers, boss. Luo Changsheng, hee. Yu Zifeng laughed. All of a sudden, this name no longer felt so important to him. Other than that, let me ask you. Who told you the name, Wavecutter? It did. Yu Zifeng pointed at his sword. Long Chen nodded. Although I don't understand the sword Dao, there's one thing that I am sure of. Just knowing the name of this technique is not enough. What? Yu Zifeng was baffled. Don't ask me. I don't know either. You should ask it. This name cannot be for nothing, said Long Chen, pointing at his sword. Alright, that's all I know. You should comprehend the rest on your own. Long Chen patted Yu Zifeng's shoulder. He had Guo Ran and the others clean up the battlefield, leaving Yu Zifeng standing there alone, dazed. When Long Chen went with Guo Ran to investigate the underground ores, Yu Qingshan couldn't help but ask about Yu Zifeng. Long Chen, will Zifeng be alright? Don't worry, Zifeng's comprehension is beyond all our imaginations. I can't say too much, or I might say something wrong. Let's focus on this treasure. Guo Ran said that there was definitely treasure here. Well, his nose is sharper than a dog's, so I'm sure he's right. Just then, they heard Guo Ran's rambunctious laughter from deep underground. Saint Line Immortal Gold, and a top grade one at that. I, Guo Ran, have never misjudged. Now you believe me, right? Ha 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 ha. Upon Long Chen's arrival, he was greeted by the sight of ore fragments as large as a human head scattered around. Guo Ran and Sha Chen's eyes were shining brightly. Boss, we've struck gold. This is the best kind of divine material to refine saint items. Fuck, last time we were at a disadvantage in terms of weapons. This time, I'm going to create the strongest saint items, declared Guo Ran, clenching his teeth determinedly. Don't clench your teeth so hard that you break them. Creating saint items will require us to at least get to the divine venerate realm. Otherwise, we won't be able to inscribe the runes, said Sha Chen immediately, dampening Guo Ran's excitement. What's there to worry about? We're going to undergo tribulation very soon. After our tribulations, we'll be divine venerate, replied Guo Ran, undeterred. Tribulation? Fuck, I forgot about it. Long Chen suddenly slapped his leg. He had actually forgotten about a very important thing. Chapter 4640 Returning to the Dragon Cemetery. Hurry and gather all the ores. We have to move quickly, shouted Long Chen. Boss, what is it? Guo Ran and the others were startled. The best time to undergo tribulation is coming soon. Other than gathering these ores, we have more important things to do. We don't have enough time. Long Chen suddenly thought of the possibility of bringing the Dragonblood warriors to the Dragon Cemetery to undergo its baptism. Back in the Sovereign Clan's dragon nest, Long Chen had undergone his own baptism. During that period, he had thought of having the Dragonblood warriors experience this baptism as well. The Dragonblood warriors would then enter a new era. However, they had too many things to do, and Long Chen had actually forgotten about this possibility. When Guo Ran mentioned their upcoming tribulation, Long Chen immediately recalled this important matter and urged everyone to finish up as quickly as possible. After that, the Sublime Spirit race started to bid farewell to Long Chen and the others. After all, they had come to this world for the Sublime Spirit race's spirit source, the land of their faith. As they wanted to rejoin the rest of their people, they couldn't stay by Long Chen's side. Long Chen was a bit uneasy about letting them go alone, but they were determined. As the imminent crisis had been resolved and they had recovered from their wounds, it was time for them to go. Seeing their determination, Long Chen couldn't force them to stay. However, before they left, Guo Ran and Sha Chen gave them many mechanisms and formation discs, along with thorough instructions on how to use them. These additional resources would serve as valuable trump cards in case they encountered danger once more. Once the Sublime Spirit race's women left them, the Dragonblood warriors threw themselves into a frenzy of excavating the underground ores. These ores were massive and diverse, comprising dozens of different immortal metals, a sight almost beyond imagination. However, Long Chen only gave everyone 3 days to mine here due to how pressing the time was. Everyone only extracted the purest ores and left the ones with the slightest impurities. This kind of barbaric mining was extremely wasteful, causing Guo Ran to feel a deep sense of sorrow. If given the luxury of time, he would have painstakingly extracted every last grain of ore. After 3 days of crazy mining, the once bountiful earth was left ravaged and depleted. Countless ditches scarred the landscape where ores had once lain buried. After taking only the best ores, the Dragonblood Legion left. My heart. Guo Ran stared at those ores reluctantly as he left. To a forging master, this kind of action was practically a waste of a natural treasure. "All right, you've eaten the meat, at least leave others some soup," comforted Long Chen. The moment the mining finished, Long Chen had Sha Chen set up a supreme transportation formation. When Guo Ran and the others asked where they were going, Long Chen told them the name of the dragon cemetery. Hearing that Long Chen wanted to bring them to undergo a baptism in the sovereign clan's 10,000 dragon nest, the Dragonblood warriors jumped in excitement. After all, they were called the Dragonblood warriors and had dragon blood flowing through their veins. While they had never heard of the dragon race's sovereign clan, the name alone was enough to tell them that it was a supreme existence. "Boss, we don't have dragon blood in us. Can we still undergo the baptism?" asked Bai Shala nervously. "Of course. The dragon blood baptism isn't just for the blood but also for the soul and will. As the emperor of the beast race, their inheritance offers many aspects for you to explore. You can select what resonates with you, and there's no obligation for you to take in what you don't like. The dragon race's legacy holds countless treasures that will meet your expectations. You definitely won't be disappointed," promised Long Chen. "Just look at Zifeng. He also doesn't have dragon blood in him, but he still wants to undergo the baptism." The prospect of the dragon blood baptism immediately ignited Bai Shala's excitement, while Bai Shishi visibly relaxed at Long Chen's assurances. With the completion of the formation, everyone stepped onto it. Through several calibrations and dozens of transportations, Long Chen and the others arrived at the dragon cemetery. This time, Long Chen was familiar with the pathways and brought the Dragonblood warriors straight toward the depths of the dragon cemetery. When they passed through the 10,000 dragon nests and felt the terrifying dragon might, the Dragonblood warriors' hearts shook. They knew that this was a heaven-defying chance to change their fates. "It's a good thing that we got back in time, or we would have missed this chance," said one Dragonblood warrior in anticipation as he gazed at the majestic 10,000 dragon nests. This Dragonblood warrior had only rejoined the Dragonblood Legion within the Void Spirit world, along with their healing warriors. During their previous encounter with the celestial race, the timely intervention of these healing warriors prevented any casualties on their side. "We'll always profit by following boss," said one of the healing warriors with a laugh. These healing warriors had been honing their skills in a secluded sect within a world that could be likened to a crack between worlds. Cut off from the outside world, they were isolated from much information and only managed to reunite with the Dragonblood Legion at this juncture. Upon their return, their presence made a monumental difference. With the healing warriors on hand, the Dragonblood warriors could engage in combat without restraint. There was a huge difference from how restrained they had to fight before. The ranks of the Dragonblood Legion had swelled from 5,000 to over 7,000 members. However, despite this, both Long Chen and the others couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow deep within. Long Chen had sent out calls for the Dragonblood warriors far and wide. Once they ascended to the immortal world, their priority had been to reunite with their brothers. After much time had passed, those who were able to return had already done so. Regretfully, some may never return. The immortal world was not the wonderland they had envisioned in the mortal realm, it was a harsh and perilous place. Perhaps some brothers had silently fallen in the intense fights of the immortal world. Nonetheless, it was a major accomplishment to be able to gather over 7,000 Dragonblood warriors, who were scattered throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was a testament to the deep longing harbored within the heart of every Dragonblood warrior. Heavens, what a terrifying reverse scale! When the Dragonblood warriors saw the first ancestral scale, they came to a halt. Some of them even gulped, their eyes full of thirst. "Don't look at this trash. Do you think I would mistreat you?" Long Chen directly pushed them onward. They hadn't even reached the core region. Trash, such a terrifying reverse scale was actually called trash by their boss. Then just what kind of treasure was their boss leaving for them? When they reached the core, the Dragonblood warriors were taken aback by the aura of these ancestral scales. Long Chen found that the whole dragon cemetery was devoid of dragons, and even the ones undergoing the baptism in the white dragon race's nest had left. Clearly, they had already all finished and were looking for a place to undergo their tribulations. When Long Chen brought everyone into the sovereign clan's 10,000 dragon nest, a majestic dragon might crashed down upon them. Other than Long Chen, every single one of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 4641 Collectively Cultivating the Dragon Soul Body Forging Art. Ji Yu Yong and the others were shocked. Merely setting foot in this place felt akin to being struck by a heavy hammer. Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, Yu Qingxian, and Yu Zifeng fared slightly better, with only a trace of blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. However, the Dragonblood warriors were pale as paper. Don't worry, this is the Sovereign Clan's 10,000 dragon nest. Its laws prohibit the entry of low-level dragons to preserve the sanctity of this sacred ground. Follow me, assured Long Chen, taking the lead. Passing through a gate, they entered a world veiled in blood-colored magma. Unlike Long Chen, who could walk atop the magma effortlessly, Ji Yuyong and the others found themselves sinking into it. Ouch! As the magma rose to their ankles, the Dragonblood warriors grimaced in agony, feeling the searing heat penetrate their bodies. The intense pain caused Guo Ran to let out a piercing scream and attempt to flee. Yet, the moment he turned to run, a hand seized his neck, lifting him up as easily as one would a chicken. I knew that you wouldn't have the courage to enter. Let me help you. Long Chen had long since been prepared. Just as Guo Ran was about to run, Long Chen threw him deep into the magma. Before Guo Ran could even let out a scream, he plunged into the magma. Thrashing about like a drowning man, he found no buoyancy in the molten liquid and was swiftly submerged. Don't worry, this magma is made of the blood of tens of thousands of dragons. I've finished their baptism, and I'm sure there's no threat to your lives. However, the extent to which you can absorb this blood, endure the dragon's might, and reap the benefits will all depend on your individual capabilities, reassured Long Chen. If there was no threat to their lives, there was nothing to worry about. They quickly started to submerge themselves in the magma, drawing its power into their bodies. Bai Shaola, Bai Shishi, Yu Qingxian, and Yu Zifeng sat atop the magma, sending the dragon's soul power crashing into them. They tried to incorporate this will into their own. However, the Dragonblood warriors didn't have it so comfortable. The excruciating pain of the magma was unbearable, even for warriors with their resolute wills. They could only endure for a short time before retreating to the shore to rest. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan pressed on, swimming deeper into the magma. As they ventured further, the intensity of the pain heightened, but so too did the speed of their tempering. "Boss, are you accompanying us here?" asked one of the healing warriors. She climbed out of the magma and saw Long Chen still standing there. Long Chen smiled. "I just want to keep an eye on everyone at the beginning to avoid any accidents. But if all of you are able to endure this, the others should be fine." After all, the healing warriors only had the little dragon blood from the martial heaven continent, which meant that their dragon blood body tempering art was in its most basic form. They had the weakest bodies of all the Dragonblood warriors. If they could endure it, so could the others. When Long Chen underwent his baptism here, he felt a kind of closeness to this 10,000 dragon nest, as if it had his spiritual seal on it. That was why he dared to bring them here for the tempering, but just to be sure, he kept a close eye on things. Seeing that the healing warriors were able to endure this, Long Chen felt his worries fade away. If you encounter some kind of powerful current, don't force yourself. Use the dragon soul body forging art that I taught you to resist it. If you can't, just fall back, rest, and try again. This dragon soul body forging art has countless variations, so every person's path is different. You will need to rely on yourselves to find your own paths. Don't rush and end up on the wrong path, warned Long Chen. Long Chen had taught the dragon soul body forging art to everyone in the Yanshu world. However, his rendition of the technique differed significantly from the one imparted to him by the mysterious dragon expert. Back then, Long Chen meticulously analyzed the underlying principles of the dragon soul body forging art, pondering over how to adapt it into a technique suitable for all the Dragonblood warriors. Unfortunately, he encountered a roadblock there and found himself unable to accomplish this task. In the end, he had to give up on it, as it was simply too difficult. However, following his fight against the 9-star heir and his profound understanding of the Nirvana scripture, Long Chen had a stroke of inspiration. He actually developed the dragon soul body forging art based on the same principles as those of the Nirvana scripture. If 10,000 people cultivated the Nirvana scripture, they would produce 10,000 different styles. In Long Chen's opinion, the dragon soul body forging art could also be trained in the same way. After all, Long Chen's dragon soul body forging art was already different compared to the original version taught by the dragon expert. Additionally, Long Chen was a 9-star heir, but his path diverged from that of other heirs. It was this divergence that prompted Long Chen to think of this idea. He transmitted the fundamental framework of the dragon soul body forging art to everyone but allowed them the autonomy to cultivate it according to their individual paths. It was like setting up goalposts and letting them decide how they would get there. They had the option to walk, crawl, take detours, or even shortcuts. The goals were there, and it was up to them to get there. Essentially, he had given the Dragonblood warriors endless space to imagine and develop themselves. Furthermore, he felt that comprehending the dragon soul body forging art while undergoing the baptism of the sovereign clan's dragon nest was an incredible opportunity, so he had everyone try it. Long Chen walked further over the magma, noticing that Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan had already progressed several miles ahead. They were incredibly powerful and already had a firm foundation in the dragon soul body forging art. Cultivating it like this was a bit easier for them. As Long Chen approached them, his expression suddenly changed. He realized that Guo Ran was nowhere to be found. Long Chen jumped in fright. He had cast Guo Ran into the magma to force him to exert himself to the fullest. However, Guo Ran's absence now instilled a sense of panic within Long Chen. If this fellow had gone in the wrong direction and ventured deeper into the magma in panic, the situation could indeed become dangerous. Ha ha ha, boss, are you looking for me? Just as Long Chen was looking around worriedly, Guo Ran's mischievous laughter rang out. Startled, Long Chen turned toward the source of the sound, only to be taken aback once again. Chapter 4642, A Lazy Person's Lazy Fate. Shockingly, Guo Ran was floating on the magma in the distance, and he looked so relaxed as if he was simply soaking in a hot spring. Looking at Long Chen's shocked expression, Guo Ran seemed very pleased. Scales had appeared on top of his skin, all of them giving off a frightening divine luster. What the initial mastery over the dragon soul body forging art? Long Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of their sockets as he saw Guo Ran's transformation. Guo Ran's scales now had divine runes within them. Long Chen almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. Back then, with the dragon expert's guidance, Long Chen had risked his life, enduring pain and torment to reach this level in the dragon soul body forging art. On the other hand, Guo Ran had reached this level without putting any effort. How could Long Chen believe his eyes? This fellow's luck is really good, remarked the Earth Cauldron. This nest contains the pure blood and dragon wool of the many branches of the true dragon race. Among these branches, there exists one particularly disliked lineage known as the hidden dragon. These dragons are characterized by their cowardice and laziness. They like to find a place to hide, and as long as it's safe and comfortable, they'll just hide there for millions of years without moving a muscle. The Earth Cauldron continued, there's an expression, a hidden dragon can't be used. In your human context, it means to hide like a hidden dragon until your power reaches the necessary level to come out. However, within the dragon race, it holds a different connotation. For them, the hidden dragon is simply worthless. Despite being part of the true dragon race, they rarely appear in the outside world. Most people have never even heard of them because they are so lazy and cowardly. Even within the dragon race, they are virtually invisible. Are you saying that Guo Ran? Long Chen's jaw dropped. Yes, his will and character are extremely similar to the hidden dragon race. The hidden dragon race's dragon will already locked onto him the moment he entered, and it took the initiative to merge with him, helping him develop his dragon soul body forging art. Two birds of a feather meeting each other like this. I suppose you could call it destiny, commented the Earth Cauldron. It seemed somewhat speechless as well. Since Long Chen had only transmitted the framework of the dragon soul body forging art, each individual had the freedom to cultivate and evolve according to their unique characteristics. With countless choices available to them, Long Chen had hoped that the dragon souls within this nest would aid them in honing their distinctive styles. However, Long Chen never anticipated that the one with the weakest willpower and talent would be the first to forge their own path. Long Chen felt like he was going crazy. How was this fellow's luck so heaven-defying? Hee, boss, with my unrivaled divine mastery, I will definitely sweep through the world and pave a path for you to become king, declared Guo Ran. Yes, I'll remember that. Make sure you don't go and find some hole to hide in, Long Chen sighed. Hopefully, this fellow wouldn't be affected too badly by the hidden dragon's characteristics. Otherwise, he might just go into hiding and never appear again. Just then, Guo Ran's scales started to crack, causing Long Chen to jump. Just what was going on? Guo Ran was also taken aback. What's going on? My dragon blood armor is breaking. However, They quickly saw a shocking scene. After breaking apart, a new set of scales appeared on top of the old ones. The new set of scales had even more concentrated runes within them. Their power was even greater, and they were also more lustrous. Guo Ran took out a saber and stabbed his own scales, only for sparks to fly alongside the tip of his saber. Long Chen and Guo Ran both gasped. The defensive power of these scales was practically unmatched. Guo Ran would be unbeatable in combat like this. "Boss, I'm going to soar," exclaimed Guo Ran. Just then, more cracking sounds rang out. These new scales cracked again, and a new set grew on top of them as well. Even Guo Ran was stunned by this. Long Chen shouted, "Don't let it concentrate all of your power on defense. You won't have any offensive ability if this continues." Long Chen instantly thought of the crux. If the hidden dragon race's dragon soul was controlling the path of Guo Ran's dragon soul body forging art, then with their cowardly nature, they would definitely go all out on defense. With this reminder, Guo Ran had a bad feeling. However, he couldn't stop it even when he tried. From the moment the hidden dragon race's dragon soul found him, Guo Ran had freely let it within him. There had never been a master between them, so Guo Ran couldn't control it. It also couldn't control Guo Ran, but Guo Ran had already given it control over the development of the dragon soul body forging art. Guo Ran now exhibited the characteristics of the hidden dragon, focusing all his power on defense. After all, defense was paramount to the hidden dragon race. "Boss, I can't control it," shouted Guo Ran. He panicked, not knowing what to do. This fellow was extremely lazy. Although Long Chen had given Guo Ran the framework for the dragon soul body forging art, the latter had not thought about comprehending it himself or how to develop it in the future. Since he hadn't bothered doing so, the hidden dragon soul was making his choices for him. Guo Ran's scales once more broke open, producing more scales. A triple layer armor. Eyeing the threefold scale armor on Guo Ran, Long Chen was speechless. If the mysterious dragon expert were to learn that someone like Guo Ran had cultivated the dragon soul body forging art like this, perhaps it would die of rage. Guo Ran resembled a guilty child, waiting silently to be reprimanded. However, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to even say anything to him. Once the wood had been carved into a boat, there was no turning it back. "Well, at least, your life shouldn't be in any danger, ever." Long Chen could only muster this comment, feeling a sense of powerlessness as he gazed upon the triple-layer armor. The defensive capabilities of such armor were beyond comprehension. "Boss, don't get angry. I'll go ask that fellow if it has any amazing moves." Guo Ran then dove into the magma, pretending to go into seclusion. Long Chen was speechless. When it came to Guo Ran, Long Chen had to force himself not to care. If he did care, he'd definitely have a mental breakdown. Continuing his journey across the magma, Long Chen eventually reached the heart of the 10,000 dragon nest. A blood-colored ancestral scale hovered above, with a towering figure resembling an iron tower standing directly beneath it. When Long Chen saw that figure, his divine ring and starry sea quivered. His aura instantly reached his peak. Stepping on the magma, Long Chen shot toward that middle-aged man like a shooting star. His voice resounded throughout the 10,000 dragon nest. "Today, I'll beat you until you cry." Chapter 4643 Cheating. The blood-colored magma within the 10,000 dragon nest churned violently, sending wild waves crashing about, frightening the Dragonblood warriors. Following that, they saw a figure come flying out of the core and smash through walls before slamming forcefully into the final wall. "Boss!" The Dragonblood warriors cried out in shock as their revered boss was flattened like a pancake. Long Chen then peeled himself off the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'm fine. You guys, just keep going." Long Chen wiped the blood off his mouth. Stamping on the wall, he once more shot back toward the core of the dragon nest. Rumbling rang out, and a short while later, in front of the Dragonblood warriors' shocked gazes, Long Chen came flying back again, his expression ugly. He then gritted his teeth and charged back. "You're quite arrogant for someone with so little ability." Just then, the Dragonblood warriors heard a snort come from the depths of the dragon nest. Although they couldn't see where it came from, this voice contained a will to split the heavens and shake the world. The Dragonblood warriors were stunned. They hadn't realized that there was such a terrifying fellow deep within this place. "You think you're so amazing? If we were in the same realm, I'd definitely beat you until you cry today," shouted Long Chen in reply. "The same realm? As you wish, let me see if the dragon sovereign's vision is wrong or not. The owner of the voice also seemed to be provoked. As you wish, Long Chen stamped on the air and shot back. This time, Long Chen fought for the span of an incense stick burning before being sent flying once more. Seems like you were bragging off too soon. I'm getting embarrassed for you, said the Earth Cauldron. If I didn't provoke him, he'd refuse to fight me like this. It's the perfect chance to master how to use my astral energy. I've already won by getting him to fight me, remarked Long Chen. He then took a few breaths and charged back in. Hearing this, the Earth Cauldron understood Long Chen's intentions. Long Chen was using this expert of the sovereign clan as a grindstone to hone himself. Just as Long Chen said, this expert looked down on him, so Long Chen's continuous provocations had succeeded in provoking him to fight in the same realm. It just so happened that the sovereign expert also wanted to teach Long Chen a lesson. As the entire 10,000 dragon nest rumbled, huge waves of magma soared like tsunamis. Long Chen and the sovereign expert's fight caused some difficulty for the Dragonblood warriors. They were like tiny boats floating on a raging sea, looking like they might collapse at any moment. However, in order to see what was happening, they were doing their best to get to the core region. Unfortunately, they were always pushed back by the waves before they could do so. Long Chen and the sovereign clan's expert repeatedly fought. At first, Long Chen was only able to last for 5 minutes against him, but as they fought, Long Chen's control over his astral energy improved, along with his understanding of the dragon soul body forging art. Just as Long Chen said, as long as the sovereign clan's expert fought him, Long Chen would win. In a real battle between experts, every single move was filled with subtle profundities, allowing Long Chen to see the true power of ancient experts. Fighting against an expert of this caliber, Long Chen was growing with every passing moment. He was one of those rare geniuses who excelled against powerful opponents. The stronger the opponent, the more they could draw out his potential. Long Chen possessed a natural talent for combat. This talent didn't normally show itself, but against peak experts, it would shine like a diamond. Despite facing repeated defeats against this expert, his thirst for victory only intensified. Over time, his dragon soul body forging art and astral energy began to harmonize more effectively, allowing him to gradually turn the tables. At first, Long Chen could only passively defend, but after several days, he was capable of attacking and defending, gradually taking control over the battle tempo. The sovereign clan's expert indeed possessed a terrifying dragon might, majestic blood qi, and sharp techniques. He seemed to have countless divine abilities at his disposal. However, with his immense combat experience, Long Chen had the ability to memorize and counter any move after encountering it just once. By the third repetition, Long Chen could use that opening to launch a counterattack. At first, the sovereign clan's expert had looked at Long Chen with complete disdain, as Long Chen was truly lacking when compared to the sovereign clan's geniuses from the immemorial era. Furthermore, he was from the human race. However, due to a specific reason, he had no choice but to accept Long Chen. As a result, after he encountered Long Chen, he wanted to erase all other auras on Long Chen, turning him into a full member of the dragon race. After suppressing his cultivation base and fighting Long Chen for a while, the sovereign clan's expert marveled at Long Chen's almost monstrous adaptive ability and rapid learning capacity. At this moment, he could only use a technique he had not revealed before. This was the only way to catch Long Chen off guard and gain an advantage. However, he soon discovered that the effectiveness of his techniques diminished significantly upon subsequent uses. Overusing it would only expose openings for Long Chen to exploit. This sovereign clan expert was an ancestral dragon of the sovereign clan and a king who had once led an era. Naturally, his experiences were extraordinary. However, he had never seen someone with such monstrous adaptability and learning capacity like Long Chen. Now, his disdain toward him was gone, and his expression also grew serious. Nevertheless, his attacks grew even sharper, and his divine abilities became so violent that the entire 10,000 dragon nest was shaking like it would explode at any moment. Suddenly, Long Chen's arms broke, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. As he shot back like a shooting star, the sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the dragon nest. The Dragonblood warriors cried out in shock. This time, their exchanges had lasted almost 6 hours. With their understanding of Long Chen, they knew that the longer the battle stretched, the greater Long Chen's odds of victory should be. How did he suddenly get beaten so badly? He cheated, exclaimed the Earth Cauldron. not able to bear this anymore. The sovereign clan expert had suppressed his realm to the World King realm, but now suddenly undid that suppression, instantly creating a large power disparity between them. Long Chen took a deep breath. Recovering his injuries as fast as possible, he once more shot toward the core. Chapter 4644 Born as Ants. Stop fighting. He's not playing anymore. The Earth Cauldron shouted at Long Chen. This sovereign clan expert was now shamelessly using power beyond the World King realm. However, Long Chen didn't reply and simply continued to charge toward the core. As a result, in just a few moves, the exchanges broke his bones and sent him flying once again. Long Chen was covered in blood, his wounds horrifying. Seeing that, the Dragonblood warriors gritted their fists, but Long Chen repeatedly charged back to the sovereign clan expert. Seeing him fighting like this, every Dragonblood warrior was provoked as well. If their boss was fighting this hard, how could they slack off? Work harder. I want to see what's happening inside. Guo Ran became extremely curious upon seeing Long Chen's condition. However, due to the magma currents being too wild in the core region, he was unable to get close. Right now, Guo Ran had already merged with the hidden dragon's dragon soul. The latter had helped him condense his triple-layer armor and then really went into hiding. It actually started to ignore Guo Ran. It actually quit its job halfway through. Guo Ran was enraged and could only figure out the rest of his path himself. However, the majority of his power had been concentrated into his triple-layer armor by the hidden dragon, leaving him only a small amount to play around with. The hidden dragon seemed to feel like it had done its work and didn't care about the rest. Now, Guo Ran was caught in a difficult spot. He would need to derive his dragon soul body forging art to figure out where to use this last bit of energy. However, his head was far too muddled at present to do so. As he had no idea where to even start, he could only furiously curse the hidden dragon's dragon soul but received no reply. Suddenly, Guo Ran said, "If you keep ignoring me, I'll have my boss erase your dragon soul and start anew." No one knew if the hidden dragon's will was awoken by Guo Ran, or if Long Chen's name scared it. In any case, Guo Ran now instantly sensed the hidden dragon's will. When its will merged with his, Guo Ran instantly felt full of power. He directly understood that controlling the dragon soul body forging art would require its cooperation. However, this hidden dragon was even lazier than he was. He would probably have a headache in the future, but he had no time to worry about it. Unable to distribute his remaining energy, he relied on the hidden dragon's power. When his scales lit up, he charged forward with brute force. With the hidden dragon's will merging with him, Guo Ran let out a shout. His armor radiated with boundless power as he charged straight through the terrifying currents with unwavering determination. The feeling of being full of power made Guo Ran feel like he had been reborn. It was as if he were a bird soaring through the sky or a dragon diving through the sea. Immersed in the euphoria of this newfound strength, he pressed on. Guo Ran charged through the magma and arrived at the core. After that, he saw the ancestral scale floating in the sky and sensed its power that could destroy heaven and earth. He also saw Long Chen fighting the expert of the sovereign clan. "Boss, don't panic, Guo Ran is here." Filled with confidence, Guo Ran charged into their battle. "I swept through the 4 seas." Long Chen was then struck by a dragon tail and sent flying, coughing up blood. At this exact moment, Guo Ran reached the sovereign clan's expert. When the sovereign clan expert's electric gaze locked onto Guo Ran went stiff. His armor instantly vanished. "You bastard, where are you running? Kill him," exclaimed Guo Ran, stunned. At this critical juncture, the hidden dragons will actually fled. "What did you say just now? You swept through the 4 seas. Someone like you." The sovereign clan expert stared at Guo Ran coldly, his expression odd. Countless thoughts buzzed through his head in an instant. He was thinking about explaining when his body suddenly shrank. Without the support of the hidden dragon's dragon soul, he couldn't maintain the new dragon Bloodbattle armor. Unable to stay in the air, he plummeted into the magma. Once he was inside, he was horrified to find that the magma here was terrifyingly dense, its powerful currents almost tearing him apart. Just then, Long Chen grabbed his opponent and threw him out of the magma, sending him flying back to the outer region. Long Chen's hair was a mess, and he was covered in blood and horrifying wounds. Even with the primal chaos space's life energy, recovering these wounds would take a certain amount of time. To make things worse, the sovereign clan experts' attacks contained a destructive law that hindered their recovery. How foolish, a human achieving the Tao and actually trying to elevate a bunch of chickens and dogs with him. Your race really is laughable. The sovereign clan expert clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at Long Chen coldly like a king looking at a peasant. What do you know? Your dragon race has always been a high and aloof existence at the top of the 10,000 races, but my race never had your natural advantages. Our human race was the one that climbed from the bottom of the food chain to the peak of the world. What did we rely on? On not admitting defeat, on not accepting fate. A chicken is fine, a dog is whatever, but in the end, fate is not set in stone. No one can stay as a king forever. If we are born to live as ants, we will still fight to fly like swans. If fate treats us unfavorably, we will defy fate. When my brothers stand at the peak of the immortal world and soar over the land, you will realize just how foolish your words today are, said Long Chen, his words like a divine drum shaking this world. The Dragonblood warriors heard his words, and their blood boiled with renewed determination. In the mortal world, they had been nothing more than ordinary individuals. Their aptitude, talent, and background were all unremarkable, being easily overlooked by others. However, after following Long Chen, they defied their fate one step at a time, going from the mortal world all the way to the immortal world. They now stood shoulder to shoulder with the top heavenly geniuses of the world, a feat they wouldn't have dared to dream of in the past. Fate was not set in stone. What truly mattered was the determination and courage to challenge the heavens. In the end, those people who had looked down on the Dragonblood Legion would be annihilated or treated as insignificant passers-by. Long Chen's words instilled boundless confidence in them all, especially in the face of this formidable expert. His unwavering belief in defying fate and reshaping destiny served as the greatest encouragement for the Dragonblood warriors. Ji Yuyang roared, his will merging with a wild power as he charged toward the core region like a madman, with only one thought in mind: to fight alongside his boss. A powerful dragon cry echoed as Ji Yuyang surged forward, golden dragon runes appearing over his body. He has also merged with a dragon's soul's will. Guo Ran's jaw dropped in amazement. Chapter 4645 Complete Name. The Sovereign Clan expert was also moved slightly by Long Chen's words, especially the part about defying fate even if they were just ants. At that moment, he felt like he understood why the Dragon Sovereign would pass its inheritance to this youngster. With a resounding roar, Ji Yuyang's fighting spirit seemed to fill this world, and golden dragon runes covered him. A dragon's soul had also resonated with him, causing his pupils to contract ever so slightly. Meanwhile, the magma raged, echoing with powerful dragon roars that reverberated throughout the 10,000 dragon nest. It felt as though millions of dragon souls were being stirred by the willpower of the Dragonblood warriors. Amidst the roar, explosive sounds filled the air. Divine light enveloped Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Yu Zifeng, Bai Shaola, Bai Shishi, Yu Qingshan, and the others, as new scales grew on top of their skins. Some of them displayed glowing dragon runes on their foreheads, while others manifested roaring giant dragons in their manifestations. Before this, the Dragonblood Legion had been calling out to dragon souls to come to them. Now, with one speech from Long Chen, the situation directly turned around. Millions and millions of dragon souls were fighting to merge with the Dragonblood warriors. Some dragon souls were too late and actually tried to push out other dragon souls. Long Chen was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. In response, all the Dragonblood warriors summoned their newly formed dragon blood battle armor and charged forward. Unexpectedly, Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, and Yu Qingshan were supported by dragon souls as well, while Yu Zifeng was graced by the presence of a white true dragon hovering above him, which added to his icily grand and arrogant demeanor. Brothers, this fellow is looking down on us. Let's show him the true power of the Dragonblood Legion. Just like Boss said, beat him until he cries. Guo Ran shouted. His dragon soul seemed to be affected by the atmosphere, and his triple-layer armor materialized once again. Beat him until he cries. With this one roar, over 7,000 Dragonblood warriors charged toward the Sovereign Clan expert. The magma exploded as countless dragon souls cried out in unison, shaking the world. Ignorant fools, no matter how many ants you gather, can you threaten a dragon? Mocked the Sovereign Clan expert, facing the Dragonblood warriors whose morale soared defiantly. Keep talking big, we won't stop until you're crying. No one knew where Guo Ran summoned his courage from, but he was actually the first to reach the Sovereign Clan expert. He wanted to say a few words to encourage everyone, but a fist already collided with his nose, silencing him before he could even start. With an explosive sound, Guo Ran was sent flying through the air, blood spraying from his nose. By chance, he landed near Long Chen, who swiftly caught him. Tears and mucus streaked down Guo Ran's face. So, he was the one who had been beaten until he cried. Commune with your dragon soul properly. You need to be able to summon your defensive power at will. Your reactions are too slow at the moment, explained Long Chen briefly as he had no time to comfort Guo Ran. Shoving him to the side, Long Chen charged forward as well. Right after sending Guo Ran flying, the Sovereign Clan expert's fist smashed Ji Yu Yang's spear apart and imprinted a fist mark into Ji Yu Yang's chest, shattering his dragon scales. Even though Ji Yu Yang had merged with the dragon soul and summoned a new dragon Bloodbattle armor, increasing his defensive power by over 10 times compared to before, he still couldn't endure this fist. This one blow almost pierced through him. Finally, Ji Yu Yang had experienced the Sovereign Clan expert's power and understood why someone as powerful as their boss was not his match. Just then, a sharp sword slashed down. Its harsh and formidable edge found its mark, striking the Sovereign Clan expert's arm with impeccable timing. Sword chi exploded in a brilliant firework of divine light, but the Sovereign Clan expert's arm remained completely unscathed. There wasn't even a mark on his scales. Yu Zifeng was shocked that his strongest attack was completely ineffective. At this moment, the rest of the Dragonblood warriors launched their own attacks. However, the Sovereign Clan expert was just too powerful. With just one punch and one kick, he sent the Dragonblood warriors' formations flying. They were unable to endure a single blow from him. No matter how they cooperated, no matter what formation they tried, they weren't worth much in front of absolute power. Only Long Chen was barely capable of blocking a few of his attacks. The others lacked the necessary power to effectively counter the onslaught. Brother, Dragonblood cross Slaia. Guo Ran crossed his sabers, but just as everyone's power gathered, his sabers exploded, unable to contain everyone's new power. His technique shattered before he could even unleash it. Guo Ran seethed with rage as he spat out blood, repeatedly charging toward the Sovereign Clan expert only to be effortlessly repelled. Despite this, Guo Ran's astonishing defense left even Long Chen in awe. While Long Chen's bones would shatter from a single blow, Guo Ran's scales merely cracked before swiftly regenerating, allowing Guo Ran to launch counterattacks. Surprisingly, his defensive capabilities surpassed even Long Chen's. Yet, his speed was too slow and his movements too clumsy. There was no way he could pose any threat to this expert. Guo Ran cursed the hidden dragon he had merged with for doing this to him. How was he supposed to lead the Dragonblood Legion? He couldn't just go into hiding the moment a battle started, right? Zifeng, don't force it. Long Chen suddenly shouted as he saw Yu Zifeng fail 3 times. Boss, what is going on? Yu Zifeng was clearly a bit panicky. 3 consecutive full-power attacks from him had failed to deal any damage to this expert, dealing a huge blow to his confidence. He had just lost against Luo Changsheng, and this time, his failure felt even more devastating. Long Chen said, "Don't doubt yourself. You cannot doubt your sword. Remember, this is your conviction, and it cannot be shaken by anyone. If your slash attacks are ineffective, it only means that your attack method is wrong. Remember the name, Wavecutter. Cutter is the essence of the attack, but wave is the target. A wave is always in constant motion, and cutting it means severing its foundation. From the moment you saw this old bastard, you already felt oppressed. When you drew your sword, you hesitated to strike. Zifeng, look at me. Among us, perhaps I am capable of beating him, but only you can threaten his life. Recall your journey, think back to the footsteps that brought you here, from weak to strong. Listen to the voice of your sword, and say its full name loud and proud. Tell us the complete name of this move." Yu Zifeng slowly closed his eyes and clasped the hilt of his sword. At this moment, the world suddenly fell silent. The Dragonblood warriors and the Sovereign Clan expert immediately sensed it. The Sovereign Clan expert turned to the distant Long Chen and Yu Zifeng, a trace of shock flickering in his eyes. Chapter 4646 Black Saber. All of a sudden, the 10,000 dragon nest stopped shaking violently, and the temperature dropped drastically, sending a chill down the spines of the Dragonblood warriors. Yu Zifeng's eyes snapped open, a glint of determination shining within them. His long hair then billowed as if caught in an unseen breeze, and the image of a white dragon materialized around him, seemingly blessing him with its power. I walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, transcending the shackles of heaven and earth. From the mortal to the immortal, no one could halt my advance. From weak to strong, no obstacles could bar my path. In the realm of dust and ashes, across the sea of sorrow, through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, there is nothing I cannot cut. Say my name loud and clear. Yu Zifeng murmured quietly, his voice resounding throughout heaven and earth like the decree of a god or the whisper of a devil. The sword in his hand then quivered, imbued with a sharp will. Gradually, the entire 10,000 dragon nest shuddered in response to his power. Yu Zifeng's voice suddenly transformed from a murmur to a resounding shout, accompanied by a powerful dragon cry. At the same time, his sword flew out of his sheath, unleashing sword chi that slashed down on the sovereign clan expert. Reacting swiftly, the Dragonblood warriors retreated as the sword chi struck the expert directly. The sovereign clan expert didn't dodge. Instead, he unleashed a punch, resulting in an explosive clash that shattered the sword chi. Yu Zifeng spat out a mouthful of blood at that moment and passed out. Following that, the Dragonblood warriors saw a stunning scene. The arm of the sovereign clan expert cracked and shattered. Suddenly, the sovereign clan expert raised his head and unleashed a deafening dragon roar that reverberated throughout the 10,000 dragon nest, causing the Dragonblood warriors to stiffen before losing consciousness and tumbling into the magma below. The dragon souls, which had been roaring with them, fell silent. Other than Long Chen and the sovereign clan expert, everyone was unconscious. Long Chen locked eyes with the sovereign clan expert, and for a moment, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Eventually, it was Long Chen who broke the silence. No need to thank me. You earned everything on your own. I only followed the rules, the sovereign clan expert remarked, shaking his head. I'm very curious, when I used power beyond the World King realm, why didn't you get angry? Why didn't you give up? Did you not feel like it was very unfair? Unfair. This world has never been fair. Ever since I set foot on the path of cultivation, I have always been fighting or on the way to my next fight. My enemies have never been fair to me, and I never complained about this. Other than that, even though you used stronger power, I believe that with your pride, that level of power is still weaker than your power when you were in the World King realm, answered Long Chen. How can you be so sure? The sovereign clan expert was a bit taken aback. Of course, I trust my vision and intuition, replied Long Chen as he nodded. The sovereign clan expert fell into silence for a moment and suddenly smiled self-mockingly. Are you intentionally slapping me in the face? You are basically saying that your vision far surpasses mine. Although I did use a stronger power, just as you said, it was not beyond the power I had when I was in the World King realm. I don't have a physical body in this state, nor is my dragon soul complete. Hence, I had no choice but to use more dragon blood power to make up for this deficiency. Long Chen nodded and sighed, Senior, from you, I have seen the glory of the peak heavenly geniuses of ancient times. Long Chen could also be called a peak heavenly genius, so he didn't admire that many people in this world. However, this senior was one of them. Unfortunately, just as he said, he didn't have a physical body, and his dragon soul was incomplete. As a result, he couldn't unleash his greatest divine abilities and could only replicate them. Of course, the replicas were far weaker than the real thing. When suppressing his power to the same realm, he was unable to beat Long Chen, so he increased the power of his blood chi to make up for his lacking physical body and dragon soul. However, this adjustment led to an imbalanced and ultimately unsatisfying battle for both Long Chen and the sovereign clan expert. Currently, everyone from the Dragonblood Legion was lying in the magma, enveloped by divine light. Long Chen observed with fascination as a single drop of blood concentrated on the forehead of each warrior. This was the reward that the Dragonblood warriors had obtained, the sovereign scale's blood. They had obtained the approval of this expert, so Long Chen was extremely grateful to him. Despite the initial dislike the sovereign clan expert harbored toward Long Chen, he ultimately bestowed his most precious essence blood upon Long Chen's comrades. I'm ashamed. I misjudged you at first. You and your companions have shown me a different side of the human race. It's a shame that I cannot have a real fight with you in the same realm, and I'll never be able to make up for that regret. He sighed, gazing at Long Chen with a hint of admiration. To be honest, I was jealous of you at first. I couldn't fathom how a human could be deemed worthy of the Dragon Sovereign's favor. Now, I see that my jealousy clouded my judgment. Long Chen remained silent as he had no idea what to say. This expert was unimaginably powerful, but he actually admitted that he was jealous of Long Chen. This point alone was enough to show that he was not a narrow-hearted person. "I want to ask you a question," said the sovereign clan expert. "You were clearly already pressed to the limit by me. Why did you not use your full power? Where is your weapon? It's evident that you can channel your abilities more effectively with a weapon," asked the sovereign clan expert. Long Chen smiled bitterly and replied, "I haven't had a suitable weapon all this time." In truth, Long Chen was bitterly grumbling about this. As he wasn't a dragon, he lacked the natural weaponry of a dragon, such as claws, a tail, or a dragon horn. He was naturally at a disadvantage to fight barehanded against a dragon expert. The sovereign clan expert was momentarily baffled, then suddenly raised his head and burst into laughter. "Ah, I see now. What a pity, senior, what is it?" asked Long Chen. "Everything really was fated. If I didn't intentionally block you, perhaps we would have had a chance to fight. Now, I've already scattered my dragon blood power, and my dragon soul is on the verge of collapse. I no longer have the power for another round. Is this the dragon sovereign's punishment for me, senior?" Long Chen did not understand what he was saying at all. Just as Long Chen was trying to make sense of the situation, the sovereign clan expert suddenly disappeared into thin air. In his place, a door materialized atop the ancestral scale that hovered in the sky. Baffled by this turn of events, Long Chen hesitated momentarily before summoning the courage to push open the door. As the door swung open, an enormous black blade materialized before him. When Long Chen laid eyes on that black blade, his head buzzed. He stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the weapon before him. Chapter 4647 Dragonbone Evilmoon reappears. The shape and aura of the blade seemed eerily familiar, resonating with a sinister and ferocious energy that sent shivers down Long Chen's spine. Long Chen had never imagined that he would run into Dragonbone Evilmoon in this place. The unexpected encounter left him speechless, and a wave of emotion washed over him, causing his eyes to prickle with unshed tears. "Is it you?" Long Chen's voice quivered. Back on the martial heaven continent, this companion had been by Long Chen's side through countless trials and tribulations. In the final battle, it had met its demise, leaving Long Chen feeling as though he had lost a part of his soul. Now that he saw it again, he was filled with different emotions. He shook, afraid that this was all just a dream. "It's been a long time. You're still as sentimental as ever. Some things never change," a familiar voice echoed from within the sinister aura, tinged with a hint of warmth. Long Chen cried out excitedly, "Evilmoon, it really is you. You aren't dead. What kind of joke is that? I, Dragonbone Evilmoon, am an immortal existence. How could I die?" said Evilmoon. "However, I am indeed no longer the old Dragonbone Evilmoon." "What, did you shed your mortal coil?" asked Long Chen with a smile, his excitement causing his words to tumble out somewhat incoherently. Long Chen gently ran his hand along Evilmoon's blade, feeling its familiar pitch-black surface and icy cold touch. Yet, he also sensed a terrifyingly murderous aura emanating from the blade, which caused his hair to stand on end. Evilmoon possessed a terrifying will to kill and destroy. Fortunately, Long Chen's will was strong enough, or just touching it would be enough to crumble his soul. Despite his shock, he acknowledged that this was not the same Dragonbone Evilmoon he once knew. It had transformed into a peerless evil weapon. "When I was destroyed on the martial heaven continent, I felt my will dissipate, and I believed my fate had reached its end. However, I ended up merging with this Evilmoon. This Evilmoon harbored trillions of dragon souls similar to mine. They attempted to consume me, but instead, I devoured them all, seizing control of this Evilmoon. I had barely established dominance when you arrived, and I overheard your conversation with that individual. Hee, it seems you're helpless without me." Evilmoon chuckled. Long Chen also laughed. Although Evilmoon was speaking very calmly, Long Chen knew that it was as emotional as him. However, its pride refused to show it. After calming down a bit, Long Chen suddenly realized that the reason that Evilmoon was still alive was most likely related to the mysterious dragon expert. The fact that Long Chen could come here and encounter Evilmoon once more was too much of a coincidence. Hence, Long Chen was endlessly grateful to the mysterious dragon expert. Long Chen and Evilmoon were silent for a moment and then suddenly burst into laughter. Evilmoon's laughter was arrogant and domineering, reverberating with a sense of power and defiance. Long Chen felt their heroic spirits resonate and strengthen in tandem. "Come, undo my seal." The name of Dragonbone Evilmoon will become a nightmare for this world," declared Evilmoon. "You've been sealed again?" asked Long Chen, startled. "What do you mean, again? This wasn't a seal on me, but on this weapon," Evilmoon retorted irritably, its tone laced with frustration. The fact that it had been sealed by Sovereign Yun Sheng was a great dishonor in its life. Long Chen's words had reopened an old wound. "Sorry, I misspoke. So what is going on?" asked Long Chen. "You probably don't know this, but I'm not the only one called Evilmoon within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Through devouring them, I learned that other dragon souls similar to me are called Evilmoon as well. Here, they were raised like poison bugs, devouring each other until the final king was chosen to control this weapon," replied Evilmoon. "Then why does it look the exact same as you did?" asked Long Chen. "I'm not sure. When I devoured those dragon souls, I didn't obtain their complete memories. Right now, I am the master of this world, but I can't control it because there is a dragon scale sealing this weapon. I believe that as long as you can activate this scale, the seal will be undone and I will be able to control this body," answered Evilmoon. "Alright, just wait." Long Chen stamped on the air and flew up. However, Dragonbone Evilmoon was enormous, resembling a mountain, and it took Long Chen a moment to reach the hilt of the saber. Upon reaching the hilt, he finally laid eyes on a gigantic dragon scale suspended above it. The sight of the scale instantly triggered a bloodline resonance within Long Chen, filling him with an indescribable sense of closeness to it. Long Chen felt like he could hear the mysterious dragon expert's voice, so he knew that this dragon scale belonged to it. Long Chen gazed at the blood-red scale with a multitude of emotions swirling within him. Though he and the mysterious dragon expert had never explicitly acknowledged their relationship as master and disciple, their bond was undeniable. In their last encounter, the dragon expert had helped him through space to resolve his crisis. Since then, their communication had been cut off, leaving Long Chen to long for it. His eyes welled with tears at the memory of their connection. "Senior, I will never forget your favor." Long Chen respectfully bowed toward the enormous reverse scale before placing his hand on it. Long Chen's flesh erupted as a powerful impact threatened to tear him apart. A resplendent dragon cry then echoed through the air. Having anticipated this moment, Long Chen willingly allowed the power of the reverse scale to surge into his body, allowing the untamed dragon soul to surge into his mind. This was a gift that the dragon expert had left him. However, if he wanted to obtain this treasure, he needed to have the requisite strength. In other words, he had to pass its trial. Long Chen's blood was slowly forced out of him, and new blood from the dragon scale entered instead. The blood within him was the blood of 10,000 true dragons, but it was forcibly expelled by the dragon blood from the reverse scale. However, remnants of this blood remained in the form of dragon runes, formed through his cultivation of the dragon soul body forging art. The dragon blood of the reverse scale was like erupting lava, possessing a destructive power that would completely destroy Long Chen if it simply entered like this. As the violent dragon blood merged with the dragon runes, it transformed into a gentle force, gradually molding Long Chen's body and generating new flesh and blood. 3 days later, Long Chen emerged, his body covered in blood-colored scales. When he opened his eyes, blood-colored dragon runes shimmered in them. His aura exuded dominance and majesty, as if the king of the heavens had been reborn within him. Suddenly, the dragon scale above him exploded, and the black saber beneath his feet trembled. A sinister aura erupted, unleashing a violent power that shattered the surroundings. Amidst countless fragments of spacetime, the roar of Dragonbone Evilmoon echoed, signaling its awakening. Chapter 4648 Going to Tribulation. Space exploded, and in a burst of energy, Dragonbone Evilmoon and Long Chen reappeared in the 10,000 dragon nest. Their sudden appearance startled the slumbering Dragonblood warriors, rousing them from their sleep. Evilmoon. When they saw Long Chen's giant black saber that exuded a sinister air, they were filled with disbelief. "Ha ha ha, you still remember me, ha ha ha." Evilmoon's laughter reverberated through the 10,000 dragon nest, sounding like a demonic roar intertwined with a divine howl. Its echoes shook the entire space. "Long Chen, you should bring them to undergo tribulation. Meanwhile, I'm going to absorb this 10,000 dragon nest. Hee hee, it's been a while since I've had such a feast," declared Evilmoon. "All right," Long Chen agreed without hesitation. He immediately gathered everyone. During the time Long Chen undid the seal on Evilmoon, the outside world's aura had changed immensely, with the laws of the heavenly Taos being extremely active. The 10,000 dragon nest had previously acted as a barrier, blocking off much of the outside world's aura. However, now they could sense the shifting energy of the heavenly Taos, which indicated that the laws of this world were undergoing some changes. "How will I find you afterward?" asked Long Chen. "You won't need to find me. I'll come to you the moment I finish absorbing this 10,000 dragon nest," replied Evilmoon. After saying that, Evilmoon plunged itself into the ground, triggering a violent tremor throughout the entire nest. From its point of impact, tendrils of black chi erupted like a spider web, covering the entire nest in its embrace. All right, Long Chen led the Dragonblood Legion out of the 10,000 dragon nest. As they exited, Evilmoon's black chi completely engulfed the nest, rendering it indistinguishable from an obsidian mountain. Guo Ran and the others were still in a daze, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Upon awakening, they were greeted by the sight of Evilmoon, and before they could ask what was going on, Long Chen swiftly brought them out. Once they were outside of the nest, they realized that new dragon runes had appeared in their blood, accompanied by a profound strengthening of their physical bodies. They felt invigorated, as if imbued with boundless energy. This feeling was especially pronounced for Yu Zifeng. Following his decisive sword slash, it seemed as though he had broken through some kind of barrier within himself, propelling him into an even higher realm. This kind of realm was unclear, unlike any cultivation realm, yet he clearly sensed it. He also felt some kind of blessing supporting him, heightening his senses to unprecedented heights. "Boss, what happened? I clearly lost, but why do I feel like I won?" asked Yu Zifeng. "You care too much about victory or defeat. That senior from the Sovereign Clan praised you so highly that I felt a twinge of embarrassment on your behalf. As a sword cultivator, one who aspires to reach the realm of no others, no self, no victory, and no defeat will break through all barriers of comprehension. Instead of fixating on winning or losing, focus on the sword in your hand. Whether you win or not isn't important. What truly matters is whether you can achieve your goals under the pressure of that senior," answered Long Chen. Yu Zifeng's heart shook as he acknowledged his struggle with his mental state. Ever since losing to Luo Changsheng, his mental realm had changed significantly. Though he recognized his issue after conversing with Long Chen, fixing the issue was a different concept. "Let me put it to you this way. That senior of the Sovereign Clan looked down on us at first. However, it was your attack that changed his mind and made him approve of us. This approval led him to bestow the essence blood of his sovereign scale upon all of you. Now, you should know just how precious the blood in you is. The Sovereign Clan is the peak existence of the dragon race, so to obtain his approval is an amazing feat," said Long Chen. In truth, upon arriving at the Sovereign Clan's 10,000 dragon nest, Long Chen had vaguely sensed that he would need the Sovereign Clan expert's approval to get the rewards. However, Long Chen had some special privileges that could force the Sovereign Clan expert to aid him whether he wanted to or not. On the other hand, the Dragonblood Legion didn't have that kind of privilege. They had to get the Sovereign Clan expert's approval to obtain the Sovereign Scale's essence blood, and they truly hadn't disappointed Long Chen. Using their own bravery and perseverance, they ultimately obtained the Sovereign Clan expert's approval. Yu Zifeng emerged as the greatest contributor to their success. His attack, infused with his unwavering will, revealed the true strength and potential of the Dragonblood Legion to the Sovereign Clan expert. It was this display of determination that triggered the expert to share his essence blood with everyone. The Dragonblood warriors had evolved now. Their power had increased tenfold, and this was only the beginning. The dragon blood had recently entered their bodies and had yet to fully integrate with them. Once they underwent the heavenly tribulation, each of them would completely fuse with their new dragon blood. Upon learning that they had received the essence blood of the Sovereign Clan, from an ancestral dragon no less, the Dragonblood warriors were filled with excitement. When Yu Zifeng learned that it was his attack that had gotten the Sovereign Clan expert's approval, he felt something change within him. Although he didn't have dragon blood in his body, he could sense the support of the dragon soul and the dragon's blessing. Hence, he was extremely grateful to the Sovereign Clan expert. Despite not having any dragon blood in their bodies, Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, and Yu Qingshan had successfully merged with dragon souls. This union had awakened some of the divine abilities of the dragon race within their minds, presenting them with a significant opportunity for growth. Among them, Bai Shaola had particularly benefited from this connection. When he utilized the three-flower pupils technique, a dragon image manifested within his pupils, amplifying the power of his technique to a remarkable degree. It was rumored that the dragon race possessed countless branches and divine abilities, covering a wide array of aspects. Their repertoire might even surpass the variety of magical arts within the human race. As the emperor of the dragon race, the sovereign clan and those of its bloodline possessed all of those divine abilities. After the Dragonblood warriors merged with the dragon souls and dragon blood, their inherent magical arts would awaken the corresponding divine abilities and fuse harmoniously together. If the human race's magical arts were the seeds, then the sovereign clan's essence blood was the fertilizer. No matter what kind of seed it was, once planted on this fertile soil, it would quickly grow. Now let's see how they will block the Dragonblood Legion's rise. Zifeng, next time you encounter Luo Changsheng, cut his head off, shouted Ji Yu Yong excitedly. However, Yu Zifeng shook his head, baffling Ji Yu Yong. What is it? Yu Zifeng smiled slightly. Boss is right, victory and defeat are things only the weak care so much about. The strong only view defeat as a step toward success. A defeat can also be a step forward. I'm no longer that interested in Luo Changsheng. Hearing that, Long Chen also smiled. Yu Zifeng had truly comprehended what he needed to. Move out, we're undergoing tribulation together. As Long Chen waved his hand, everyone flew out in high spirits. Chapter 4649 Treasure Land of Feng Shui. When Long Chen and the others exited the Dragon Cemetery, they saw lightning flashing in the distance. The world had darkened, causing the distant specks of lightning to look like stars. Now, there were countless thundering stars in the surroundings, and every single one of them represented someone undergoing tribulation. They've started their tribulations. We should hurry up. Seeing countless people already undergoing tribulation, Guo Ran grew antsy. This world's laws had changed, with more spiritual qi gushing out. According to history, this was the optimal time to undergo tribulation. The reason countless people had entered the world of the ninth heaven was precisely to undergo tribulation here. There's no rush, we still have time. Let's seek a better location first, suggested Long Chen. Regarding the optimal method for undergoing tribulation here, Long Chen indeed didn't know that much. However, he believed that if he was about to do something wrong, the Earth Cauldron would correct him. Since the Earth Cauldron hadn't said anything all the time, it meant that he still had some time to kill. Then where should we go? Guo Ran eyed their surroundings, but all he saw was heavenly tribulation all around the place. That's easy. Wherever the most people are is the best place to undergo tribulation, replied Long Chen. Everyone looked in one direction after he had said this, the densest star cluster. The roaring of heavenly tribulation was particularly powerful there. They immediately set off in that direction, passing by many cultivators who were undergoing tribulation. Sometimes, Long Chen and his companion would simply pass through them. There are some fellows from the devil race. Should we kill them? Asked one of the Dragonblood warriors. When they saw the devil race's experts undergoing tribulation, their killing intent instantly rose. No need. If you kill them, it will count as interference against the heavenly tribulation. It's not a good thing. Being locked down by a heavenly tribulation will slow us down, and it might introduce some unknown variables, reminded Long Chen. These devil experts were nothing more than ants. It wasn't worth wasting time on them. When Long Chen and the others passed straight through other people's tribulations, those people turned green with fright. They cursed Long Chen and his companions, fearing that their presence might interfere with their own heavenly tribulations, potentially resulting in their demise by a bolt of heavenly lightning. However, when this lightning fell on the Dragonblood warriors, it simply shattered upon contact. Heavenly tribulation on this level couldn't even count as an itch to them. Even Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, Yu Qingshan, and the others with weak physical bodies were capable of completely ignoring this lightning. This time, the baptism of the sovereign clan's dragon blood had truly transformed everyone. While these people undergoing tribulation were going all out, this level of lightning was nothing to the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen and the others passed through without affecting the tribulation at all. They were so strong that they didn't even summon their protective divine light around their bodies. Due to them putting up no resistance at all, the heavenly tribulation didn't take note of them. They passed through easily. The ones undergoing tribulation had a bad fright, but as for whether or not they would recover from this fright and pass their tribulation, no one knew. Long Chen guided the Dragonblood warriors on a straight path through the tribulation area. Countless individuals undergoing their own tribulations either cursed at them or pleaded for mercy. Long Chen and his companions would navigate around the tribulations of those who politely requested, showing them courtesy. However, They showed no leniency to those who cursed at them, confidently passing through their tribulations. Guo Ran in particular would fly right past the person undergoing tribulation, terrifying them with the thought of him suddenly attacking. As they advanced, they saw more people undergoing tribulations, some in small groups of 3 to 5 people. After all, collective tribulation would amplify the power of the tribulation and introduce unpredictable factors. Nevertheless, there were always exceptionally confident experts from the same sect or similar backgrounds who took the risk of collective tribulation. They understood that the stronger the heavenly tribulation, the greater the potential benefits. However, this risk also heightened the danger they faced. Curious, where are those idiots of the celestial race? Guo Ran and the others were about to reach the core area of this place, but they hadn't seen a single member of the celestial race. The Dragonblood warriors were still nursing a grudge against the celestial race from their last battle. They hoped to encounter them here so they could draw a conclusion to their grudge. Are they no longer in the Void Spirit world? Long Chen was able to freely move between the Void Spirit world and the Fantasy Spirit world thanks to the Earth Cauldron, but he chose to undergo tribulation in the Void Spirit world because this place was the most suitable for those who came from outside of the ninth heaven. Other than that, he hoped to see Luo Changsheng. They might be in a secret tribulation land, guessed Sha Chen. Long Chen nodded. You're probably right, although there are many people undergoing tribulation here, there aren't many peak experts. They've likely chosen a secluded location for their tribulations, one where they can avoid interference from others. Fuck, they actually get special treatment. Ji Yu Yong cursed. Ignore them, even if you know this, you can't find them. Just undergo your own tribulations here, assured Long Chen. Long Chen brought them to the very core of this region, an enormous mountain range that was covered in craggy rocks. From a distance, it looked like a giant stone beast kneeling on the ground. Countless experts had gathered here. A giant lightning vortex had appeared high in the sky, the result of millions of people undergoing tribulation affecting each other. Inferior humans, scram. When Long Chen arrived at the center of the experts, a cold shout rang out from a cluster of rocks. A group of large horned lifeforms emerged, glaring at Long Chen and his companions like bloodthirsty beasts. Their blood qis were astoundingly powerful. While they occupied the core region, they weren't undergoing tribulation yet. They seemed to be waiting for something. Their intimidating aura deterred anyone else from undergoing tribulation in their vicinity, leaving the area devoid of anyone. 8-star Doyens, Guo Ran and the others were surprised. As these people possessed vast heavenly Doyen energies, they were definitely powerful experts. However, when Long Chen and the others got close, those powerful experts were shocked as well, as they sensed the overwhelming blood qi from the Dragonblood warriors. Everyone, prepare yourselves for your tribulations, commanded Long Chen, not giving those people a second glance. Seeing Long Chen treat them like empty air, one of the imposing lifeforms couldn't tolerate the disrespect and unleashed a thunderous roar. A massive saber then appeared, hurtling toward Long Chen with deadly intent. Chapter 4650 Desolate Barbarian Race. A sword materialized in front of the massive saber, intercepting it. At some point, a Dragonblood warrior had stepped forward to confront the attacker. Despite the overwhelming display of blood qi and Doyen power from the attacker, the ordinary Dragonblood warrior stood resolute. Is it so bad to live a peaceful life? Asked that Dragonblood warrior as he shook his head. Suddenly, he vanished, shocking that life form. As the life form hastily retreated, his head separated from his body mid-motion. Despite his efforts to retreat into his people's camp, only his body did so, his head didn't manage to follow him. The Dragonblood warrior calmly sheathed his sword, signifying the end of the battle. Moments later, the lifeform's head landed on the ground, and his headless corpse collapsed as well. His people were both shocked and enraged by the sudden turn of events. They knew that Long Chen and the others weren't pushovers, but they thought that everything would be alright as they possessed a powerful background as well. Since it was evident that Long Chen was the leader, they immediately targeted him. However, unexpectedly, an ordinary warrior had defeated one of them. In one move. In other words, over 7,000 people in this place were no weaker than them, they weren't worth shit in front of the Dragonblood Legion. How brazen, you dare to provoke the desolate barbarian race. Report your name, shouted one of them, the desolate barbarian race. When they heard that name, Guo Ran and the others' expressions changed. Seeing that, those experts of the desolate barbarian race instantly grew arrogant, thinking that Long Chen and his companions were scared. Boss. Guo Ran and the others looked at Long Chen. The barbarian race has many branches. Some are evil, and some are good. Just looking at them, it's obvious that they're not one of the good ones. Wild is from the noble blood barbarian race and has no connection with them. Don't worry, said Long Chen. He knew what they were worried about. If these people were wilds, things would be awkward when they met Wild again. Long Chen could also tell that they were from the barbarian race. However, contrary to Wild, their blood chi was full of bloodthirst and violence. It was the exact opposite of Wild's kind and simple-hearted nature. Hence, Long Chen didn't believe that they had any close relationship. As a result, he had not even thought about stopping that dragonblood warrior from killing one of them. In fact, he didn't even care about their origins. Blood barbarian. When the desolate barbarians heard those two words, their expressions changed. They actually grabbed the corpse on the ground and dejectedly left just like that. Hee, my power can match that of an 8-star doyen. I like it, expressed that dragonblood warrior. Once they left. Just now, they had been shocked by these people's powerful blood chi and doyen power, not even aware that they had also reached the same level. Boss, let's undergo tribulation together. We're all ready, said Ji Yu Yong excitedly. The others also had looks of anticipation. Only by going through the baptism of heavenly tribulation could they fully digest their gains from the dragon nest. Once they reached the divine venerate realm, they would truly reach the ranks of this world's top experts. This is your tribulation, corrected Long Chen. Boss, you're not undergoing tribulation with us. Guo Ran and the others were disappointed. Not this time, I've accumulated too much karma, and I'd only bring you down if we went through tribulation together. I'll guard you during your tribulation, and then I'll need your help afterward, replied Long Chen solemnly. Long Chen had a premonition that all the terrifying karmas he had accumulated would be settled during this upcoming tribulation. Last time, he nearly died in his tribulation. If it hadn't been for his father's aid and Aunt Gong's encouragement, he definitely would have died. Those incidents could be considered cheating. Those kinds of little tricks weren't necessarily a good thing. Unresolved karma from such actions might manifest in his upcoming tribulation. Long Chen was determined to confront his upcoming tribulation head-on and resolve everything by his own means. While the tribulation sought to test and challenge him, he aimed to overcome it decisively. He had a feeling that this upcoming tribulation would be exceptionally difficult, so he didn't dare to let his brothers go through it with him. Ji Yu Yong took a deep breath. Everyone from the Dragonblood Legion was in their peak condition, their bodies pulsating with an indomitable energy. Suddenly, it seemed as though something within them shattered, releasing a surge of power that surged forth like a raging tsunami, climbing until their auras scoured the heavens. The world shuddered, and distant experts undergoing tribulation turned their attention toward them, their movements slowing as astonishment painted their faces. Their jaws dropped in disbelief at the overwhelming might emanating from the Dragonblood Legion. Although collective tribulation wasn't something unique here, they had never seen over 7,000 people undergoing tribulation at once. Hell, they hadn't even heard of such a thing. Bastards, if you've gotten tired of living, don't drag us down with you, roared those experts, flustered. In their minds, this was clearly suicide. Just then, tribulation clouds exploded, resembling a stampede of thousands of wild horses and the convergence of countless rivers rushing toward the sea. They all gathered toward the Dragonblood Legion. Those experts in the distance were shocked to find their own tribulations weakening. It was as though their tribulation clouds were like obedient soldiers who, upon hearing a summons, abandoned their charges to converge upon the Dragonblood warriors. Witnessing this phenomenon, those experts on the brink of completing their tribulations erupted into cheers. The departure of their tribulation clouds indicated that they had successfully overcome their tribulations. For most people, the first half of tribulation was to absorb thunder force to strengthen their bodies and souls, while the latter half was the real test. If you could pass that, you would pass your tribulation. The experts who had absorbed as much thunder force as they could from the first half of their tribulations were overjoyed by this sudden turn of events. They no longer had to endure the risk of the latter half. However, those who had just started cursed the Dragonblood Legion furiously. If their heavenly tribulation was gone, they wouldn't have any thunder force to absorb. Their tribulation clouds were like baby sheep called away by their mother. The Dragonblood Legion's collective tribulation gathered all the tribulation clouds for billions of miles. As a result, countless experts were chasing after their tribulation clouds in a panic. The tribulation clouds grew so thick that they felt like the heavens were about to collapse. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds quivered, and a torrent of lightning descended. Upon seeing that lightning, countless people were terrified. They had never seen such terrifying lightning before. After all, this was only the very first wave of the tribulation, and the subsequent waves would intensify, potentially more than tenfold. This was completely fatal. When this lightning crashed down, everyone in the distance was stunned to see the Dragonblood warriors roar and charge straight up toward the tribulation clouds. Wah! The experts watching this scene felt their eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Chapter 4651 Immemorial Tribulation. Going against the flow of lightning, the Dragonblood Legion flew into the heart of the tribulation clouds like madmen. They unleashed their sword chi, slashing through the dense clouds with unparalleled ferocity, leaving behind a trail of gaping holes. The experts observing from afar were left speechless, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. They had never seen such a scene before. Are they crazy? The Dragonblood warriors appeared as if they wanted to blast the tribulation clouds apart. Their relentless attacks drove the lightning to rage even fiercer. The world then quivered, calling even more tribulation clouds to join the fray. Bastards, don't drag us down if you want to die so badly. The surrounding experts bitterly cursed them. These individuals had their tribulation clouds forcibly redirected, leaving them with no choice but to follow them here. Otherwise, they would never advance to the divine venerate realm. Typically, a heavenly tribulation's power increased gradually, allowing cultivators time to strengthen themselves for the final ordeal. However, the Dragonblood warriors were pushing their tribulation clouds into a berserk state, risking their lives by attempting to absorb the full brunt of the heavenly tribulation's power. As the experts approached the border, they felt as though they were standing on the edge of a bottomless abyss, teetering on thin ice. They were fearful that one wrong move would result in the tribulation blasting them out of existence. Suddenly, heaven and earth quivered as the tribulation clouds erupted with five-colored divine light, sending the Dragonblood warriors crashing into the ground. The heavenly tribulation resembled an enraged dragon, violently shaking as lightning beasts descended upon the Dragonblood warriors. Every single one of those lightning beasts was as massive as a mountain, taking the form of phoenixes, dragons, black tortoises, divine tigers, and many other beasts that people had never seen before, all emanating powerful auras. They crashed down upon the Dragonblood Legion, filled with the aura of annihilation from the heavenly Taos. A Dragonblood warrior's sword struck the head of one of these beasts. While the beast exploded, to everyone's surprise, the Dragonblood warrior's sword exploded as well. The Dragonblood warrior was shocked, and so was Guo Ran. As he had personally forged that weapon, he knew just how strong it was. It was destroyed by one of these beasts. Then just how strong were these beasts? This was only the first wave of beasts. If the beasts were this strong, how would they deal with the rest? This is an immemorial heavenly tribulation, and it contains the immemorial era's will of annihilation. The heavenly Taos reject any weapons except peak divine weapons. Nothing else can endure that will of annihilation. Use your fists instead, warned Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen had no idea what immemorial tribulation was, as he just repeated what the Earth Cauldron told him. In the immemorial era, heavenly tribulation was a fair trial. Resorting to weapons was deemed unfair, leading to their destruction upon use. An ordinary weapon would be unable to endure it. Heeding this warning, the Dragonblood warriors put away their weapons and confronted the lightning beasts unarmed, only to find themselves astonished. These lightning beasts were embodiments of Thunderforce concentrated to the very pinnacle. Their sharp claws tore through the air, delivering blows akin to being struck by giant hammers, leaving them dazed. As a result, Bai Shishi and Bai Shala were in a predicament. Bai Shishi was worried about damaging her weapon, so she summoned her metal energy to fight. Meanwhile, Bai Shala's pupil arts proved ineffective against the lightning beasts, forcing him into a frantic retreat. On the other hand, Yu Zifeng remained unfazed. His sword continued to dance through the air, cutting down the lightning beasts into lightning runes. Quickly gather the Thunder Force. Get accustomed to the will and laws of the heavenly Taos. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with the later stages. Reminded Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors understood this principle. But if they couldn't destroy those lightning beasts, they couldn't absorb their Thunder Force. As a result of this, they had to shamelessly run over to Yu Zifeng's side and absorb the lightning runes of the beasts he killed. Shala, don't just run around. Those lightning beasts are composed of the will of heaven and earth. First, you have to have the confidence to fight against the world. Otherwise, you won't be able to unleash your power. One day, you will encounter a terrifying opponent, and if you cannot muster the will to fight, you will simply be slaughtered," shouted Long Chen upon seeing Bai Shaola running around and dodging the lightning beasts. Bai Shaola was different from the others as he cultivated pupil arts. Fighting these lightning beasts was like fighting the will of the heavenly Taos. It was like he was staring straight at the heavenly Taos, and without a strong enough will, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Having never encountered such tribulations before, Bai Shaola lacked the willpower to face it. However, the path of cultivation was just that cruel. If he wanted to walk this path, he had to go forward no matter what. If someone else were to advise Bai Shaola, it wouldn't work. However, the one speaking was Long Chen, a god-like existence in Bai Shaola's heart. Despite his lack of confidence in himself, Bai Shaola had harbored unwavering trust in Long Chen's guidance. As Long Chen wanted him to face the heavenly tribulation, he cast aside his fear and formed swift hand seals, using his pupil arts to fight back. Yet, overcoming fear wasn't an instantaneous feat, it required a gradual process. First, Bai Shaola would start with defense, and only once he felt safe would he start attacking. After a brief flustered moment, the Dragonblood Legion started their counterattack. After they absorbed some of the lightning runes, their dragon blood power slowly awakened, and they fought back against the will of the heavenly Taos. The first one to erupt was Ji Yuyong. With a roar, dragon scales appeared on his fist as he blasted apart a lightning beast. They now realized that this heavenly tribulation was different from their past tribulations, as it contained the power of laws and could only be countered with a similar kind of power. Brute force wasn't that useful here. These so-called laws were similar to the rules of a game. If they didn't follow the rules, they could only forfeit. Of course, some existences could bend or even break the rules, for example, Yu Zifeng. However, the others couldn't do this. The Dragonblood warriors fought the lightning beasts with all their power. As they fought with unwavering determination, cracking sounds resonated from their bodies, and scales started to spontaneously appear all over them. Seeing this scene, Guo Ran and the others were baffled. Chapter 4652 Easily Passing Tribulation. The Dragonblood warriors refrained from summoning their Dragonblood battle armors to conserve their energy, yet to their surprise, they somehow appeared on their own. A surge of dragon might erupted, resonating with their bloodlines. In a mesmerizing display, the lightning beasts around them started to explode before the Dragonblood warriors could even touch them. The lightning runes from these beasts were automatically absorbed by the dragon scales. Like voracious predators, their dragon scales eagerly devoured the lightning. "Boss, this is..." The Dragonblood warriors were dumbfounded and didn't move, simply allowing their scales to absorb this lightning. They didn't even need to do anything. "What is going on?" asked Long Chen as well. The Earth Cauldron replied, "The sovereign blood has awoken and is absorbing the thunder force to strengthen itself. After all, the advancement of sovereign blood requires an enormous amount of energy." The Dragonblood warriors weren't fast enough, so the dragon souls took over. Hearing that, Long Chen sighed with relief. However, a hint of horror immediately tainted his face. In a panic, he shouted, "Guo Ran, don't let your dragon soul control your dragon blood battle armor. If you don't stop it, you'll become an iron turtle." An iron turtle was an existence with great defensive power but zero offensive power. If the hidden dragon's dragon soul were to take over, Guo Ran would be doomed to such a fate. Guo Ran jumped in fright at that warning and hastily formed hand seals, trying to wrestle control of the dragon blood battle armor from the hidden dragon's dragon soul. Although defense was important, he didn't want to be an iron turtle. How could he have the face to lead the Dragonblood Legion if he became one? The hidden dragon's dragon soul had already directed Guo Ran's dragon soul body forging art to prioritize defense. However, before undergoing the baptism of heavenly tribulation, Guo Ran still had a chance to wrestle back some power on offense. This moment marked his sole chance to shed the role of a mere iron turtle. With that in mind, Guo Ran engaged in a fierce battle against the hidden dragon's dragon soul, channeling every ounce of his power. Meanwhile, everyone else had it easy. Their dragon souls rapidly absorbed the power of the tribulation. Yu Zifeng, Yu Qingxian, Bai Shishi, and Bai Shaola were sitting in the air, silently comprehending the laws of the heavenly Taos contained within this tribulation. With the blessing of the dragon souls, everything was under control. The lightning beasts continued to emerge from the tribulation clouds, and they grew increasingly powerful. However, the Dragonblood warriors didn't even need to bother with them. Upon drawing near, they would be destroyed by the power of the dragon souls. Every single one of the Dragonblood warriors had absorbed a drop of dragon blood from the sovereign clan's expert. As the dragon blood came from the same source, even though it was split among them, they were resonating, essentially forming a dragon blood formation. These ferocious lightning beasts were like fireflies drawn to a flame, approached only to be swiftly transformed into lightning runes and absorbed into the formation. No matter how strong the lightning beasts grew, they were unable to threaten the Dragonblood warriors. After all, their dragon blood battle armor was constantly growing stronger by absorbing their power. Their new scales rapidly strengthened. At first, the newly formed scales looked as thin as a cicada's wing, as if one touch would shatter them. However, as they absorbed the thunder force, these scales rapidly thickened, while their auras and imposing presence grew in tandem. At the same time, marks started to emerge on top of them, and various changes appeared in the Dragonblood warriors' scaled armor. The size, shape, patterns, auras, and other aspects of their scale armor were changing bit by bit. Some Dragonblood warriors had long and thin dragon scales, while others had short and thick ones. Despite having the same dragon blood, each warrior had taken in a distinct dragon soul, thus steering the trajectory of their dragon soul body forging art along unique paths. Over 2 hours passed. The lightning beasts continued to grow stronger and larger, but they still couldn't touch the Dragonblood warriors. At this moment, the dragon blood formation had taken visible form, and people could see thousands of dragons roving around them. Suddenly, the heavenly tribulation underwent a drastic change. The lightning beasts dissipated, replaced by the apparitions of ancient figures. Clad in ancient robes and holding divine weapons, they were filled with immemorial auras and killing intent. Yet, as soon as these spectral figures materialized, they launched an assault on the dragon blood formation, only to be swiftly blasted out of existence. They were not much weaker than each Dragonblood warrior. According to the pattern of their past tribulations, a fierce and bloody battle would typically ensue in order to vanquish them. However, with the Dragonblood warriors' power consolidated within the formation, a formidable barrier manifested around them, rendering the powerful entities unable to breach their defenses. Sensing the protection of their united strength, they closed their eyes and entered a meditative state. In this tranquil state, they were communing with their dragon souls, working together to deduce their future paths. The dragon soul body forging art was such a profound technique that even the mysterious dragon expert itself was unable to pass it down successfully. However, Long Chen had charted an alternative path, passing it down to the Dragonblood warriors. Now, in harmony with their dragon souls, they explored the possibilities of forging their own distinct paths. At this moment, their collective effort was nothing short of magnificent. Seeing the Dragonblood warriors' scales grow stronger, their auras heavier, and their pressure like a vast sea, Long Chen was filled with excitement. After this tribulation, the Dragonblood Legion would definitely shake the world, their name resounding throughout the 9 heavens. Time passed bit by bit. After 2 hours, the immemorial people vanished, replaced by lightning weapons. Absolutely enormous warhammers, heaven-slashing divine swords, and world-piercing spears. Countless weapons descended toward the Dragonblood Legion like they were cabbages. Each strike carried a supreme divine might that even Long Chen found terrifying. It was strong enough to threaten a weak sage king, and even Long Chen would have to use his full power to block them all. Furthermore, they were not coming one at a time but surged forth in the thousands. Seeing this scene, Long Chen felt a chill. Yet, amidst the chaos, Long Chen recognized the unique nature of this tribulation. The tribulation clouds were already dispersing, signaling its imminent end. As the lightning weapons collided with the Dragonblood Legion, the warriors trembled. Cracks marred their once impenetrable scales, and blood oozed out of their wounds. These lightning weapons were even more destructive than Long Chen had expected, but the Dragonblood warriors were still able to withstand them. They continued to absorb the lightning runes with all their power, showing that they hadn't reached their limits yet. They were still rapidly advancing. For 6 hours, the onslaught persisted. As the Dragonblood warriors endured, their scales continued to grow stronger. A layer of violet light appeared on the edges of their scale armor, enhancing their already majestic appearance. With a heaven-shaking explosion, an enormous dragon claw tore through the tribulation clouds and crashed toward the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen's eyes narrowed to pinpoints at the sight of this enormous dragon claw. Chapter 4653 Settling Karma. It really did appear. In the end, you can't run from karma. When Long Chen saw that claw, his heart sank. Despite his hopes, the very thing he had been worried about had materialized before him. The dragon claw crashed down as if it was trying to destroy the very world, tearing through the tribulation clouds. What struck the Dragonblood Legion with unparalleled terror was the draconic might emanating from the claw of force that rattled their very souls, as if it would wrench their souls from their bodies. To the horror of the Dragonblood warriors, the dragon claw penetrated through the protective barrier that had withstood the relentless assault of the lightning beasts. It instantly crumbled before the might of the dragon claw. Within the barrier, the Dragonblood warriors shuddered and coughed up blood. Even with all of them enduring this attack together, they were unable to stop it. It's that senior of the sovereign clan. Guo Ran and the others' expressions changed. Having fought against this expert inside the dragon nest, they were extremely sensitive to his aura. This is the final wave. Go all out, shouted Ji Yu Yang. Just as he shouted, a large and muscular figure with a crown appeared in front of him and unleashed a punch aimed straight at his face. This formidable opponent was none other than the expert from the sovereign clan they had previously confronted, replicated by the heavenly tribulation. Faced with the sheer terror of the incoming punch, Ji Yu Yang hesitated to directly block it. However, much to his astonishment, he found himself involuntarily drawn toward the fist, unable to resist its pull. Seeing Ji Yu Yang in danger, Guo Ran was the first to react. He actually used his own back to withstand that attack for Ji Yu Yang. The sovereign clan expert's fist smashed into Guo Ran's back, crushing his triple-layer scale armor. Blood then sprayed out of Guo Ran's mouth, and he smashed into Ji Yu Yang. The impact sent both of them tumbling back. Ji Yu Yang was shocked. When Guo Ran smashed into him, it was with such power that it left Ji Yu Yang dazed. Guo Ran had endured around 90% of the attack's power, leaving Ji Yu Yang to endure only a fraction of it. Hence, Ji Yu Yang was extremely worried about Guo Ran. As Guo Ran coughed up blood, Ji Yu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The thought of Guo Ran perishing at that moment filled Ji Yu Yang with a sense of dread. He knew would never be able to rest in peace if that happened. I, Guo Ran, am unrivaled in defense. That punch was just an itch, declared Guo Ran as he continued to cough blood. Ji Yu Yang looked at Guo Ran's back and saw that his scale armor had a large hole in it now. That attack had almost blown him apart. Good brother, rest, and leave the rest to us. Ji Yu Yang patted Guo Ran's chest and charged back. Just then, multiple rays of divine light fell on Guo Ran, reinvigorating him and healing his wounds rapidly. The healing warriors finally had a chance to use their techniques again, yet Guo Ran's wounds were so severe that they couldn't heal him in an instant. However, having recovered enough to fight, Guo Ran charged out again. Guo Ran had no choice but to go out right away. After all, no one else in this tribulation could possibly block an attack from the Sovereign Clan's expert. The Dragonblood warriors were charging at the Sovereign Clan expert, but they were all sent flying in droves. They weren't a match for him. It seemed that the replicated Sovereign Clan expert was even stronger than the one they had fought in the 10,000 dragon nest. With a wave of his hand, a wave of lightning exploded. They were unable to even get close to him. Watch out above you, Long Chen suddenly shouted. Just then, the Dragonblood warriors were shocked to see an enormous dragon head appear in the sky, its gaping maw directed toward them. Before Long Chen's warning, they hadn't even noticed it, as all their attention was on the Sovereign Clan expert. Seeing the dragon head and the sphere of lightning condensing inside its mouth, they felt like their souls would flee their bodies. Their horror deepened as they realized the truth. The Sovereign Clan expert possessed his own manifestation. The initial dragon claw attack had not originated from him but from this manifestation. Hence, they didn't just have to fight the Sovereign Clan expert but also his manifestation. Even the Sovereign Clan expert alone was enough to make them beg for mercy, so the addition of his manifestation just sank their chance of survival to zero. All of them were left stunned. Despite their extensive combat experience and their usual fearlessness in the face of death, they couldn't muster any semblance of calm or rational thought in this dire moment. They couldn't think of any way of fighting back. The sphere of lightning within the dragon's mouth expanded rapidly, crackling with energy as lightning runes condensed within its core. Multicolored lightning danced within the sphere, emitting an ear-piercing sound. That was like the overture of death and destruction. In front of it, the Dragonblood warriors felt as tiny as ants. Guo Ran was also dumbfounded. Although he had managed to withstand an attack from the Sovereign Clan expert, saving Ji Yu Yang, he knew he wouldn't be able to block this one. Even if sacrificed himself, he wouldn't be able to. Now, there was nothing he could do to stop the Dragonblood Legion from being destroyed. What do we do? Even Yu Zifeng was sweating as he could clearly sense the destructive power within that sphere of lightning. If he were to attack it with all his power, perhaps he would be able to cut it apart, but that would be meaningless. The power inside of the sphere was concentrated to the pinnacle. Even if he managed to cleave through it, the lightning would still descend upon them, resulting in certain death. At this moment, the rest of the Dragonblood warriors launched all-out attacks on the sovereign clan expert. All they could do was prevent him from disturbing Yu Zifeng, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others. Despite facing the brink of destruction numerous times, the Dragonblood Legion never wavered. They knew their duty and placed their trust in their leaders, so they did what they had to do. However, at this time, Guo Ran, Yu Zifeng, Sha Chen, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan didn't know what to do. In front of this destructive divine ability that was still accumulating power, they couldn't think of anything. Boss, Guo Ran shouted. Long Chen was now their greatest hope. If they wanted to survive this, they probably needed Long Chen's help, which might cause an even greater calamity. However, they could only deal with that when the time came. Shaola, it's time for you to shine. Long Chen called out to the panicking Bai Shaola. Me. Bai Shaola was flabbergasted. Don't doubt yourself. You are the only one who can resolve this crisis, shouted Long Chen. Suddenly, the dragon head flashed, its massive maw widening as the enormous lightning sphere hurtled toward them like a falling star. Chapter 4654 Six Dao's Heavenly Eye. Boss, what am I supposed to do? Bai Shaola's head was blank. Long Chen said that he was the only one who could save everyone, but he was filled with too much fear to think of anything. You really are a fool. How did I end up with someone like you? Just then, the violet pupil nine-tail fox's voice rang out in Bai Shaola's mind. The next moment, the image of a fox appeared behind Bai Shaola, its violet pupils flickering with a demonic light and its 9 tails burning like flames. It was as if the world twisted around its tails. No inside, no outside, no self, no other Six Dao's heavenly eye. The violet pupil 9-tail fox roared and clapped its hands together, while Bai Shaola simultaneously formed hand seals alongside it. In perfect synchrony, man and beast shouted in unison as 6 petals manifested within their eyes. This was the specific mark of the Six Dao's heavenly eye. As they invoked this divine ability, Bai Shaola's pupils transformed into a purple hue, while the eyes of the violet pupil 9-tail fox shifted into a combination of black, white, and violet. Together, their gazes converged and overlapped, symbolizing the fusion of their powers. Heavenly Mirror, the violet pupil 9-tail fox shouted. Following that, Bai Shaola's hand seals changed, and a giant mirror appeared in the sky. The mirror covered the very heavens, but it was as thin as a cicada's wing with 6 marks on top of it. It looked unbearably fragile, like it would shatter with the slightest touch. Furthermore, it gave off no aura or pressure whatsoever. Witnessing Bai Shaola and the violet pupil 9-tail fox combine their efforts to produce such a thing, the others were worried. Could this fragile mirror possibly block the sovereign clan expert's peerless divine ability? However, there was nothing they could do other than believe in Bai Shaola. Watching this from a distance, Long Chen simply smiled. The lightning sphere smashed into the mirror, crushing it. However, it also created a strange ripple. Shift. Just then, the violet pupil 9-tail fox shouted and suddenly formed seals with its claws. The Dragonblood warriors fighting the sovereign clan expert felt a force pull them from the battle. Following that, a shocking scene occurred. After going through the mirror, the enormous sphere shrank in size to that of a mere fist before being redirected back toward the sovereign clan expert. Upon impact, the lightning sphere detonated with an explosion of lightning runes resembling a star exploding. The overwhelming force threatened to rend the Dragonblood warriors asunder, sending them hurtling through the air, their bodies drenched in blood. The Dragonblood warriors were stunned. The power of that attack was even greater than they had imagined. If it weren't for Bai Shaola and the violet pupil 9-tail fox, there would no longer be a Dragonblood legion after this attack. Absorb the lightning runes. After a moment of shock, everyone quickly reacted and started absorbing the lightning runes with all their might. This was the purest essence of the heavenly tribulation plus the will of the sovereign clan expert. Hence, they quickly absorbed it before it could fade back into heaven and earth. Just then, a dragon tail lashed through the air like a heavenly whip, giving the Dragonblood warriors no chance to breathe. However, just as it surged toward them, Yu Zifeng emerged, his hair and robes billowing in the turbulent wind. In the realm of dust and ashes, across the sea of sorrow, through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, there is nothing I cannot cut. Say my name loud and clear. Wavecutter. Yu Zifeng's attack actually severed the enormous dragon tail, shocking everyone. The severed tail then exploded, transforming into lightning runes. This sword blow could indeed make ghosts sob and gods weep. Its impact left a huge crack in the very void, which lingered for a long time. The onlookers almost died from shock when they saw that. This scene had far surpassed their understanding. Boss Zifeng, good job. The Dragonblood warriors cheered excitedly. When Yu Zifeng severed the dragon tail, they clearly felt the aura of the heavenly tribulation plummet. The Dragonblood warriors were reinvigorated as they charged toward the tribulation clouds once again. They attacked the giant lightning dragon manifestation within it, devouring its lightning essence. The Dragonblood warriors were indeed like ants in front of this enormous dragon. However, with unity and determination, they understood that even ants could topple an elephant given enough numbers. The Dragonblood warriors ripped off the enormous dragon's scales on its body, absorbing their energy. As the thunder force surged through their veins, they sensed their dragon blood boiling within them. Their bodies were like furnaces, tirelessly refining the dragon blood with each passing moment. This was the only way to achieve a perfect merger with this blood. The Dragonblood Legion relentlessly pressed on, leaving the dragon no opportunity to unleash its divine abilities. Whenever the dragon attempted to gather energy, Yu Zifeng swiftly launched an attack, disrupting its attempts without fail. Although Yu Zifeng's energy had mostly gone into that one blow, by cooperating with everyone, he could always interrupt the dragon's divine abilities. Bai Shaola had just made a huge contribution but had no time to celebrate it. He was miserably acting like the Dragonblood warriors, tearing at the dragon's scales. Perched on his shoulder, the violet cupel 9-tail fox observed everything, serving as Bai Shaola's silent witness to his actions, a form of punishment for Bai Shaola. Meanwhile, on the outer edges of the battlefield, countless lightning dragons roamed around. These were Lei Linger's split bodies. She wasn't going to fight with the Dragonblood warriors for the meat, but she didn't want to let off any leftovers. After all, the lightning runes on the outer edges would vanish after some time. This kind of waste was unacceptable to Lei Linger. As time wore on, finally, the dragon reached its limit and exploded. By this time, the Dragonblood warriors had reached a state of full satisfaction, unable to absorb any more energy. Hence, Lei Linger completely devoured the final lightning runes, ending the tribulation. With its conclusion, the auras of the Dragonblood warriors suddenly grew explosively, reaching an unprecedented level before stabilizing. An overwhelming power coursed through their veins. With a mere clench of their fists, they could feel the energy surging within them. Ha ha ha, we're finally divine venerates. Chapter 4655 High Spirits. As the tribulation clouds faded away and tranquility returned to the world, the Dragonblood warriors still hovered in the sky, having successfully ascended into the divine venerate realm. Moreover, because they were all 7-star heavenly doyens, they instantly became heaven venerates upon breaking through. Typically, the divine venerate realm encompassed the mortal venerate, earth venerate, and heaven venerate stages, each closely tied to one's innate talent. Many individuals with exceptional aptitude would naturally advance to the earth venerate stage upon entering the divine venerate realm, with hopes of later transcending to become heaven venerates through continued cultivation and enlightenment. On the other hand, cultivators with average aptitude would probably be stuck in the mortal venerate realm for the rest of their lives even if they managed to break through to the divine venerate realm. Only a few of them could become heaven venerates. However, this paradigm shifted dramatically for heavenly doyens. It was not uncommon for them to automatically ascend to the heaven venerate rank, and in the case of 7-star heavenly doyens, they would for sure become heaven venerates upon reaching the divine venerate realm. Heaven venerates were revered as the supreme beings of the world, having garnered the highest favor of the heavenly Taos, while heavenly doyens were considered the chosen favorites of heaven and earth. Therefore, upon attaining the divine venerate realm, heavenly doyens essentially ascended to the peak, becoming either earth or heaven venerates. Feeling the power of heaven and earth supporting them, with the 10,000 Taos swirling around, the Dragonblood warriors felt like they were in command of this world. This newfound power gave them an unprecedented sensation. With over 7,000 Dragonblood warriors newly ascended to the divine venerate realm, they continued to emit formidable blood chi that reverberated with echoes of faint dragon cries. Through the baptism of heavenly tribulation, the sovereign clan experts' dragon blood had fully merged with them, along with the various dragon souls. Moreover, as the essence blood originated from the sovereign clan expert, each of them now radiated majestic sovereign chi as well. It was as if some light was illuminating them from above the 9 heavens, making them the most brilliant stars wherever they went. Even the Dragonblood warriors could sense their transformation. Their fists clenched in excitement as they were unable to contain the overwhelming thrill. Guo Ran, in particular, felt like he had transformed from a beggar to a crown prince when he sensed this majestic air. He knew that if he didn't swagger around everywhere, he would be letting down his new blood. Guo Ran, did you manage to redistribute your power? Asked Long Chen. Boss, through my constant struggle against the powerful hidden dragon soul, I managed to seize 30%, murmured Guo Ran, his voice as quiet as a mosquito. He didn't dare to even look at Long Chen. So, only 30% of your dragon soul body forging art isn't focused on defense. Ji Yu Yang and the others were shocked. After all, they had focused over 70% of the dragon soul body forging art on power. In particular, Ji Yu Yang was quite extreme, having devoted over 90% of his focus to offense, leaving a mere fraction for defense. In their minds, the dragon blood battle armor and dragon scales were enough to protect them, so they didn't need to focus on defense too much. Therefore, hearing that Guo Ran had focused 70% of his dragon soul body forging art on defense, they couldn't help but glance at each other. That's not too bad. Long Chen nodded as he understood the hidden dragon's character. It was so cowardly that its primary strengths lay in running, hiding, and defending. If the damn hidden dragon's soul had been in full control, perhaps Guo Ran's would have been a true blue iron turtle. For Guo Ran to take back 30% of control was definitely not easy. It showed that he had really tried, so Long Chen expressed his approval. Ha ha ha, I'm just teasing you. Guo Ran laughed loudly. TCH, I knew that you wouldn't be so stupid. Sha Chen sighed with relief. Brother, don't say that. Guo Ran was rather speechless. Sha Chen stared at him and asked, don't tell me that you really did that. It's not my fault. The hidden dragon insisted on it. Achieving 30% focus on offense was nearly impossible for me, you know. Argued Guo Ran. Boss, you don't need to worry. The hidden dragon race isn't entirely useless. They also have their strong points. When they encounter danger and can't get away, their divine ability can extract the energy of their scale armor to attack. In other words, their defensive power is a way to accumulate power. They're so lazy that they only rely on accumulating energy to cultivate. There's such a cultivation style. Everyone was startled. Hee, of course. It's like putting your money in the bank. As long as you have enough money, just by relying on the interest, you can still get by. Said Guo Ran. But where does your initial capital come from? And who is the bank? Asked Sha Chen. The initial capital is the energy of heaven and earth that I absorb. As for the bank, it's rather embarrassing to say. It's the entire dragon race's karmic luck, replied Guo Ran awkwardly. The hidden dragon race is incredibly lazy from the moment they're born. But well, they're not that lazy when it comes to reproduction, or they wouldn't exist. But other than for reproduction, they don't really move. So they just find a place to hide once they're born, and just stay there. Despite having powerful talent, they didn't cultivate and only went around to find a secluded place to lie for hundreds of thousands of years. They would only awaken when they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Furthermore, the reason they could make a breakthrough was thanks to the support of the entire dragon race's karmic luck. In other words, as long as the dragon race wasn't destroyed, they could rely on the karmic luck to continually grow that way. To put it in an uglier fashion, they could be considered parasites in the dragon race. After all, they contributed almost nothing to the dragon race. However, in the end, they were still part of the dragon race. So, when they encountered danger, they still had the power to protect themselves. After merging with the hidden dragon's soul, Guo Ran had awakened all their abilities. Fortunately, one of the divine abilities allowed him to transfer his defense prowess into offensive power. Otherwise, Guo Ran would have had to live like an iron turtle. Hearing that, Long Chen sighed with relief. Guo Ran was a forging master, so he could forge weapons tailored to his unique abilities. By playing to his strengths, Guo Ran could unleash his maximum potential and solidify his position as the commander of the Dragonblood Legion. Boss, we've reached the Divine Venerate realm. It's time for us to protect you in your tribulation. No one will be able to disturb you as long as we are here. Exclaimed Yu Zifeng. Everyone looked at Long Chen. They had managed to pass their tribulations, so now it was Long Chen's turn. Just as Long Chen was about to reply, the ground started to rumble, and the air quivered with the sound of thunder. Startled, they all gazed upward, their eyes widening in astonishment as the void was rent asunder by streaks of lightning. Chapter 4656 Yan Tianhua. As the void erupted, countless fragments of spacetime scattered in all directions. Among the chaos, they saw an enormous black python flying above them. The presence of this python cast the whole world in darkness, painting even the tribulation clouds black. It's the Black Rock 9 underworld python race. It's enormous. Its aura is 1,000 times stronger than that of the other Black Rock 9 underworld pythons. Having fought the Black Rock 9 underworld python race, the Dragonblood warriors were familiar with them. However, to their surprise, this python was 100 times larger than its kin. Lightning crackled as enormous tribulation clouds engulfed the world, locking onto this Black Rock 9 underworld python. Hence, wherever it went, the tribulation clouds would follow it. Heavens, what a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Perhaps only Boss's tribulation can compare to it. The Dragonblood warriors jumped in shock upon seeing the huge tribulation clouds. This tribulation seemed to be on an even greater scale than theirs, which meant that this person was a truly terrifying existence. Long Chen and the others had just spotted it when it was already half past them. However, just as it was about to fly by, it suddenly paused. The Black Rock 9 underworld python turned to look at Long Chen. After that, it opened its mouth and shot a black light at Long Chen, its powerful divine pressure enveloping the entire Dragonblood Legion. Everyone, including Long Chen, felt their souls shudder. This attack triggered their sense of mortal danger. Heavenly Mirror. Before any of them could do anything, the violet pupil nine-tail fox on Bai Shaola's shoulder had summoned a giant mirror. Bai Shaola and the violet pupil nine-tail fox had used this move together during the tribulation. With it, they had managed to perfectly redirect the attack of the sovereign clan expert, using his own power to kill him. The heavenly mirror trembled as it redirected the black ray of light, causing it to veer off course. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the violet pupil nine-tail fox was unable to adjust in time to control the direction of the attack. The reflected black ray pierced through a distant mountain range consisting of incredibly tough blocks of stone, leaving a perfectly smooth hole in its wake. Remarkably, no dust was stirred up by the force of the attack, which shocked the onlookers. This bastard tried to kill us. It's a good thing Little Nine reacted fast, otherwise. Sha Chen was enraged, but his face was pale. Perhaps they would have been killed just now if it hadn't been for Little Nine. The destructive will of the heavenly tribulation had covered up this python's killing intent. With everyone's attention on the tribulation, this person's attack had arrived before they could react. Interesting. Remember my name. I am Yan Tianhua. Once I finish my tribulation, I'll find you again. The Black Rock 9 underworld python flew away. He had merely paused for a moment to attack them and was now beyond their vision. However, his voice continued to echo here. The Dragonblood warriors were enraged. This motherfucker called Yan Tianhua was too fast. It was as if some invisible force was pushing him onward, causing him to be unable to stop for long. Otherwise, he would have kept attacking. My heavenly tribulation, screamed many cultivators around them. Hearing the terrified screams, Long Chen and the others looked over. To their surprise, the people undergoing tribulations were just standing there in confusion, their tribulation clouds gone. Did he just absorb their tribulations? Exclaimed Ji Yu Yong. Was this fellow in such a rush because he's stealing other people's tribulations? No wonder his tribulation was so terrifying. He has absorbed the tribulations of countless others already. Everyone was shocked. They had never heard of someone capable of absorbing other people's heavenly tribulations. At this moment, the experts who had yet to finish their tribulations were either weeping or cursing furiously. After all, their tribulations had disappeared, which counted as a failure to pass. In their minds, they thought they would never have the chance to enter the divine venerate realm anymore. Although the Dragonblood warriors' collective tribulation had disturbed other people's tribulations, those people were still able to carefully continue their tribulations on the edges of the Legion's tribulation. It didn't affect their advancement. However, Yan Tianhua had directly taken their tribulations, along with their chance of becoming divine venerates. That was even more vicious than killing them right off the bat. Return my tribulation, someone roared and shot off in Yan Tianhua's direction. However, he was just too slow, and the thunder force in him gradually turned cold. Once too much time passed, it would be meaningless even if he could catch up to Xianxia. My heavenly tribulation, come back. If I can't become a heaven venerate, my family will be doomed. A young man was kneeling on the ground and weeping. The cultivation world was just this cruel. No matter how great their talent was, no matter how strong they were, once their path was severed, they all turned to trash. At that moment, let alone their enemies, even their friends would turn on them. In this cruel world, if someone didn't have the power to protect themselves, everything they had would be taken away. Suddenly, that man raised his own hand and slammed it toward his own face to kill himself. Seeing this scene, Yu Qingshan and the girls cried out. Just as his hand was about to strike his head, Long Chen appeared in front of him and caught his hand. My family is surrounded by enemies. We're barely hanging on, and I am my family's only hope. If I can't save them, I'd rather not see them die terribly while I'm powerless to do anything. Thank you for your kind intentions, but you can't save me, said that person. He stared at Long Chen lifelessly, having lost all hope. Idiot, the thunder force in you hasn't gone cold, which means you have around 2 hours. As long as you steer clear of that scoundrel's path, you'll likely stumble upon others undergoing their own tribulations. I don't feel like you're a terrible person, so I'm just giving you this reminder. You should know what you need to do. Now, advised Long Chen. Hearing that, the suicidal guy suddenly felt enlightened. He then slammed his head in front of Long Chen a couple of times and then rushed off. Boss, your brain works fast. Guo Ran and the others stared at Long Chen. They had been like the others, thinking that these people were essentially crippled since that bastard had taken their tribulations. However, Long Chen instantly thought of a solution for them. If they encountered someone undergoing a tribulation at a similar power level, they could undergo another tribulation together. Although their combined tribulation might be slightly more intense than before, it shouldn't hinder their advancement. Find a place to consolidate your realms. The faster the better. Ordered Long Chen. Boss, what about you? Asked Guo Ran and the others. I'm going after that fellow. I feel like he's brewing some scheme, so I want to see if I can reap some of that. If I can, that'll be good. If I can't, I'll just smash his stupid head apart to vent. After saying that, Long Chen summoned his lightning wings and flew off like a shooting star. Chapter 4657. You know how to play. Long Chen's lightning wings tore through the void as he chased after Xianxia. In the end, these lightning wings are still slower than the Kunpeng wings. It's too bad that they were gone. If I have a chance, I'll get another pair. It's not convenient to not be able to catch up. Long Chen was chasing him at full power, but he was getting further and further away. If it weren't for Lei Linger locking onto that fellow, he would have gotten lost long ago. Thankfully, Xianxia left a trail of devastation in his wake. Wherever the air had been struck by his terrifying heavenly tribulation, space became unstable. While this made it relatively easy to track him, Long Chen couldn't use any spatial transportation to catch up to him. On the way, he saw countless people roaring and cursing Xianxia, but there was nothing they could do. These people were too stunned. With their tribulations taken, they just couldn't calm down and think. Long Chen was only able to devise a solution because he was not personally affected by the situation. If his own tribulation had been stolen, he wouldn't have been able to remain composed and think things through either. Long Chen was on a crazy chase for 3 days and nights. All of a sudden, he could see endless tribulation clouds around him. The clouds were slowly gathering into a giant vortex of clouds. Long Chen had to fly for a day before reaching the core of the vortex. There really is a scheme here. Specks of divine light shone like twinkling stars within the core, a sign that lightning was accumulating inside the clouds. Clearly, many people were preparing for their tribulations here, not just one. Long Chen flew over. As he got closer, he saw hundreds of spheres of light at the heart of the vortex. These spheres of light were like sesame seeds within these enormous tribulation clouds. However, in reality, these spheres were many times larger than the result of the Dragonblood Legion's collective tribulation. These spheres of light were absorbing energy from the enormous vortex to strengthen themselves. Upon closer inspection, Long Chen noticed that each sphere of light contained a person, except for one that housed a white bone horse and a bronze chariot. Long Chen was startled. He instantly recognized the fellow who had been the first to enter the fantasy spirit world, only for Long Chen to drag him out. With an X-shaped scar on his face and a scarlet broadsword on his back, he was easily identifiable. He wasn't undergoing the tribulation alone, his horse and chariot were also within it. Were they planning on undergoing tribulation together? Long Chen then realized that countless experts had gathered here, spreading around the core region's edges. They had set up formations and barriers to protect themselves. Are they just spectators? No, they're probably on the same side as the people undergoing tribulations. They're their guards. Long Chen instantly noticed that these people had gone through their own tribulations. They were all divine venerates. These divine venerates hailed from various races, forming a blockade around the core region. As soon as Long Chen appeared, he instantly drew the attention of countless experts. "Where did this idiot come from? Did you come to throw your life away?" shouted one of those guards. "The human race really is stupid. Do you think you can just come here and stroll around?" sneered an expert from the demon race. There were humans among the guards as well, and his words were directed toward them. "Idiot, do you know who he is? You shouldn't spout big words before thinking," sneered a human expert, clearly knowing Long Chen's identity. "What a joke. Is there anyone in the human race worth remembering? We don't even care about you people, so why would we care about this little thing?" mocked the demon expert. "You are hopelessly stupid to not even recognize this era's #1 genius, Long Chen. He's from the #1 academy in the world. Are you blind or deaf? Have you never heard of him?" asked the human expert. "#1, that's dogshit. Your human race only knows how to brag," sneered the demon expert. "He is not only the High Firmament Academy's #1 expert of this generation but also the #1 expert of the human race. You are merely mice in front of him," sneered the human expert. At first, Long Chen felt flattered, thinking this person was praising him out of admiration. However, as the conversation progressed, the tone shifted. It became apparent that this individual was setting him up as a target, exaggerating his status as #1 in various aspects. He was quite sinister. Despite the brewing tension, Long Chen boldly approached the core region, displaying a brazen attitude. He flew past the guards, drawing immediate attention from those within the core. Originally, these people had their eyes closed and were waiting for their tribulations to come. However, when they sensed Long Chen, they all shouted his name. Their voices were not friendly at all, startling the guards, causing the human expert who had bragged for Long Chen to jump in fright. The ones shouting gritted their teeth with rage, their voices dripping with bloodthirst as if there was some immense enmity between them. "Wow, so many friends here." Feeling the dense killing intent, Long Chen was surprised to sense several familiar auras. "Long Chen, you goddamn bastard, die." As this furious roar rang out, a ray of divine light shot out of a sphere of light. It was a lightning sword that contained the power of heavenly tribulation. This attack might not be that strong, but it had one crucial aspect. Once it struck, the victim would be locked by the heavenly tribulation and forced to undergo tribulation whether they wanted to or not. This person was none other than Yu Zihao, the individual whom Long Chen had duped out of countless medicinal ingredients. He nearly bankrupted himself without any reward in the end. This arrogant disciple of Lord Brahma glared with such intensity as if Long Chen had murdered his father and desecrated his grave. His gaze seemed to yearn for Long Chen's flesh while he still drew breath. As the lightning attack approached, many expected Long Chen to evade it. Instead, he simply waved his hand casually. His palm blew the lightning sword apart. "You really know how to play. Let me join." Long Chen smiled. Chapter 4658. Fallen Daynight's Disciple. Just as Long Chen shattered the lightning sword, the world shuddered, and a sphere of light appeared around Long Chen. "You despicable bastard, you've been locked down by the tribulation. Now let's see where you run." Yu Zihao laughed viciously, a cruel light in his eyes. He was already imagining how he would torture Long Chen later. "Lord Brahma's disciple, how are you so petty? You can't even take a joke. Didn't I just take a bit of your things? You're acting like I murdered your father and slept with your woman afterward," scoffed Long Chen. Yu Zihao was incensed. Long Chen had conned him so badly and now called him petty. He felt like he would explode, and for a moment, he was too enraged to even think of how to respond. That was because he didn't dare to actually say what had happened to him, as it was too embarrassing to admit that he had fallen for a scam. Even if he did tell everyone, no one would sympathize with him. "Zihao, why are you getting so angry toward a dead man? When we get back, I'll refine him into a human pill for you." Another voice rang out at this time. Long Chen looked toward the source, another sphere of light with an indistinct figure. As if sensing Long Chen staring at him, This person intentionally cleared his sphere of light to let Long Chen see him. It was an icy-faced, red-haired man. He gazed at Long Chen loftily, as if he was a god looking at an ant. Where did this one come from? Red hair won't turn you into the legendary Red Torto. Oh, I see. This one is Lord Brahma's disciple, and if you're helping him eat shit, you must be Fallen Day Knight's disciple, guessed Long Chen. He was going to insult this red-haired man a bit, but he suddenly realized the latter's identity midway. Shut your filthy mouth, blasphemer, I'm going to refine you into a human pill right now. The red-haired man roared furiously. Long Chen's guess was right on the mark. This person was Fallen Day Knight's disciple, which was why he was so angry. Brother Gangjan, calm down. He's been locked onto by the heavenly tribulation. Killing him now is letting him off too easily. I want to see him suffer first. This time, it was Yu Zihao's turn to comfort him. Two dogs eating shit together, how brotherly. Long Chen clapped his hands in admiration. Fallen Day Knight's disciple shook with rage, but he still endured. He swiftly formed hand seals, and thunder force boomed around him, enveloping him and blocking him from sight. Yu Zihao was the same. With a sneer, he directly blocked off his senses. He knew that he couldn't match the sharpness of Long Chen's tongue, so he just waited for the heavenly tribulation to descend. The sphere of light around Long Chen grew denser, a sign that Yu Zihao had successfully managed to pull him into the tribulation. Long Chen simply smiled, trying to use heavenly tribulation to harm him. Who would have thought that someone in this world would come up with such a funny idea? That was fine. He would wait to see if they could keep laughing in a bit. Long Chen, we'll see how you flee this time. Once Yu Zihao and Fallen Day Knight's disciple fell silent, another voice rang out. Long Chen didn't even look back and lazily said, it seems that the one to run last time was you, right? If you didn't have the protection of the ancestral scale last time, there would no longer be a Netherdragon Tianzhao in this world. Netherdragon Tianzhao hadn't interrupted Yu Zihao but waited for his chance to speak. After this round of greeting, the guards on the outer edge were scared shitless. They didn't know who Long Chen was, but they knew that anyone who dared to undergo tribulation in this place had to be an absolutely terrifying monster. The ones on the outer edge were just spectators and guards. Their races, strongest monsters had gathered here for their tribulations, and the guards had set up formations to protect their leaders. After all, even these monsters might still fall in front of the strongest heavenly tribulation. Moreover, even if they did survive, they would still be severely wounded and at their weakest state. That was why these people were here to protect them. For a single person, many experts from their respective races had come to offer protection, with groups ranging from millions to tens of millions of people. Furthermore, even the guards present were elites amongst elites, so it was obvious how important this upcoming tribulation was to these people. These guards had followed their leaders here, and they had not said much. Only a few factions with hostile relationships had their guards exchange mocking remarks before falling silent. None of them showed any intention of fighting yet. However, as soon as Long Chen arrived, people repeatedly targeted him. They could tell that Yu Zihao had previously suffered at his hands, and Netherdragon Tianzhao had been beaten by Long Chen before. These two formidable figures had both crossed paths with Long Chen before, indicating that Long Chen was no ordinary individual. The human expert who had tried to con Long Chen grew antsy. Although he knew Long Chen's name and had seen his picture, he didn't have a true understanding of him. He suddenly felt a bit afraid and was worried about Long Chen's retribution. Would his family be destroyed because of this? A minor victory or defeat doesn't mean anything. To know how to retreat is the mark of a real warrior. In a bit, I will show you what true power is, declared Netherdragon Tianzhao coldly. If one minor victory doesn't mean anything, what about two victories? Asked Long Chen. Netherdragon Tianzhao's rage immediately erupted. Having suffered two humiliating defeats at the hands of Long Chen, Netherdragon Tianzhao couldn't act indifferent when Long Chen mentioned this. Don't worry, once you lose more, you'll get used to it. Although, I must say, based on my calculations, a person can be lucky once, or even twice, but not thrice. It seems you're due for some calamity today, Long Chen remarked, counting on his fingers as if calculating something. That's right, there won't be a third time. I'll show you who won't be escaping a calamity today, sneered Netherdragon Tianzhao. He seemed confident in himself. HMPH, I won't give you a second chance. You schemed against me once, but now that we've crossed paths again, your death is inevitable. A sinister voice echoed, akin to the hiss of a harbinger of doom, sending shivers down the spine of everyone. That voice came from a large sphere of light within which resided a person, a carriage, and a horse. This sight shocked the guards witnessing it. He's even met this person. Chapter 4659 Yin Jushang, Luo Changshang. The voice came from a giant sphere of light containing a man, a chariot, and a skeletal horse. When he spoke, a wave of shock rippled through all the guards. They couldn't help but feel a sense of dread emanating from this figure, as if he possessed an utterly formidable origin. Moreover, the skeletal horse and bronze chariot exuded an intimidating aura that caused fine cracks in the void. Unexpectedly, even someone of his caliber had a history with Long Chen. All eyes then turned to Long Chen. I've seen many people who boast without thinking, but you're the only one who likes to do it on top of a horse chariot. Your emaciated horse already cries out for sustenance, yet you're still in the mood to spew big words. I really can't bear to watch it. You should consider selling that chariot to get some hay for your poor horse," remarked Long Chen with indifference. Back then, Long Chen had indeed conned him, and he knew that this petty person wouldn't let the matter slide. However, Long Chen didn't mind. This was just a daily occurrence in the path of cultivation. Hopefully, you can still act so tough in a bit. I, Yin Jushang, declare that your life is mine, stated that scarred man. Yin Jushang, 1. You've been conned 9 times and injured 9 times. I think the first con was this terrible name your father gave you. I'm curious, other than me, who were the other 8 people to con you? Asked Long Chen. Keep acting tough. The more arrogant you are now, the more pitiful you'll appear soon, Yin Jushang sneered. Me, wretched, why? Asked Long Chen. You have no clue what's going on here, yet you simply barge in. You've been locked down by the heavenly tribulation, yet your foolishness is beyond salvation, replied Yin Jushang. TCH, isn't it just a tribulation? Is it so amazing? Keep acting mysterious, you children, scoffed Long Chen. Little human, it seems that you're very confident in yourself, huh? Just then, another voice resounded through the air, and Long Chen instantly recognized it. The Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race's Yan Tianhua was here. Yan Tianhua's lightning sphere dwarfed the others. Due to the heavenly tribulation screening everyone off, Long Chen couldn't sense him until he spoke. Long Chen chuckled, of course I'm confident. Otherwise, I wouldn't have followed you here. I didn't expect to see so many old friends here. Hee, I really have to thank you. As a token of my gratitude, how about I simply pluck those 2 fangs of yours, and we'll call it even. Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, Yan Tianhua raised his head and laughed. Even the booming thunder of this world was unable to cover up his laughter. Interesting. Alright, I hope to have a chance to experience your skills in a bit. Let's hope they match your arrogance, sneered Yan Tianhua, his voice dripping with cold killing intent as Long Chen's words had succeeded in provoking him. However, he had forgotten that Long Chen was equally infuriated by his sudden attack. From your tone, you don't sound very willing. Then sorry, I take back what I said Long Chen. Trash, snickered Yan Tianhua, thinking that Long Chen was afraid. I meant that taking just 2 fangs isn't sufficient anymore. I'm going to get a set of snakeskin too. Perhaps enough to craft boots for all my women, and if there's any surplus, I'll get them a bag too, remarked Long Chen casually, appearing to calculate the amount of snakeskin required for each item. You're courting death, roared Yan Tianhua. Long Chen's words were an absolute blasphemy to the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race. You're quite arrogant. You must have some good guts. I heard that snake gall is a great medicine. If a pregnant woman eats it, the child's eyes are always particularly bright. Maybe I should get something for my future children. Long Chen scratched his head as if considering something. Yan Tianhua couldn't endure it anymore. His lightning sphere trembled, and a bolt of lightning transformed into a spear, hurtling toward Long Chen. The lightning spear boomed with power at first, but by the time it reached Long Chen, its power was gone. Hence, Long Chen simply swatted it with his palm, shattering it. Oh, so everyone here is restrained by the laws of this place. Before the tribulation starts, no one can unleash their real power, remarked Long Chen, nodding in understanding after easily swatting away this attack. Previously, when Yu Zihao attacked him, Long Chen hadn't paid much attention, as he assumed it was merely a probing attack. However, with Yan Tianhua's attack, he saw it clearly. It was actually extremely powerful, but the majority of its power was sucked away by the heavenly tribulation before it could reach him. No wonder all of them were just standing here peacefully. None of them wanted to waste the effort if they couldn't harm anyone. Since you can't attack me, hee, let's do this. With a smirk, Long Chen taunted, I say, brother, you were already so repulsive that even your own mother couldn't bear to look at you. But that X on your face, is it there to remind people that you're an imbecile who should keep his mouth shut? Yin Jushang's sphere shook, but he remained inside. His teeth clenched so tightly that they threatened to shatter. The X scar on his face was his deepest humiliation, and Long Chen's words mercilessly tore at that scab. What did you say? Come over and bite me if you don't like it. Long Chen beckoned mockingly, simply asking for a beating. Are you Long Chen, the leader of the Dragonblood Legion? Another voice broke the tense atmosphere, its resonance seemingly reverberating throughout heaven and earth. Long Chen's heart shook as he knew he couldn't underestimate this person. Nevertheless, Long Chen brazenly retorted, what do you think? Oh, sorry, I was the one who almost destroyed your Dragonblood Legion. When Long Chen heard this, his gaze turned cold. He directly knew who this bastard was. You don't need to be sorry. After all, I won't be sorry when I cut off your head, said Long Chen. Oh, we'll see if you have that ability. However, I always believe that evil will never win against righteousness. Your Dragonblood Legion is a terrible group of obscene perverts. They shamelessly preyed upon the women of the spirit race, and when my celestial race intervened, they attempted to silence us. But rest assured, the heavens bear witness to all your vile deeds, and your wickedness cannot remain hidden forever. A person with evil in their heart cannot defeat me. That voice rang out, filled with righteousness. Long Chen instantly understood why Yu Zifeng's mental realm had been disturbed during his confrontation with this person. This person's voice actually had a bewitching art imbued in it, capable of swaying emotions effortlessly. It could easily evoke sympathy from outsiders and stoke enmity among enemies. Amazing. To train a bewitching voice to this realm, you must be a master of soul art, Long Chen remarked with icy composure. He recognized that this individual was not only formidable but also cunning. It's just facts. Why are you trying to make it sound like I'm lying? Are you avoiding a direct response due to your guilty conscience? The voice retorted, I've seen many people like you. However, I am not Yu Zifeng. Your tactics are futile against me. It's time to reveal your true abilities. Show me the strength of the celestial race. Don't you agree, Luo Changsheng? Challenged Long Chen. When Long Chen revealed the identity of the speaker, an uproar spread through the crowd. 1. Yin Ju Shang. The yin is the yin of yin and yang, and can mean treachery. Ju means 9, Shang means injury. Chapter 4660 Impossible to endure. Luo Changsheng, do you mean the monster of the celestial race? That Luo Changsheng, startled cries rang out, but the celestial race hasn't appeared in countless years. Is he really from the celestial race? It's true. This time, the celestial race came out in full power and was clearly prepared. They want to use this opportunity to make their name ring throughout the world once more. Just who is Long Chen? I've never heard of him before, but all these monsters seem to have encountered him before. A commotion erupted among the guards as Long Chen made his entrance, instantly becoming the center of attention. He directly countered anyone who dared to curse at him, refusing to yield an inch and leaving his enemies seething with frustration. In his brief exchanges with Yu Zihao, Gengzhan, Netherdragon Tianzhao, Yin Jusheng, and Luo Changsheng, it seemed that they all harbored enmities toward him. Hence, all the guards instantly felt like their duty had become much more interesting, and they already anticipated the start of the heavenly tribulation. Haha, my celestial race has many abilities, but they can't compare to your Dragonblood Legion's vile practices. You guys don't even let off the kind spirit race's women. Such barbaric actions are completely intolerable, said Luo Changsheng. If the subordinates are perverts, the leader is definitely not any better. No wonder, sneered Fallen Danite's disciple. Not only are you sinister and malicious, but you are also despicably shameless. Other than conning others, what talent do you have? Added Yu Zihao. Long Chen, I never imagined you to be such a despicable individual. A malevolent being like you must be eradicated, Netherdragon Tianzhao declared, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. An evil leader who condones his subordinates preying upon the benevolent spirit race. Your earlier big words were just to cover who you truly are, a big hypocrite. What a despicable bastard, added Yin Jusheng with vengeance in his voice. In reality, none of them were aware of the truth behind that incident. However, if it wasn't in favor of Long Chen, they would undoubtedly rally behind it. Previously, Long Chen had bruised them with his cutting remarks, leaving them without a way to retort. Now, they took this chance to launch their own verbal attacks. As they threw accusations at him, despite his need to maintain composure, Long Chen could feel his anger steadily rising. He clenched his fists tightly. He only had one mouth, so against this torrent of abuse, none of his eloquence mattered. A chilling aura of murderous intent pulsed in his mind, threatening to erupt from within him. Now, all the guards were following this trend as well, pointing at Long Chen as if the Dragonblood Legion had really taken advantage of the spirit race's women. Although Long Chen didn't particularly care about his reputation, the Dragonblood Legion's reputation could not be sullied. They were all upright men, and for Long Chen, their honor was more important than his life. Hence, Long Chen couldn't endure this insult. If this rumor were to spread, the reputation of the Dragonblood Legion would be tarnished. Why aren't you talking anymore? Feeling overwhelmed by guilt, perhaps? If you truly regret your actions, you should consider taking your own life here as an act of repentance. Luo Chengsheng's voice took on a gentle tone once more, as if he was kindly advising Long Chen. Long Chen could no longer suppress his fury. Luo Chengsheng wielded a bewitching art with his words that went beyond mere manipulation. It was a strange divine ability that defied any defenses. His voice possessed a unique skill in evoking emotions such as anger, fear, self-blame, irritability, despair, and other negative emotions. No matter how strong one's heart might be, any emotional ripple could be exploited by this technique. Long Chen remembered how Yu Zifeng had succumbed to this tactic. Anyway, Long Chen no longer gave a shit about containing his fury. His killing intent saturated the air like a suffocating fog. An invisible killing intent seemed to have taken solid form and spread throughout this region. Every expert, whether encased within tribulation spheres or sheltered behind protective formations, sensed their souls quivering in response. All their gazes turned to Long Chen's lightning sphere in shock. Do you think I'm unaware of your scheme? I may not know your intentions, but I will not tolerate anyone tarnishing the reputation of the Dragonblood Legion, or my brothers. Long Chen's voice was like the devil's whisper, icy and merciless, piercing deep into the hearts of those who heard it. Countless individuals shuddered involuntarily. So what? Facts are facts, retorted Luo Chengsheng indifferently. Intentionally slandering my brothers will make me angry, declared Long Chen. So what? When I get angry, I even feel afraid of myself. You should really learn about respect, young man. Ha 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 ha. Luo Chengsheng laughed like he had just heard the world's most absurd joke. Only the ignorant feel no fear. What I seek to safeguard is not merely the lives of my people, but also their dignity and honor. Yet, you distort black and white, twisting the truth to defame the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen's voice remained calm, devoid of any emotion. Within its quietness, however, lay a bottomless well of killing intent. I'm just stating facts. You. Long Chen's once subdued voice erupted into a thunderous roar, akin to a whispering devil suddenly bellowing. A shocking soundwave erupted from him, causing those around him to lose consciousness for a bit. However, his voice continued to echo within their minds. Shut up. Time appeared to come to a standstill as the two words echoed relentlessly within everyone's minds, refusing to fade for a long time. With just a shout from Long Chen, their thoughts ceased to function, and their senses numbed for a while. Everyone's expressions changed as they realized that Long Chen's killing intent had reached the point of influencing the world. It had even invaded their senses. It was like an invisible blade tempered through the lives of countless experts. Never before had these experts encountered such a condensed and potent manifestation of killing intent. Despite being shielded by a formation, the guards couldn't fend off his killing intent. If Long Chen had decided to attack the moment they lost their senses, they would have been dead now. How laughable, you, sneered Luo Chengsheng. However, before he could finish his sneer, a thunderous roar shattered the air. An explosive sound erupted from Long Chen, his aura surging skyward like a volcanic eruption. Chapter 4661 Leading the Heavenly Tribulation. Ha ha ha, you idiot, the time hasn't come yet, but you already made your breakthrough. The Heavenly Tribulation won't come, and you'll never reach the Divine Venerate Realm, ha ha. Yan Tianhua laughed crazily. When Long Chen shattered the last barrier stopping him from advancing, Yu Zihao, Gengzhan, Netherdragon Tianzhao, Yin Zhusheng, Luo Chengsheng, and the others also laughed at Long Chen like he was an idiot. All of them released an aura on the verge of breaking through but hadn't broken the final barrier precisely because they were waiting for the right time. Even Xianxia had only relied on a special bloodline divine ability to devour other people's heavenly tribulations, he hadn't truly initiated his own tribulation. By gathering the tribulations of others, his lightning sphere had grown several times larger than those of his peers, making him the most prominent figure present. The giant swirling tribulation cloud covering their heads had yet to reach full power and was still spinning. Before it reached its peak state, they wouldn't start their tribulations. Starting their tribulation now was futile, it wouldn't trigger any reaction from the spinning tribulation cloud. In such a case, it would be deemed a failure, effectively marking the end of their journey. Hence, none of them had expected Long Chen to succumb to his anger and actually do something so foolish. They erupted into joyful laughter, only for their mirth to be abruptly halted by a terrifying rumble. They were stunned to witness the massive tribulation cloud in the sky suddenly cease its rotation. How can this be? Yu Zihao howled. There should at least be 2 more days before the tribulation cloud stops spinning. Gangzhan also cried out. Netherdragon Tianzhao, Yin Zhusheng, and Luo Changsheng were also taken aback. This was beyond all their expectations. Did the tribulation cloud stop spinning because of him? Netherdragon Tianzhao muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. Shock etched across his face, gradually giving way to a creeping sense of jealousy. After that, an uneasy emotion simmered inside of him. Suddenly, a pillar of light exploded out of Long Chen and soared into the giant vortex, tearing a giant hole into it. When this hole appeared, lightning came flooding out like a breach in a dam, and a waterfall of lightning instantly submerged Long Chen, causing the other people's expressions to change. Realizing that they couldn't tarry any longer, they directly broke through the final shackles of their realm as well. The next moment, pillars of light soared into the sky, blasting many holes in the tribulation cloud. The holes they made were all similar to Long Chen's, showing that these people were all powerful monsters. Just then, a particularly powerful explosion erupted, and a colossal rift tore through the center of the tribulation cloud vortex, dwarfing even the one created by Long Chen. All eyes turned to the source of the explosion, Xianxia. Immediately, cheers rang out from the Black Rock 9 underworld python race's camp. Young Master Tianhua is the strongest. Ha ha ha, Xianxia laughed. I am the true chosen one of the heavens. The gate to the 9th heaven will be opened by me and me alone. I will lead the transformation of this world, ha ha ha. By devouring countless people's tribulations, Xianxia had a natural advantage over everyone else here. The expressions of the others shifted as they witnessed Xianxia's actions. Initially, they had looked down upon his method, deeming it as blatant cheating. By manipulating the heavenly Taos, he was defying the natural order, and it seemed inevitable that he would face divine retribution. However, his feat instantly created a gap between them. The heavenly tribulation has started, but the gate to the 9th heaven still has yet to appear. That shows that you aren't the chosen one, sneered someone else. It was like a bucket of ice water over Xianxia's head, extinguishing his excitement. He then looked around, and indeed, the legendary gate to the 9th heaven was nowhere to be seen. That's impossible. My tribulation is the strongest. I am the chosen one. The pathway to the 9th heaven can only be opened by me. The karmic luck of the 9th heaven is mine, roared Xianxia. Everyone, it seems there's a problem since the tribulation started early. Perhaps we should kill him and see if something changes, suggested someone within the tribulation. At that moment, countless gazes turned toward Xianxia, and he sneered. If you're not afraid of dying, come. The Black Rock 9 underworld python race shall reclaim its former glory. A giant black python manifestation appeared behind Xianxia. When it materialized, a rock-like armor covered him, causing his aura to grow dark and sinister, like he was a viper that would launch a fatal blow at any moment. Suddenly, cracks resounded through the air, prompting everyone to hastily search for the source of the disturbance. Their shock was obvious as their gazes fixed upon the sky. Cracks had appeared in the hole above Long Chen, spreading out in the vortex. The tribulation cloud was like a layer of ice, and while everyone else had managed to pierce a hole into it, that was it. Long Chen's hole was the only one that seemed to gush out with so much power, as if the hole wasn't big enough, causing the tribulation cloud to crack. Suddenly, the hole above Long Chen's head collapsed, and even more lightning came crashing down on him. The amount was dozens of times greater than before, stunning everyone. Following that, the sound of cracking intensified as the collapsed hole expanded further. Similar to the breach in a dam made of sand and dirt, the opening continued to widen as torrents of energy surged through it, causing the tribulation cloud to break over and over again. The hole quickly grew to the point that Yan Tianhua's hole simply couldn't even compare to Long Chen's. What astonished everyone the most was that the breach showed no signs of halting its expansion, it continued to grow exponentially with unstoppable force. Seeing this scene, Yan Tianhua let out a resounding roar and took out a serpentine bone whip. With a swift motion, the whip stiffened and transformed into a sword, thrusting into the sky with formidable force. It pierced straight through the tribulation cloud above him, widening his original hole. Yan Tianhua was delighted as he realized that it was actually possible to widen the tribulation hole. With this discovery, he charged up and started to attack the tribulation cloud, widening his hole. He quickly managed to make it grow by several times. The others followed suit and started to attack the heavenly tribulation, pleasantly surprised that this method worked. Yan Tianhua was working hard at expanding his tribulation hole and wanted to keep his advantage. However, when he glanced over at Long Chen, his heart directly turned ice cold. Long Chen wasn't even doing anything, but the tribulation cloud above him had fully collapsed. The cracks emanating from the breach extended beyond the horizon, surpassing anything seen before. Filled with shock and rage, Yan Tianhua did his best to attack his hole, wanting to catch up to Long Chen. However, the disparity between them was so vast that he felt a sense of despair creeping in. Die! Yan Tianhua roared and suddenly swung his bone whip straight at Long Chen, ignoring the distance. Chapter 4662 Who is the Chosen One of the Heavens? Filled with rage, Yan Tianhua unleashed his whip, only to find that his attack couldn't penetrate the torrent of lightning enveloping Long Chen. The heavenly tribulation had already started, but the laws had yet to change, which meant that all attacks directed toward other people would be weakened immensely by the heavenly tribulation. The greater the distance, the more it would be weakened. Yan Tianhua's attack would only remain in its best condition when used to attack the tribulation cloud, so he was unable to pose any threat to Long Chen. Seeing that his attack was useless, Yan Tianhua seethed in rage, but he wasn't the only one feeling this way. Long Chen's heavenly tribulation was expanding hundreds of times faster than everyone else's. No matter how large his heavenly tribulation gets, it's meaningless. The gate to the ninth heaven has not appeared. Some people made sour declarations. Even as Long Chen's tribulation grew, no gate had appeared, which signified that he was also not the chosen one of the heavens. Immersed within the lightning, he felt his dragon blood absorbing the thunder force. Under this stimulation, his dragon blood seemed to awaken from a state of slumber and took the initiative to devour this thunder force as fast as possible. The dragon blood was heating up, and once it reached a boil, it would truly merge with Long Chen. The initial merger was simply a hasty gulp, but the tribulation would fully digest it. This was also why the Dragonblood warriors' auras had undergone such an immense transformation after their tribulation. However, while this tribulation was enormous, it lacked some intensity. The dragon blood within Long Chen was not heating up fast enough. If everything were in his control, Long Chen would have started attacking the tribulation cloud to quicken the pace. Yet, he didn't dare to be rash this time as he had a feeling that this tribulation involved too many karmas. One mistake and there would be no coming back from it. He had to save his energy. Millions of small lightning dragons were swimming within the waterfall of lightning around him. Those were all Lei Linger, and she was crazily absorbing this thunder force. The Dragonblood Legion's tribulation was barely a snack for her, as she only ate the tiny bit that the Dragonblood warriors hadn't managed to absorb. But now, she could devour as much as she wanted. Long Chen's heavenly tribulation was always a feast. However, Lei Linger was smart and didn't expose herself. That was why she was in the form of millions of tiny lightning dragons. She could easily disguise her aura within the heavenly tribulation. As time passed, the tribulation cloud above Long Chen's head was like a ceiling unable to bear its own weight. It was constantly collapsing, causing the hole to grow and grow. Yan Tianhua had returned to widening his own tribulation hole. After all, the gate to the ninth heaven had not appeared, and anyone still had a chance to be the so-called chosen one. The others were doing the same thing. No matter where they were from, they were attacking the tribulation cloud, trying to expand their tribulation. The tribulation cloud was like a cover over the heavens, and waterfalls of lightning cascaded from it. The land had long since become a sea of lightning. The tribulation holes were constantly expanding, increasing the power of the lightning torrents. At this moment, the guards could only see those powerful waterfalls, as the figures inside of them had long since vanished from sight. Every waterfall represented someone undergoing tribulation. There were hundreds of waterfalls, but Long Chen's was clearly on an entirely different level, as it looked even bigger than everyone else's waterfalls combined, leaving the guards completely dumbfounded. They were unable to imagine how a human could be the most flashy expert here, and this scene incensed countless experts who were on bad terms with the human race. Of course, within that rage was also jealousy. So what? The gate hasn't appeared yet. He's clearly not the chosen one. When our young master advances, he'll personally cut off his head. The heavenly tribulation hasn't really started. This is just the prelude. Being flashy at the start doesn't mean anything. The real question is who is the last one laughing. That's right. In any case, I refuse to believe a weak human could be the chosen one. They're only fit to be slaves and food, sneered a demonic beast. All discussions within the vicinity were centered around Long Chen, fueled by jealousy and animosity toward him. As time ticked by, the initial stages of the heavenly tribulation unfolded at an agonizingly slow pace. An entire day elapsed without any notable changes aside from the gradual widening of the lightning waterfalls. Yan Tianhua, Yin Zhusheng, Yu Zihao, Netherdragon Tianzhao, and the others were doing their best to expand their tribulations. However, no matter how hard they worked, the difference between them and Long Chen only grew. It fueled their rage, and the only thing that comforted them was the absence of the legendary gate, which signified that everyone still had a chance. During this time, some people tried to attack Long Chen, but they all failed. All attacks were weakened by the heavenly tribulation. They couldn't even pierce through an ordinary lightning waterfall, let alone Long Chen's enormous one. As Long Chen's lightning waterfall expanded, it eventually reached the point where it started to threaten other people's waterfalls, almost devouring them. The expert closest to Long Chen was nervous. After all, no one knew what would happen if their lightning waterfalls collided. In front of countless shocked gazes, Long Chen's lightning waterfall finally devoured the first person's tribulation, drawing that person into it. However, this expert was prepared. With a roar, he charged at Long Chen, and his powerful aura blasted away the surrounding lightning. He was an immemorial divine bird. As his manifestation erupted, a pair of giant wings swept out, and a giant golden claw reached toward Long Chen. This individual was undeniably formidable, having meticulously gathered power for this decisive strike. With a surge of energy, the full power of a 9-star heavenly doyen erupted. Insignificant being, Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw, Long Chen snorted disdainfully, and the resounding cry of a dragon reverberated through the air. A sacred aura enveloped the world as a magnificent dragon claw emerged from behind Long Chen's back. After the two claws collided, the divine bird's claw directly exploded into a rain of blood. This scene shocked many experts in the surroundings. After all, this expert was a terrifying 9-star doyen with a pure bloodline, yet his strongest divine ability instantly crumbled before everyone's eyes. With a grimace, he spat out a mouthful of blood as his divine ability shattered. The next moment, he had a bad feeling, so he flapped his wings with full power, trying to retreat. However, no matter how his wings flapped, he couldn't move an inch because a hand tightly grabbed his neck, rendering him helpless. Chapter 4663 Killing a 9-star Heavenly Doyen. Like a phantom, Long Chen emerged out of nowhere and caught the expert by surprise. Before the expert could even sense Long Chen's presence, he already found himself caught in Long Chen's grip. With a deafening sound, Long Chen blasted him apart, turning a generation's genius into a rain of blood. His fresh blood tainted the lightning runes, dyeing them red. It was an astonishing sight, and it sent shivers down everyone's spine. A 9-star heavenly doyen, a monstrous heavenly genius, died just like that. No one dared to believe their eyes. Heavenly doyens were revered as beings blessed by the world's karmic luck. Among them, this individual stood as the epitome of strength. Hence, in theory, his death should have been impossible. Even if he had thrown himself into danger on purpose, he would have been able to escape every time. Many had seen 9-star doyens fighting each other before. Peak experts on their level could shatter mountains and rivers, obscure the sun and moon, and fight for 7 days and nights without pause. However, this 9-star doyen had just died in one blow, without any chance to fight back. Just then, hundreds of thousands of experts cried out mournfully. The slain expert was their race's peak genius. They had placed unwavering trust in their leader, with some even speculating that their young master would emerge victorious against Long Chen. Unfortunately, they had been dreaming too much. A 9-star Heavenly Doyen. TCH, I thought they would be more of a challenge. Long Chen slowly unclenched his hand, now stained with the fresh blood of the slain 9-star Doyen. The blood still pulsated with formidable Doyen power, emitting powerful fluctuations. Despite the Doyen's demise, his will remained in his blood. As long as the blood remained intact, his will would persist indefinitely. Long Chen took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood away before discarding the handkerchief. Remarkably, the handkerchief floated through the tribulation, all thanks to the protection of the essence blood. The handkerchief drifted directly toward the grieving individuals, who were already overcome with mournful cries. You goddamn human, one day you will pay dearly for this. With your blood, then let's not wait for another day, Long Chen retorted with a snort, his hand clenching suddenly. The sky trembled as a lightning sword erupted forth. At first, this lightning sword was only 3 feet long, but it rapidly grew once it left his hand. By the time it left his lightning waterfall, it had transformed into a heavenly blade. However, these people weren't afraid of him, knowing that Long Chen's attack would be weakened by the heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, they stood outside the tribulation's bounds. Feeling safe, they continued to curse Long Chen and his ancestors. As they continued their tirade, their fury gradually transformed into sheer terror. The lightning sword was already upon them. It accurately pierced the formation barrier around them and exploded within their ranks, obliterating hundreds of thousands of experts in one go. Regardless of their status, whether they were divine venerates or heavenly doyens, none could withstand the onslaught of this attack. People were filled with disbelief, especially Netherdragon Tianzhao, Yan Tianhua, and the others who had tried to attack Long Chen, only to witness their efforts falter before reaching their target. Unbeknownst to them, Long Chen's attack only grew in power while passing through the tribulation, all thanks to Lei Linger. She had absorbed a portion of the laws of the heavenly Taos and was starting to gain a certain level of control over them. This enabled her to condense some of the tribulation's power into her attack. Most importantly, her split bodies had supplied some extra power to the lightning sword before it shot out, and that was why this sword was so terrifying. It was a joint attack from Long Chen and Lei Linger. However, others didn't know this, so they thought that Long Chen could defy the laws of the heavenly tribulation, leaving them in shock. Just then, heaven and earth shuddered, and the very void started to distort, as if something was attempting to break free from its confines. Within the swirling maelstrom, observers caught a glimpse of a gate taking shape. The gate to the 9th heaven has appeared. There is another world hidden behind the gate, a lost world. Whoever opens it will be the favored one of that lost world. Just then, Long Chen's heavenly tribulation grew once more and merged with that of another expert. Like the one before, this expert attacked Long Chen as well. He was a 30-meter giant with one eye, his head bald but having marks like a tortoise shell on it. Holding a steel rod in his hand, he charged straight at Long Chen. As the runes of the rod lit up, a whistling gale erupted, causing countless cracks to appear in the void as if the very sky would shatter from his attack. His power was concentrated to a terrifying level. However, to everyone's surprise, a single fist from Long Chen intercepted this terrifying attack. Sparks flew along with a metallic ringing sound. Long Chen didn't even budge, while the one-eyed giant staggered backward several paces. Every step of his left behind cracks in the void akin to shattering ice. When he finally regained his footing, everyone gasped. His divine weapon had been completely deformed, resembling a fire poker now. It was rather comical, but no one laughed. Everyone was only shocked. When they looked at Long Chen, they saw him still in his punching posture, and a layer of blood-colored scales twinkled on top of his fist. Despite deforming the giant's divine weapon with a single strike, Long Chen's fist bore only a faint white mark, which swiftly faded away. Heavens, what kind of physical body does he have? How can he face saint weapons with his bare hands? Everyone was shocked. The giant's weapon possessed a powerful aura, so it had to be at least a saint weapon. How could it deform just like that? This giant was decisive. With blood still dripping down his hand, he let out a roar and charged back. The tortoise-shell marks on his head covered him. In an instant, a desolate chi erupted and enveloped him in strange flames. Did he just ignite his essence blood? Shocked cries rang out. This one-eyed giant was actually so ferocious that he had ignited his essence blood, putting everything on the line against Long Chen. Chapter 4664 Brothers Arrive. The one-eyed giant roared, his face twisted with malice. With each thunderous step, the earth trembled beneath him. Engulfed in the fiery essence of his blood, he resembled a towering flame giant, his blood chi overwhelming. At this moment, he swung the steel stick in his hand toward Long Chen again. In response, Long Chen simply extended his hand against this attack. What? Even at this stage, he's still going to try to block a saint weapon barehanded? A powerful chi wave erupted, and a giant lightning sphere expanded from the epicenter of their clash. Within that sphere, Long Chen and the one-eyed giant stood motionless, looking like statues. However, the guards felt like their hearts had stopped beating. They saw Long Chen's hand holding onto that steel rod that had seemed completely unstoppable just moments before. He caught it. Audible gulps could be heard. They could not believe what they were seeing. Although they didn't know the one-eyed giant's origins, just from the shape of his body and blood chi, they knew he was a power-type fighter. However, Long Chen had easily stopped his strongest attack. You damn human, how can you have this kind of power? I refuse to believe this, roared the one-eyed giant. He pulled at his steel rod with all his power, causing the void beneath him to rumble as if it would explode. As muscles bulged along his arms, runes danced like tiny serpents wriggling beneath his skin. But no matter what he did, his divine weapon was stuck to Long Chen's hand, and he couldn't even move it in the slightest. Give it back, why you inferior human? The one-eyed giant's arms quivered as he pulled with all his might. His steel rod started to slowly deform from the immense power. A giant was competing with a human over power. Despite the vast difference in size, Long Chen stood unwavering, as solid as a mountain. His composure reached a level of ease so profound, it bordered on divine. Then, in a moment that caught the giant off guard, Long Chen released his grip. The unexpected move sent the steel rod hurtling back toward the one-eyed giant with unstoppable force, crashing into his head with brutal impact. Sparks flew from the impact. This level of power would have blasted a normal person's head like a watermelon, but this giant was exceptionally tough. Only a small lump grew out of his head. What a tough head! Someone let out a surprised shout. Indeed, this one-eyed giant was really resilient. Although his head wasn't crushed, being struck by his own power left him dizzy. The world spun around him, and stars were spinning in his eyes. Confusion clouded his senses, leaving him disoriented and unable to distinguish between left and right. By the time he recovered, Long Chen was already standing on his head, his finger pressed against the giant's forehead. A tiny flame lotus condensed at the tip of Long Chen's finger and pierced into the one-eyed giant's head. Like a hot knife through butter, the flame lotus came straight out of the giant's head, along with a rain of blood. However, his blood instantly froze and shattered. The one-eyed giant's mouth was open, an expression of confusion still vivid in his eyes. He didn't even know how he died. As his body slowly fell, a chilling frost covered it. Upon impact with the ground, his corpse shattered into countless frozen fragments, disintegrating into powder. Thus fell another formidable monster, vanquished in the simplest and most direct way. He had no ability to fight back. There was only a pea-sized brain in that giant head. Long Chen slowly lowered his hand, looking at the ice powder on the ground indifferently. The giant was truly powerful. Given the number of runes covering his body, he had to have many powerful divine abilities that he hadn't unleashed. Unfortunately, he had been so set on beating Long Chen with power that he didn't use them. Before the merger with the essence blood of the mysterious dragon expert, Long Chen would have been no match for the one-eyed giant in raw power alone. Yet, even without such strength, Long Chen would have 100 ways to kill him. After the merger, this one-eyed giant's power wasn't even worth mentioning. Moreover, Long Chen had comprehended the essence of the Nirvana scripture, getting new insights that greatly enhanced the world extermination flame lotus. Long Chen had compressed the power of the world extermination flame lotus to its absolute limit. Hence, despite its small appearance, its killing power was truly staggering. Its strongest point was its fully compressed state, which meant that not even a bit of its power leaked, making it exceedingly challenging for others to detect the imminent danger. Thus, when Long Chen's finger pressed against his head, the one-eyed giant remained oblivious to any impending danger. Even in his final moments, he was unaware of what had brought about his death. Despite its strong points, it also had some drawbacks. The world extermination flame lotus was so difficult to compress that it posed a heavy burden on the caster. While the original version of the world extermination flame lotus manifested externally, the fully compressed variant originated from within the caster. During its formation, if the caster couldn't withstand the burden, they would simply explode. Thankfully, Long Chen's enhanced constitution allowed him to wield this technique with ease. Once again, Long Chen had slain a terrifying 9-star heavenly doyen. This time, he really shocked everyone. While his first victory could be attributed partially to luck, with his opponent underestimating him, this time was different. The one-eyed giant had launched 2 full-powered assaults against Long Chen, and he had withstood those attacks in the simplest, most direct manner. There were no tricks behind this. Killing the one-eyed giant in this manner was a testament that Long Chen's power far surpassed his. Amidst the fervent attention drawn towards Long Chen for his consecutive victories against 2 9-star heavenly doyens, thousands of people shouted in unison in the distance. "Boss, we're here." Hearing that, Long Chen smiled. "You're finally here. Then it's time to settle our grudges." Chapter 4665. A chaotic battle begins. The void split apart, revealing a flying boat. It wasn't flying directly forward, but instead, it suddenly vanished and reappeared. After a few flashes, it appeared in the core region. The sudden appearance of the flying boat startled the surrounding experts, leaving them awestruck by its incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it transitioned from a mere speck in the distance to hovering directly before them, leaving no time for them to react. "Ha ha ha, we're finally here. It seems that the real show hasn't started yet." Guo Ran jumped off the flying boat excitedly and then vomited. The others also had unsightly expressions as they jumped off, and some were starting to vomit as well. After Long Chen left them, the Dragonblood warriors immediately started consolidating their cultivation bases. Once they finished, their auras stopped leaking, a sign that they had adapted to their new power. After that, they immediately followed the markers Long Chen left behind. In order to save time, Sha Chen used the most explosive method of movement of the flying boat, akin to traversing through time itself. It was as if time paused for a moment before propelling them forward with incredible speed. The experience was akin to consecutive teleportations mixed with flying. Despite its swiftness, the intense acceleration of this travel method left them feeling airsick. In truth, this technique was one of Sha Chen's life-saving methods for evading danger, and it came with a heavy burden that could crush those who misused it. During their battle against the celestial race, the chaotic circumstances prevented them from utilizing the flying boat. This time, Sha Chen had unleashed this move, but the burden it posed on everyone was even greater than he had expected. Nonetheless, its astonishing speed allowed them to complete a journey that took Long Chen several hours in a mere 4 hours. It's the Dragonblood Legion. Those perverts are not dead yet. When Guo Ran and the others arrived, many experts immediately recognized them. These individuals had been involved in the assault on the Dragonblood Legion, so their hearts brimmed with rage and hatred. "Shut your mouth, you're the pervert. Your entire lineage is tainted with perversion." Guo Ran spat out furiously, his words aimed at one of the accusers. The celestial race had schemed against the spirit race, yet now they sought to pin the blame on the Dragonblood Legion. "Guo Ran, calm down. Just watch, boss." Sha Chen immediately grabbed Guo Ran, afraid of him launching an attack and ruining Long Chen's plans. "Attack together. We'll wipe out these shameless perverts." While Sha Chen held Guo Ran back, experts of the various races flooded toward the Dragonblood Legion, seemingly intent on wiping them out. What enraged the Dragonblood Legion was that many of these attackers had no enmity with them but still joined in on the assault. "Brothers." Just then, Long Chen's voice rang out above the booming thunder. "Everything they say is just an excuse. They fear me, so they strike at you to divert my attention. Our Dragonblood Legion may not be saints, nor do we aspire to be. All we seek is to live with dignity. Should anyone seek to kill us, we make them pay a bloody price. We don't bully others, but we refuse to be bullied. If they want to die so badly, don't hold back. Teach them what respect is. Show them the true meaning of fear." Long Chen's voice resonated like a divine decree, surpassing even the tumultuous tribulation, penetrating not only people's ears but also their very souls. Within the ranks of the Dragonblood Legion, Long Chen's voice set their blood ablaze with renewed fervor. "Kill anyone who raises a weapon against you. Show this world the power of the number 1 Legion." The Dragonblood Legion erupted, their blood boiling with such power that it felt like they would explode if they didn't unleash it. Guo Ran roared, "Brothers, it's time to carve your name into history. The name of the Dragonblood Legion will resound throughout every corner of this world. Kill." The rallying cry thundered from the lips of the Dragonblood warriors. Facing enemies numbering in the tens of millions, they harbored no trace of fear, only an overwhelming surge of killing intent. These Dragonblood warriors had suffered day and night after ascending to the immortal world, all to one day gather again as the Dragonblood Legion and follow their boss in battle. Now, they finally had that chance. Confronted by the heavenly geniuses of the various races who came from every direction, an emotion that they had suppressed in their hearts for a long time erupted. Dragon Blood Battle Armor. The Dragonblood warriors roared in unison. Over 7,000 voices merged, along with the roaring of dragons, causing heaven and earth to shudder. The Dragonblood warriors became enveloped in blood-colored scales, their auras transforming into something sacred and majestic. In this form, they were truly fit to be called Dragonblood warriors. As enemies crashed down upon them from every direction, flesh and blood flew through the air. In an instant, countless experts were torn apart by the Dragonblood Legion. Many weapons slashed onto the Dragonblood warriors but were unable to penetrate their scales. In fact, they could shatter these weapons with a single punch. These experts were horrified to find that Long Chen's subordinates were also able to block a saint weapon barehanded. Some Dragonblood warriors would simply grab someone else's weapon if they took a liking to it. With weapons in their hands, they were like tigers with wings. One slash of their sword caused a mass of experts to fall. Heroes of the other races, don't just watch. The Dragonblood Legion is overflowing with evil. All of them need to be eradicated from this world. Attack together and purify this world. Luo Changsheng's mesmerizing voice echoed once more, commanding the masses with his bewitching art. In the distance, more experts were also rushing over, but they had to go around the tribulation to get to the Dragonblood Legion. The tribulation's range was so huge that they were unable to go around in an instant, and they definitely didn't have the guts to take a shortcut and barge straight through the tribulation. Careful, the Dragonblood Legion has a sword cultivator named Yu Zifeng. He calls himself the world's #1 sword cultivator, and although I beat him, he really is powerful. I wonder if anyone has the power to beat him and seize the title of the world's #1 sword cultivator for themselves. Shouted Luo Changsheng. Yu Zifeng, come out and fight if you have any guts. It went without saying that Luo Changsheng's bewitching art was truly powerful. As soon as he said this, people started to challenge Yu Zifeng. Yu Zifeng stood at the core of the Dragonblood Legion, his gaze apathetic. His sword was still sheathed, and he didn't seem to have any intention of drawing it. He just gazed at Luo Changsheng with indifference. When Luo Changsheng met his eyes, a tremor ran through him. Yu Zifeng was like a different person, immune to the effects of Luo Changsheng's bewitching art. Given their previous encounter, Yu Zifeng should have been plagued by inner turmoil, yet he was frighteningly calm. His mental realm wasn't affected at all. If you manage to survive an encounter with our boss, I might consider a rematch, Yu Zifeng remarked with a shake of his head, eliciting shock from the onlookers. Though I doubt you'll even make it that far. Chapter 4666. Leave it to me. Yu Zifeng's voice, though gentle and composed, resonated with an intensity that cut through the angry roars and booming thunder, reaching every ear as if whispered directly into their souls. What chilled them to the core was the sensation of a razor-sharp sword will piercing their very being, as though a blade hung perilously close to their necks. With each word he uttered, it felt as if their lives hung by a thread, subject to his will alone. These were no ordinary individuals, they were esteemed experts among experts, with those enduring the tribulation standing as apex predators among their kind. However, Yu Zifeng's voice alone was enough to send shivers down their spines. The fact that such a terrifying person was willing to be Long Chen's subordinate, calling him boss, raised questions about Long Chen's strength. How strong would he have to be to command someone of Yu Zifeng's caliber? Other than that, Yu Zifeng's voice was unmistakably full of regret. In other words, he did want to fight Luo Changsheng but thought that it was unlikely to ever happen, because Luo Changsheng would not survive his clash against Long Chen. Everyone knew that sword cultivators were aloof and looked down on schemes and tricks. They wouldn't use psychological warfare. In other words, this was truly what Yu Zifeng was thinking. I didn't expect you to be able to submit like this. I'm amazed. Unfortunately, for a prideful sword cultivator to actually follow a lecherous pervert. Sigh, in the end, you'll never reach the right path, stated Luo Changsheng with a regretful tone. In front of this slander, Yu Zifeng didn't even twitch. I won't fall for the same trick twice. You don't need to waste the effort. Just save your energy and start thinking about how you'll survive later on. I'll pray for you. Just then, a sword-wielding expert sliced through the fabric of space. This person was also an expert of the sword Dao. Demonstrating his remarkable skill, he effortlessly bypassed the blockade of ordinary dragonblood warriors. His sword qi streaked through the air with deadly precision, aimed directly at Yu Zifeng. However, Yu Zifeng remained standing, his expression one of indifference, and he didn't attempt to evade or counter the attack. The dragonblood warriors cried out in alarm as the sword qi pierced toward Yu Zifeng, seemingly unstoppable. Yet, to their astonishment, the sword qi halted abruptly, mere inches from Yu Zifeng's head. The attacker's expression changed, overcome with a sudden sense of dread as Yu Zifeng fixed his gaze upon him. He felt like time had come to a standstill, as if an invisible power had separated him from this world. As a sword cultivator, you still care about mundane things like fame. You are not worthy of the sword in your hand, said Yu Zifeng coldly. Suddenly, Yu Zifeng raised his hand, and a sword appeared in it. To everyone's surprise, this sword was the attacker's weapon, but no one saw just how Yu Zifeng had taken this sword. One man, one sword, master and friend. He is not fit to be your companion. Go find someone who will properly cherish you. Yu Zifeng's voice echoed with authority as he waved his hand, causing the sword to slice through the void and disappear in an instant. At the same time, its old master turned to dust. No one witnessed how Yu Zifeng executed the deed, leaving countless onlookers trembling in disbelief at the bizarre sight. As for Long Chen, he simply smiled, his eyes filled with admiration. Yu Zifeng had never failed to impress him. After overcoming this setback, Yu Zifeng directly stepped into an even higher realm of the Sword Dao, a realm that even Long Chen couldn't fully understand. Zifeng, I leave this place to you, said Long Chen. Boss, don't worry about us. I'm here. Yu Zifeng nodded to Long Chen. Hearing that, countless people felt a chill. It seemed that something big was about to happen. Luo Changsheng, do you remember what I said before? Long Chen turned to look at Luo Changsheng. His previous calm air had vanished without a trace, replaced with a sinister, bloodthirsty killing intent. Long Chen looked like a fiend bearing his scarlet fangs, affecting every expert with his chilly killing intent. Their souls quivered in fear, a spontaneous instinct toward death. I told you that you shouldn't have slandered the Dragonblood Legion. You shouldn't have talked shit about my brothers. Every single one of Long Chen's words dripped with bloodthirst. So what? Sneered Luo Changsheng. Your bewitching art is now useless on Zifeng, so I no longer need to endure it. To tell the truth, you really are hateful. Inverting black and white, smearing other people's reputation, acting like some saint when you're clearly a treacherous bastard. People like you have no humanity, no bottom line. You'll use any despicable trick you can, and that's why I won't be letting you leave here alive. Long Chen had decided that he would definitely kill Luo Changsheng. Yu Zifeng really did know Long Chen well. He knew that Long Chen would definitely kill Luo Changsheng, which was why he had made that declaration. Long Chen had seen countless people, and he knew that a despicable little person like Luo Changsheng was the most dangerous kind of enemy. If he wasn't dead, there would be endless trouble. Moreover, Long Chen couldn't risk leaving him to Yu Zifeng. Ha ha ha, what a shameless leader. After assaulting the kind-hearted spirit race's women, you dare to talk to me like you have any morals. Do you think anyone here will believe you? Luo Changsheng laughed. Long Chen coldly said, I know that the highest realm of a bewitching art is to deceive even yourself. That's fine, I won't bother explaining anything. I'm just saying this so you can't blame me for not giving you a chance to fight back when I end you. Big words, let's see what you're truly capable of. Luo Changsheng had finally been provoked. After all, he was also a peak heavenly genius, and Long Chen and Yu Zifeng's attitudes toward him were intolerable to him. Then open your eyes and watch. Don't piss yourself. Without hesitation, Long Chen conjured a massive lightning blade in his hand and brought it crashing down with formidable force. Chapter 4667 The Hand of the Heavens reappears. Long Chen brought the massive sword crashing down with formidable force, attacking the giant tribulation cloud in the sky. The blade sliced through the lightning in the tribulation cloud. A long cut appeared in the cloud. It wasn't very deep, but it spread throughout the entire range of the tribulation cloud. Seeing that Long Chen's attack was so weak, Luo Changsheng was about to mock him when the tribulation cloud suddenly contracted. Following that, a wild destructive will filled the world. Before this, if the tribulation was an examiner indifferently following the rules, this attack from Long Chen was like a slap in its face, causing the tribulation to want to kill everyone here. The people in the tribulation were all shocked. They were the strongest heavenly doyens, the favorites of heaven and earth. The heavenly Taos had once felt like a nurturing mother to them, but now, it seemed to have transformed into a malevolent stepmother. The comforting warmth had vanished, replaced by a chilling desire for destruction. Long Chen had angered the tribulation, causing it to seemingly lose its mind. It wanted to destroy Long Chen, implicating all of them in the process. As expected, you really are a treacherous little bastard. You're trying to use this tribulation to drag us all down with you. It's a nice idea but very foolish, sneered Luo Changsheng. Long Chen, I thought that you had some peerless trump card. However, it seems that I overestimated you. You want to use heavenly tribulation against us. What a joke, said Yu Zihao at this time. You're incurably foolish. We are the strongest heavenly doyens in this world, and the fate of the heavens is on us. How could the heavenly Taos target us? You're only killing yourself, added Fallen Danite's disciple. Although Long Chen had angered the tribulation, causing them all to sense immense pressure from it, they had undergone many heavenly tribulations and refused to believe that the tribulation would really target them. For example, Yan Tianhua had devoured other people's tribulations, and that was completely against the laws of the heavenly Taos, and yet the heavenly Taos still favored him. There were no karmic retributions for his actions. This was the special treatment for a 9-star heavenly doyen, so these people were not afraid of heavenly tribulation. Long Chen ignored them. After his attack, he patiently waited. As expected, the tribulation cloud started to disintegrate. The giant hole above Long Chen then shattered and spread in every direction. One by one, the tribulation holes of the 9-star doyens were engulfed, merging with Long Chen's own tribulation. Now united under a single torrent of lightning, the laws of the heavenly tribulation no longer restrained them from fighting each other. A life form with 2 wings and a single horn seemed to refuse to accept the turn of events. The moment that his tribulation merged with Long Chen's, he shot over, summoning his manifestation and a spear. His manifestation covered the sky. Others were unable to even see what it was before his spear sucked it to strengthen itself. In an instant, he crossed the originally immense distance between them, launching his spear at Long Chen. Long Chen raised his hand and caught the tip of the spear. Ha ha ha, die. That life form laughed. His horn then lit up, emanating a ray of divine light that shot at Long Chen. It dawned on the onlookers that they had been deceived. The spear was merely a diversion. The true killing blow lay in the horn. However, just as he attacked, he heard startled cries echoing from the distance. Assuming they were marveling at his cunning ruse, he focused on his target, unaware of the looming danger. To his horror, a colossal hand materialized above him, its 6 fingers casting a shadow over both him and Long Chen. An overwhelming divine pressure descended along with it, suffocating the atmosphere. In an instant, the divine light of his attack dimmed under the oppressive force of the giant hand. An attack that had slain countless powerful foes for him, containing his full power, silently crumbled today. He finally became aware of the massive 6-fingered hand descending upon him from above. With panic gripping his heart, he attempted to retreat, only to realize that his spear was still firmly gripped by Long Chen's hand. He tried to pull it back, only to find that his power seemed to be impeded by some law. Power of the 6 Taos, the hand of the heavens. The Dragonblood warriors' expressions changed. They recalled vividly how this same hand had nearly ended Long Chen's life during his World King tribulation, serving as the final and most formidable attack. Now, this hand manifested as the very first attack of Long Chen's divine venerate tribulation. Although they knew that their boss's heavenly tribulations were always intense, they hadn't expected it to be so vicious. With a deafening crash, the giant hand descended, causing the hearts of the Dragonblood warriors to constrict with dread. They alone understood the sheer terror and destructive power of this devastating blow. Long Chen remained unyielding as the massive hand crashed down upon the 2 of them. To everyone's astonishment, a peculiar scene unfolded. Long Chen stood firm, unmoved by the impact, while the hand itself shattered upon striking him. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, shaking the very foundation of the world. Everyone could sense just how powerful this blow was. Looking at Long Chen, they saw him hovering in the air just like before, his hair and robes billowing around him. He appeared at complete ease and unspeakably arrogant. The spear was still in his hand, but the horned life form was gone, having been obliterated by the hand of the heavens. The hand of the heavens was embedded in the ground. A chill swept through the onlookers' hearts as they gazed from the gaping hole to Long Chen. Even Luo Changsheng and the others' expressions changed. They had been thinking that the heavenly tribulation wouldn't attack them, the favored sons of the heavens. Yet, the stark reality presented itself with the imprint of that single hand. Long Chen was fine, but the 9-star heavenly doyen had been wiped out of existence. With a casual wave of his hand, Long Chen sent the spear flying through the tribulation toward Ji Yuyong. "Thank you, boss." Ji Yuyong happily caught the spear, as his old spear was broken. Long Chen advanced toward Luo Changsheng, each step echoing with an ominous rhythm. His voice carried an eerie, emotionless tone. "Are you ready to meet your maker?" Chapter 4668 Showing Off. The world shook with every step Long Chen took. The lightning crackled ominously overhead, as if eager to unleash another devastating assault at any moment. Long Chen seemed to be the master of the tribulation at this moment, and it didn't seem like anyone could challenge him. "You're too arrogant. Do you think your little tricks can affect us, the great celestial race?" Luo Changsheng shouted. As a genius of the heavens, an existence high above others from the moment he was born, he couldn't tolerate being looked down like this. It was akin to when Long Chen knew Luo Changsheng was intentionally provoking him by slandering the Dragonblood Legion, yet he couldn't stop himself from being enraged. After all, they were all subject to their own weaknesses, an expert's pride often made their tolerance weaker. Arrogance requires capital, and it just so happens that I have that capital. Long Chen continued to walk toward Luo Changsheng. Lightning roared above him, as if he was brewing some big move. However, Long Chen wasn't even looking at the tribulation. He appeared as if he was just taking a leisurely stroll through a courtyard, as if everything was under control. "You still refuse to attack? Are you still thinking of inciting others to fight for you? Stop dreaming. None of them are stupid enough to be bewitched by you. Just like you, they are waiting for others to use up their trump cards. Not a single person here is weak, different from those idiots outside. Those idiots don't even see that the celestial race is just sitting there while they throw their lives away," mocked Long Chen. Indeed, the Dragonblood warriors were massacring their enemies outside of the tribulation, filling the battlefield with corpses and rivers of blood. The Dragonblood warriors were unrivaled, but there were just so many enemies that they couldn't kill them all. However, when they heard Long Chen, those attackers couldn't help looking toward a certain group, the celestial race. Tens of millions of experts of the celestial race were just standing there, as if this battle had nothing to do with them. Seeing this scene, those experts were enraged. They had been actively attacking the Dragonblood Legion, but the celestial race was just sitting there. Their objective had been to unsettle Long Chen by targeting his subordinates. However, to their dismay, Luo Changsheng, the one who had instigated these attacks, had refrained from involving his own people. "You bastards of the celestial race, if you dare to just keep watching, we'll kill you with the Dragonblood Legion." Only after that threat did the celestial race unwillingly leave their defensive formation. They charged at the Dragonblood Legion with another group. It was a group of giants with one eye from the same race as the one-eyed giant Long Chen had previously killed. As their leader was gone, they could only choose to unleash their fury on the Dragonblood warriors. "Annihilate the Dragonblood Legion," one of those giants roared, leading the way with his warhammer. His strike directly shattered one of the Dragonblood warriors' weapons. Following the flow of his attack, he charged in, trying to tear through the Dragonblood Legion's defenses. However, a figure suddenly blocked his path. With his hands clasped behind his back, Guo Ran gazed at that expert apathetically. "A pea-brained idiot also dares to say such big words." The one-eyed giant roared and swung his warhammer at Guo Ran. "This little bit of power is all you have. If I have to lift my hand against this hammer, it'll count as my loss," sneered Guo Ran. In front of countless shocked gazes, Guo Ran really did just stand there and let the hammer strike his head. With an explosive sound, that warhammer shattered, leaving only its hilt. The giant's singular eye was filled with shock. "Now do you believe me?" Guo Ran casually flicked away the scattered metal bits of the hammer from his robes, his demeanor suggesting that he was only brushing away some dust. He appeared unspeakably casual and indifferent. "He's showing off again." Seeing this scene, Ji Yuyong and the others were speechless. Guo Ran was the Dragonblood Legion's #1 poser, and his timing was always perfect. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned solely on him. Guo Ran had successfully seized the spotlight from Long Chen. Feeling all their gazes on him, Guo Ran was incredibly delighted, but he didn't express it. Appearing completely apathetic, he shook his head at the giant. This is your so-called power. How foolish. Die. The one-eyed giant roared. Runes covered his fist as he attacked Guo Ran again. As a result, blood sprayed from his mouth, and he was sent flying. This is amazing. Guo Ran cried out inside. The hidden dragon race's defenses were indeed unrivaled, filling him with excitement. If he didn't properly show it off, he wouldn't be Guo Ran. You can't even break my defenses. Ugh, you ants aren't even worth my time. It's really lonely being unrivaled. Guo Ran sighed. He was basically bragging to be beaten. His appearance triggered countless people, and they all attacked him. However, no matter what divine ability or weapon landed on him, they simply bounced off. If it was a weapon with no flexibility, it would instantly shatter. The hidden dragon's defenses were truly monstrous, impervious to blade or spear, water or fire. Guo Ran just stood there, allowing those attacks to strike him. However, he didn't forget to constantly insult them, enraging them, and they were unable to do anything to Guo Ran despite their rage. In truth, Guo Ran did want to counterattack, but he couldn't. After merging with the hidden dragon's dragon soul, other than his dragon blood battle armor, he only had a few other divine abilities of the dragon race. Unfortunately, using those divine abilities would require the hidden dragon's cooperation. However, the hidden dragon was incredibly lazy, sleeping inside of him. When his life wasn't in danger, he couldn't wake it up. With his armor and weapons already decimated in the previous skirmish against the celestial race, Guo Ran found himself lacking offensive capabilities. In order to not expose this aspect, he could only use his mouth as his weapon to attack them. Take out your weapon, otherwise, you won't have a chance. Guo Ran challenged, his voice carrying a hint of determination. Meanwhile, Long Chen closed in on Luo Changsheng, his icy killing intent already locking onto him. Chapter 4669 Golden Bone Claw. Long Chen stood in the air, appearing unspeakably aloof, as if he was the heavenly emperor looking down at mortals who could only kowtow beneath his feet. Ha 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 ha, Luo Changsheng laughed. I have always been concealing my weapon, and not even my long-serving subordinates have laid eyes on it. Do you think you can get me to take it out just like that? What a joke. When Luo Changsheng said this, a hint of anticipation swept across the faces of the celestial race's experts. Indeed, they had never seen his weapon before. The reason for this was quite shocking. Those who had seen his weapon met their end right after. It was rumored that the instant Luo Changsheng unveiled his weapon, everyone in his surroundings would die. Hence, his subordinates also wanted to know about his weapon. How foolish. I'm warning you out of the kindness of my heart. I want to kill you, but I'm worried that you'll die at its hands, sneered Long Chen. Keep acting mysterious, retorted Luo Changsheng. He didn't know what it was, but he couldn't stand Long Chen's attitude. He said, with death at hand, you still dare to spout such nonsense. I don't know if I should admire your courage or your stupidity. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation thundered furiously, and countless grand Dao runes flew around, multiplying the pressure of the tribulation instantly. The Dragonblood warriors' eyes widened when they sensed this pressure. Following that, they heard a resplendent dragon cry echo throughout the world. All the Dragonblood warriors shifted their gaze from their enemies to Long Chen, their hearts clenched. The tribulation cloud blew apart, revealing a giant dragon head. It then opened its mouth and shot a sphere of light at Long Chen. This sphere almost encapsulated the entire tribulation land, so no one undergoing the tribulation could dodge it. The expressions of Luo Changsheng, Yin Jusheng, Netherdragon Tianzhao, Yu Zihao, Yan Tianhua, and the others changed, as they felt an intense sensation of death from this attack. Yan Tianhua's bone whip curled around the top of his head, forming a circular umbrella protecting him. Meanwhile, Yu Zihao waved his hand, summoning a divine diagram that enveloped him. Beside him, Fallen Daynight's disciple took out a pill cauldron, and its divine light surrounded him. Yin Jusheng directly hid inside his bronze chariot, opting to forego his white bone horse. Meanwhile, facing Long Chen directly, Luo Changsheng swiftly formed hand seals, summoning forth a giant hand that enveloped him. Gleaming in golden hue, this hand bore no flesh and looked more like a claw than a hand. Dense runes covered the golden bone claw, which exuded an ancient and desolate aura, along with a sinister bloodthirst that made people's souls quiver. This was a terrifying weapon that could suck up a person's blood and soul. Luo Changsheng had finally revealed his weapon, seemingly swallowing his own pride in the process. The others within the tribulation also took out their own divine weapons to protect themselves. With an explosive sound, that sphere of light crashed into the ground, with Long Chen at its center. The impact resembled the force of a sledgehammer striking a mosquito, causing a burst of blood mist to erupt from Long Chen. Boss. The Dragonblood warriors turned pale at the sight, unable to comprehend why their boss hadn't defended against the attack. This was an absolutely terrifying attack that could have annihilated the Dragonblood Legion if not for the combined efforts of Bai Shaola and the Violet Pupil Nine-Tail Fox, with Long Chen's timely reminder. Yet, when the attack targeted Long Chen himself, he made no effort to defend himself. After this attack, Long Chen coughed up blood, his torn flesh and protruding bones shocking the onlookers. He looked extremely gruesome. Bai Shishi and Yu Qingshan cried out when they saw him like this. Tears streamed down their faces as they wished they could bear the pain in his place. The other experts, no longer displaying their previous arrogance, dispersed their defenses. Fear was evident in their eyes. This powerful attack would have been enough to kill any of them. Their survival this time wasn't solely thanks to their formidable divine weapons, but rather because all of them had jointly withstood a portion of this powerful attack. If faced alone, even with their divine weapons, they would have been overwhelmed and crushed by the attack. Ha ha ha, this idiot really called down a terrifying heavenly tribulation that he can't handle himself. Fallen Day Knight's disciple laughed upon seeing Long Chen in his terrible condition. However, Long Chen seemed indifferent, not caring about his wounds in the slightest. He just stood there silently while maintaining his arrogant air. Long Chen almost crumbled under that devastating attack, but he endured it. His flesh started to regenerate slowly, consuming the lightning runes left behind by the devastating attack. Seeing this scene, Luo Chengsheng's pupils contracted as he was the first to notice what was happening. Long Chen was harnessing the power of the heavenly tribulation to reconstruct his body, and his new flesh was even stronger than before. Shameless pervert, the heavens will not permit such evil to exist, and neither will we. Today, I, Luo Changsheng, will take the place of the heavens to end your foul existence. Luo Changsheng shouted righteously. As he waved his hand, a golden chain appeared and he sent the golden bone claw smashing toward Long Chen. Taking advantage of Long Chen's severe injuries, Luo Changsheng wasted no time in launching another attack. Despicable, shouted the Dragonblood warriors. Indeed, Luo Changsheng was the most hateful person here, the very embodiment of a sanctimonious hypocrite. However, Long Chen merely snorted in contempt at Luo Changsheng's attack. With a swift hand seal, his divine ring appeared, and a blood-colored dragon claw extended out of it. Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.